The interstellar trade system. At midnight, on a tranquil beach in Guangdong City, China, devoid of other pedestrians or lights, a man clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt walked barefoot, aimlessly meandering along the shore. The darkness concealed the disappointment etched on his face, with only the dim glow of the moon faintly illuminating his path. His shoes had long been lost to the unknown, and the relentless waves of the cold sea lapped at his feet, while the biting sea breeze incessantly buffeted his swaying frame, as if he were poised to collapse onto the frigid sand at any moment. Suddenly, the man halted, turning to face the ocean. He inhaled deeply before exhaling. Gazing at the expansive sea before him, he gradually lifted his head, closed his eyes, and felt the waves washing over his feet, the wind caressing his body. He took another deep breath, imbued with the briny scent of the sea, and slowly spread his arms wide. At last, his troubled heart began to find solace. So, be it everything ends here, no one is indispensable. Opening his eyes once more, he exhibited a resolute gaze, the earlier despair replaced by a newfound confidence. Is it merely because a woman rejected me, claiming I am worthless? You may look down upon me, but to expect me to belittle myself? Absolutely not. I will not fall easily. Just wait. I, Huang Yu, shall forge my own path and make you regret it. With that declaration, he turned away, straightened his back, and strode forward. His determined steps seemed to proclaim to all that he was not one to concede defeat effortlessly. Huang Yu, a 26-year-old laborer from humble beginnings, was a graduate in civil engineering that he abstained from smoking, drinking, and other vices, having spent 6 years in various occupations digging tunnels in remote valleys, typing away in offices, and constructing bridges on highways. Yet, due to a variety of circumstances, he could not maintain any job for long, changing positions roughly every year. He had remained single throughout this time, and despite enduring 6 years of societal challenges, he clung steadfastly to his personal principles. In matters of romance, this translated to being neither a cad nor a sycophant. Perhaps this was why, despite initially flourishing in a relationship with a blind date he met 6 months prior, their bond gradually grew cold, marked by increasing quarrels. Huang Yu believed his demanding job was the culprit and thought that with more companionship, they could restore their previous warmth. However, contrary to his hopes, after resigning, before he had a chance to mend a rift, the woman contacted their parents to formally sever their ties. Huang Yu had attempted to salvage the relationship, but she remained resolute. After several unsuccessful efforts, he ultimately relinquished his desire for reconciliation not due to a lack of sincerity, but rather a sudden realization upon reflecting on their interactions that illuminated the true reasons for her rejection. Dead straight man, average male, self-righteous, and even the phrase utterly useless prior to a breakup. These increasingly derogatory terms, coupled with the persistent denial of their relationship in front of others, where they repeatedly emphasized that they were merely blind date partners, converge into a single sentiment: disdain. That if disdain is the prevailing sentiment, then so be it. How could one pursue someone who looks down upon them? Even if they were to end up together, what guarantee is there for happiness? To be a sycophant? In the end, it would yield either nothing or a life spent in subservience. Thus, let the past drift away like leaves in the wind. It is time to chart a new course, to strive for self-improvement, and to embark on a fresh journey. Having resolved these thoughts, Huang Yu ceased to dwell further and resumed his stride, walking purposefully back to tea that moment. However, he suddenly felt his foot strike something. What was that? Huang Yu shifted his foot and bent down to take a look, but the dim moonlight obscured clarity. He then pulled out his phone for illumination, only to find that among the shallow footprints left in the sand, there sparkled a glimmering golden light. Gold? He bent down to retrieve it, rinsing it in the waves, only to discover that the radiant object was a delicate gold ring. Although he could not identify its brand, it was clear at first glance that this was no ordinary item, particularly due to the intricate patterns adorning the ring, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Whose ring is this? Forget it. It's so late, and there are no cameras around. Where'd I even begin to search? Finding a gold ring at this hour feels quite significant. Could it be that fortune is turning in my favor? As Huang Yu mumbled to himself, he tucked away his phone and slipped the ring onto his right index finger. At that very moment, a crisp sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Beep beep beep. To Huang Yu's astonishment, the cacophony quickly morphed into a melodious female voice, articulating in flawless Mandarin. New host language translation completed. Interstellar trade system bound. Detecting new host information. New host identified as a human life form. Level 2 technological civilization. Generating homepage recommendations based on new host data. Generation complete. As the series of notifications echoed in his mind, Huang Yu's expression swiftly transformed from surprise to elation. A host. An interstellar trade system. Isn't this precisely the golden finger found in online novels? As an avid fan of such stories, Huang Yu was no stranger to these concepts. He had merely entertained them in thought, never once believing he might actually encounter such a stroke of luck. Yet, here he was, unexpectedly blessed with fortune. Calming his excited heart, Huang Yu attempted to mentally repeat, "System? Host, I am here." An elegant female voice responded, confirming that Huang Yu was not merely imagining the sound. "Please introduce your functions." Huang Yu continued to inquire. "Certainly, host." This system is an interstellar trade system jointly developed by the three major ninth-level civilizations of the universe, aimed at enhancing communication and trade among various civilizations, thereby establishing a stable interstellar trading framework. The vessel for this is the ring you recently acquired. The host can utilize this system to engage in trade with civilizations of varying levels across the universe, facilitating mutual exchange, while also possessing storage capabilities. There are two methods of trade settlement. 1. Barter. 2. Using the universal currency known as cosmic coins. As a new user of this system, the host is entitled to a complimentary storage space of 1 cubic meter, determined by the size of the host's physical form and the customary practices of the respective civilization. The host can access this space by opening a spatial wormhole. However, at present, this storage space does not support the storage of living entities. Activating this function and expanding the storage capacity will require the host to expend a corresponding amount of cosmic coins, of which the host currently possesses none. Storage space? Spatial wormhole? Huang Yu felt a stir of excitement upon hearing this information. Upon careful concentration, he indeed sensed an expanse of space through the ring adorning his finger. Subsequently, ensuring no one was around, he extended his right index finger, adorned with the ring, and pointed at a small stone on the beach. Instantly, a blue glow of approximately 5 centimeters in diameter materialized, revealing a miniature spatial wormhole connecting to the storage space. With a gentle swipe of his right index finger, the glowing wormhole moved a short distance before vanishing, leaving behind a small pit in the sand where the stone had once been. Simultaneously, Huang Yu noticed that within the storage space, a half piece of damp stone and gravel had appeared. He swiped his right index finger again, and the blue glow flashed once more, causing the half stone and gravel to reappear from thin air, landing on the beach. As Huang Yu picked up the half stone, he observed its remarkably smooth edge and couldn't help but exclaim, "How extraordinary! If utilized wisely, this could be a formidable weapon. I wonder what kind of material can withstand the cuts of space." System, open the trading interface. As Huang Yu mentally commanded again, a luminous screen unfolded across his retina, presenting a remarkably simple interface, free of any annoying advertisements, lined with an array of goods. This must be the homepage generated by the system based on my data. Let me take a look. The first recommended product was an image of a transparent liquid contained within a glass tube. Human Genetic Optimization Serum, a product of a Level 3 technological civilization. Upon injection, it can significantly enhance human physical attributes, while also providing benefits such as height increase, weight loss, beauty enhancement, and body sculpting. Price negotiable. At this moment, Huang Yu touched his belly and remarked, "What a valuable item. It will certainly be useful. I must acquire it in the future." He then turned his gaze to the second recommended product, which was an image of a black gelatinous substance, contained within a wooden bowl. Extract of the hail grass, a product of secondary cultivation civilization. When applied to the skin, it can rapidly stimulate hair growth. A nightly application before sleep will yield visible results within 7 days. Pricing is negotiable at this moment. Huang Yu touched his steadily receding hairline and remarked once more, "This has come at a most opportune time." He then glanced at the third recommended product, which displayed a group of provocatively dressed, voluptuous women. What was particularly striking was that each possessed some non-human physical attributes, whether it be horns atop their heads or animal ears, yet they were all exceptionally beautiful. Human life form slaves, a product of tertiary cultivation civilization, featuring female entities of various races, bound by a slave contract that ensures complete obedience to their master's commands. Available for selection. Pricing is negotiable at this point. Huang Yu deleted the product from view. My goodness, there truly is everything available, but this system's recommendations aren't entirely accurate. How could someone as upright as I be drawn to such vulgarity? Host, Please do not doubt the system's big data analysis. This is based on your usual. Silence. Interrupting the system's defense. Huang Yu continued to peruse the subsequent products, discovering that indeed, there was nothing one could not find. However, he was taken aback to note that each recommended product was marked as price negotiable, and the entire interface lacked both a search bar and category filters. Chapter 2. My unyielding struggle against gambling and drug system. Why are all these recommended products priced upon negotiation? Furthermore, why is there no search or categorization function? In the interstellar trade system, products displayed with clear prices require settlement in universal currency, and currently, the host possesses none, thus necessitating that all recommended goods be negotiated in person with merchants, using barter as the means of transaction. If the host wishes to find desired items or to establish and manage their own shop, they need only communicate their requirements to the system, devoid of any need for search boxes or category filters. How convenient. But what about user settings? Why is there no option for editing personal information? To combat interstellar fraud and maintain a proper trade environment, the interstellar trade system enforces a real name policy. The moment the host enters the system, all personal information is uploaded, including their avatar, name, race, and the type and level of their affiliated civilization, displayed as per the actual circumstances. What? Huang Yu exclaimed, taken aback. Not only have you uploaded my personal information, but you've also included details about my race and civilization. Are you trying to put us in jeopardy? In an instant, thoughts of the Dark Forest Law, alien invasions, and the destruction of Earth flooded Huang Yu's mind. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once again. According to the Cosmic Civilization Accord jointly signed by the three major Level 9 civilizations, no civilization or individual is permitted to invade, interfere with, or make contact with Level 1 or 2 civilizations, nor disrupt their development. The civilization to which the host belongs is a Level 2 technological civilization, protected under the Accord. Any civilization or individual daring to invade or interfere will be eradicated by the three major Level 9 civilizations. Furthermore, the race, civilization, and location information uploaded by the system are classified. Only the three major Level 9 civilizations have the authority to view it. The only publicly displayed information pertains to the race form and civilization type, and the Level 9 civilizations have no interest in lower-tier civilizations, particularly those like the hosts, which are impoverished, resource-depleted, and remotely positioned. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Huang Yu exhaled in relief. As long as I remain inconsequential, I doubt anyone will take notice of me. Although it feels somewhat demeaning, in the vast cosmos, Earth's civilization is likely but a speck of dust. At least for now, I need not worry about alien invasions. Huang Yu dismissed his errant thoughts, yet another question arose. System, you claim to be developed by the three major Level 9 civilizations, while we are a Level 2 technological civilization. How did you come to Earth? And how did I come across you? This system primarily serves large-scale interstellar trade for civilizations above Level 6, requiring substantial universal currency to purchase from the three major Level 9 civilizations. Users from civilizations below Level 6 are relatively scarce, and only a fortunate few individuals from Level 1 and 2 civilizations who have yet to master interstellar travel technology have obtained rings scattered throughout the universe for various reasons, allowing them access to the interstellar trade system. So, I truly have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Ha ha ha. Huang Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wait. Since you mentioned that this ring requires an exorbitant amount of cosmic currency to purchase from the three major 9th-level civilizations, why do they not reclaim such a valuable item, allowing these rings to scatter across the cosmos? The answer is simple. The cost of reclaiming the rings far exceeds that of manufacturing new ones. I see. It's akin to the shipping fees for a package being more expensive than purchasing a new item. Please, continue with how you arrived on Earth. My first host was named Forteist, a male human life form from a 6th-level civilization. He spent his life in commerce and, before his death, purchased this ring from a 9th-level civilization, which consumed nearly all of his life savings. Upon his demise, the ring was passed down to his eldest son, Zorgost, who became my second host. It was he who cast the ring into the cosmos. Threw it away? Indeed, Zorgost rapidly ascended through the interstellar trade system. Yet after attaining eternal life and becoming a prominent figure in his civilization, he succumbed to indulgence, squandering vast amounts of cosmic currency on opulent palaces and gardens, continuously acquiring fine wines and beautiful women for his own pleasure. However, this expenditure was trivial compared to the substantial wealth he had amassed in his youth. Huang Yu nodded in understanding. It seemed that Zorgost, after achieving success and obtaining everlasting life, intended to savor all he had previously missed. Yet, as you stated, with such wealth, he need not fear bankruptcy. So why did he discard the ring? Even selling it or bequeathing it to his descendants would have sufficed. Zorgost discarded the ring to evade punishment from the ninth-level civilization. Evade punishment? What transpired? Eventually, Zorgost became engrossed in gambling, lavishly spending his wealth in various interstellar casinos, during which time he also began to indulge in a rare spice known as sojal herb. This spice, when burned during meditation, aids practitioners in calming their minds. Yet the issue lies in the fact that this spice possesses a potent addictive quality for those lacking sufficient strength. The smoke produced induces a euphoric sensation while significantly harming the body. In the words of his civilization, Zorgost fell into the depths of addiction. Listening to the system's narrative, Huang Yu lamented, "I believe I understand now." He indulged in vice, and Zorgost surely faced bankruptcy. Indeed, while Zorgost reveled in indulgence and squandered his wealth at the casinos, he simultaneously expended enormous amounts of cosmic currency on sojal herb, causing his strength to wane day by day and his assets to diminish. Thus, after a mere 10,000 Earth years, he declared complete bankruptcy. What on earth? Over 10,000 Earth years? Is that considered brief? Just how much wealth did Zorgost possess to take so long to go bankrupt? The civilization of Earth has not even existed for 10,000 years. Host. Do not attempt to comprehend advanced civilizations through the lens of primitive understanding. Zalgos, in his former life, was an immortal being, theoretically destined for eternity. As long as the cosmos endures, he shall not succumb to natural death. Thus, he has existed for over 60 million Earth years, amassing wealth beyond your imagination. Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words, utterly unable to fathom Zalgo's might and fortune. After all, he was uncertain if he would even reach the age of 100. The concept of immortality felt distant and unattainable to him. However, pondering the system's assertion of his unnatural demise, Huang Yu inquired, "Unnatural death? Are you suggesting that Zalgos met his end through means other than nature? Even should he face bankruptcy, a ninth-level civilization would not resort to outright execution, would they? Such a punishment seems excessively harsh. Merchants daring to employ deceitful tactics in interstellar trade confront severe repercussions from the three prominent ninth-level civilizations. Penalties may range from fines to enslavement, with the most severe instances resulting in total annihilation, implicating family members and even the civilization to which they belong, with assets utilized to compensate the victims of fraud. Zalgo's wealth diminished under his reckless indulgence. Once his cosmic currency was depleted, he began liquidating his enterprises, followed by the sale of his opulent palace and gardens, cherished wines, and beautiful companions. He even ventured to borrow funds to re-enter interstellar trade and sought various means to amass wealth in hopes of a resurgence. Yet, each time he garnered profits, they were either squandered on hedonism or sunk into the abyss of gambling and the acquisition of sojal herbs. Gradually, his friends and relatives severed ties with him, ultimately leading to the sale of his own children into slavery. In desperate straits, Zalgos took a gamble. Exaggerating the capabilities of an ordinary item he possessed to an extraordinary degree, then marking it with an exorbitant price in the interstellar trade system. Upon receiving the payment in cosmic currency, he promptly withdrew it and cast his ring into the cosmos, fleeing swiftly, believing he could elude the penalties of the ninth-level civilizations. However, he was soon tracked by a formidable entity from one such civilization, who effortlessly erased Zalgos from existence. The ring, now adrift in the universe, recently fell to this planet, ultimately coming into the possession of the host. After listening to the system's narrative, Huang Yu remained speechless for a prolonged moment. A powerful being who had lived for over 60 million years, possessing infinite longevity and unimaginable wealth, had succumbed to ruin through his debauchery, gambling, and substance abuse, culminating in utter devastation, betrayal by kin, and the sale of his offspring. Eventually, his fraudulent endeavors failed, leading to his obliteration. Yet, the system's account was not yet complete. Had Zalgo's friends and family not severed ties with him, and had he not sold his children into slavery, nor fled with the proceeds of his deceit, those associated with him, and even his entire civilization, would have faced obliteration alongside him. There once existed a civilization whose inhabitants collectively sheltered a fraudster. Upon discovery by a ninth-level civilization, every individual from that civilization was instantaneously erased from the universe. After listening, Huang Yu could not help but feel a shiver of apprehension. Fraud is intolerable. In the realm of Earth, the consequences may entail imprisonment or even execution, but within this system, the repercussions are far graver. Entire households extinguished and civilizations obliterated. Contemplating further, he added, one must heed the warnings against indulgence in alcohol, gambling, and drugs. These are temptations to be avoided at all costs. Though he spoke these words aloud, Huang Yu's mind began to reflect deeply. I have never touched alcohol, no matter how exquisite the vintage. I cannot discern its flavor, a certainty I hold. I also abstain from gambling. lacking even the knowledge of basic games like 50, Tractor, or Do Diju. This, too, is beyond reproach. As for drugs, they are entirely foreign to me. I do not smoke nor chew betel nut, as I find no allure in either. Excellent. I have steered clear of these 3 pitfalls. With the aid of this system, I, Huang, shall carve out my own path to success, ensuring I do not meet a fate akin to that of Zwergist. With a heart brimming with ambition, Huang Yu positioned his hands on his hips and gazed toward the horizon where the sun gracefully ascended. The sight of the sunrise over the sea, a view previously unseen, filled him with a sense of indescribable grandeur. Yet, at that moment, the system, which had previously fallen silent, once again emitted its elegant female voice. Host, what troubles you? You overlooked something in your calculations. Do not dwell on the minutiae. Rest assured, I, Huang, am resolutely opposed to gambling and drugs. Chapter 3. The first transaction. With a languid yawn, Huang Yu awoke in his bed, unplugging his charging cable and glancing at his fully charged phone. Already 6 in the evening. Peering out the window, he noted that dusk was approaching. What a wonderfully restful slumber. He stretched luxuriously while inspecting the ring adorning his index finger, still feeling a sense of unreality. System? Host, I am here. The elegant voice resonating in his mind confirmed that this was no mere fantasy, but a tangible reality. After a sleepless night spent communicating with the system following the acquisition of the ring at midnight, Huang Yu had lost track of time until dawn broke. It was only then that fatigue washed over him, prompting a desire to return home. However, he realized he had misplaced his shoes. Ultimately, he resorted to hailing a ride, barefoot, to his rented room, where he hastily washed and fell into slumber, awakening to find the day had nearly vanished. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, merely a nocturnal creature's routine. After dressing and freshening up, the night had fully enveloped the world once again. A gnawing hunger reminded Huang Yu that he ought to eat something. Yet at this moment, he was far more preoccupied with contemplating his future path. Sitting on his bed, he relished the cool breeze from the nearby fan, arms crossed over his chest, as his mind raced with thoughts. Possessing the interstellar trade system as a distinctive advantage, Huang Yu has already demonstrated the potential to ascend to the upper echelons of Earth's society. If utilized wisely, it could even catalyze the advancement of human civilization, ushering in the cosmic era. However, one must proceed with caution. Mere potential does not equate to current capability. Displaying arrogance and flaunting this advantage could inevitably attract unwanted attention. And should the existence of the system be revealed, Huang Yu might find himself in a precarious situation, unable to rest peacefully. It is crucial to note that the system is encapsulated within a ring, which can be stolen. Huang Yu has previously attempted to remove the ring, only to discover that he could no longer connect with the system, igniting his anxiety over the possibility of losing it or having it taken from him. When he expressed his concerns to the system, its response offered little solace. Unless the host voluntarily removes the ring or suffers the loss of a finger, it cannot be taken off. However, should the host perish, the ring will automatically format, awaiting the next being to don it, while all items within its storage will be expelled into the tangible realm. Understanding this, Huang Yu resolved to adopt a discreet approach, prioritizing stability over bravado. He delineated his future endeavors into 3 phases. The first phase, which is the present, emphasizes caution and the gradual accumulation of resources. The second phase involves the establishment of his own faction and the initiation of expansive growth. The third phase aims at unifying the nations of Earth, guiding humanity toward a swift entry into the cosmic age. Should he succeed, Huang Yu would certainly warrant a dedicated chapter in history textbooks. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he momentarily felt euphoric, yet swiftly grounded himself in reality. No, he was indulging in flights of fancy. These aspirations remained distant. The immediate priority was to amass wealth. Observing his mobile balance slightly exceeding 20,000, Huang Yu uttered a popular online adage, "I am determined to make money." While currently able to sustain a modest living, the arrival of the system should facilitate greater financial success rather than merely maintaining the status quo. Thus, the urgent task at hand was to leverage the system to secure his initial fortune. Gold. The thought sparked in his mind, and he silently commanded, "System, please retrieve all information regarding the sale of gold." Gold, the enduring currency of Earth's civilization for millennia, holds far greater value than diamonds speculated by capitalists. Furthermore, numerous establishments are dedicated to gold recovery. While large-scale sales would likely attract scrutiny from law enforcement, selling small quantities would generally go unnoticed. Caution remains paramount. With that resolve, Huang Yu shifted his focus to the holographic display, where images of various gold items appeared in abundance. "This is quite overwhelming," he mused. "System, do you have any recommendations based on my current status?" Based on the host's existing resources and the needs of relevant product vendors, optimal recommendations have been generated. As the system's voice faded, the seemingly endless rows of golden commodities abruptly vanished, leaving behind only a solitary message. A set of pure gold jewelry, a product of a secondary technological civilization, comprising 4 necklaces, 6 rings, and 2 earrings. There is an urgent need for food, clothing, medicine, and firearms with ammunition to be exchanged directly for gold, price negotiable. Food, clothing, medicine, and firearms? Are they at war? Huang Yu turned his gaze toward the half bag of rice he had left in the corner. He accessed the product details, discovering that the shop was named Mars's store, evidently. The merchant had yet to alter the shop name, and this merchant was clearly called Mars. System, contact the merchant. Understood, dialogue request submitted, awaiting the other party's consent. Almost immediately, the holographic screen displayed the image of a gaunt middle-aged man, his appearance indistinguishable from that of an earthling. The background revealed a dimly lit cave, where he sat on the ground, clutching a dilapidated rifle. Shadows of others were visible behind him, each appearing emaciated and severely malnourished. The gaunt man had disheveled hair, and his beard was almost matted, dressed in tattered clothing that no longer revealed its original form, his body and face smeared with dark stains. Yet, his sea-blue eyes still sparkled with resolute determination. "Hello, I am Mars. Do you require gold? I urgently need food, clothing, medicine, and firearms with ammunition. I can exchange anything for gold." Perhaps due to the presence of others nearby, Mars refrained from speaking freely. But Huang Yu could distinctly hear his fervent voice resonating in his mind, articulated in pure Huaxia dialect. While marveling at the system's wonders, Huang Yu introduced himself. "Hello. I am Huang Yu. I do not possess clothing, medicine, or firearms, but I have an abundance of food. If you require it, we can negotiate a trade right now." Mars's excitement intensified upon hearing this. "Wonderful. Even just food will allow us to sustain our fight for a longer duration. Starving, we can scarcely lift our weapons. How much food can you provide? I have already detailed the set of gold jewelry and the product information. Please, do not rush. I have plenty of food. First, tell me about your situation so we can determine how much food should be traded." "All right, there are exactly 18 of us, including the wounded. The more food, the better. I have sought many merchants selling food, yet they have all looked down upon the little gold I possess. Your willingness to trade is truly remarkable." Huang Yu observed Mars's uncontainable excitement. It was evident that his forces had reached a dire predicament, unable to exchange gold for food. This transaction seemed secure. According to Earth standards, the optimal daily consumption was 250 grams of uncooked rice, meaning a 100-pound bag of rice would suffice for their group for 11 days. However, given the wartime context, Huang Yu was uncertain how much they could consume in a single day. Huang Yu pondered for a moment and said, "I wish to exchange 100 pounds of rice for the gold in your possession. If we discuss more, I shall require some time. What is your opinion on this?" Huang Yu considered 100 pounds of rice to be a reasonable quantity, as there were many residents in the vicinity and surveillance was ubiquitous. Although he possessed storage space, he dared not utilize it recklessly and could only carry the rice himself. Any greater quantity would be unmanageable. As for whether Mars understood the unit of pounds, one need not doubt the formidable translation capabilities of the system. "Excellent. 100 pounds of rice will sustain us for over a month. I agree to the transaction. Deal. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare the food shortly," Huang Yu declared, striding down the stairs. The first floor of the rental was a small supermarket, abundant in rice. Zhang, please bring me a 100-pound bag of rice." Startled by Huang Yu's somewhat urgent voice, Zhang, who had been engrossed in watching short videos, was taken aback. "Little Yu, you startled me. Why are you buying so much rice? How long will it last you? Why not start with a 10-pound bag and buy more later?" "Ah, well, I thought buying in bulk would be more economical. I can eat it slowly by myself. But this is quite excessive. It's right over there. You can carry it. I'll give you a discount. Just pay 300, Zhang said, gesturing in a direction. "All right." Huang Yu promptly scanned the payment code and strode over, envisioning the gold that awaited him, suddenly filled with vigor. He hoisted the 100-pound bag of rice onto his shoulder and turned to leave, startling Zhang at the counter. Little Yu's physique is not merely composed of fat. He possesses considerable strength. Huang Yu carried the 100 pounds of rice upstairs, of course, taking the elevator, as the building was replete with surveillance cameras. Despite having storage space, he felt constrained and frustrated. "Darn it, I must find a more discreet place to reside. In business, one must maintain a polished exterior." Upon reaching his room, Huang Yu first washed his face and tidied himself before contacting Mars. "My dear Mr. Huang Yu, you have finally reached out to me. If you had delayed any longer, I would have taken the initiative to contact you," Marnes exclaimed excitedly. indicating that he had left his cave and no longer needed to rely on mental communication. Apologies, Mr. Marnes. It took some time, but the rice is ready. Are you prepared with your gold? Right here. As both prepared their respective goods, a system-generated order materialized in Huang Yu's and Marnes' minds. After their confirmation, a burst of blue ethereal light shimmered, revealing a set of gold jewelry before Huang Yu, while a bag of rice appeared in front of Marnes. Splendid! Splendid! We have food, comrades, we have food. Haha. Before him lay a bounty of grains. And Marnes laughed heartily, tears of excitement streaming down his face. He yearned to carry the rice back, yet his prolonged malnutrition rendered him incapable of moving the 100 pounds. Thank you, Mr. Huang Yu. Thank you. If I survive the battles ahead, I shall surely collaborate with you again. I must take my leave now to fetch some comrades to assist in transporting the grains. With that, Marnes severed the connection. Huang Yu, beaming with joy, nodded in farewell and then gleefully picked up the jewelry scattered on the ground, relishing the weight of the gold. This is my first bucket of gold. Chapter 4. The modest first bucket of gold. Huang Yu meticulously counted the jewelry exchanged by Marnes for gold necklaces, 6 gold rings, and 2 gold earrings, varying in size and design, evidently acquired from different individuals. Upon closer inspection, some pieces bore unfamiliar inscriptions, likely akin to markings of pure gold, possibly 999 fineness or similar engravings. However, each ornament was marred with grime. While they were undeniably gold, their appearance left much to be desired. Thus, Huang Yu diligently cleaned each piece with water and dish soap, drying them with a paper towel. As he admired the now lustrous gold jewelry, an idea struck him. He approached a nearby shelf and began rummaging. When he first ventured into cooking, he had struggled to decipher the weight of 1 gram of salt and 3 grams of oil as indicated in recipes, prompting him to purchase a small electronic scale. As his culinary skills improved, the scale had been relegated to gather dust on the shelf. Yet, within moments, Huang Yu unearthed the dust-covered scale. After giving it a thorough cleaning, he gathered the jewelry into a bundle and placed it on the scale, which revealed a weight of 102 grams. Based on current gold prices, this amounted to approximately 40 to 50,000 yuan, while the cost of exchange was merely 300 yuan worth of rice. Contemplating this, Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous highest-paying job, he had earned less than 10,000 yuan, and 40 to 50,000 would suffice for him to survive half a year without eating or drinking. Haha, let's go. It's time to liquidate. With a grand flourish, Huang Yu summoned a flash of blue light, and the gold along with the electronic scale vanished into his storage space. Slinging a messenger bag over his shoulder, he stepped outside. He had a habit of taking evening strolls and recalled that a gold recycling shop was a mere 10 minutes walk away. Striding confidently along the street, Huang Yu noted that, despite being in one of the top 5 metropolises in China, the sidewalks were sparsely populated under the glow of streetlights. He was situated in the northern part of the city, far removed from the bustling southern districts, where most residents were migrant workers from various regions, toiling late into the night in factories. Though he was alone on the road with gold worth several tens of thousands, Huang Yu felt no fear of robbery. The public safety in China was indeed commendable. Moreover, the gold resided in his storage space. He carried only an empty bag. However, as he walked toward his destination, a tide of unease began to swell within him. The renowned city of Guangdong, alongside the capitals of Beijing and Shanghai, is collectively celebrated as the north, south, east, and west of China. Yet, for Huang Yu, a humble worker at the grassroots level, this distinction feels utterly irrelevant. Over the past 6 years since his graduation, he has transitioned through several jobs, enduring the harsh realities imposed by society. He recalls the naivety of his youth, filled with ambition and the belief that he would soon rise to prominence, effortlessly earning a 6-figure income. However, despite his relentless efforts over these 6 years, his earnings have yet to surpass 100,000, relegating him to the status of a low-wage laborer. If everyone shared his plight, Huang Yu would harbor no grievances. In fact, he admires those who, through sheer determination, have achieved remarkable success. Yet, the stark reality remains, as living costs soar, the wages of these laborers stagnate, leaving their pockets increasingly bare. The affluent continue to amass wealth, flaunting their riches, and audaciously proclaiming to the working class that their financial struggles stem from a lack of diligence, urging them to introspect. Just a few days prior, Huang Yu had encountered a disdainful live streamer, purportedly earning billions, who chastised viewers for finding products overpriced, suggesting they reflect on their commitment to work. The plight of laborers today resembles that of the ubiquitous grass. While numerous, they are disregarded by those perched high above. Our nation grows ever more robust, and our people thrive, yet countless citizens toil relentlessly, barely scraping by, with Huang Yu being one among many. Members of the post-90s and post-00s generations, including Huang Yu, find themselves in a bittersweet dichotomy, moved to tears by their nation's prosperity, yet confronted with a bleak personal future. Unlike some young individuals who can afford to sever ties with unfulfilling jobs, many middle-aged workers with familial responsibilities dare not take a day off, clinging to meager attendance bonuses, even at the expense of their health. Huang Yu is a principled individual, adhering to the belief that in times of poverty, one should focus on self-improvement, and in times of prosperity, extend a helping hand to others. Although he remains in a state of financial struggle, he has begun to sense a renewed ambition, a flicker of the once-burning desire to contribute to the greater good of society. As he contemplates these thoughts, time swiftly passes, and Huang Yu finds himself at a small gold recycling shop. The modest establishment spans only a few dozen square meters, where a middle-aged woman sits behind a counter, engrossed in her phone, likely the proprietor. Huang Yu pushes open the glass door and enters, prompting her to glance up. "Hello, are you here to sell gold?" she inquires. "Hello, esteemed proprietor. Indeed, I find myself in a precarious financial situation. I possess a set of exquisite gold jewelry that I am eager to part with, as I am in urgent need of funds. Would you kindly assist me in appraising it?" As he spoke, Huang Yu opened his messenger bag and reached inside, simultaneously activating a spatial wormhole within the bag to extract the jewelry. The proprietor, without further ado, illuminated the desk lamp and began to examine each piece meticulously, discerning the quality of the gold. After a considerable duration of scrutiny, he raised his gaze and remarked, "Although these pieces are not marked as pure gold, they should indeed be solid gold. However, the inscriptions are in a foreign language, one I do not recognize, and it is certainly not English. I have never encountered it before." Huang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing the proprietor's words. It would indeed be alarming if he had seen it before. Nevertheless, he explained, "These pieces were acquired by my elders during their travels abroad. I am not well versed in the languages inscribed upon them, but rest assured, they are indeed pure gold. If you doubt my word, you may melt one down for yourself." "Very well, let me weigh them first." The proprietor, reassured by Huang Yu's confident tone, produced his electronic scale. He placed the jewelry upon it, and it registered precisely 102 grams. No discrepancy whatsoever. This proprietor is reliable. He has not shortchanged me, Huang Yu thought, nodding to himself as he observed the displayed figure. After weighing, the proprietor placed the jewelry into a crucible and ignited a torch directed at it. The pieces, subjected to the intense heat, began to shimmer brilliantly before ultimately melting into a pool of molten gold. Once it had taken shape, the proprietor used a metal clamp to transfer the gold into a bowl of water. The high temperature met with water, producing a wisp of white smoke and a few bubbles. After the gold had cooled completely, the proprietor retrieved it once more and weighed it on the electronic scale. Indeed, it is pure gold. At that moment, the proprietor noticed the ring adorning Huang Yu's finger. "My good sir, you still have a ring on your hand. Have you forgotten to remove it? Shall we include it in the sale?" "Ah, this ring? No, that one is not for sale," Huang Yu exclaimed, taken aback by the proprietor's suggestion. "I could never part with it. It holds a significance beyond measure, more precious than my very life. I cannot sell it, even in death." "Oh, is it truly that cherished? I understand. One must always hold on to a sentiment." The proprietor's tone carried a hint of melancholy, suggesting he too had his own stories to tell. However, Huang Yu was preoccupied with his own thoughts, internally lamenting, "I must hold on to this. My hopes for success rely upon it." After a brief silence, the proprietor, noting Huang Yu's lack of desire to continue the conversation, collected his composure and returned to the business at hand. "All right, good sir. Are you certain you wish to sell the other pieces?" "Yes, I am ready to sell them." The proprietor swiftly tapped on his calculator, and upon Huang Yu's confirmation, the funds were promptly transferred to him, over 46,000. As he received the notification on his phone, Huang Yu departed with a sense of satisfaction. "Thank you, proprietor. Please bring me a generous portion of fried rice and a bottle of iced red tea." Huang Yu handed a basket of skewers to the barbecue stall owner and, adhering to his usual custom, ordered a serving of fried rice and a bottle of iced red tea. Having just earned his first pot of gold and feeling famished after a long day, he decided it was time to indulge himself. In comparison to many protagonists in novels, Huang Yu's initial earnings were rather meager, while others started with millions. His total was barely 50,000, undeniably modest. However, he was quite content. On one hand, prudence was paramount. The current era emphasized stability. While selling several kilograms of gold at once could yield millions, it would certainly attract the attention of law enforcement. The gold obtained through interstellar trade lacked receipts or documentation. If questioned about its origin, how could Huang Yu fabricate a plausible story? Engaging in illicit activities? That seemed even more far-fetched. In this day and age, who would still consider such paths? Surely, one could not become intoxicated over a mere peanut. Moreover, it was also a primary reason that Huang Yu had only recently acquired the system. Merely a day had passed, even if he yearned for wealth. It was not something that could materialize overnight. This was a trading system, not a get-rich-quick scheme. To return to the main point, Huang Yu was a content individual. One must savor life, bite by bite. With over 60,000 in his pocket, he could afford a slightly more comfortable lifestyle. Yet the next steps in his development required careful contemplation. Currently, selling gold, such a hard currency, was the fastest route to wealth. By selling a bit at each shop and moving on, he could swiftly accumulate hundreds of thousands. Perhaps establishing a long-term trade relationship with maids could be beneficial. He could supply gold while providing food, medicine, and clothing, ideally opening his own store to facilitate legitimate bulk purchases. Wait, opening my own store? The mere thought reignited a spark in Huang Yu's mind, and an idea took shape. Chapter 5. Jiuzhou Pavilion. Sipping the chilled iced red tea provided a refreshing respite from the sweltering heat of Ling'an. While maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Huang Yu sat quietly at a table near the barbecue stall, his mind engaged in a relentless dialogue with the system. System, I wish to establish my own store. What procedures are required? The host may open their store without any formalities or qualifications. However, fraudulent practices are strictly prohibited during transactions. It is imperative to refrain from fabricating or exaggerating the functionalities of the goods sold. Traders are obliged to inform buyers of any precautions and shelf life associated with the products. Otherwise, buyers possess the unconditional right to return and refund. Serious violations will incur severe penalties from the 3 major 9th-level civilizations. Is it really that succinct? Lengthy regulations are seldom read, much like how people typically ignore user agreements. The system's chief engineer had once remarked. Huang Yu pondered. It appears that even the elites of 9th-level civilizations do not read user agreements. Indeed, who among us actually does? Very well, I shall proceed to establish my own store. Having successfully navigated to the store interface, Huang Yu was prompted to edit the store name and list products at his discretion. Before him lay a pristine white screen, prominently featuring his store name in bold letters at the top, accompanied by a line of smaller text that indicated his name, race, and civilization level. Below this, an expanse of blank space revealed that Huang Yu had yet to list any products. There was no immediate urgency regarding merchandise, as he was still outside and had little to offer. System, please modify the store name. Let us call it Jiuzhou Pavilion, he requested. The system promptly confirmed. Store name has been successfully changed. However, as Huang Yu gazed at the unremarkable blank background of the store interface, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. System, is it possible to alter the background or the overall style of my store? He inquired. The system responded that it could automatically generate a background based on the characteristics of the host civilization, provided he articulated his preferences. After a brief contemplation, Huang Yu articulated his vision. Maintain an overall minimalist style, but incorporate elements of Huaxia culture. Change the font to regular script. Understood. Modifying the overall style of the store now, the system acknowledged. In a short while, Huang Yu noticed a transformation in the store interface displayed on his retinal screen. The once white background had shifted to a hue reminiscent of ancient paintings, and all text was rendered in regular script. The 3 large characters spelling Jiuzhou Pavilion bore the elegant strokes of calligraphy, complemented by a dynamic landscape painting. A slender red line elegantly separated the store information from the product display area below, achieving a subtle yet profound aesthetic. Ah, this is beginning to feel more appropriate. I wonder if extraterrestrials can appreciate Huaxia calligraphy, Huang Yu mused, nodding in approval at the minimalist design infused with elements of ancient Chinese culture. He now needed to contemplate what items he could sell. Just then, the voice of the barbecue stall owner interrupted his thoughts. Your meal is ready, please enjoy. A large plate of skewers and a bowl of egg fried rice were placed before Huang Yu. He decided to set aside his thoughts of the store for the moment. Eating was his priority now. With that, he dug in eagerly. His hunger from a day without food finally taking its toll. As he savored his barbecue, halfway through his meal, his phone, resting on the table and playing a video, suddenly rang with an incoming call. Noticing the caller ID, Huang Yu quickly set down the skewer, wiped his hands and mouth with napkins, and answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Hello, Xiaoyu. What are you up to now? Came his mother's concerned greeting from the other end, though the conversation had only just begun. Huang Yu already sensed the direction it was headed. I'm still in Guangdong City, don't worry, Mom. I'm not a child anymore. You needn't be concerned about me. How can a mother feel at ease? You must remember that your health is of utmost importance. If that girl Xiaoqin does not want to be with you, so be it. You can return to her hometown, and after some time, I will introduce you to someone better. Huang Yu listened to his mother's anxious words, clearly not convinced that he had moved on from being rejected. Mother, please do not worry. Initially, I expressed my affection for Wu Qin, and I genuinely liked her, but I am not saying that I cannot live without her. Yes, I may be overweight and financially challenged, and she may not find me appealing, but must I cease to exist? I am merely contemplating what job to pursue next. So rest assured, Mother. With this reassurance, Huang Yu managed to alleviate his mother's concerns. As long as you are fine, I can relax. Take a few days to rest. Do not rush into work. Remember, your health is paramount. Do not gain any more weight, and make sure to exercise regularly. All right, Mother, do not worry. When I return, I will certainly lose at least 10 pounds for you to see. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Huang Yu first patted his round belly and glanced at the unfinished barbecue, ultimately succumbing to his desire for food. I have already spent the money, so I cannot waste it. With that, he resumed eating. Huang Yu was not short. Standing at 175 centimeters, he did not lag behind his fellow countrymen. However, his weight exceeded 200 pounds. Fortunately, he was proportionately plump, and when he sucked in his stomach, it was not too noticeable. If all the excess weight had accumulated in one area, he would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. He had attempted to lose weight numerous times, but it always rebounded. In the most extreme case, he lost over 30 pounds in a month, but after relaxing, he gained back 20 pounds the following month. The struggle of a person attempting to lose weight is a pain that only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Oh, weight loss system. Do you have any recommendations for weight loss products? Host, the human gene optimization agent recommended last time is the best choice. All right. I will contact them later and see if I can switch immediately. If not, I will explore other options. After finishing the barbecue, Huang Yu returned to his rented small room and flopped onto his bed. Once again, he had overeaten. It was time to think about what products to put on the shelf. With that thought, Huang Yu turned on his side and surveyed his modest 20 square meter rented room. Located at the end of the corridor, it boasted an extra window for natural light, making it bright during the day. Aside from the wooden bed beneath him, all other items were purchased at his own expense. Upon entering, there was a shelf on the side holding some books, medications, and various unused items. A little further in, beneath the window, sat a wooden rack with a small fish tank, an oxygen pump for aeration, and a filtration container. The tank housed 3 lionhead goldfish, which Huang Yu had fed to the point of near spherical shapes. Next to the wooden bed he lay on was a large fan, a foldable table, and on the table were his laptop, a teacup, a kettle, and other items. In the corner of the room lay Huang Yu's password box and a large canvas bag containing a few garments. Oh, and there was also a small half bag of rice on the floor, remnants from the meals he had prepared for himself. Besides this, the room boasted a private bathroom, which housed merely a few toiletries. Further inside, there was a door that led to the balcony, adorned with a compact washing machine and 2 potted plants. Lastly, there was a modest kitchen, furnished with an assortment of pots, pans, and spices. These constituted Huang Yu's current possessions. What items should he list for sale? As he pondered, Huang Yu rose and approached a nearby shelf. System, may I list books for sale? Yes, but the system cannot alter the form of the items. Thus the texts will retain their original language, which the buyers are unlikely to comprehend. Well, that's settled. Who would purchase books they cannot understand? Consequently, Huang Yu completely removed books from his inventory, along with items such as his phone and computer, as they too would be useless given the language barrier. Perhaps he would consider acquiring advanced extraterrestrial technology once he established his own company, hoping to decipher its secrets. Wait, these medications should have some value. It's been so long I nearly forgot about them. I remember they were sought after during the previous transaction with Marnes. Let's list them and see if anyone needs to visit a pharmacy. At that moment, Huang Yu's gaze shifted to the plastic bag where he stored the medications. Upon opening it, he discovered a small bottle of iodine, 2 packs of cotton swabs, and a box of amoxicillin. List. Next, Huang Yu approached the fish tank, where 3 plump Thai fish eagerly swam to the surface, mouths agape in anticipation of food. He did not keep these little creatures waiting for long, promptly scattering a spoonful of fish food into the water. If even slaves can be listed as commodities, a few fish should pose no problem. I hope extraterrestrials have an appreciation for Earth's ornamental fish. List. Since animals could be listed, it stood to reason that plants could be as well. Huang Yu made his way to the balcony, observing a pot of jasmine and a pot of sunflowers. List. Finally, his eyes fell upon the half bag of rice in the corner. It was the very resource that had enabled him to earn his first fortune. How could he have overlooked it? List. Thus, the Jiuzhou Pavilion now boasted 7 items, finally resembling a small shop. Chapter 6. Gene Optimization Agent. By the way, system, please Please append a note to all listings. Prioritize transactions in gold. And gemstones. Wait. No, that's unnecessary. Gemstones are notoriously unpredictable. What may be a mere stone on this planet could be an invaluable treasure on another, and vice versa. Who knows? An extraterrestrial gem might turn out to be nothing more than a diamond upon exchange, which would be quite absurd. What? Why not desire a diamond if it's so precious? If you were to sell a diamond purchased at a premium price, the outcome would solely depend on whether others desire it. Furthermore, the valuation of gemstones necessitates the expertise of professionals, which can be rather cumbersome. In contrast, gold has a different narrative, primarily arising through two processes. Firstly, substantial quantities of gold are produced at the culmination of massive stars' evolution, specifically during supernova explosions. Secondly, the collision and merging of neutron stars, potentially resulting from supernovae, can also yield significant amounts of gold. As far as Huang Yu is aware, a considerable portion of gold produced through these mechanisms is dispersed throughout the cosmos, subsequently mixing with pre-existing interstellar gas and dust clouds, forming the raw materials for the next generation of stars and their planets. The celestial bodies within our solar system, including Earth, were formed through gravitational condensation from such interstellar materials. Following this reasoning, it is reasonable to assume that other planets possess varying amounts of gold, which would be considered a precious metal among less advanced civilizations. However, Huang Yu remains uncertain about the circumstances surrounding advanced civilizations, as they might be capable of synthesizing gold at a lower cost. When pondering gold, Huang Yu recalls Mars, where, during times of conflict, the most coveted resources are not gold, but rather the essential provisions of food, clothing, medicine, and ammunition. Thus, in Huang Yu's perspective, Mars represents his most significant source of gold and a pivotal trading partner at this juncture. System, please assist me in accessing Mars's store to ascertain if he has any available goods. Regrettably, upon inspection, Mars's shop was devoid of any items. Not a single piece of gold nor any product could be found. It appears that the previous gold jewelry was indeed the only valuable item he had to offer. Following their transaction, he possessed nothing else of worth to list. Nevertheless, Huang Yu did not feel disheartened. A few hours prior, when he had communicated with Mars, it was evident that he and his comrades were struggling for sustenance and warmth. The fact that he could produce 102 grams of gold was quite remarkable. No matter, Huang Yu thought, for I possess the food and medicine that Mars urgently requires. I can cultivate a favorable relationship and await a future opportunity to trade once he acquires more gold. Or perhaps even encourage him to actively seek gold for trade with me. System, please connect me with Mars. Understood. A dialogue request has been submitted and is awaiting approval. However, Huang Yu found himself waiting for an extended period with no response from Mars. Had he perhaps succumbed to slumber? Checking his device, he noted that it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, several hours since their last transaction. He likely rested after sharing a fulfilling meal with his comrades. Never mind, I shall refrain from disturbing him, he decided. System, please leave a message for Mars. What would you like to convey? Mars, our previous transaction was immensely gratifying. I hope we may have the opportunity to trade again in the future. This time, I have not only prepared provisions but also some medicinal supplies for disinfection and infection prevention, which are now available in my shop, Jiuzhou Pavilion. Should you possess ample gold, feel free to express any needs you may have, such as clothing. I shall endeavor to assist you in gathering them. However, firearms and ammunition are strictly prohibited in my homeland. I eagerly anticipate our next transaction. After leaving a message for Marins, Huang Yu took the opportunity to bathe, and after extinguishing the lights, he lay down on his wooden plank bed. Nevertheless, having risen at around 6 in the evening, he remained invigorated. What to do next? System, please retrieve the previous human gene optimization serum for me. Human gene optimization serum, a product of a level 3 technological civilization. This serum significantly enhances human physical qualities upon injection, while also offering benefits such as height increase, weight loss, beauty enhancement, and body sculpting. Price negotiable. Huang Yu first accessed the merchandise interface to view the detailed description of the product. The presentation commenced with a video featuring a man resembling an earthling, standing in the center of a pristine white room, clad solely in white shorts. On a nearby high table rested a silver box. The man's appearance was rather ordinary, yet he was exceedingly corpulent, with pale skin and sparse hair. To say that this extraterrestrial had scant hair would be an understatement, as not only his torso but also his head, chin, and above his eyes were entirely devoid of hair. In other words, he lacked hair and a beard, and even eyebrows. Coupled with his abundant flesh, if he curled up, he would resemble a gigantic, shelled egg. Soon, the man began to speak. Greetings, I am Lore, the founder of Lore Interstellar. Today, I am here to present the latest research achievement of Lore Corporation, the Human Gene Optimization Serum. I established my company through the trade system long ago, and now I stand successful, lacking nothing in wealth, power, or status. However, my genes possess certain flaws, compounded by past unhealthy habits, which have resulted in my small stature and considerable obesity, rendering me susceptible to various diseases. Thus, I have invested substantial resources in developing this human gene optimization serum. This serum can significantly enhance the physical qualities of human beings like myself, drastically reducing the incidence of various diseases while also providing benefits such as height increase, weight loss, beauty enhancement, and body sculpting, with the potential to be inherited by future generations. Without further ado, let us observe the effects of this gene optimization serum. Having concluded his introduction, Lore reached for the box on the high table, presumably entering a password, and retrieved a syringe filled with the gene optimization serum. Without hesitation, Lore plunged the syringe into the vein of his arm. Following a rapid sequence of video footage, Lore fell to the ground, trembling and falling into a state of unconsciousness after receiving a gene optimization injection. Initially, no significant effects were discernible, but gradually, a viscous black substance began to seep through Lore's pale skin, soon enveloping his entire body in darkness. Concurrently, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His body elongated as excess fat began to vanish, with his once prominent belly dissolving at a visibly rapid pace. After an indeterminate interval, Lore opened his eyes and, albeit slightly unsteady, rose to his feet as the video returned to normal speed. Observing the black, viscous coating that clung to him, Lore commanded, "Butler, please cleanse me." No sooner had he spoken than several mechanical arms descended from the ceiling of his chamber, surrounding him as they sprayed foam, followed by scrubbing brushes, rinsing with water, and finally, a blow dryer to dry him off completely. Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. What a marvel of alien technology. Soon, a rejuvenated Lore emerged. Had it not been for the continuous video documentation, one might not have associated him with the oversized figure he had been moments prior. Now standing nearly a head taller than before, his former fat had vanished, replaced by well-defined, muscular contours. His once unremarkable face now bore sharp angles, rendering him strikingly handsome. Each muscle appeared as if chiseled from stone, with distinct lines and curves that captivated the eye, his pale skin resembling that of a living marble statue. The transformation was undeniably profound. I showcased my own body to demonstrate the undeniable reliability of this gene optimization serum. With extensive research and vast developmental experience, we can provide a specialized gene optimization serum within a short time frame upon receiving merely a drop of blood from any human life form. However, this serum is specifically tailored for human life forms like myself. We possess limited research on life forms with significant genetic disparities, and the costs are prohibitive for us to offer effective optimization solutions. It is imperative to remember that without providing blood and opting for untested injections of the existing gene optimization serum, the consequences could be uncontrollable. We once attempted to develop a universal gene optimization serum, but all test subjects exhibited various mutations post-injection, resulting in a fatal outcome without exception. Interested buyers are welcome to negotiate prices. I am a collector with a penchant for specialties from various planets. Ideally, transactions made in cosmic currency would be most advantageous. Although the video was lengthy, it captivated Huang Yu deeply. This gene optimization serum was nothing short of miraculous, capable of transforming an individual entirely. As Huang Yu gazed downward at the video, he was met with a plethora of textual information, which merely reiterated the video's content in written form, offering little substance. Consequently, he decided to conclude his viewing. System, are there any other genetic enhancement serums available for my use? Host, indeed there are, and of even higher quality. But there is one issue. What issue? The host cannot afford them. This remark left Huang Yu momentarily speechless, yet he found himself unable to refute it. Very well. Although I am somewhat impoverished at the moment, there remains one option that the system deems within my financial reach. Unfazed by Huang Yu's internal grievances, the system continued. This particular genetic enhancement serum is merely the most rudimentary variant. More advanced serums could significantly extend the user's lifespan. Yet their worth is measured in cosmic currency, an unimaginable sum for the current host. Furthermore, different civilizations and species exhibit genetic disparities, necessitating specialized development. Universal genetic enhancement serums do exist, but such products are the domain of advanced civilizations and are fundamentally beyond the host's grasp. Given the host's current circumstances, only serums developed by level 3 civilizations are affordable and within the interstellar trade system. The only entity capable and willing to provide specialized development services at a price acceptable to the host is the product from Laurel Interstellar. Chapter 7. The Red Warriors of Another World. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Huang Yu experienced a moment of clarity. Thus, it became evident that this genetic enhancement serum was merely the most basic product, hence its relatively low price. And the willingness to offer specialized development services made it indeed the optimal choice. One could only wonder about the capabilities of those higher civilizations, where even the most rudimentary genetic enhancement serums could lead to profound transformations. The system interjected, providing further elucidation. The existence of advanced civilizations is beyond the imagination of lower ones. In this universe, civilizations are categorized into three main types based on their characteristics: technological, cultivation, and biological, with the three supreme ninth-level civilizations representing the zenith of each type. These three dominate the cosmos, and the current cosmic order has been established through their continuous struggles and compromises. Civilizations are further classified into 9 levels based on their developmental stages. A first-level civilization, whose type remains undetermined, is often referred to as a primitive civilization, typically incapable of overcoming harsh natural conditions and can only control a small area of their planet. Akin to the ancient stage of the civilization to which the host belongs, a second-level civilization with a defined type can transcend natural limitations, significantly expanding its territorial control over the planet. However, it is rare for a second-level civilization to maintain dominion over an entire planet. Rather, multiple second-level civilizations often compete for supremacy and begin exploring the cosmos, though they generally cannot surpass the confines of their stellar systems. The civilization to which the host belongs falls within the realm of a Level 2 technological civilization and is currently progressing towards a Level 3 civilization. The system's words ignited Huang Yu's curiosity, prompting him to inquire, what precisely defines a Level 3 civilization? A Level 3 civilization is characterized by the culmination of multiple Level 2 civilizations on a planet, ultimately determining a victor who, through some means, gains complete control over the entire planet. This civilization possesses advanced interstellar navigation technology, is capable of efficiently harnessing the resources of the entire solar system, and can transcend the confines of its solar system, thus entering the cosmic era. Huang Yu continued to probe, and what about a Level 4 civilization? Unfortunately, the system declined to address this question. Knowing too much would not benefit the host or the civilization, as the path of a civilization must be explored by itself. Come on, you've just begun. Finish your explanation, Huang Yu exclaimed in frustration. Don't play dead, system. Speak to me. Exasperated, he vented his displeasure. But regardless of his pleas, the system remained silent. Forget it. If you want to speak, then so be it. Resigned, Huang Yu turned over in bed. Glancing at his phone, it was already past 2 in the morning. Time for sleep. He thought he would wait until tomorrow. No, more accurately, he planned to chat with Ma Incy after waking up at noon and see if he could exchange something for the gene optimization agent from Lolstar. Having set an alarm for 12 o'clock, he adjusted his position and drifted off to sleep. Thunder rumbled ominously, providing an unsolicited wake-up call for the slumbering Huang Yu. He glanced at his phone. It was 12:29, and the alarm had already sounded 3 times, preparing to ring for a 4th. Huang Yu casually dismissed the impending alarm, rubbing his bleary eyes. A night owl like him could never seem to awaken at the designated time. Recently, the province had been affected by a typhoon, causing the weather to shift unpredictably, but based on Huang Yu's experience, this bout of thunderstorm would not linger for long. It was said that some natives of the province could predict forthcoming weather merely by scent, though Huang Yu lacked this ability. Having resided here for 6 months, his instincts were generally reliable. He calmly dressed and washed up, and by the time he finished, although the rain had not ceased, it had noticeably lessened, and the thunder gradually faded into silence. Observing that the rain was easing, Huang Yu took an umbrella and ventured out to a nearby fast food restaurant he frequented. Although the lunch hour had passed, there were still a couple of patrons present, and a fair amount of food remained. The proprietors were a couple with a child. The husband was busy in the kitchen, while the wife attended to the customers. Good to see you, handsome. You're a bit late today, huh? Why aren't you in your work uniform anymore? Have you quit? Huang Yu had become a regular at this fast food establishment. Drawn by its relatively low prices and decent taste, he had been having his lunches here for the past 6 months, leading to a friendly rapport with the proprietress. Indeed, despite toiling endlessly, one earns but a meager sum. It may be time to resign and seek new employment. Enough of that. Could I have a beer duck? Spicy stir-fried meat, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and a chicken leg? The proprietress, while preparing the dishes, chuckled and remarked, "Have you discovered the path to fortune? Oh, the journey has barely begun." As she spoke, Huang Yu scanned to pay 17 yuan and carried a plate of prepared dishes to a nearby table. After placing the plate down, he ventured to a corner to fetch a bowl of complimentary mung bean soup before finally indulging in his lunch. System? Host, I am here. You're still alive? I thought you had perished last night, given your silence. While savoring the chicken leg, Huang Yu communicated with the system in his mind, recalling how it had feigned silence the previous evening, prompting a few unkind words from him, yet the aloof system offered no response. Has Marnes replied to my messages? While you were asleep, Marnes submitted a dialogue request. After failing to connect, he left a message. Eventually, they returned to serious matters. And the light screen on Huang Yu's retina displayed Marnes' message. Dear Mr. Huang Yu, I am delighted to receive your message. Yesterday, I enlisted 3 comrades to transport the rice acquired from you to our secret base. The rice from your civilization differs greatly from our usual fare. It is whiter, more plump, and possesses superior taste and texture. I dared not waste it and concocted a porridge mixed with some grass roots, tree bark, and leaves. However, my comrades were still captivated by the aroma of this rice, inquiring persistently about its origin. Though I trust my comrades, I am wary of revealing the existence of the interstellar trade system. If even a hint of its existence were to slip, it would undoubtedly attract the frenzied plunder of those white bandits, bringing us to the brink of disaster. I could only claim it was procured from a passing merchant using the gold we previously seized, for I did not deceive them. Afterward, I took my rest and apologized for not promptly connecting your dialogue request. Upon receiving your message, I swiftly roused the remaining comrades to convene a meeting. During the meeting, I mentioned that the merchant with whom I traded yesterday expressed a willingness to establish a long-term trade relationship with us, providing food, medicine, and clothing, but would only accept gold in return. While everyone lamented your inability to supply weapons, they understood the situation. After all, amidst the blockade and assaults by the white bandits, it is already a remarkable feat to have a merchant willing to take such risks to trade with us. Transporting food alone is no small task, let alone weapons. We swiftly reached a consensus in the meeting. We shall take the initiative to seize gold from those wretched nobles, bureaucrats, landlords, and capitalists. As long as you can provide us with the necessary supplies, we are eager to engage in trade with you. We have resolved to strike immediately. Although only 18 of us remain, we are the elite who have survived the brutalities of war. The white bandits, caught off guard, are certainly no match for us. Once again, I express my gratitude for your rice, which has replenished our strength. We are fully confident in our ability to seize a landlord's estate, a target we have long planned to assault. As soon as we transport the gold, I shall engage in trade with you. This time, in addition to rice, we require medicinal supplies. Beyond the 3 types available in your shop, I seek additional items capable of staunching blood and facilitating bandaging. I hope you can prepare these materials in advance. Upon reading Man's message, Huang Yu, with a chicken leg in hand, paused momentarily. During our first transaction, he had not noticed Man's use of the term comrade, but this time, the message was replete with it, accompanied by the mention of the damned nobility, bureaucrats, landlords, and capitalists. It seems this Man's is likely a red warrior from another realm, albeit in rather dire circumstances. If we are to foster a good relationship, why not invite them to a meal? With this thought in mind, Huang Yu devoured his lunch in a matter of minutes, washing it down with a bowl of mung bean soup. After wiping his mouth, he turned to the proprietress and called out, "Madam, please prepare 18 meals using the previous standard of $17. I need to deliver them to others." What? I just received a message from a friend to bring 18 meals. It doesn't matter what dishes, just use that standard, he continued. However, we are short on food if there is a shortage. Please prepare a bit more. I will pay extra, Huang Yu declared, promptly scanning a code and transferring 500 yuan. All right, but you'll have to wait. The meals require time to prepare. That is fine. I will go purchase some other items and return shortly. With that, Huang Yu turned and headed towards a nearby pharmacy, for it contained the medicinal supplies Mans had requested. He had clearly articulated his needs, and since they were essential for establishing a lasting trade relationship, it was imperative to meet even these minor requests. Chapter 8. No need for formalities. Boss, please assist me with some items. Huang Yu arrived at the small pharmacy, where the proprietor, a man in his 30s or 40s, was seated enjoying tea. Upon noticing a customer, he quickly rose to his feet. "Oh, handsome young man, what medications do you need?" "My friend is working with a group of over 10 individuals, and someone has sustained minor injuries. I need to purchase supplies for stopping bleeding and bandaging, as well as some anti-inflammatory medication, as we may need them in the future. Please allow me to buy in bulk." Hearing that Huang Yu was making a substantial purchase, the owner beamed with delight. "Not a problem. We have all of those. How about this sterile cotton ball? It's specifically designed for controlling bleeding on wounds." After a thorough shopping spree, Huang Yu ultimately spent several hundred yuan on a plethora of small packages of sterile cotton balls, medical gauze, cotton swabs, iodine, and a few boxes of amoxicillin. With a large bag of medicines in hand, Huang Yu glanced at the surveillance cameras in the pharmacy and surveyed the area outside. A notion forming in his mind. He then reached out to greet the proprietor. "Excuse me, boss, I won't disturb you while you enjoy your tea." Upon hearing this, the boss chuckled and settled down, bowing his head to savor his drink. In this modest pharmacy he managed, patrons typically spent only a few dozen yuan on medicine. It was quite rare for someone to purchase several hundred yuan worth of goods. As he sipped the rich tea, the exquisite aroma of the expensive leaves intensified. However, while he was lost in the pleasure of his tea, he failed to notice that when Huang Yu exited the shop, his hands were completely empty. The large bag of medicine he had been carrying had mysteriously vanished. This was, of course, due to Huang Yu cleverly exploiting the blind spots of the surveillance cameras to discreetly store the medicine in his personal space. "Boss, I would like 2 bags of rice weighing 20 jin each. Is this for your home? Or perhaps a 50 jin bag? I can only carry it by hand. I can't manage that much. Just 2 bags of 20 jin. All right, I will fetch them for you. Boss, please bring me 2 bags of rice weighing 20 jin each." Certainly. Utilizing the same tactic of evading the surveillance cameras, Huang Yu visited several convenience stores and supermarkets, adopting a method of small, repeated purchases until he had amassed a total of 500 jin of rice in his storage space. 1 cubic meter of storage equates to 1,000 liters. And since 1 liter of rice typically weighs around 15 jin, his storage could accommodate a staggering 500 jin of rice. A mere 500 jin, despite being in bags, did not even come close to filling his storage space when combined with the large package of medicine. This venture cost Huang Yu nearly 1,000 yuan. After glancing at his phone, he deemed it an appropriate time to return to the fast food restaurant. Upon arrival, he discovered that the owner and his wife had already packed the meals, presenting him with 2 large bags, still steaming with warmth. Unfortunately, the fast food restaurant was situated at a crossroads, flanked by glass doors on both sides, and with a relatively high foot traffic nearby. Accessing his storage space in such a public setting would be risky. Thus, Huang Yu had no choice but to carry the 2 hefty bags of food out of the restaurant, relieved that they were not overly heavy, and that passers-by would merely perceive him as a customer with miscellaneous purchases. He swiftly returned to his modest rented room. Once inside, Huang Yu cleared his computer desk and placed the meals atop it, shaking his hands free of any lingering tension. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for Mars to contact him. Seizing this time, Huang Yu listed sterile cotton balls and medical gauze on the shelves of his store. As he beheld the addition of these 2 new items, a small wave of pride washed over him. Although the scale of his endeavor was modest, it was undeniably the first company on Earth capable of conducting business with extraterrestrial beings. Just as he reveled in this prideful moment, a series of eager sounds interrupted his thoughts. Turning to investigate, he beheld 3 round, plump Thai lions clamoring for food, appearing as if they might starve any moment. Casually, he sprinkled a handful of fish food into their vicinity, instantly igniting a frenzy of competition among them as they eagerly devoured the offering. Gazing quietly at the 3 pigs he had raised, Huang Yu felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. This was the true delight of aquaculture. Merely watching them frolic in the water was a source of immense pleasure. "You 3 pigs are growing quite plump. I hope to fetch a handsome price for you," he mused. Just then, whether by coincidence or some telepathic connection, the 3 Thai lions seemed to lose interest in their feed, retreating to a corner, trembling in fear. Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. As he observed the goldfish competing for food, a voice from the system resonated. "Host, Marnes has submitted a dialogue request. Would you like to connect? Marnes is here. Connect immediately," Huang Yu exclaimed with delight, swiftly establishing the connection. Soon, Marnes' figure materialized on the retina display. He appeared as disheveled as before, yet perhaps due to the nourishment gained from the rice traded last time, his spirit seemed considerably uplifted, a smile breaking through his features. "Dear Mr. Huang Yu, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Dear Marnes, I am equally delighted to reunite. It seems your mission was a success. Congratulations." "Haha. Thank you for your kind words. We had actually pinpointed that manor long ago, intending to seize it for resources. However, we were so weak before that our comrades lacked the strength to fight. Thanks to your rice, we regained our vigor and morale soared. In just a few hours, we managed to successfully capture the manor, acquiring a substantial amount of firearms, ammunition, and other supplies. Of course, we also found the gold you requested. Speaking of which, did you see the message I left you?" Huang Yu's smile broadened at the thought of more gold arriving. "Rest assured, I have prepared the hemostatic and bandaging supplies you requested. You can check my Jiuzhou pavilion. They are already listed." That's wonderful, Mr. Huang Yu. Since you say so, I naturally believe you. I have brought the gold. These are all jewelry pieces collected from the landlord's estate, and rest assured, they are all pure gold. I informed my comrades that you prefer to communicate solely with me to maintain your anonymity. They are waiting out of sight, so let us proceed with the transaction. As he spoke, Marnes unfastened a cloth bag from his belt. Upon opening it, the contents revealed rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets, all crafted from gold. The size of the bag was over 10 times that of the last one, with several items adorned with decorative gemstones. Huang Yu contemplated for a moment before responding. Of course, however, I must mention that the gemstones may not hold much value here, and their appraisal could be troublesome. It might be better for you to keep the gemstones. Perhaps you can find some merchants to trade them. Just provide me with the gold. Marnes nodded in agreement, saying, That works as well. Our revolution still requires funding. Meanwhile, Huang Yu began transferring the rice and medical supplies he had prepared from his storage space to the ground. I have prepared everything, and this time I have set aside a remarkable 500 pounds of rice. Even if the 18 of you indulge heartily, it would suffice to sustain you for a full 2 months. Maids is over there, meticulously chiseling at the gemstones, and upon hearing Huang Yu's words, he nearly cut his finger in excitement. 500 pounds of rice. Ha! Splendid. Now we can even have rice as our staple. However, upon further reflection, he shook his head, though the smile on his face remained radiant. No. We are red warriors. We must not only think of short-term pleasures. With this grain, we can expand our ranks. Dear Mr. Huang Yu, by the next time we trade, I may not be accompanied by just 18 individuals, but rather 80. So you must prepare more provisions for us. Ha! I wish your revolutionary endeavors smooth sailing. Rest assured, as long as there is gold, the food supply will be ample. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. This is a gift for you. Speaking of rice, Huang Yu suddenly recalled the 2 large bags of food on the table and quickly placed them atop the sack of rice. A gift? Maines inquired in confusion. Yes. A small token of appreciation, merely my usual fare. I hope it suits your palate. I am quite satisfied with our transaction and hope to establish a long-lasting trade relationship. However, comrade, you and your comrades are in dire need of nutrition. Health is the foundation of revolution. Remember to take good care of yourselves. If sacrifice is to be made, it should be in glorious battle. Maines blinked at Huang Yu's unexpected concern, clearly puzzled, but politely replied, Mr. Huang Yu, your generosity astonishes me, and I sincerely thank you on behalf of my comrades. You're welcome. After all, I too am a citizen of a red nation. Upon hearing Huang Yu's response, Maines initially furrowed his brow in confusion, but then his expression softened as he looked up, eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 9, A Feast. What? Mr. Huang Yu, are you suggesting that in your world, there are also red warriors? And that a nation has been established? So you are our comrade? Huang Yu felt a bit awkward at this remark. It is not easy for contemporary Huaxia to join such organizations, and Maines has perhaps elevated him too highly. If we share no divergence in our red beliefs, then perhaps so. I certainly aspire to it, and did attempt to join an organization during my university years. Regrettably, I was unable to meet the academic requirements and was dismissed. Yet, I still hold faith in it. It has salvaged our civilization. A century ago, our nation and people stood on the brink of annihilation, but it was during that time that our organization was established. Although it began with only a handful of individuals, in just 28 years, our forebears liberated the entire nation. After more than 70 years of development, despite the twists and turns along the way, we have now emerged as one of the most formidable nations on this planet. Listening to Huang Yu's narrative, Mars's countenance grew increasingly animated, ultimately unable to restrain himself from exulting. Is this true? Your revolution has triumphed. Aha! Splendid! I knew it. We shall succeed. As Mars became somewhat incoherent in his jubilation, before Huang Yu could utter a word, a distant clamor reached them. Mars, what is the matter? Are you in danger? Do not worry. Hold on. We shall come to your aid at once. It turned out that Mars's comrades, having heard his voice, assumed he was in peril, and rushed towards him while calling out. This, in turn, helped Mars regain his composure. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Huang Yu. I became overly excited. You must understand. Although many steadfast comrades have been fighting relentlessly, the long-term pressure of the struggle has been overwhelming, and we could scarcely glimpse the hope of victory. Thus, when I learned of your revolution's success, I cannot find the words to express my emotions. While Huang Yu understood, the shouts from afar grew ever closer, indicating that Mars's comrades would soon arrive. I fully comprehend, but your comrades are approaching rapidly. We must not reveal the existence of the system. Let us hasten our exchange. Ah, yes. I shall be quick. As Mars spoke, he deftly pried the gemstones from their setting with a small knife. Fortunately, The dense forest surrounding them provided cover for their transaction. As the two confirmed the successful exchange, a flash of blue ethereal light illuminated the space. And both parties acquired what they sought, yet their dialogue continued, maintaining a visual connection through their retinas. Before long, Mars's comrades emerged from the distant woods, prompting him to rush to greet them. Huang Yu noted that 14 individuals appeared on screen, with Mars and 3 others absent. He surmised that they might be injured and unable to partake in the battle, or perhaps they remained to guard their stronghold. Mars, are you unharmed? We were alarmed upon hearing your voice. We feared you had encountered some misfortune. Indeed, let us ascertain if you are wounded. The comrades surrounded Mars, anxiously examining him. Mars laughed heartily, showcasing his uninjured limbs. Rest assured. Ha ha ha. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. Joy? So, you successfully completed the transaction with that merchant? Come, let us see what you have acquired. Yes, stop laughing, Mars. Marisher is still awaiting the medical supplies. The urgency in his comrade's words reminded Mars, prompting him to quickly stow away his smile and lead them to the location where the supplies were stored. Before them lay a substantial bounty of 500 pounds of rice alongside a multitude of urgently needed medications, prompting a spontaneous outburst of jubilation from the gathered crowd. How wonderful! So much rice. At last, we need no longer subsist on roots, tree bark, and leaves, exclaimed one. Indeed, look at all these medicines. Perhaps they can save Marisher, another chimed in. Right. Yet here I am, only thinking of food. Haha. But, Marins, what language is inscribed on these medicines and rice? I cannot comprehend it. Is that merchant perhaps a foreigner? I have never encountered such script. This remark triggered a collective realization, and the group began scrutinizing the Chinese characters on the packaging. Ah, indeed, I do not recognize it either. Neither do I. Could they be counterfeit? A bespectacled comrade stepped forward, picking up a box of amoxicillin, drawing the attention of the others, who regarded him as the intellectual of the group. Let me take a look. What does it say? The crowd inquired eagerly. It appears to be a script I have never seen before. How intriguing. Upon hearing this, the group fell momentarily silent, followed by a wave of disdain. Observing their reaction, Marin swiftly interjected, rest assured, that merchant is a foreign friend. All the writing is in his native language, which he has already explained to me. There is no cause for concern. As he spoke, Marins took the box of amoxicillin from the bespectacled comrade. For instance, this medication is called amoxicillin, known for its remarkable efficacy in treating wound infections. Marisher has grown weak due to the lack of timely care for her injuries. I mentioned her condition to that friend last time. He specifically prepared this medication to ensure Marishi's recovery. With Marin's reassurances, his comrades finally felt a weight lift from their hearts. At that moment, a comrade tallying the supplies discovered 2 bags filled with food. Hey, everyone, come quickly. There are 2 bags here. They seem to contain food. Food. Let me see. You are incorrigible, always thinking of food. Marins interjected at the right moment. That foreign friend is our comrade. He has noticed our dire hunger and prepared this gift for us. He wishes to treat us to a meal, featuring dishes from his homeland. As the group opened the bags, they counted precisely 36 boxes, enough for each person, including the 3 comrades who had not yet arrived, to receive 1 box of rice and 1 box of vegetables. And the rest meat too. I cannot wait. Let me have a taste. It was needless to say that the food-loving comrade was the first to dig in, eagerly opening a box of vegetables. However, perhaps due to their unfamiliarity with chopsticks, he disregarded the dirt on his hands, grabbing a chicken leg and shoving it into his mouth. As the delectable flavor of the chicken spread across his palate, he squinted his eyes in delight, revealing a blissful smile. Delicious. In my lifetime, I have scarcely tasted meat. Perhaps it is due to the hardships of my past. For as this comrade savored his meal, he could no longer hold back his tears. Oh, how delicious it is. If only I had been blessed with such a meal back then, even a mere bowl of rice, my father, mother, and siblings would not have perished from hunger. Cursed landowners. They seized our land and caused the death of my family. Observing his sorrowful countenance, the rest of us, including Ma and Si, could not help but feel a heavy gloom descend upon us. Each warrior present had endured their own tragic experiences, and it was precisely these tribulations that fueled their resolve to overthrow the old world. Huang Yu, witnessing this scene, was filled with a tumultuous mix of emotions. The simple meal that a worker like him could purchase with a bit of money was a treasure to these individuals. The grotesque old society had transformed people into specters. Perhaps the ancestors must have felt similarly. Chapter 10. Trust as the food-loving comrade. Say it tight. Wept increasingly bitterly, the others could not refrain from offering their reassurances. Enough. Say it tight. Do not cry. We shall one day avenge your family. Indeed, say it tight. You still have family. We are your family. At that moment, Huang Yu learned that the weeping comrade was indeed named Sayatite. Yet, no amount of consolation could ease Sayatite's sorrow. He became so distraught that he could no longer eat. Ultimately, the others merely placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, falling silent. However, as the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, it was maids who stepped forward to uplift the spirits of the group. He ascended a small mound of earth and addressed everyone. Comrades, each of us has lost parents, spouses, friends, or even children at the hands of the white bandits, and we have recently endured significant setbacks. Our commune has failed, and countless comrades have fallen to these oppressors. My feelings mirror yours. Though we suffer immense losses, the comrades gathered here today, including the wounded, number but 18. Yet, we must not be disheartened or despondent. Initially, his voice was subdued, merely offering ordinary comfort, but as he continued, Ma'inci's tone grew increasingly fervent. We must persist in our struggle. I firmly believe that there remain many comrades in other regions who successfully broke through during the defense of the commune. They are undoubtedly continuing their armed resistance. Through today's successful operation, we have replenished our urgently needed arms and ammunition, and through this transaction, we have secured ample food and medicine. Our supplies are unprecedentedly abundant. This is a level of operational conditions we have not experienced in a long time. We cannot allow ourselves to dwell solely in sorrow, for each of us carries the hopes of the martyrs upon our shoulders. We are now poised to regroup, expand our ranks, establish a solid stronghold, and connect with our scattered comrades before launching a large-scale counteroffensive against the white oppressors. We shall persevere in our struggle until we shatter the chains that bind us and liberate this antiquated world. I firmly believe that we shall ultimately achieve victory. Marn's impassioned speech elicited a fervent response from his comrades, each one rising to their feet. Even the previously sobbing Saitet, who clapped enthusiastically while shouting, "Well said, Marns. Indeed. How can we remain so despondent when our current state is unprecedentedly favorable? We must fight. We shall continue to fight. Yes, fight on. Fight. Fight." Even Huang Yu, watching from afar on earth, could not restrain his applause. Marn's oration greatly invigorated his comrades. Yet he was acutely aware that they had pressing matters to attend to. "Comrades, please, quiet down. Settle your excitement." With Marn's calming words, the fervor of his comrades gradually subsided, though their eyes remained fervently fixed upon him. Observing that everyone was now attentively awaiting his next directive, Marns began to outline their subsequent tasks. "Comrades, great revolutions are not accomplished in an instant. Here, we have ample provisions of medicine. Comrade Marisher is in urgent need of these life-saving supplies. Our immediate priority is to transport these items back to our secret base. However, since our solitary bowl of porridge this morning, we have not eaten. Thus, we must replenish our strength." At this juncture, Marns paused, internally querying Huang Yu. "Huang Yu, may I disclose your name?" "Go ahead. There is nothing to conceal." "Excellent." With Huang Yu's consent, Marns confidently proclaimed, "Our comrade Huang Yu, the foreign ally I mentioned earlier, has graciously provided us with a sumptuous lunch. We are grateful for his generosity." It seemed peculiar to him that his name was Huang Yu, yet Marns expressed his gratitude nonetheless. "Thank you, our comrade Huang Yu." As Huang Yu absorbed this acknowledgement, he felt a flush of embarrassment. We exchanged rice and a bit of medicine for his gold, and yet he thanks us. Marns, meanwhile, continued to invite his comrades to partake in the meal while privately conversing with Huang Yu. "Without you, Huang Yu, we wouldn't have been able to procure these supplies with our gold. Even if someone were willing to trade with us, the risks would be immense. They might betray us, using the guise of trade to lead the enemy to encircle us. Perhaps their whereabouts may inadvertently be divulged, exposing our location. More likely, they have taken our gold and provided us with nothing but a heap of worthless trash. In our previous conversations, I discerned that you, Huang Yu, are an ordinary person. To shoulder the burden of supporting the lives, and even the combat expenses, of 18 individuals simultaneously must be an exceedingly arduous task. I trust you. Yet you undoubtedly require financial backing, and the only recompense we can offer is this gold." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu became even more embarrassed, as engaging in transactions with a band of red warriors imposed a significant moral burden upon him. No, a century ago, we were the first nation to be liberated, whom we referred to as the Big Brother, although they have gradually become corrupted since our triumph. In the nascent stages of their revolution, they supported their comrades without expecting anything in return. I have taken your gold merely in exchange for some rice and medicine. I. Seeing Huang Yu at a loss for words, Marins couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, Huang Yu, if you truly feel awkward, consider this gold as the funding necessary for our revolutionary endeavors. With this system in place, you will surely be able to utilize this gold to create greater value. Aside from you, no other merchants would deem our meager gold worthy of their attention. I shall devote myself to the fight. I entrust the logistical support to you. I hope you will continue to support us in the future." Upon hearing Marin's words, Huang Yu's embarrassment began to dissipate. "Yes, absolutely. I swear. From humble beginnings. Having received your trust, I shall lend my utmost assistance." Chapter 11. Over 200,000 Marins, upon hearing Huang Yu's affirmation, joyfully exclaimed, "Ha! Huang Yu, I believe in you." He then took a spoonful of beer duck and stuffed it into his mouth. Delicious. Far better than the white bread consumed by those upper-class gentlemen. Well, to be honest, beyond our future transactions, I am more concerned about another matter. Huang Yu, intrigued, inquired another matter? Thus, Marins began to recount their revolutionary experiences without restraint. As I mentioned earlier, our next step is to expand our ranks, establish a solid stronghold, connect with comrades scattered across various regions, and then reorganize for a large-scale counteroffensive against the white bandits. However, I am uncertain how to proceed specifically, as there are no precedents to follow. In my world, comprising 4 continents, I reside in the most prosperous region, the Golden Continent. Yet, this prosperity is reserved for the elite. They relentlessly plunder the resources and wealth of the other 3 continents, indulging in lives of luxury while showing no concern for the plight of the people, even as they approach starvation. My country is called Yajuar, one of the most powerful yet darkest nations on the Golden Continent. Nobles, bureaucrats, large landowners, and capitalists relish in all the comforts, while the vast majority of the lower class endure lives worse than that of pigs and dogs, struggling daily on the brink of survival. A year ago, our organization launched a rebellion in the capital, Impel, expelling the tyrannical and inept emperor and establishing our own commune. At that time, we all believed that the revolution was on the brink of triumph. However, it was not long before the emperor rallied his lackeys and military forces, initiating a large-scale assault on our commune. Despite our valiant efforts, we were outnumbered and ultimately, our commune met with defeat. Countless comrades perished on the battlefield, and even the leadership of the commune was left with no survivors, with only a handful of troops managing to break through amidst the chaos. Even those who escaped faced relentless pursuit and assault from the white bandits. Take our small unit, for instance, we initially numbered over 200. Yet within less than a year, only 18 remained. Moreover, the white bandits established military outposts everywhere, constricting our operational scope. Before acquiring that ring, which served as the system's key, we were nearly out of ammunition and supplies. Clutching the gold in my hand, I contemplated purchasing some provisions through the interstellar trade system, but when they saw the meager amount of gold I possessed, they looked down upon me with disdain. It was only upon encountering you, Huang Yu, that my fortunes began to change. Huang Yu paused, realizing that this was the very reason for Mainz's initial excitement upon acquiring rice. At that time, I too had just resigned from my job and lost what I believed to be love, desperately needing money. Oh, I never imagined that someone living in the splendid new world like you would also face such dire circumstances. Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Why was life in the new world so grim? He wished to inquire further. Observing Huang Yu's silence, Mainz returned to his previous discourse. Initially, I regarded you merely as an ordinary merchant. However, after learning of your revolutionary success, I became eager to understand how you achieved it. I implore you to offer me guidance and illuminate my path. What awaited Mainz was an extended silence from Huang Yu, until impatience drove him to speak again. Huang Yu, what troubles you? Mainz questioned. I understand your pressing need for guidance, Huang Yu replied, but the harsh lessons of history reveal that each nation's realities are distinct. As your elder brother and neighbor, we have yet to replicate the revolutionary path of our elder sibling. How much more challenging it must be for you, residing light years away. Thus, I must caution you that the revolutionary journey of your nation can only be forged by yourselves. What I can offer is merely theoretical insights and historical perspectives. This time, it was Mainz who fell into silence, pondering deeply for a considerable while. I see, he finally said. I shall remember your words. But, just as Mainz was about to express his thoughts, he was interrupted by the voice of Satyr. Mainz, why aren't you eating? It turned out that while Mainz had been engaged in an internal dialogue with Huang Yu, his meal remained largely untouched. In the eyes of Satyr, who had just finished his meal, the food before him was no longer appetizing. Are you unable to eat it? Why not give it to me? I am still hungry, he declared, preparing to snatch Marins's portion. In response, Marins delivered a swift kick. Get lost, he exclaimed, quickly clutching his meal to his chest while eyeing Satyr warily. Satyr, can't you fill yourself with those 2 large bowls? But I still wish to eat. This is mine. Yours is already gone. Oh my heavens. Your name is truly a misnomer. Satyr suggests fullness, yet you ought to be called never full. Upon hearing this, Sayatite bashfully scratched his head. Meanwhile, Marins observed that everyone had nearly finished eating and began to indulge heartily while outlining their next task. Sayatite, yes, you have finished your meal. Now I assign you a task. Understood. Hurry and bring back the remaining 3 portions of food and the medicines to our secret base. Marishi and the 2 comrades on guard are waiting. I shall ensure the task is completed. Wait a moment. Huh? Marin squinted, saying, you brat. You wouldn't consider sneaking a bite, would you? I assure you, I won't. Marishi is like a sister to me. I wouldn't pilfer from her. Well, that's good. Realizing something, Marin shot a fierce glare at Sayatite, causing him to hastily grab the food and 2 large bags of medicine before fleeing. Huang Yu watched this lively character with amusement, reminding Marins to be cautious about the dosage. Remember to instruct Marishi to take 2 amoxicillin tablets mixed with warm water. After shouting this, Marins shook his head in exasperation as he watched Sayatite scamper away. He turned to the remaining comrades and said, comrades, finish your meals quickly so we can transport this rice back. Be sure to clean up these boxes and bags. They may come in handy later. All right, Marins, I will finish up soon. Just a moment longer. Let me savor this bowl. There is still some oil left. Let's not waste it. Once everything was arranged, Marins addressed Huang Yu. Huang Yu, I must take my leave. We shall converse another time. Of course. It would be best if you left me some messages so I can see them at any moment. Understood, Comrade Marins. I will leave you a message. With that, they severed their connection. Holding a bag of gold in his hand, Huang Yu retrieved a small electronic scale from his storage space, relieved that it had not been crushed by the hundreds of pounds of rice. This time, there was quite a bit of gold. When piled together, it scattered. So he resorted to placing a bowl atop it to weigh after peeling. 561 grams. Over 200,000. I'm rich, Huang Yu exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the weight displayed on the electronic scale. Chapter 12. The Collector, lore. A flash of ethereal blue light flickered, and Huang Yu promptly stored the gold along with the electronic scale into his spatial inventory. With such a substantial amount of gold, it would be unwise to sell it all at once. It was prudent to disperse the transactions across various shops. There was no need to rush. Checking the time on his mobile phone, it was just past 3 in the afternoon, leaving him with ample time. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. System. Please open the product page for the Human Gene Optimization Elixir from the Lore Star system. As the holographic screen shifted, the long-desired Human Gene Optimization Elixir reappeared before Huang Yu, regardless of whether he could acquire it or not. It was worth initiating a conversation to ascertain precisely what this lore sought. System, connect me with the merchant. Request for dialogue submitted, awaiting the other party's approval. Huang Yu had anticipated a wait before establishing a connection, but to his surprise, the other party was available, and the dialogue was promptly initiated. Before him appeared a pallid-skinned, robust, and rugged bald man, the very same lore he had seen in the video yesterday. Dressed in a coarse gray tunic resembling the garb of a Jedi from a galaxy far, far away, he exuded the aura of a reclusive sage. Perhaps due to the striking similarity to human anatomy, even after utilizing the gene optimization elixir, his visage remained undeniably handsome by human standards. At that moment, he occupied an expansive, pristine white room, devoid of any furnishings or decorations save for a minimalist set of white table and chairs behind him. His demeanor was serene, and his eyes, as dark as ink, lacked visible sclera, resembling black holes, profoundly deep yet brimming with wisdom. Lore gazed at Huang Yu and spoke slowly, Greetings. I am Lore. May I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Lore. I am Huang Yu. It is rare for someone from a second-tier civilization to reach out to me. You are indeed a fortunate individual to possess that ring. Indeed, it is a stroke of luck. A product of a 9th-tier civilization capable of real-time communication across countless light years, and even able to transmit necessary items across that vast distance. Lore nodded, clearly in agreement with Huang Yu's words. Indeed. It is beyond imagination what kind of technology or methods could possibly create such a system in this ring. After speaking, Lore lowered his gaze to his own raised right hand, where he too wore a ring identical to Huang Yu's. I am also a fortunate individual like yourself. He then lifted his gaze once more to Huang Yu and inquired. You must have contacted me regarding the Human Gene Optimization Elixir. Have I guessed correctly? Precisely, Mr. Lore. You have hit the nail on the head. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile finally graced Lore's face. Seeing you is akin to witnessing a reflection of my former self. Though fortunate, and despite our potential to ascend to the pinnacle of civilization, the imperfections of our corporeal forms remain a source of profound disquiet. Consequently, I have expended countless resources and efforts to develop a gene optimization serum. Thus, I surmise that you, too, seek its acquisition. At this juncture, Huang Yu shifted his body to sit at his desk, intertwining his fingers atop the surface, and spoke slowly. Since Mr. Lore is already aware of my intentions, may I inquire as to the price I must pay to obtain it? Or rather, Mr. Lore, what is it that you desire? Lore did not respond immediately. Perhaps sensing Huang Yu's choice to engage in dialogue, he leisurely settled into the chair behind him, rotating it to mirror Huang Yu's posture. Yet, he remained silent, his obsidian eyes scrutinizing Huang Yu or perhaps the life scenes behind him. As he turned, the vista before Huang Yu transformed, revealing a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was not the extraterrestrial skyscrapers or spaceships he had initially envisioned, but rather a breathtaking natural landscape, a verdant meadow in the foreground, and in the distance, snow-capped peaks obstructing the view of further beauty. While at the mountain's base lay a vast azure lake, rippling gently in the caress of a soft breeze, a sight that was utterly refreshing. It was likely that Mr. Lore had been admiring this exquisite scenery moments prior. Your Excellency, Lore finally spoke. From my observations of your current living conditions, it appears you have recently acquired that ring and your circumstances are rather modest. Huang Yu furrowed his brow slightly but conceded graciously, indeed. I only received it in the early hours of yesterday. While I am eager to forge a friendship with you, it is clear that you understand the value of the gene optimization serum, which is generally assessed in cosmic currency. I am well aware, Lore replied. Yet you have indicated that the price is negotiable and mentioned your fondness for the specialties of various planets. Therefore, my primary aim today is to ascertain whether there exists anything of interest to you from a secondary civilization. Upon hearing this, Lore smiled once more. Indeed, there is. I have ascended to the zenith of my civilization, and my interests are now twofold. 1. To propel my civilization towards a 4th-level advancement, and 2. To collect artifacts from the myriad civilizations of the cosmos. Thus, I have gradually become a collector. Indeed, Mr. Lore, having achieved success, has developed a passion for collecting. What? May I ask, do you enjoy collecting? I possess a private museum of cosmic civilizations, housing flora, fauna, cultural artifacts, and various unique products from across the universe. Hence, I hope you might provide some exclusive items from your esteemed civilization, particularly those that pique my interest. Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. A unique product of our civilization? Something you fancy? Yet, no civilization can be encapsulated by merely a few items. The array is far too vast, and how could I discern what you truly desire? Of course, I am aware, and I have always preferred to trust my instincts. When I encounter something that stirs my heart, I present it myself. Intuition, heartfelt emotion. Huang Yu felt perplexed. Amidst the multitude of treasures on Earth, how could he possibly know your preferences? Furthermore, what earthly delicacy could rival a gene optimization serum? Is this extraterrestrial being so capricious? Perhaps I should retrieve some images on my computer for you to peruse, to see if any capture your fancy. There's no need for that, as I have already spotted something that has captured my heart. Huang Yu pivoted, glancing behind him and surveying his surroundings. There seems to be nothing particularly special here. What could Mr. Lore be interested in? At that moment, Lore's eyes sparkled with delight, his face radiating a joyful smile. Yet he maintained his composed demeanor. Your Excellency, I am enamored with the fish in the aquarium behind you. Huang Yu turned in confusion to observe the aquarium behind him. Not long after their meal, the 3 fish had begun their incessant begging for food once more. Is this extraterrestrial being actually interested in them? Chapter 13. Goldfish for serum. Mr. Lore is fond of these 3 fish? Indeed, their vibrant colors and graceful forms, with fins that billowed like skirts, were captivating. Ah, I adore such creatures. Huang Yu remained bewildered. While he held high hopes for these 3 fish, he never anticipated that they could be exchanged for a gene optimization serum. His initial aspiration was merely to attract an extraterrestrial buyer willing to trade a bit of gold for them. This is truly exhilarating. Gradually, a smile began to emerge on Huang Yu's previously perplexed face, and then his expression escalated uncontrollably, eventually becoming quite exaggerated. Although he had developed an attachment to these 3 fish, the offer before him was simply too generous. Fortunately, Huang Yu only turned his head slightly rather than fully, allowing Lore to see merely a fraction of his face. Otherwise, the dignified persona he had established through their earlier conversation would have been utterly shattered. Yet, Lore noticed Huang Yu's reluctance to turn back and expressed his curiosity. Your Excellency? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu hastily composed his expression. Oh, Mr. Lore, haha. It's nothing. I merely did not expect that you would take a liking to the 3 fish I tend to daily. In that case, shall we commence our transaction? That will not suffice. Huh? Huang Yu was taken aback. Did you not express your interest? Why then the refusal? These 3 fish, though beautiful, do not possess the value of a gene optimization serum. I require 100. Very well. I shall procure them immediately. Huang Yu sprang to his feet, preparing to leave. There's no rush. Huh? Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the persistent obstacles. Does Mr. Lore have any further requests? I perused your shop, Tai Lion Goldfish. And the artificially cultivated varieties are indeed exquisite. Given that they are artificially bred, there must be other species available. Therefore, I would like you to provide additional types of goldfish. No problem. I shall select a few more. Huang Yu promptly approached the door, prepared to leave. Wait a moment. At the sound of this, Huang Yu hesitated, reluctantly releasing the doorknob and returning to his seat. Does your lordship have any other requests? It is simply that I wish to choose for myself, so I kindly ask you to accompany me to the location where the goldfish are sold. I wish to select personally. This time, Huang Yu did not rush but quietly observed Lore until the latter inquired, somewhat curiously, why have you ceased speaking? Has Mr. Lore finished his requests? I have indeed concluded. What troubles you? With a sudden clap of his hands, Huang Yu exclaimed, Great. Finally finished. Very well. I shall set off immediately. I will contact you again in approximately half an hour. After speaking, he abruptly ended the call and stormed out. That breathless fellow is truly tiresome. Half an hour later, at a bustling flower and bird market. This was the flower and bird market that Huang Yu was most familiar with, teeming with an array of plants, flowers, pets, ornamental birds, and fish. It was a popular destination for shoppers and leisurely strollers alike. The 3 fish he had purchased were from this very place. After finalizing the price with Lore, Huang Yu had temporarily severed communication and taken a cab to this location. That Lore speaks with such an air of superiority has made me feel somewhat influenced by him. To the point where my own manner of speaking has changed, a far cry from my former self. Yet, what vexed him the most was that the man spoke while panting. However, recalling that Lore was a person of high civilization, he could not help but feel somewhat reconciled. Perhaps I have not yet reached that level. Shaking his head, he submitted another request for dialogue with Lore. In the next moment, Lore's image appeared on the retinal screen. Still seated in that room, delicately holding a black cup between his thumb and middle finger, slowly bringing it to his lips. After connecting, he took his time, leisurely sipping the liquid from the cup, leaving Huang Yu in suspense regarding its contents. Once Lore finished his drink, Huang Yu finally spoke. Mr. Lore, I have arrived. We can now proceed to select the fish you desire. Ah, splendid. Mr. Huang Yu, I must say, I am quite astonished by the vibrant diversity of flora and fauna on your planet, which aligns perfectly with my aesthetic sensibilities. Observing the myriad of plants and creatures on display at the flower and bird market, Lore appeared somewhat intrigued. Oh, if Mr. Lore has an interest in something else, we could substitute it for the goldfish. No need for that. I am a person of integrity. If I find something appealing and you can provide it, there will certainly be opportunities for future transactions. Very well, let us first take a look at the Tai lionfish that you favor. Huang Yu made his way to the largest aquarium in the flower and bird market, where a multitude of fish tanks, big and small, displayed an array of goldfish and koi. The space was quite expansive, showcasing an even greater variety. Lore held a particular fondness for the Tai lionfish, and his eyes immediately fell upon the tank containing the large, pleated Tai lions, each priced at several hundred yuan. I will take all of these. All right. Let us explore further. How about these little goldfish? There are many varieties, but their appearance is rather ordinary. Let us seek out the larger ones. What do you think of these koi? They are too large. I prefer a more diminutive size with a more distinctive shape. What about the grass goldfish? They resemble miniature koi, which is not to my liking. Ah, wait a moment, sir. What is the name of that Tai lion without a dorsal fin? I find it appealing. That is the lawn show. After half an hour of browsing, Lore finally selected the goldfish he desired. Fortunately, he had no interest in dragonfish, and the prices at this aquarium for goldfish were not exorbitant. Otherwise, even if Huang Yu sold all his gold, amounting to over 200,000, it would not suffice. However, these purchases paled in comparison to the cost of gene-enhancing serums. Boss, I will take this tank of Tai lions and this tank of lawn show. What? All of them. Although the flower and bird market sees a high foot traffic daily, this was the first time the owner encountered someone purchasing entire tanks. My aquarium is large. Please help me package them. Certainly. Handsome, please hold on a moment. There are other fish I like. I will take you to them shortly, and we can package them together. All right. Handsome, please wait. I will be done shortly. With that, the owner began to catch the fish. Another half an hour passed, and the owner finally finished packaging the 97 goldfish individually. When it came time to settle the bill, it amounted to over 50,000 yuan, leaving the owner grinning from ear to ear. Looking at the balance of just over 10,000 yuan in his bank account, Huang Yu furrowed his brow. It was not due to returning to a state of financial distress. He still possessed ample gold and did not lack this mere 50,000. However, the storage space could not accommodate living creatures, and he felt a headache coming on at the sight of the bags filled with goldfish scattered on the ground. Well, Let us transport them back for now. Fortunately, he could call for a vehicle, ultimately hiring 2 taxis, filled to the brim, to bring the goldfish home. Yet, merely transporting them was not enough. The drivers would not assist in carrying them upstairs, so Huang Yu had to manage the entire haul himself. Thankfully, most of the tenants in his rented apartment had not returned. Otherwise, moving such a large quantity of items would surely raise suspicions. Chapter 14. The deal is sealed after much effort in hauling the multitude of packaged bags back to his small room. Huang Yu was utterly exhausted and collapsed onto his bed, leaving the bags piled up on the balcony. However, it is not yet the opportune moment to contact Lore once more. He is currently drenched in sweat and requires a brief respite to regain his composure. He cannot simply confront that pretentious individual in such a state. Seizing this interval, Huang Yu reached out to the system again, vividly recalling that Lore had requested a drop of his blood. The system? In the vastness of the universe. The notion of surrendering one's genetic material to another civilization for research purposes. Could it potentially lead to the development of a genetic weapon targeted at one's own race? Host, there is no need for concern. First and foremost, creating a genetic weapon specifically aimed at a particular race is no simple endeavor, especially not for a level 3 technological civilization. Such weapons would likely pose a threat to the creators themselves. Secondly, while a level 3 civilization can transcend the confines of a stellar system, initiating warfare across galaxies remains exceedingly challenging. Since the signing of the Cosmic Civilizations Accord, level 1 and 2 civilizations are afforded protection, and the costs versus rewards of intergalactic expeditions for level 3 civilizations are disproportionately unfavorable. Moreover, most civilizations possess their own genetic engineering capabilities and defensive measures against genetic weapons. Consequently, the creation of a weapon specifically targeting a single race in the cosmos is fraught with difficulty. The vast majority of genetic weapons indiscriminately harm life forms with similar genetic traits. For instance, a genetic weapon designed to annihilate carbon-based life could easily eradicate most species on Earth. Yet the challenge and expense of crafting one that selectively harms humans without affecting other species is unfathomable. Huang Yu fell into contemplative silence. Thus, the prospect of a level 3 civilization launching a war across galaxies is immensely daunting, rendering the likelihood of Lore's civilization undertaking such actions, as well as the possibility of them developing specialized genetic weapons, nearly non-existent. Indeed, therefore, if an advanced civilization truly intended to eradicate humanity on Earth, they would hardly concern themselves with my drop of blood. Direct action would be far more convenient. Precisely. Thus, can a level 4 civilization instigate war across galaxies? Knowing too much does not benefit the host or the civilization to which they belong. A civilization's path must be explored independently. This system is indeed meticulous in its discretion. Yet Huang Yu felt he had gleaned the answers he sought. Mr. Lore. Once Huang Yu had sufficiently rested, he re-established contact with Lore. This time, he did not engage in any preliminary pleasantries, but rather delved straight into the matter at hand. Are you prepared for the transaction? Indeed. The 97 fish you selected are already in this room, along with the 3 that I originally kept, including the tank. Very well. Then I now require a drop of your blood. I understand, but I wish to append an additional clause to our agreement. Oh, how intriguing. Please, proceed. After the transaction, Mr. Lore is prohibited from transferring, disclosing, or trading my genetic material and information. Oh, I see. You are indeed a prudent and judicious individual. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Mr. Lore's implication was clearly one of agreement. I concur, he affirmed. Huang Yu refrained from further commentary and produced a needle he had meticulously prepared. After sterilizing it with a lighter for a brief moment, he pierced his own fingertip, allowing a single drop of blood to emerge. Shall we consider our transaction finalized? Indeed, the transaction is settled. Huang Yu observed that the newly generated trade order distinctly included a clause concerning confidential genetic information. With the system's assurance, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. No one could disregard the warnings of a level 9 civilization. Another wave of familiar azure light enveloped the room, and the packed bags along with the original fish tank materialized in the chamber where Mr. Lore resided. It was then that Huang Yu, comparing the size of the fish tank to Lore's stature, realized that Lore was considerably taller than an average human, standing at least 2.5 meters tall. Yet, the most astonishing sight was the drop of Huang Yu's blood, which floated effortlessly before Lore. Whether this phenomenon stemmed from the system's inherent capabilities or Lore's technological prowess remained a mystery. Lore inspected the bags containing the goldfish with evident satisfaction before turning his gaze toward the droplet of blood. Butler, secure this blood sample and deliver it to the research department. I require the genetic optimization serum in the shortest possible time frame. Upon issuing the command, A mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, meticulously placing the blood into a transparent test tube before seamlessly retracting into the ceiling, vanishing from sight. My lord, we shall expedite the development of the genetic serum you require. Once completed, I will present the results to you. Should you find them unsatisfactory, we will make improvements within our capabilities. How long will it take? Huang Yu inquired. We have conducted extensive research on numerous human genetic codes and have amassed a wealth of technical expertise. Typically, this process does not exceed 1 year. I kindly ask for your patience. Huang Yu remained silent, merely nodding, though his eyes betrayed his exhilaration. Very well, my lord. We have successfully completed our preliminary transaction. I must now attend to the proper arrangement of these delightful little fish. Farewell. Goodbye, Mr. Lore. Boss, I would like a large serving of egg fried rice and a bottle of iced red tea at a newly established barbecue stall. Huang Yu handed a basket of skewers to the proprietor, opting for the same meal as before. After concluding his dealings with Lore, he noted that dinner time had passed. Yet he remained unperturbed. A late-night snack would suffice. Initially, he had only intended to inquire about the price of the genetic optimization serum, never anticipating that a transaction would be so readily achieved. The powerful effects of the serum filled him with joy, one that could wake him from dreams with a smile. Such fortunate circumstances necessitated a barbecue feast. What? He needs to lose weight? Nonsense. Soon, the proprietor delivered the skewers, and Huang Yu began to indulge heartily. While savoring his meal, he contemplated his next steps. First and foremost, he must liquidate the gold in his possession, to avoid attracting the attention of law enforcement. It is prudent to seek out several establishments, ideally exchanging around 100 grams at a time. Furthermore, in order to facilitate future transactions with maids, he needs to fabricate a plausible reason for purchasing a substantial quantity of grain. His primary consideration is to establish a company, although he has yet to determine its specific purpose. Additionally, a change of residence may be in order. What kind of company should he establish? This question lingered in his mind until he finished his skewers. Never mind. The immediate priority is to liquidate the gold. Boss, time to settle the bill. Chapter 15. A 6-figure deposit after settling the bill. Huang Yu glanced at his phone, noting that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no time left to liquidate all the gold today. He would have to postpone it until tomorrow. Upon arriving at the entrance of his rental unit, he fortuitously encountered the property manager, who was enjoying tea, providing an opportunity to discuss the matter of lease termination. Following the liquidation of the gold, it was likely that the nearby gold shops would be depleted. Moreover, within a year, he would receive the gene optimization serum, which would significantly alter his appearance. To avoid drawing attention, a change of residence would be necessary. Of course, there was another reason. Boss. Oh, it's you, handsome. Come, have some tea. The property manager, hailing from Hunan province, was not truly a boss, but rather a property manager in Shenzhen, who also moonlighted as a security guard elsewhere. However, he maintained a cordial relationship with Huang Yu, who habitually referred to him as boss. After all, who doesn't he enjoy hearing flattering titles? This was also a strategic move on Huang Yu's part, as fostering good relations with property managers is crucial when renting. Otherwise, they could be quite unscrupulous in withholding deposits, which could be quite vexing for tenants. Finding a stool, Huang Yu made himself comfortable and poured himself a cup of tea, speaking as he did so. You see, boss, I resigned a few days ago and am planning to terminate my lease. Terminate your lease? Handsome, have you found a lucrative opportunity? Haha, not quite. It's just that I was working tirelessly every day for a meager few thousand yuan a month, so I thought it best to seek a different path. Have you secured a new position? Alas, not yet. I'm just too familiar with people around here and dread the awkwardness of running into them. So I prefer to change my living situation first. In truth, Huang Yu's words were incomplete. Why the fear of awkwardness? Before his resignation, he had told all his colleagues, superiors, and even the boss that he was returning home to marry. Yet, shortly after resigning, he was unceremoniously dumped by his girlfriend. How could he face his former colleagues after such an embarrassment? It was mortifying. Although he now possessed a system, he had yet to truly turn his fortunes around. Encountering familiar faces would only heighten his discomfort. Once he had achieved success, he could flaunt it freely, but for now, discretion was the better part of valor. Thus, in recent days, Huang Yu had intentionally avoided the former company during the after-work hours. That is good to hear, handsome. You know I never engage in such petty matters as withholding deposits. However, according to the contract, you must inform me 10 days in advance, otherwise 10 days rent will be deducted. When do you intend to leave? Huang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, let's say 10 days from now. I will find a new tenant during this time. All right, remember to maintain cleanliness. Rest assured, boss, you know me. I have never liked to trouble others. Ha ha ha, good. Let's have some tea. Host, you have a message pending review. Hmm? While Huang Yu was enjoying tea and chatting with the property manager, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Casually checking, he discovered it was a message from Maris. Dear Comrade Huang Yu, thank you once again for the medication provided. After Comrade Maris took the amoxicillin, the female comrades among us helped clean and bandage her wounds, and she is much better now. However, I had requested some invaluable revolutionary experiences from you during the day. I am well aware that you are quite busy, but I am growing increasingly anxious as I awaited your response until nightfall. My heart is becoming more troubled. I hope that upon seeing this message, you can reply promptly. Otherwise, I fear I may not be able to sleep. I implore you, comrade. With a sudden realization, Huang Yu slapped his forehead. He had been so elated after concluding the transaction with Laurel that he completely forgot about this matter. What's wrong, handsome? Ah, boss. I just remembered something important that I had overlooked. I can't drink anymore. I must leave. Oh, take care, and come back for tea when you can. Certainly. Hastily bidding farewell to the property manager, Huang Yu returned to his room. He opened his computer, reflecting on the previous conversation with Maris. According to him, their organization had once established a commune in the capital, but unfortunately, it had failed. Speaking of communes, as a liberal arts student well-versed in history and geography, Huang Yu immediately thought of the Paris Commune. Although it too met with failure, analyzing the reasons for its downfall might provide Maris with some valuable insights. With this thought in mind, Huang Yu began to search for relevant information on the Paris Commune while composing a message to Maris in his mind. Dear Comrade Maris, I sincerely apologize for not responding sooner. I was engaged in discussions regarding a crucial transaction. However, upon seeing your message, I immediately began to draft this reply. As you mentioned, your organization once ousted the emperor and established a commune in your capital, but regrettably, it ultimately failed in the face of the counteroffensive by the white bandits. Speaking of communes, our world also had a similar organization known as the Paris Commune. Although it too failed, it represented the first great attempt at a proletarian regime in our history. I hope you can derive lessons from its historical experiences. Phew. Exhausted, Huang Yu rubbed his eyes and glanced at the time. It was already midnight. He had been diligently researching information and ultimately composed a lengthy message of several thousand words to Maris. If not for the system's inability to alter the original state of products, he would have eagerly purchased a book to present to Maris directly. After a long day, he took a shower and went to bed. Perhaps the exhaustive research had taken its toll. For the night, Huang Yu fell into a deep slumber, awakening shortly after 7 the following morning. System, did Maris leave me a message? Host, there is none. It seems I indeed fell asleep yesterday. That makes sense. Under such arduous conditions, he must have been fatigued. Moreover, with so many words, he would require time to contemplate. Time for a meal. Afterward, I'll sell this gold. Boss, I have some gold to sell. Could you assess its quality? Certainly. Handsome, let me take a look. Boss, I possess a set of gold jewelry purchased abroad. I wish to sell it for cash. Please have a look. From overseas, let me inspect it. Huh? Boss, you've shortchanged me. I brought my own electronic scale. Don't try to deceive me. Hey, handsome, it's just a little malfunction with the scale. Let us clarify this, and I'll adjust it. Hurry. If it's not accurate, I won't sell it to you. All right, it will be done shortly. Thus, Huang Yu spent the entire morning visiting 6 different shops and successfully converted all his gold into cash, totaling nearly 260,000 yuan. With the additional amount remaining on his card, just over 10,000 yuan, he managed to scrape together a modest sum of 270,000 yuan. Although a few shops tried to play tricks, Huang Yu had his electronic scale in his storage space. They couldn't deceive him. He could always choose not to sell to them. As he gazed at the 6-digit balance on his card, a faint smile crept across Huang Yu's face. This was merely the 3rd day since he had acquired the system. Prior to this, after 6 arduous years, he had only managed to save a mere 20,000 yuan. It was time to embark on the next phase of his plan. Chapter 16. New products and clients at noon, in an unfamiliar fast food restaurant. Huang Yu leisurely savored his lunch. In order to liquidate the gold, he had scoured 6 gold shops, following the insidious map on his phone. He was not familiar with his current location, but that did not hinder him from refining his next plan in his mind. Originally, he envisioned using the 270,000 yuan he had acquired from exchanging gold to establish a small company, subsequently purchasing some extraterrestrial products from the interstellar trade system to sell. However, upon further reflection, as a mere worker, he was unfamiliar with the procedures required to register a company, even if he managed to navigate through the process. One pressing question loomed. How substantial a company could he establish with just 270,000 yuan? In Yu City, such a sum would likely only afford him a small storefront. Perhaps a modest supermarket or a tiny restaurant. How humiliating. Such a waste of the system's potential. The second issue was how to address confidentiality. After all, could the company he started truly be considered legitimate? At any moment, one could prepare a substantial amount of resources for trade within the system. Yet the question of how to manage this account remains a significant dilemma. The third concern is that he has yet to discover any extraterrestrial commodities that could yield substantial profits. With no profitable avenues in sight, he is eager to establish a hammer manufacturing company. Nevertheless, these three issues are not insurmountable. The first problem is the simplest. One merely needs to wait patiently. As long as maids can successfully provide gold, a few more transactions will easily elevate his bank balance into the 7 figures. With $1 million to start a company, even as a novice in business, he would have sufficient means to sustain himself for a while. The second issue also has a solution. He recalls that even slaves are available for purchase on this system, and they exhibit absolute loyalty. By acquiring a few individuals with a knack for commerce, he could even become a hands-off proprietor. As for the final problem, perhaps it is not as challenging to resolve as it seems. Through these transactions, Huang Yu suddenly realizes that one cannot approach interstellar trade with earthly logic. While trading rice for gold might be acceptable, after all, such exchanges have occurred during tumultuous epochs of various civilizations on Earth. Bartering goldfish for genetic enhancement serums is indeed absurd. Thus, it is possible that what is considered commonplace on Earth could be a rare commodity on other planets. Rather than searching incessantly for the items he requires, it may be more prudent to list as many products as possible, allowing customers in need to seek him out. Perhaps he will be pleasantly surprised. Without delay, Huang Yu swiftly finished his lunch and exited the fast food restaurant. From noon onwards, he dedicated himself solely to exploring every supermarket, pharmacy, vegetable market, clothing store, home goods center, and flower market he could find. Fortunately, the system's requirement for product listing is minimal, as it only necessitates the possession of physical items without mandating that Huang Yu purchase everything he encounters. With 270,000 in hand, apart from properties, vehicles, and luxuries, acquiring ordinary items poses no challenge. Consequently, the inventory of Jiuzhou Pavilion expanded at a remarkable pace. If the original Jiuzhou Pavilion resembled a small convenience store, it has now transformed into a large supermarket. With hundreds of products, Huang Yu found it necessary to reorganize their classifications. Just within the food category alone, he delineated 8 subcategories: meat, vegetables, fruits, condiments, grains and oils, instant foods, snacks, and beverages, not to mention the various other categories including clothing, furniture, pets, plants, and daily necessities. By the time Huang Yu felt utterly fatigued, night had fallen. Checking his phone, he realized it was already past 9 o'clock. Glancing at the map, he was astonished to find he had traversed from the northern to the southern part of Yu City. Well then, time for barbecue. Boss, please bring me a large portion of egg fried rice and a bottle of iced tea. Ah, the familiar recipe, the familiar flavor. As he indulged in skewers, Huang Yu engaged in conversation with the system. Since noon, he had been preoccupied with listing products, and although the system had alerted him that someone had left a message, he had temporarily set it aside due to his busyness. System, you previously mentioned that someone had left me a message, correct? Indeed. In addition to maids, another user has left a message for the host. Oh, this indicates a potential business opportunity. Huang Yu chuckled, realizing that an increase in products could indeed attract customers. System, please first open the message for maids. No. To communicate with him, I need to check the computer. Let me first review the information from the other user. Understood. The other user is named Vivian, female, a second-level cultivator of civilization, and a half-beast life form. Half-beast? Huang Yu was taken aback. The trading partners he had previously engaged with, maids and lower, were both human life forms. While they differed in certain aspects, they at least resembled humans. He had never encountered a half-beast life form before. Could it resemble a centaur or something similar? Let us take a look at this message from Ms. Vivian. All right. Subsequently, a brief message appeared on Huang Yu's retina. Dear Mr. Huang Yu, greetings. I am Vivian, and I have a keen interest in various exotic plants. I previously discovered your products and found several that I fancy in the Kyushu Pavilion. I hope to exchange with you. I noticed your need for gold and felt somewhat disappointed, as I am an apothecary rather than an alchemist and possess little gold. However, my shop, Vivian's Cauldron, contains numerous concocted potions that you may wish to examine. If you find any potions of interest, I would like to use them for our exchange. After reading the message, Huang Yu curiously opened Vivian's shop, which featured a large cauldron set up beneath a tent. Amused, he mused that the name Vivian's Cauldron was likely a translation by the system. A more direct translation would be Vivian's Big Pot. The depiction of Vivian showcased in the shop left Huang Yu astounded. What is this? The image in the upper left corner of the shop displayed a centaur-like figure. Vivian's upper body resembled that of an earthling. No, it would be more accurate to say her upper body bore resemblance to that of an elf, complete with an elfin head, arms, and torso. Her skin was fair, her bosom ample, adorned in a black leather top, with flowing silk fabric draping over her lower abdomen. Cascading black hair framed her shoulders, and her dark eyes sparkled with a lively glimmer, coupled with pointed ears and a smiling, beautiful visage. She immediately evoked images of the elves from Western mythology. However, her lower body, how to describe it? It was horse-like, yet not entirely so, though she possessed 4 legs. And while clad in long boots, it was evident that she indeed had hooves. Although the lower half resembles that of a horse and is adorned with a saddle-like ensemble, it is encased in a black leather garment covering the abdomen, from which a long silk fabric trails down, clearly revealing a tuft of black hair akin to a mane. However, the peculiarity lies in the 4 exposed, alabaster thighs, which are entirely devoid of hair. This horse is hairless. I could indulge in these legs for an entire year. No, for years. Huang Yu's expression gradually shifted from astonishment to contemplation. Is this truly a half-orc life form? Such a beautiful centaur? This is far from what I had envisioned. System, I have a question, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to ask. Host, please proceed. For this type of life form, when it exists, is it in the front or the back? No, I misspoke. Does this life form reside in the upper half or the lower half before birth? Host, please maintain decorum. Chapter 17. The transaction with the centaur beauty ahem. Forget I asked. Sensing the disdain in the system's response, Huang Yu awkwardly cleared his throat and continued to browse the goods displayed by Vivian. Coagulation potion, a product of second-level cultivation civilization. When applied to wounds, it can rapidly halt bleeding and form scabs, with immediate effect, price negotiable. Healing potion, a product of second-level cultivation civilization, best used in conjunction with the coagulation potion. When applied to scabs, it promotes healing, showing effects within 3 days, price negotiable. Essence of Mark Tree, a product of second-level cultivation civilization. When applied to scars after wound healing, it can aid in scar disappearance, effective within 7 days, price negotiable. Extract of Air Grass, a product of second-level cultivation civilization. When applied to the skin, it can swiftly promote hair growth, to be used once nightly before sleep. Effective within 7 days, price negotiable. Upon seeing the extract of airgrass, Huang Yu paused, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Upon reflection, this was indeed the second item recommended by the system when he first received it. I almost forgot. It seems we have quite the connection. With the gene optimization potion in hand, I no longer require this, though many individuals suffering from hair loss would benefit greatly. As he continued to peruse, he encountered various potions, including those for healing ailments, though it remained unclear whether they would be suitable for earthlings. After all, he had previously given a few boxes of amoxicillin to mans with a sense of experimentation, and fortunately, the results had proven beneficial. There were also potions for breast enhancement, skincare, and beautification. Reflecting on Vivian's exquisite visage, these offerings hardly seemed surprising. However, he was taken aback to discover potions for fertility assistance and lactation stimulation. Now, that was truly absurd. Fertility assistance potion, a product of second-level cultivation civilization, to be taken during estrus. It can significantly increase the likelihood of conception, price negotiable. Lactation stimulation potion, a product of second-level cultivation civilization. When applied to female breasts, it can induce milk production, showing effects in a short time, price negotiable. And what on earth is this estrus business? Is this truly a horse? This is indeed of great utility for couples yearning for children but struggling with conception. Inducing lactation proves to be remarkably beneficial for mothers with insufficient milk supply. However, a question arises when the system interacts with Vivian during breastfeeding. Is it from above or below? If I am not mistaken, it should be from above, as I cannot see anything below. Host, please maintain your decorum. Upon detecting the system's noticeably intensified tone, Huang Yu hastily covered his mouth. How could I entertain such nonsensical thoughts? After managing to suppress the errant musings swirling in his mind, Huang Yu regained his composure. This is indeed a business opportunity. If negotiations proceed favorably, one could establish a lasting trade relationship and profit effortlessly. As for treatments, even if the yield is modest, selling to the military as emergency supplies would certainly not lead to unsold stock. Furthermore, consider treatments for hair loss. Are you aware of the multitude of young individuals suffering from it? They have yet to earn any money, yet their hair has already begun to thin. Arrangements must be made. Huang Yu resolutely decided, even finding the remaining half of his skewers unappetizing. He quickly wiped his mouth with a napkin and prepared to contact Vivian. System, submit a dialogue request to Vivian. Understood, the dialogue request has been submitted and is awaiting her acceptance. Soon, Huang Yu's retina displayed an image of Vivian, identical to the one showcased in the store. The centaur beauty was gracefully kneeling on a carpet within a tent, her back to a large pot being roasted over a fire, the contents of which bubbled with unknown herbs, releasing plumes of white steam that escaped through an opening at the top of the tent. Through this aperture, bright sunlight indicated that it was daytime on Vivian's side. Mr. Huang Yu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Vivian crossed her arms over her chest, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect befitting her civilization, observing her polite demeanor. Huang Yu promptly returned the greeting with an ancient bow. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Lady Vivian. Vivian, noticing his response, lowered her hands to rest on her abdomen and smiled. Mr. Huang Yu, your willingness to contact me suggests you have a particular potion in mind. Indeed. I have perused your shop, and if the efficacy of your potions is not exaggerated, they would be exceedingly beneficial to me. That's splendid. I have a fondness for exotic plants, yet I lack cosmic currency, which prevents me from purchasing many of them. Therefore, I have been consistently searching for unusual plants that I can acquire, but the system has not provided new recommendations for quite some time. Until you recently listed a plethora of new plants. I am genuinely delighted. Which plants are you interested in, Lady Vivian? Well, there are indeed many. My primary purpose for purchasing plants is to experiment with new potions, but determining their efficacy merely by observation proves quite challenging. Thus, I wish to acquire each plant to conduct thorough experiments, though the quantity may vary. Huang Yu pondered this revelation. So that is the case. I understand now. However, Ms. Vivian, my current concern lies in whether your elixirs will yield results for me. Perhaps we might engage in a modest transaction initially. You may examine my flora while I experiment with your potions. What do you think? No problem. I have great confidence in my elixirs. Mr. Huang Yu shares certain physiological traits with our kind, and I frequently sell to similar races, with generally favorable outcomes. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu felt a surge of joy, as it suggested that the elixirs might also be effective for earthlings. Yet, a moment's reflection brought forth a twinge of anxiety. Since Vivian had previously engaged in trade with other civilizations, one could only wonder what sacrifices he might need to make for a larger acquisition of these potions. Nevertheless, the immediate priority was to ascertain the efficacy of the elixirs. In light of this, I would like to request 1 vial each of the coagulation potion, the healing elixir, the essence of the mark tree, and the extract of the hail grass. I wonder what flora Ms. Vivian might desire in exchange. The essence of the mark tree and the extract of the hail grass, both derived from singular plants, can be easily substituted with 2 other varieties. However, the coagulation and healing potions are concocted from a blend of various herbs. Thus, I will require 4 different plants for each vial of potion. Would it be acceptable for Mr. Huang Yu to select any 10 plants? That would be fine, although I am currently dining, so you will need to wait a moment. Vivian chuckled softly. I apologize for interrupting your meal. It is still daytime here, so I am available at any time. All right, then I shall end the call for now. Very well. With that, the two severed their connection. Huang Yu hastened to consume the now somewhat cold skewers before him, simultaneously extracting one hand to consult the map. Noting that a flower shop was conveniently nearby, checking the time, he realized it was nearly 10 o'clock and hoped it wouldn't close before he arrived. He quickly polished off his meal. Boss, time to settle the bill. Chapter 18. Exchanging flora for elixirs at 10 o'clock in the evening. Outside a flower shop named Wandy Floral Art, a woman in her 40s glanced at the time. It was nearly closing time. She was, of course, the proprietor of the shop, and just as she switched off the lights and prepared to lock the door, she heard a hurried shout. Hey, flower shop lady. Don't close the door yet. The shopkeeper paused, her actions halted, as she turned in the direction of the voice, puzzled. Huh? As she turned, she noticed a burly man in a black shirt swiftly approaching. This man was none other than Huang Yu, who, upon seeing the proprietor cease her locking motion, felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his jog transitioned into a brisk walk. Breathing heavily, he waved a greeting to the shopkeeper as he made his way towards the store. Having just finished his barbecue, he hurried toward this location, only to find a distance of several hundred meters on the map, complicated by multiple traffic lights that had delayed him considerably. Fortunately, he arrived just in time before the shopkeeper closed up. Seeing there was still business to be had, the proprietor gestured for Huang Yu to enter the shop, then proceeded to turn on the lights inside. Upon entering the shop, Huang Yujin was drenched in sweat, yet he could not restrain himself from panting slightly. This piqued the owner's curiosity, who, while handing Huang a few tissues, inquired with interest, Young man, it's already 10 o'clock. Are you in such a hurry to buy flowers? Huang took the tissues and wiped his brow, casually responding, Don't mention it. I received a last-minute task to procure 10 different types of plants. When I got the message, it was already past 9, and I was still enjoying a late-night snack. I hurried over here as your shop was the nearest on my phone. Thankfully, you were still open. Haha. Is it that chaotic? Is it for a client or a girlfriend? The owner jested. It's all business related. I'm just a single fellow, Huang replied candidly. Indeed. It's not easy for the youth these days. A mere word from the boss can have one running about. The pressures of life, he lamented. Yes, life is indeed challenging. After a few casual remarks, the owner shifted the conversation back to business. So, what sort of flowers does your boss desire? Huang replied. Oh, whether it's greenery or blossoms, just give me 10 potted ones. Understood. Take a look here, the owner gestured. In no time, Huang had selected 10 smaller potted plants and flowers, and the owner kindly prepared 2 sturdy large plastic bags for him. After all, one was eager for business, while the other was keen to return home. I've settled the payment, Huang said. All right, take care, young man. I must close up soon. After scanning the code and paying several hundred, Huang exited with the 2 large bags in hand. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he noted that although it was already 10 at night and some shops were closed, the night market was just beginning to buzz with activity. The transactions here could be precarious, necessitating a discreet corner. With no other option, Huang trudged towards a less populated area, eventually finding an unoccupied nook with decent lighting. He first took out 2 tissues to wipe his sweat, then scrutinized his surroundings carefully. Once he confirmed there were no surveillance cameras, he contacted Vivian. System. Submit a dialogue request to Vivian. Request submitted, awaiting the other party's acceptance. In the next moment, Huang's retina displayed Vivian's image once more. She was still kneeling on the ground, but the fire beneath the large pot had extinguished, and white steam was still wafting upward. In front of her lay an array of unknown herbs, evidently prepared for the next phase of potion crafting. The centaur beauty crossed her hands over her chest, slightly bowed her head, and performed a respectful greeting to Huang. Then, lifting her head, she smiled and said, Mr. Huang, I have been waiting for you. Seeing her, Huang adeptly returned an ancient bow, explaining, the path to buy flowers was rather congested, causing a delay. Given the crowd in this vicinity, I needed to seek a secluded spot. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Vivian gently remarked, there is no need for apologies, Mr. Huang Yu. I believe you have exerted yourself to the utmost. She gestured toward him with a smile, adding, look, you still have beads of sweat upon your forehead. Really? I thought I had already wiped it away, Huang Yu responded, reaching up to his forehead. Indeed, his palm felt damp, his body temperature had yet to stabilize. And in such a brief moment, another layer of perspiration had emerged. Thank you for your concern, my lady, he said with a chuckle. You're welcome. Furthermore, I have prepared the potions you requested. Vivian slowly retrieved a white silk-wrapped package from beside her. Upon opening it, 4 glass vials, 2 large and 2 small, corked and glistening, were revealed. Huang Yu found it curious that they were not the wooden bowls depicted in the product images, yet he refrained from inquiring further. The vials sparkled with a crystalline clarity, adorned with exquisite golden floral patterns, leaving him to wonder if they were a product of their civilization or obtained through trade with others. Vivian first picked up the 2 smaller vials, one containing a dark red liquid and the other a pink one, and began to explain to Huang Yu. The dark red vial contains a coagulant, while the pink one holds a healing potion. Afterward, she lifted the 2 larger vials, one filled with a transparent gel and the other with a black gel. This transparent gel is the essence of the marked tree, and the black gel is an extract of the hail grass. I trust you are familiar with their effects, and they are to be applied directly to the affected areas. However, Mr. Huang Yu, I must caution you about one thing. Yes? What is it? He inquired. While the other 3 can be applied without concern, the extract of the hail grass must never be applied to areas where it is not required. At this point, Vivian seemed to recall something amusing and covered her mouth with a light laugh. In our tribe, there was a mischievous little boy who, at a young age, applied this hail grass extract to his lips to appear grown up, and after a few applications, he truly grew a beard. Surely, he did not keep that beard? Huang Yu asked, intrigued. Vivian could no longer contain her laughter at his question. Ha ha ha, indeed. To this day, that little rascal still has his beard. And we all continue to jest about it. Huang Yu chuckled. Ha ha ha. Did you not have any depilatory potion? To this day, we have yet to develop a remedy that can eradicate it entirely. That little fellow can only resort to shaving, but the more he shaves, the longer it grows. One time, he became so frustrated that after a while, his beard reached down to his chest. Ha ha. Ha ha, what does he do now? Huang Yu inquired. What does he do? He continues to shave. Once he reaches adulthood, a beard will not seem so peculiar anymore. Ha ha. After sharing a hearty laugh, both parties returned to the matter at hand, and Huang Yu began to introduce the plants he had purchased. Madam Vivian, this is a jasmine flower, which emits a remarkably rich fragrance upon blooming. It is indeed my favorite flower. This one is a perennial plant whose roots, underground stems, or entire herb can be utilized for medicinal purposes. Vivian gazed with eager anticipation as Huang Yu introduced the array of plants before her. Of course, her interest lay not in Huang himself, but rather in the fascinating plants that had captured her imagination. Once Huang Yu had completed his introductions, Vivian could hardly contain her excitement and promptly engaged in a transaction. With a flash of ethereal blue light, the plants before Huang Yu vanished, replaced by a white silk-wrapped package containing potions. Mr. Huang Yu, I must take my leave. I am eager to commence my research on these plants. Vivian's enthusiastic voice resonated. And in the next moment, the video connection was severed. This centaur beauty truly possesses a passion for botany. Shaking his head, Huang Yu picked up the package on the ground, and as he lifted it to his chest, a faint, refreshing aroma wafted through the air. Unable to resist, he cradled the package with both hands, closed his eyes, and leaned in to inhale the scent. How delightful! It was uncertain whether it was the fragrance of the spices or the enchanting aroma of the centaur beauty herself. Chapter 19. The Prejudice of Merns and the Experimentation of Potions. Huang Yu sampled the scent briefly, refraining from further exploration of its allure. After all, he was not a lovesick fool. Opening the package revealed 4 vials of potions, all intact and arranged within. Judging by these vials, it appeared that Vivian's height while standing was comparable to his own. Therefore, could it be used for enhancement? Oh, no. Huang Yu shook his head, though he was tempted to test the effects immediately. However, glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock. It would be best to take a taxi home. After placing the package into a storage space, he began calling for a ride. In the past, Huang Yu would have taken the subway. But now that finances were no longer a concern, he naturally opted for the quicker option of a taxi. After all, even if he reached the nearest subway station, it would still require a taxi ride of nearly half an hour, making the direct taxi ride back far more efficient. During the nearly hour-long journey, Huang Yu sat in the back seat of the taxi, appearing to rest his eyes while actually reviewing the messages Merns had sent him. Dear Comrade Huang Yu, I was delighted to see your message. Initially, I feared that I would not be able to sleep without hearing from you. Yet it turned out I fell asleep before even reading your message. I have diligently studied the Paris Commune you mentioned, and I was astounded to learn that they were facing external invasions at the time, ultimately confronting a combined assault from both domestic and foreign forces, an adversity we have not encountered. However, both sides made numerous errors, as we were absorbed in the joy of expelling the emperor, neglecting to advance victoriously and expand our achievements, while our suppression of counter-revolutionary activities was insufficiently resolute. Moreover, the commune lacked a unified military command center and mistakenly adopted a strategy of passive defense. Although we attempted to seize the imperial bank, the cunning emperor, upon his departure, ordered the transfer of the bank's assets, rendering our economic strength significantly inferior to that of the opposing forces. Most crucially, perhaps due to our pursuit of democracy, all decisions were made through democratic voting. Much like the Paris Commune, we consistently failed to establish an authoritative leadership corps, which squandered a considerable amount of our time and energy. Various factions engaged in incessant disputes, and the daily People's Assembly was rife with meaningless arguments, severely undermining the revolutionary force. Perhaps the initial revolutionary attempts bore similarities. Our mistakes were astonishingly alike. I recognize that we urgently need to establish a unified and authoritative leadership corps, both politically and militarily, and I shall gradually explore this path. However, I still cannot comprehend your final suggestion regarding the establishment of an alliance between workers and farmers and the necessity to unite the peasantry. In our theory, the working class represents advanced productive forces, while the peasantry embodies backward productive forces. The farmers are ignorant, apathetic, and lack revolutionary fervor. Among the 18 remaining members of our troops, the only one of peasant origin is Saidet, and that was long ago, ever since the vile landlord seized his family's land. He was sent to the city to become a worker. We have fought for over a year, yet our battles have transpired across various cities. And now we find ourselves retreating into caves, which is indeed a dire situation. The rural farmers are utterly indifferent to these matters whenever we arrive in a village. The inhabitants hide away. I firmly believe that the main force of the revolution will always be the working class, and the farmers will merely wait apathetically for the success of the revolution. We cannot place our hopes for revolution upon them. After reading Marx's message, Huang Yu helplessly rubbed his eyes. It is unclear what the social conditions are on Marx's side, making it challenging to offer opinions. However, neglecting the farmers may lead to significant consequences. It appears that Marx holds a bias against the peasantry, yet without investigation, one cannot speak. We must first inquire about the social conditions on Marx's side, At the very least, we should understand the status of both the working class and the peasantry. For now, I shall leave a message to greet him. Dear Comrade Marx, I apologize for not being able to check and respond to your messages promptly during the busy daytime. I merely provided a segment of revolutionary history and my perspective on it. After all, without investigation, one cannot speak. Currently, I am unaware of your social conditions, and thus, I am unable to offer you advice. The specific path of revolution must be explored by you. Our elder brother excluded the peasantry from the revolution and achieved victory solely through the struggle of the working class, yet that nation has collapsed for over 30 years now. Through the establishment of an alliance between workers and farmers, we united the vast multitude of suffering peasants, collectively achieving the triumph of our revolution. And thus our nation remains robust to this day. Perhaps for this reason, I inherently place a greater emphasis on the plight of farmers than you do. Yet, it is essential to adopt measures tailored to local circumstances. I can provide you with our revolutionary history, from which you may glean insights and draw lessons. My apologies, but I find myself exceedingly fatigued this evening. Perhaps I shall share new information with you on another occasion. Of course, if possible, I hope you will conduct your own investigation into the conditions of various social classes, refraining from harboring biases against farmers, for they endure exploitation and oppression akin to that of the working class. After leaving a message for Marx and Engels, Huang Yu gradually relaxed and unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber, having exhausted himself from the journey across the city. Hey, We've arrived. Huh? Asleep? Hey, We've arrived. It was not until the driver nudged him twice that Huang Yu jolted awake, realizing he had reached the entrance of his rental apartment. Oh, we're here. My apologies, I'm just so tired today. Yawning, he disembarked and ascended the stairs, returning to his room where he took a refreshing shower, finally rejuvenating himself somewhat. Subsequently, Huang Yu retrieved 4 vials of potions from his storage space. Pondering for a moment, he first picked up the extract of Heil grass. Removing the wooden cork from the glass vial, he gazed at the viscous black substance within, inhaling its indescribable medicinal aroma. Being an extraterrestrial herbal extract, he decided to apply it cautiously to himself, hoping it bore no toxicity. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu mustered his courage to proceed, not forgetting to take a photograph of his scalp for future comparison. He set the mirror in place and began to carefully apply the extract with a cotton swab, initially drawing a line before spreading it across the top of his head. Gradually, the entirety of his scalp was coated with a thin layer of the black gel, and although it felt somewhat sticky, he experienced no significant discomfort. Yet, that was not the end. Huang Yu then reached for the essence of the marked tree, observing a 3-centimeter-long pink scar on his right wrist. This scar was the result of a burn sustained while cooking, and while the wound had healed, the pink mark remained. Huang Yu carefully dabbed some of the essence onto the scar, noting a refreshing sensation. He then glanced at another raised scar on the back of his right hand, applying some there as well. This particular scar was from a fall several years prior, although the wound had healed and the color returned to normal. It had left a prominent bump. The extracts of Heil grass and mark tree were both said to show effects within 7 days, so he decided to give them a try. As for the coagulation and healing agents, they were meant for treating injuries, but he currently bore no wounds. What? Why not inflict a cut on myself? Huang Yu mused, for he did not relish the thought of self-mutilation with a small knife. Chapter 20. A new abode. As the clock approached 7 in the morning, with a long yawn escaping his lips, Huang Yu stirred awake on his wooden bed. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the previous day, his slumber had been particularly restorative. He first glanced at the 2 scars on his right hand, noticing that the pink hue of the wrist scar had faded somewhat, while the raised blemish on the back of his hand was no longer prominently visible. He then touched his scalp, feeling only a slight residual sensation. Evidently, the medication had been absorbed effectively. However, having only passed 1 night, he remained uncertain about the ultimate efficacy, requiring a few more days for discernible results. Dressed and equipped with his toothbrush and cup, Huang Yu made his way to the balcony to fetch a glass of water. Below, the atmosphere had already grown lively, as countless laborers began to converge towards various factories, preparing to embark on another day of industrious toil. Gazing down at the bustling crowd, Huang Yu's mind wandered, noticing many donned in blue short-sleeved shirts, 2 of which he possessed himself, remnants of his former work attire. Busy, busy, busy. When will this ceaseless toil ever cease? Roll, roll, roll. Who ultimately prevails in the end? Shaking his head, Huang Yu inserted his toothbrush into his mouth, ceasing his verbal musings while his mind remained in contemplative motion. It was almost time to depart. The belongings were of no concern. He could dispose of them without a twinge of regret. Renting seemed preferable to purchasing a home. But where to venture next? There was no need to leave the city of Yu. The location should not be overly bustling, yet not too secluded either. A prime area too vibrant would hinder his transactions, while a remote locale would prove inconvenient for travel. Finding a place that balanced both conditions was no simple task. Perhaps a residence near a subway station? No, that would not do. The foot traffic near such stations was excessively high. He would rather take a taxi. After much contemplation, it dawned on him that perhaps this very vicinity was the most suitable after all. The place he rented was situated in the northern part of Yu City, where locals had transformed their original plots into towering structures for rental income, leaving the area predominantly inhabited by migrant workers. The nearby rental properties were fully occupied, and transportation was remarkably convenient, especially with rides booked online arriving within minutes. However, if one were to consider the population density, apart from the morning rush, the midday breaks, and the sporadic evening departures, the streets were relatively deserted. This presented a rather awkward situation, seeking a new locale only to end up in the same spot. Yet, as Huang Yu completed his morning routine and stepped into a local breakfast establishment, savoring a bowl of rice noodles, a sudden idea struck him. He promptly opened his phone to search for luxurious, well-furnished single rooms for rent, not requiring excessive space. Above all, the price must be reasonable. It was not merely a matter of frugality. He currently possessed over 200,000 in his account, making a monthly rent of several thousand quite manageable. The primary concern was that in the realm of rentals, the more individuals seeking accommodation, the higher the rental prices. Just like the modest single room that Huang Yu currently occupies, spanning over 20 square meters, the decor is rather ordinary, with walls tarnished by grime and broken window panes. The only furnishings consist of a wooden bed, and it is rumored that the rent was as low as 500 a month at one point. Huang Yu, however, has paid a deposit of 1,200 and a monthly rent of 700, amounting to over 800 when utilities are included. Why, one might wonder, are the living conditions so poor yet the rent so exorbitant? The answer lies in the nearby factories, where thousands of laborers seek accommodation, ensuring that rental properties are never in short supply. Conversely, lower rents attract fewer tenants, while opulent decor at a low cost signals a lack of residents in that area. Sir, what do you think of this room? The salesman inquired, showcasing a 30 square meter lavishly decorated space complete with an intelligent door lock, a bedroom, and a bathroom. At 10 in the morning, a lean man in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, swiped his card to unlock the smart door, ushering Huang Yu into the room and launching into an enthusiastic description. Behold, as you enter, you find the bedroom featuring a comfortable bed, flanked by 2 bedside tables, and a spacious wardrobe against the wall. The walls behind the bed and the entire floor are crafted from solid wood, while the remaining walls are adorned with moisture-resistant wall coverings. There are windows on 2 sides, allowing for ample natural light, and security grills have been installed, complemented by curtains. Beneath the window in the bedroom, a set of solid wood table and chairs awaits, perfectly positioned for a computer or television. The room is equipped with air conditioning, and next to the table sits a small refrigerator, ideal for storing fruits and beverages. The property manager concluded his presentation with a pat on the refrigerator, which stands at the same height as the table. Of course, cooking is not an option here as there is no kitchen, due to fire safety regulations. He then guided Huang Yu to the bathroom, opening the glass door with a flourish. At the entrance, a marble washstand beckons, accompanied by a window that, while lacking a balcony, allows for drying clothes without issue. Inside the bathroom, there is a small window for illumination, albeit non-operable. The walls are adorned with white ceramic tiles, topped with a white ceiling, while the floor and washstand are finished with elegant black tiles. Furthermore, the space is cleverly divided by glass partitions. The outer section features a seated toilet, while the inner area is designated for showering, with a constant supply of hot water available around the clock. This entire room is perfectly suited for a young worker like you, he proclaimed. Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. This room was a significant improvement over his previous accommodation. Although the area was only slightly larger, the decor was vastly superior. Yet, he feigned a hint of discontent, remarking, "It is indeed nice, but there is no washing machine, and no place to dry clothes." Sir, as I mentioned earlier, drying clothes will not be an issue. You can hang them on the curtain rod above the washstand. As for the washing machine, that is something you will need to procure yourself. The landlord has not provided one, but there is a designated socket and drainage outlet in the bathroom, the salesman replied. Huang Yu nodded in agreement, realizing he could easily purchase a small washing machine to use once he moved in. Very well, I am quite satisfied with this room. Let's proceed to sign the contract. Excellent. Please hold on a moment. After saying this, the property manager approached the desk by the window and began to fill out the contract he had brought along, continuing to speak as he worked. Dear sir, you must have found us through your mobile phone, so you should already know that the monthly rent is 760, with a deposit of 1 month's rent due at signing. Utility charges are additional. Is that acceptable? That is perfectly fine. However, my friend, this place is quite nicely furnished. Why is the rent so affordable? There used to be a factory nearby, and many people rented here back then. During that time, rents were never below 1,000. But after 3 years of the pandemic, that factory closed down, and once the restrictions were lifted, many tenants vacated. The owner has been worrying so much that his hair has turned white. Hence, the price has been reduced. Suddenly, Huang Yu understood. No wonder it was so inexpensive. Observing the nearby shopping mall, vegetable market, and pharmacy, all seemed well-stocked and thriving. The closure of the factory must have significantly reduced foot traffic, making it challenging for these businesses as well. All right, the contract is ready. Please take a moment to review it. If everything is in order, you may sign and make the payment. September is nearly over, so you won't need to pay rent for these few days. Just provide the deposit and next month's rent. Moreover, the utility bills for each month can be settled at the end of the month along with the next rent payment. Upon reviewing the contract, Huang Yu found no issues and promptly signed it, scanning the code to pay the deposit and next month's rent, totaling 1,520 yuan. Great. Dear sir, here is your room key. Please keep it safe, as losing it will result in a deduction from your deposit. If you leave it in the room, you can come to me for a spare key, but I may not always be available during the day. Let us connect on WeChat. You can also pay your rent through that. Understood. By the way, what is your name? Just call me Lao Su. And you? Huang Yu. Chapter 21. Moving without hesitation, Huang Yu bade farewell to Lao Su and immediately hailed a taxi back to his old rental. The two locations were actually less than 3 kilometers apart. While walking would take 40 to 50 minutes, a taxi ride would only take 10. Who in their right mind would choose to walk under the blazing sun of Lingyan for half an hour? On his way, Huang Yu called the property manager of his old rental. Hello, boss, it's me. Oh, dear sir, I have saved your number. What is up? I mentioned the other evening that I intended to vacate. I have found a new place and plan to move today. Let's arrange a time to settle the deposit and this month's utility fees. Oh, so soon? That is great. Can I come back at noon? That works perfectly. Please ensure the place is clean. Rest assured. Returning to the familiar small room, Huang Yu placed his hands on his hips and surveyed the items within. It was time to bid farewell to this space. Given that finances were no longer a concern, he decided to leave the shelves and furniture for the next tenant. He would pack his computer, clothes, bed linens, and other essentials to take with him. Oh, and don't forget that little washing machine. As for pots, pans, and other miscellaneous items that were of no use, I discarded them all. After half an hour, the tidying up was complete, since most of the trifles were unnecessary. Only a password box, a large canvas bag, and a small washing machine remained. The aim was to achieve a sense of ease, otherwise, with reluctance at every turn. One could scarcely fit even a taxi. However, the subsequent cleaning took quite some time. It was nearly noon before everything was spotless, just as the property manager returned. Hey, handsome, it's all cleaned up. Oh, boss. Huang Yu, having sweated profusely and just washed his face, hurriedly greeted upon hearing the property manager's voice. Come. Let us see how the cleaning turned out. Well, it's good, very good. The property manager inspected the surroundings, casually checking for dust, and upon confirming the cleanliness, delved into the matter at hand. All right, handsome, the deposit is 1,200, deducting 9 days of rent and the utilities for this month. I'll transfer the remaining amount of 888 yuan to you via WeChat. Initially, it had been agreed to notify 10 days in advance for vacating the premises. Yet here he was, vacating after just 1 day. Huang Yu accepted the deduction for 9 days of rent, and since he was not in need of money, he found the remaining figure intriguing. Oh, is this a sign of fortune? Haha, what a coincidence. May wealth come swiftly. Thank you for your auspicious words, boss. Here is the key. I shall take my leave now. All right, travel safely. Do come for tea when you have the chance. Phew, finally accomplished. In the afternoon, Huang Yu collapsed onto the newly laid bed in his newly rented luxurious studio. He had summoned a rideshare vehicle at noon to transport his belongings, organized everything, and then meticulously cleaned once more, which had taken nearly 2 hours. By nearly 3 in the afternoon, he had not eaten a single morsel. What an exhausting endeavor. Yet, as he basked in the cool air of the air conditioner, his body temperature gradually lowered, and Huang Yu finally began to unwind. Gazing around at the exquisitely decorated and spotless little studio, a faint smile crept across his face. From now on, he would reside here until the success of Laurel's potion development, or perhaps until he acquired his own house. However, that seemed rather impractical at the moment. The current real estate market appeared unreliable, and it might be wiser to eventually purchase land and build a villa. For now, he would settle in this studio. He had 4 pressing matters at hand. First, Maintain a good friendship with maids, providing material support for their revolution as much as possible. And through liquidating the gold they gathered, accumulate initial capital. Second, experiment with the efficacy of Vivian's potions. If they proved effective, he would establish more contact to ascertain what they lacked, in exchange for a substantial quantity of potions. The future business would revolve around the sale of these potions. Thirdly, one should seek out commercially oriented individuals who could be acquired, for his enterprise ought to be entrusted solely to those who are absolutely trusted. However, the challenge of overcoming language barriers remains uncertain. Of course, as a citizen of socialist Huaxia, Huang Yu would never regard such individuals as mere slaves. Fourthly, he must await the genetic optimization agent developed by Laurel, making necessary preparations. Considering the drastic changes in physique that the agent may induce, it is imperative to maintain a low profile during this period, for the time to assert oneself will come once the agent is released. Just as he contemplated this, the voice of the system resonated within Huang Yu's mind. Host, there is a message from maids for you. Let us take a look. Dear Comrade Huang Yu, after receiving your message, I have pondered over it for an entire day. Although there may be divergences between us, I concur with your assertion that without investigation, one cannot claim to speak with authority. Henceforth, I shall conduct a thorough inquiry into the actual conditions of the peasant class. However, at this juncture, I still cannot endorse your perspective on forming a worker-peasant alliance, as I remain convinced that the hopes of revolution cannot be placed upon the shoulders of the peasantry. I have previously participated in discussions targeting the farmers, although the peasant class in Adair suffers greatly under the exploitation and oppression of the landlord class. They are ignorant, feeble, and lack unity. They only dare to confront their landlords when their own safety is assured. Otherwise, they will passively obey the commands of their masters, even turning their blades against us. In summary, they support whoever prevails. Many of the white bandit armies consist of farmers, and given the current situation, revolutionary forces have sustained significant losses, making their participation in our revolution even more improbable. Furthermore, the history of peasant struggles in Adair has never culminated in success. Once they achieve some victories, the peasant ranks swiftly decay, ultimately oppressing their fellow farmers, leading only to their inevitable failure. Let us set these matters aside for now. I once again express my gratitude for the provisions you have provided. After several days of recuperation, our health has improved considerably. At least we no longer appear as if we were either beggars or revolutionaries at first glance. Haha, just a jest. We shall disguise ourselves, avoiding towns, traversing through impoverished rural areas to connect with nearby revolutionary forces still engaged in combat, thereby augmenting our ranks. In due course, we shall require more provisions and medicines, and I hope you will prepare accordingly. Of course, I shall take this opportunity to investigate the rural conditions firsthand. I may not send you any messages in the coming days. By the way, today Comrade Marisher is now able to walk with the aid of a cane, and she has entrusted me to convey her gratitude to you when the occasion arises. Upon finishing the message, Huang Yu felt a surge of joy. He was not apprehensive about the investigation, but rather about the tenacity of one who might stubbornly pursue a singular path. Reflecting on this, he rose and seated himself at the desk by the window, opening his computer to commence a search once more while simultaneously drafting a reply to maids. Dear Comrade maids, I am delighted that you are willing to undertake a field investigation in the countryside. As my ancestors were also of peasant descent, I firmly believe that the suffering farmers across the globe share a common sentiment. Approach them, comprehend them, safeguard them, guide them, and ultimately, with their strength, achieve the triumph of revolution. Herein lies a document from my homeland, Huaxia, a historical investigative report concerning the peasant movement authored by our founding chairman. At that time, our revolutionary faction harbored considerable prejudices against the agrarian class. Here the original text is omitted. Well, I have refrained from voicing my personal opinions. The above is merely the original text of that investigative report. However, the limitations of this system vex me. It can translate languages yet fails to render the text of books. I find myself mentally transcribing as I read, and if it were possible, I would gladly send you a plethora of books. Enough of that. During this period, I shall prepare ample provisions and medicines for you, at least threefold compared to last time, but do remember to arrange for gold as well, for I am in need of it. Having sent the message to maids, Huang Yu stretched his neck and noticed it was already past 5 in the afternoon. He thus turned off the air conditioning and computer, washed his face, and stepped outside. There was an urgent matter that required immediate attention. What? Earning money? Restocking supplies? No, none of that. The pressing concern is to eat. I am famished. Barbecue. Here I come. Well, a certain 200-pound fellow had not eaten since 8 in the morning after a bowl of rice noodles, and now, nearly 10 hours later, His hunger was palpable. Chapter 22. The enigmatic beautiful neighbor in the evening at a barbecue restaurant. The proprietor placed a platter of skewers and a plate of fried rice before Huang Yu. Handsome, your meal is ready. Oh, splendid. Thank you, boss, Huang Yu replied casually, taking a sip of the sugar-free cola on the table. No iced tea this time. Just as he was about to indulge in the skewers, his phone began to ring. It was his mother calling again. Hello, Mom. Hey, Xiaoyu. What are you up to? I'm eating. Why do you ask that again? Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback by his mother's inquiry, but quickly grasped the underlying concern. Oh, I see, Mom. You're still worried about me being out here alone. I'm 26 now. I told you last time that I'm fine. That's not what I meant. I'm worried since you just quit your job and have no income. I found you a job. Upon hearing that his mother was seeking employment for him, Huang Yu hastily interjected. Mom, please don't fret. I've recently connected with a friend and we're discussing ways to earn money. A friend? Where did you meet him? Don't get scammed. Rest assured, he is reliable. Over the past few years, it has been my family assisting in finding jobs, but none have been enduring or lucrative. Allow me this chance. If it doesn't work out, I will definitely return to you. After a lengthy persuasion, Huang Yu finally convinced his mother that he was collaborating with a friend to earn money and had not been deceived. All right, Mom will trust you this time. Give it a try, but if it doesn't pan out, come back. Certainly, Mother, do not worry. Oh, by the way, I moved today. The previous room was poorly renovated, so I found a much better furnished single room to rent. I will send you a photo before I sleep. What? The renovation is significantly better? How much does it cost? Not much, just 60 yuan more per month. Quite economical. Oh, I see, that's good. Mother, remember not to eat too much tonight, exercise more, and keep an eye on your weight. All right, I will hang up now. My meal is about to cool down. Huang Yu, feeling somewhat guilty, ended the call and looked at the skewers and fried rice before him. However, after a moment's thought, he resolutely continued to eat. The money has been spent, so it would be a shame not to enjoy it. Having already purchased the genetic optimization serum, dieting? Absolutely not. After finishing dinner, Huang Yu patted his slightly bloated belly. Ever since acquiring the system, he had no restraint when it came to eating, consuming over 100 at this meal alone. Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. After paying, he glanced at his phone. It was still just past 7 in the evening. Considering the time was still early, he thought it would be a good opportunity to help Ma Insi gather some food and medicine. By visiting several different stores each day, he could accumulate quite a stock of supplies over time. All right, off I go. Once again, he opened the dubious map app and searched for nearby shops and supermarkets, heading towards the nearest one. Logically speaking, at this hour, some factories had closed for the day, and the streets should be bustling with people. However, as the local housing manager, Old Su, had mentioned, ever since the nearby factory closed due to the pandemic, many tenants had vacated, resulting in a significantly quieter street at night. This, in turn, facilitated Huang Yu's endeavors. At a small supermarket, he made his purchase and left carrying 2 bags of 50 kilograms of rice, then found a dark corner where he could stow the items into his storage space. Of course, he had to be mindful of surveillance, but it was still far more convenient than before. Next, he picked up medical supplies, iodine, cotton swabs, amoxicillin, and some bandaging gauze. Currently, Ma Insi had not requested any other medications. He could always buy more if needed. This place is incredibly convenient. I truly chose wisely. Feeling satisfied with the filled storage space, Huang Yu smiled. In just 1 hour, he had managed to pack away 500 pounds of rice, with the remaining space filled with medical supplies. It was almost 9 o'clock. Time to head back. In the northern part of Yu City, most residents are migrant workers, while the locals have built high-rise buildings on their land, renting them out to these workers, though it appears to be a city of towering structures. A glance at the dubious map reveals that these are merely referred to as various villages. Consequently, the roads are very narrow, aside from a few spacious thoroughfares. Most of the smaller roads are only slightly wider than a small car. Huang Yusin's newly rented small room is situated in a 15-story building, flanked by several similarly towering structures, though now they stand largely deserted, with the landlord stubbornly refusing to lower the rent. As night fell around 9 o'clock, the narrow alley remained dim and silent, illuminated only by the flickering streetlights. Huang Yu walked back with a blank expression, contemplating his plans for the coming days. Upon turning a corner, he soon found himself at the foot of his building, only to notice a strikingly attractive woman a few steps ahead. The poor lighting obscured her features and attire, yet he could discern her tall stature, accentuated by high heels that rendered her nearly as tall as himself, even barefoot. She must have stood around 170 centimeters. In a moment, she passed beneath a street lamp, revealing her glossy black hair cascading over her shoulders, untouched by dye or perm. She wore a delicate pink camisole that showcased her alluring waist and held a white handbag at her elbow, complemented by short hot pants. Her long, fair legs shimmered under the streetlight, appearing almost translucent. Truly, her figure was remarkable, though perhaps not quite as exquisite as Vivian's. As he walked, he admired her without any ill intent, for Huang Yu was accustomed to relying solely on himself in such matters. Before long, he reached the building's entrance, and by coincidence, the woman also entered. They stepped into the elevator one after the other. Huang Yu was poised to press the button for the 9th floor, only to discover that the woman had selected the same floor. So they were neighbors on the same level, he mused. Inside the elevator, as the last to enter, Huang Yu stood closer to the door, which acted like a mirror, allowing him to observe the woman behind him. Her complexion was fair and unadorned, save for a hint of subtle lipstick, suggesting she was in her early 20s, akin to a pristine university student. A slender silver necklace adorned her delicate neck, from which hung a silver charm, while her astonishingly ample bosom caught Huang Yu's eye, leaving him to ponder if his hand could ever encompass such fullness. Between her curves lay a deep valley, precariously defined, as if it might swallow her whole at any moment. What kind of nourishment could have fostered such a slender figure with such generous proportions? While her legs might not rival Vivian's, her upper form was undoubtedly captivating. However, he noticed that the woman displayed a distinct wariness upon his entrance, leaving Huang Yu perplexed. It was their first encounter. He hadn't provoked her in any way. Sensing her unfriendly demeanor, he averted his gaze and stared stonily at the elevator's floor indicator. As the elevator reached the 9th floor, the woman abruptly shoved past him, exiting before he could react. This only deepened his confusion, prompting him to voice his irritation. "What is your problem? Why did you push me?" Unbeknownst to her, upon hearing Huang Yu's call, the beautiful woman quickened her pace. Chapter 23. Su Xiaoli. Huang Yu was puzzled by the commotion, only to soon hear the sound of her falling and her cries of distress. Oh dear, running so swiftly in high heels, she must have fallen, he mused, proceeding slowly towards his room. As previously mentioned, Huang Yu's single room had windows on 2 sides, positioning it at the corner of the building, with the entrance situated at the end of the hallway. Upon exiting the elevator, he immediately spotted the woman squatting on the ground, clutching her right knee, evidently injured, with her phone shattered on the floor. Though he had been inexplicably pushed moments earlier, witnessing her plight instinctively compelled Huang Yu to approach and offer assistance. However, before he could utter a word, she noticed him advancing and hastily picked up her phone, leaning against the wall as she limped towards the end of the corridor, frantically tapping at her device, which, due to the damage, remained unresponsive. It dawned on Huang Yu that she likely perceived him as a lecherous stalker. "Alas, fair lady, I am not a villain. I am merely a new tenant on this floor, your neighbor," he thought. "I don't believe you." "Stay away," she retorted, clearly unconvinced. Continuing to hobble along the wall, Huang Yu felt helpless. Her firm belief in his sinister intentions rendered any explanation futile. It seemed more prudent to simply open his door and prove his innocence. Before long, the woman reached the end of the hallway, leaning against the door opposite Huang Yu's, trembling as she searched her bag for her room card. What a coincidence, he mused. She was indeed his neighbor. With a sense of intrigue, Huang Yu approached his own door, observing that she appeared on the verge of tears, clutching her chest and shaking. You mustn't come closer. I'll call for help," she stammered. This time, Huang Yu refrained from explaining himself and instead, with a bemused expression, retrieved his room card from his pocket, waving it before her before turning to unlock his door. Beep. As the door swung open, he illuminated the interior, instantly casting an aura of embarrassment across the woman's face. "Oh, you really do live here," she remarked, incredulous. "Did you think otherwise, my dear?" Huang Yu replied with a chuckle, his gaze falling upon the blood seeping from her injured knee. "It seems you've hurt yourself. I have some iodine and cotton swabs." "Just a moment." With that, he stepped inside, retrieving the supplies from his storage space, before re-emerging to hand them to her. "My name is Huang Yu. I just moved in today, your neighbor across the hall." The woman, finally grasping the situation, realized she had been battling her own misconceptions, not only injuring her knee but also damaging her phone in the process. Accepting the iodine and cotton swabs with a hint of embarrassment, she replied, I see. I apologize for my absence earlier. I was out enjoying the day and have just returned, thus I was unaware of your situation. Nonetheless, it is a relief that the misunderstanding has been resolved, and I have incurred no losses. However, you, on the other hand, have not only injured your knee but also damaged your phone. By the way, my dear, you have yet to reveal your name." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the beauty's expression fell, and with a quivering voice, she lamented, "Su Xiaoli. My brand new phone, I had barely even warmed it up." With that, She burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. All right, let's find a repair shop tomorrow and see if it can be fixed. After all, phones are not inexpensive these days. Huang Yu consoled her, yet her tears persisted. Please, do not cry. This incident is my fault. I shall replace your phone. Upon hearing Huang Yu's reassurance, Su Xiaoli quickly ceased her tears. Are you truly serious? You are not deceiving me. Rest assured, I live right across from you. Where could I possibly run off to? Indeed, it is evident that money can alleviate most troubles in this world. After all, he is not lacking a few thousand yuan at present, especially to charm a lady. Of course, had it not been for the system's intervention, he would have likely turned a blind eye to her plight, considering that the latest model phone equates to nearly a month's salary for him. After a moment of comforting her, Su Xiaoli composed herself, bid him good night, and entered her room. Observing her close the door, Huang Yu shook his head and followed suit, shutting his own door behind him. Just in time. I, too, am due for a phone upgrade. Once in his room, Huang Yu took a refreshing shower and recorded a video of his room's arrangement to send to his mother via WeChat. He then donned a pair of shorts and sat on his bed, beginning to apply the extracts of the black herb and the essence of the mark tree. The effects of these applications would take several days to manifest. Consistency in their daily use was essential. After finishing, Huang Yu recalled the abundance of items still stored in his storage space. He began stacking bags of rice neatly against the wall near the stairwell, ensuring that even if someone peeked inside, they would not see the rice, which could appear peculiar for a single occupant. Next, he placed several large bags of medicine atop the rice pile. With that, the storage space appeared more spacious. Noticing 2 small glass vials adorned with golden patterns, an idea struck him. I almost forgot. Su Xiaoli was injured, wasn't she? I wonder if she has fallen asleep yet. This is the perfect opportunity to test these 2 potions. Instantly, he rose, dressing in a black shirt and athletic pants, as he favored darker colors for their slimming effect. Soon, he found himself at Su Xiaoli's door, knocking gently and calling out, Hey, Su Xiaoli, are you asleep? Almost immediately, a soft voice filtered through the door. What is it, handsome? Understanding her reluctance to open the door, Huang Yu could empathize. After all, what solitary young woman would permit an unfamiliar man entry into her private quarters? However, he mused, such instances were not entirely unheard of. Shaking his head to dispel his wandering thoughts, he continued, I have brought 2 bottles of medicine specifically for treating wounds. Please open the door shortly to retrieve them. First, apply the dark red bottle, followed by the pink one, and observe the results. He displayed the 2 vials briefly at the peephole before placing them gently on the ground outside her door. I shall take my leave now. Aware of her apprehension, Huang Yu wisely chose not to linger, promptly returning to his own room. After a considerable interval, perhaps once she was assured that Huang Yu had indeed retreated, Su Xiaoli cautiously opened her door, her gaze falling upon the 2 exquisite glass bottles resting on the floor. Slowly crouching down, she examined them closely before glancing up at Huang Yu's door. Without uttering a word, she quietly closed her own door again. Chapter 24. The marvelous elixirs and the harsh reality of the slave trade, given that their rooms were directly opposite each other. The layout of Su Xiaoli's room mirrored that of Huang Yu's, albeit with the addition of various feminine accoutrements. In one corner stood a full-length mirror, while beneath the window in her bedroom lay a makeup mirror accompanied by an array of cosmetics. She limped over to the bedside, where Huang Yu's iodine and cotton swabs were placed upon a nightstand. The cotton swabs had been opened, and her right knee bore a wound that had been treated with iodine, though it continued to seep blood. Upon closer inspection, the injury, a result of her tumble on the tiled floor of the corridor, had not caused extensive abrasions, but rather a scraped area the size of a thumb. Surrounded by a considerable bruise, it seemed unlikely to heal in less than a week or 2. Her attire had not changed. She had merely swapped her high-heeled shoes for a pair of slippers. Clearly, the pain from her injury hindered her mobility, preventing her from bathing. He can compensate me for my phone, but now he delivers medicine at such a late hour. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to me? Su Xiaoli frowned, muttering to herself, average in looks, somewhat portly, and certainly not wealthy living here. He shall not entertain any thoughts regarding me. Once he compensates for my phone, I shall disregard him entirely. Resolute in her decision, she picked up the 2 bottles of elixir once more. Her curiosity piqued as she traced the intricate golden floral patterns on the glass. What exquisite bottles! Sealed with a cork, quite intriguing indeed. I wonder what brand they are and how effective they might be. Are they costly? Shrugging off the thoughts, she concluded, well, since he gifted them to me, I might as well make use of them. With that, Su Xiaoli followed Huang Yu's instructions. First opening the dark red vial of coagulant and carefully dabbing some of the potion onto the cotton swab to apply it to the wound on her right knee. Initially, there was a slight chill, but soon, Su Xiaoli felt an unusual sensation emanating from her wound, as if it were rapidly forming a scab. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was not merely a sensation. A true scab had indeed formed over the wound. Su Xiaoli was still somewhat incredulous, so she cautiously touched it with a cotton swab. The sensation from the wound, coupled with the significantly diminished pain, was unmistakably conveying to her that this was no illusion. How remarkable! The powerful efficacy of the coagulant astonished Su Xiaoli. She had originally intended to visit the pharmacy the next day to procure some adhesive bandages or dressings, for it was customary that even a moderately sized wound would take several days to scab over, during which inadequate protection could lead to infection. Yet, astonishingly, the thumb-sized wound had already formed a scab moments after application. Eager to experiment with another vial, she recalled that Huang Yu had also given her a pink potion. Quickly, she opened it, retrieved another cotton swab, and applied some of the potion to the wound. A refreshing sensation washed over her, yet beyond that, she felt nothing else. This vial doesn't seem to be very effective. Perhaps the immediate and astounding results of the first coagulant had set her expectations too high, leading to her disappointment with the second healing potion. Oh well, the wound has already scabbed, so there is no fear of it getting wet. It's late. Perhaps a shower is in order. She rose and, supporting herself against the wall, slowly made her way to the bathroom. However, after just a couple of steps, she paused. It doesn't seem to hurt as much anymore. A scab wouldn't account for this effect, would it? Mustering her courage, she released her grip on the wall and attempted to walk a few more steps. To her astonishment, she found she could move normally, although there was still some pain. It had become trivial. Could this be the effect of the second potion? How extraordinary. It must be quite expensive. For a moment, Su Xiaoli was taken aback. Although the stout neighbor across the hall was not her type, he had accompanied her with her phone and provided her with such precious potions. If he truly had feelings for her, she would find it difficult to refuse him outright. Perhaps she should thank him in person tomorrow and return these 2 vials. After mulling it over, Su Xiaoli decided to return the 2 miraculous potions to Huang Yu, since she did not intend to accept his kindness. She would refrain from accepting his gifts. With this resolved, she continued on her way to the bathroom, preparing for a refreshing shower. However, she had not considered that Huang Yu had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to test the efficacy of the 2 potions. Meanwhile, on another front, Zhubeiji. Spit. Huang Yu, after handing the potions to Su Xiaoli, did not retire for the night but instead sat in a chair by the bedroom window, beginning to search the system. Please search for any commercially available management-type slaves for sale. As the luminous curtain flickered on the retina, a plethora of items unveiled themselves, all distinctly marked as slaves, representing an array of bizarre and varied races. This piqued Huang Yu's curiosity, prompting him to instruct the system to focus solely on filtering out the slaves of the highest civilization level for further examination. To his astonishment, he discovered some slaves being sold by a level 9 civilization, marking his first encounter with commodities from such an advanced society. Although he was acutely aware of his inability to afford them, the initial image depicted a multitude of colossal stone statues, each exhibiting unique forms, some resembling humanoid figures carved from rock. Yet, the accompanying text sent a chill coursing through him. Flemu race slave, product of a level 9 cultivation civilization. The Flemu civilization, originally a level 7 cultivation civilization, is a unique life form devoid of gender, reproducing through fission. Their bodies are composed of minerals, with their size and the quality of minerals improving with cultivation, rendering them a veritable treasure trove of resources. After being conquered by our race, they are now confined as slaves, with varying levels available, prices fluctuating according to their grade, settled in cosmic currency. This was evidently a level 7 civilization, whose unique mineral-based life forms had caught the attention of a level 9 civilization. Subsequently conquered, the entire race had been reduced to slavery, or rather, transformed into renewable, mobile mines, with each individual oblivious to the day they might be harvested for their mineral wealth. The second image revealed a transparent eggshell ensconced by twisted red tendrils, within which lay an amorphous embryo. Custom slave, product of a level 9 biological civilization, capable of tailoring various flesh and blood slaves according to the buyer's specifications, regardless of appearance, physique, gender, or reproductive capability. Requests can be made, with an assurance of loyalty. Prices vary according to demand, settled in cosmic currency. With eyes closed, Huang Yu temporarily deactivated the system, choosing not to delve further. Merely gazing upon these 2 items was sufficient. Even the 3 major level 9 civilizations, signatories of the Cosmic Civilization Accord, brazenly engaged in the slave trade. The first was a level 7 civilization, which Earth could not even hope to resist. ultimately leading to its entire race being reduced to captive minds. The second was even more absurd, having fabricated life forms from nothing. While it seemed less brutal than the first, one must ponder the plight of a race that begins its existence as slaves, devoid of hope, future, or identity. Is that not an even graver cruelty? Should Earth enter the cosmic era, could it truly endure such brutal cosmic laws? In that moment, an icy sensation enveloped Huang Yu. Chapter 25. The purchase of slaves. Time slipped away, and eventually, Huang Yu emerged from his concerns regarding Earth's future. Exhaling deeply, he sought to reassure himself. Earth is still within a novice protection period, not even attaining a level 3 civilization status. And considering such distant matters from his current position as an aimless drifter seemed rather futile. Approaching the washstand, he splashed cold water upon his face. Feeling the refreshing liquid revive his composure, wiping the moisture from his face, he once again settled into the chair. System. Please assist me in searching for any commercial management type slaves, whose physique and appearance resemble those of Earthlings. The retinal display flickered once more, due to the added filtering criteria. The variety of products that appeared this time was considerably less than at the outset. Adhering to the principle that the first column must be system recommended, Huang Yu prioritized examining the first item. The image depicted a group of white-haired humans, both male and female, who, judged by earthly aesthetics, were all strikingly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, he noted that their irises were a rare violet hue, a striking rarity on Earth. The sight of their visage immediately conjured images of the Targaryens from Game of Thrones in Huang Yu's mind. Zorga's race slave, a product of 4th-level cultivation civilization. The Zorga civilization originated from a 2nd-level cultivation civilization on the same planet as my race. Naturally alluring and intelligent, after being conquered by my people, they were domesticated as slaves. Through multiple generations of selective breeding, their appearance and intellect have become increasingly exceptional. Price negotiable. Oh, yet another civilization that fell into slavery after conquest, and the term selective breeding is indeed thought-provoking. System, please connect me with the merchant. Understood, a dialogue request has been submitted. Awaiting the other party's consent. Before long, a figure clad entirely in black armor materialized on the display. The armor was intricately engraved with elaborate patterns and featured numerous protruding spikes at the joints, exuding an air of opulence yet menace. A skull-like helmet obscured the face, adorned with 7 upright spikes, resembling a crown. However, he might indeed be the emperor of this 4th-level cultivation civilization, or at least a high-ranking individual. As he was seated upon a luxurious throne forged from black metal, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. Neither party spoke immediately, though the silence did not linger long. Greetings. Mr. Huang Yu from a secondary technological civilization. I am Salandin, emperor of the Sagath civilization. What do you wish to exchange? A deep voice resonated. Confirming Huang Yu's suspicions of his royal status, he was indeed an emperor. From his shop, it was evident he was male. Yet the images displayed still concealed his true appearance. But that was not the crux of the matter. Huang Yu was merely there to transact, indifferent to the merchant's appearance. Your Majesty Salandin, I wish to purchase a Zorga slave. I wonder what I might offer in exchange? If all you possess are the items displayed in your shop, I must refuse the transaction. Excuse me? Huang Yu was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a direct refusal in his recent exchanges. I am an emperor of a 4th-level cultivation civilization, ruling over an entire planet. My sole interest lies in augmenting my own power. Any novel trinket, unless it aids in my cultivation, is of little consequence to me. You are but a human from a secondary civilization, a technological one, and you cannot provide what I seek. Perhaps in the future we may have the opportunity to engage in trade, but at present, you are most likely not ready. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu fell into a prolonged silence, while Salandin remained silent, merely observing him. After a considerable time, Huang Yu nodded and said, I understand. I hope we can have the chance to trade in the future. There is no need for undue self-deprecation. I was once like you, a fortunate recipient of a ring. Your future is promising, but it is still too early. Once you possess something that piques my interest, I will be more than willing to engage in trade with you. With that, Salandin severed the connection. Huang Yu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to calm his emotions. It had only been a few days since he obtained the system, and there would be ample opportunities ahead. Even though Salandin had just declined the trade, Huang Yu did not dare to underestimate him, for he too possessed a similar ring. And the future was uncertain as to who might ultimately prevail. System, return to the previous selection interface and continue. This time, Huang Yu cast his gaze upon the second column of products recommended by the system. The image depicted a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties. Yet their features bore a resemblance to those of the Huaxia people, hinting at a mixed heritage. Tianhua civilization slaves, products of a level 4 technological civilization. rebellious elements of their own civilization, being sold off at a bargain to exchange for items of my interest, price negotiable. A level 4 technological civilization, rebellious elements of their kin, sold off at a bargain. This information left Huang Yu utterly bewildered. It was the first time he had encountered individuals of a technological civilization willing to sell their own kind into slavery, and at such a low price, no less, merely to obtain items of interest. Intrigued, Huang Yu turned his attention to the seller's store. Hua Guang, male, presented as a man clad in splendid attire. Crowned with a diadem, possessing the same golden hair and azure eyes, his handsome visage adorned with a hint of a mischievous grin, exuding an air of reckless abandon. He appeared to be an emperor as well, but can a technological civilization truly operate in such a manner? Generally speaking, technological civilizations rely on external tools, namely technological means, to resolve issues, with minimal individual disparity within the civilization. When pushed to the brink, even a head of state might find themselves in a precarious position. It is akin to an ordinary recluse wielding a handgun, capable of taking down a prime minister mid-speech with a single shot. Thus, the open sale of one's own kin into slavery by a leader of a technological civilization who seemingly thrives in such circumstances left Huang Yu perplexed. As he perused Hua Guang's store, he noted that, aside from the weapons offered, which included swords, daggers, and shields, were all marked as products of a level 4 technological civilization, boasting immense power. Huang Yu was left with a face full of questions, voicing his doubts to the system. System, is this truly a level 4 technological civilization? Have you made an error? The system does not commit such elementary mistakes. Yet, these items do not resemble the products of a technological civilization in any conceivable way. In the vast expanse of the universe, civilizations are categorized into 3 principal types: technological, cultivation, and biological. However, these categories are not mutually exclusive. A technological civilization can indeed develop techniques related to both cultivation and biological sciences. Are you suggesting that the Tianhua civilization, while predominantly technological, has also made advancements in cultivation or biological technologies, thus exhibiting such peculiarities? The system fell silent, and Huang Yu refrained from pressing further, aware that inquiries would be futile, as the system had already stated it would not disclose information regarding civilizations, and he could only seek indirect means to glean insights. Chapter 26. The repugnant Huaguang system. Connect with the merchant on the other side. Affirmative. The dialogue request has been submitted, awaiting the other party's consent. Fortuitously, the 2 transactions that evening did not require prolonged waiting. The connection was established promptly, and the image of Huaguang materialized upon Huang Yu's retinal display. The backdrop featured an opulent and grand palace, reminiscent of ancient Roman architecture, adorned with numerous guards brandishing weapons. At that moment, Huaguang reclined languidly upon a lavish sofa, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, with each arm encircling a scantily clad beauty of the Tianhua tribe, who held platters of assorted fruits, presumably having just been feeding him. However, upon noticing someone seeking a transaction, the 2 beauties halted their ministrations. Nevertheless, behind the sofa stood 2 equally scantily clad Tianhua beauties, bending forward, heads bowed, gently massaging Huaguang's shoulders. From Huang Yu's vantage point, he could not help but glimpse the profound curves of the 2 women behind the sofa, eliciting a conflict of desire to avert his gaze while simultaneously being unable to resist. While Huaguang's personal image alone might suggest a libertine demeanor, this tableau could only be described as utterly debauched. Without waiting for Huang Yu to speak, Huaguang, with an air of impatience, remarked, "I expected to be approached with a significant business proposition, yet here I am confronted by a lowly creature from a secondary technological civilization. It seems fortune smiles upon you to have accessed the interstellar trading system. Now, state your business with me." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's expression darkened immediately. What was this transaction turning into? He had already endured rejection earlier, which was somewhat bearable, yet this individual was outright insulting him. How dare he refer to him as a lowly creature? However, recalling the term bargain in the product description and recognizing his pressing need for assistance, Huang Yu managed to suppress his indignation. Very well. A true gentleman can endure and adapt. It was merely a verbal affront, and he would tolerate it this time. Thus, Huang Yu forced himself to adopt a humble tone. "Your Highness Huaguang, my name is Huang Yu. I have recently been fortunate enough to acquire a system ring and am in need of a capable individual to assist me with commercial management. It just so happens that I discovered your majesty was dealing in rebels, and thus I took the liberty to reach out." Upon hearing this, Huaguang merely scoffed derisively. "Humph! A lowly creature dares to seek a transaction with me? Begone." Then he addressed the 2 beautiful women in his embrace, saying, "Just a lowly creature. Pay him no mind. Continue." Upon hearing this, the two women immediately approached him with obedient grace, first pinching a piece of fruit and placing it in their mouths. Then feeding it to Hua Guang one bite at a time, casting disdainful glances towards Huang Yu intermittently. Meanwhile, the guards armed with weapons displayed mocking expressions as they directed their derision at Huang Yu. What the hell? Hua Guang has projected my image in 3D for all to see. The system's imagery has always been capable of such projection, akin to 3D holography. Yet it is strikingly lifelike. Until now, Huang Yu had adhered to a cautious approach, confining the imagery to his retina. He never anticipated that Hua Guang would exhibit such audacity, engaging in a public holographic dialogue, thereby openly humiliating him before an audience. At this moment, Huang Yu felt his composure wavering. Damn it, I should never have come here, to endure the humiliation from such a scoundrel for no reason. Just as Huang Yu was about to sever the connection, an intriguing voice suddenly emanated from off-screen. Hold on, Hua Guang, my king, I have just conceived a splendid idea. As soon as the words fell, a strikingly handsome man with flowing golden hair, adorned in armor more resplendent than that of the surrounding guards, stepped into view. Oh, Tangjia, do you have a brilliant idea? Come forth and share it with us. Hua Guang evidently held a high regard for this Tangjia, beckoning him closer to elucidate. However, Huang Yu was utterly unprepared for what transpired next. He had assumed that Hua Guang merely intended for Tangjia to speak. But to his astonishment, Hua Guang pushed the two women aside, inviting Tangjia to sit beside him on the sofa. Then, he boldly pulled Tangjia into his embrace. Witnessing this scene, Huang Yu shut his eyes in agony, his mind raging furiously. My God, my eyes. In retrospect, it was apparent that Tangjia had meticulously adorned himself, and these two were undoubtedly a pair. As for Hua Guang, it seemed he was indiscriminately attracted to both genders. Why did I even come in here? Yet, as long as Huang Yu held his silence, the others could not hear his inner turmoil. And the two continued their chatter. My king, do you recall? Despite being captured and subjected to torture, Huang, that rebel, has always believed that his most trusted general would rescue him. Why do you mention him? Moreover, that so-called general was apprehended not long ago. The rebellion has been utterly crushed. My king is wise, and in accordance with your royal decree, all the male rebels have been executed on the spot, while the women are lined up awaiting buyers. So, what are you implying? My king, My implication is to sell his most trusted general as a slave to this lowly creature before the very eyes of Huang, that rebel. And you must know, that so-called general is a woman? Indeed, it has come to my mind now. Ha ha ha, how splendid. This time, it seems he is holding up quite well. Wang Yingming chuckled heartily. Thus, this pair of canine gentlemen reached a consensus. Huang Yu, upon hearing this, managed to recover from his revulsion, for it appeared from their discourse that the objective for the evening was likely to be achieved. Upon opening his eyes, he observed Hua Guang, who was tapping his forehead with his left index finger, seemingly engaged in a phone call. Yes, bring forth that traitor Hua Ying immediately, along with his so-called general. Originally, Huang Yu thought he would have to wait for quite some time. However, in less than a minute, a pair of guards ushered two individuals into view. It remained unclear whether they had been detained nearby or if there existed some rapid mode of transportation. One of them was a striking beauty clad in a flowing white robe, characteristic of the Tianhua tribe, with golden hair and azure eyes. Her hands and feet were shackled, yet the voluminous garment could not conceal her alluring silhouette. Though her long hair appeared somewhat disheveled, the defiant glimmer in her cerulean eyes still shone through. The other figure, if one could indeed call it a person, was a tall yet emaciated wretch, completely naked, ribs protruding grotesquely. His body bore a multitude of wounds, some having healed into ghastly scars while others bled profusely, likely the result of recent torture. Two particular areas drew the most attention. One was a gruesome wound between his legs, continuously oozing blood, rendering it impossible for Huang Yu to ascertain the individual's gender. The other was the face of this unfortunate soul, where once flowing golden hair was matted with dried blood. One eye socket lay hollow, evidently having been deprived of an eyeball. Yet perhaps to ensure he beheld the brutality of this world, he was allowed to retain one intact eye. Moreover, both ears, his nose, and even his lips had been severed, leaving only a gaping hole where his mouth had been, revealing merely the base of his tongue. It was unfathomable what transgressions had warranted such torment. Hua Guang truly incited revulsion. Chapter 27. The abominable Huang Wang have brought them. The guards thrust the woman forward, while the tormented soul was still being supported by two others, likely due to the unbearable suffering he had endured. Yet, the trembling figure gazed at the woman with palpable excitement, his quaking body a testament to his identity as the rebellious Hua Ying spoken of by Tangjia. Huang struggled to articulate something, but devoid of a tongue, he was unable to form coherent words, his solitary eye brimming with tears of despair. Conversely, the woman fixed her furious gaze upon the smug Huang, indignantly proclaiming, "You usurper! May you meet a most dreadful fate." Yet, Huang merely laughed boisterously. A look of contempt etched upon his face. "Ha ha, a usurper? I am the firstborn of the late king. In comparison to Huang, his rebellion is far more legitimate." "Ha ha ha. You speak nonsense. It was you who murdered the late king. You destroyed the late king's decree bequeathing the throne to Prince Huang." At this moment, Huang Yu realized that the unfortunate Huang was indeed a prince, presumably the younger brother of Huang. To be so ruthless even towards his own brother. It seems he has even eliminated his own father. What a beast. Huang Yu's disdain for Huang deepened, yet he remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding events. Now, he felt utterly powerless in the face of it all. Oh, murdering the late king? Destroying the decree? Where is the evidence? Produce your proof. Ha ha ha. You. Shameless. I relish the sight of you rebels hating me, for you are utterly incapable of changing anything. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Huang seized the woman by her hair, compelling her to gaze at Huang, exclaiming madly, "I remember. Your name is Ling Yi, right? Come, look at this person. Do you recognize him?" The woman, no, Ling Yi, grimaced in pain as her hair was yanked, yet defiantly met Huang's gaze, gritting her teeth and declaring, "You tyrannical pretender. Who are you tormenting now?" Seeing Ling Yi fail to recognize Huang's smile grew increasingly maniacal. "Ha ha ha, you cannot even recognize him? He has always placed his trust in you, even personally appointing you as that laughable general, and yet you fail to identify him? Ha ha ha." Then, with arrogance, he shouted towards Huang, "My dear brother. Ha ha ha, your judgment is lacking. A woman you trusted so deeply does not even recognize you. Ha ha ha. You deserve this fate. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Huang reveal Huang's identity, Huang lowered his head in despair, while Ling Yi seemingly lost all strength, collapsing weakly to her knees, staring blankly at Prince Huang before her. Huang, observing this, relinquished his grip on Ling Yi's hair, allowing her to remain on the ground, and slowly approached Huang. With one hand, he forcefully lifted Huang's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. "My dear brother, I truly cannot fathom you. You have always been stronger than me since childhood, and our father favored you most. Yet why must you allow women to partake in governance? Even military matters? What use are women? Look at you. You angered our father so much that he exiled you to the borders, and still, you did not relent. Even promoting this woman to general, directly leading to our father's demise. He was so disappointed in you, do you realize? Even in his dying moments, he decreed that you, the unfilial son, should be put to death. Yet he underestimated you. Not only did you defy our father's decree, but you also spread rumors that I murdered the late king, openly revolting. However, how could I be unprepared? Ha ha, your other promoted female general, Huang Yu. Her rank is only second to this so-called general before you. TSK, from love to hatred, you say you elevate so many women, yet you touch none of them. Your mind solely fixated on my dear sister-in-law. Now, look, she has come to my side. However, women are indeed unreliable creatures. Huang Yu is not truly seeking refuge with me, rather. Her mind is solely occupied with the notion of using my hand to eliminate my beloved sister-in-law and this Ling Yi. She naively believes that by dispatching these two individuals, you would marry her, and then, ha, she could usurp my position and ascend as the new king and queen. At this point, Huang could not help but release Huang and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention another detail. The one who betrayed you, aside from Huang Yu, was also my dear sister-in-law, your most cherished wife, Xiaoguang. Ha ha ha. You claim to have elevated so many other women. How could you expect your own woman to feel secure? The jealousy of women, ha ha. Did you not anticipate that Xiaoguang would also reach out to me? She, in her innocence, thought to enlist my aid in extinguishing the rebellious forces that followed you. Ha ha, especially those women. And she foolishly believed that I would truly honor my promise to spare your lives, allowing you both to live in solitude. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, I struck Huang fiercely, causing a considerable amount of blood to spill. You have underestimated me. Such foolish actions. I felt my intelligence insulted. I initially thought this was a scheme devised by the two of you. But the truth, ha ha ha, it is indeed real. Oh dear. Ha ha ha. It utterly amuses me that the battle fell so easily into my hands. As for those two imbeciles, I swiftly sent them on their way, leaving only this Ling Yi, who remarkably managed to flee with a troop. It took considerable effort to capture her. At this moment, Huang began to groan. Evidently shaken by these revelations, his beloved woman and trusted subordinate had conspired against him, leading to this outcome. Now, his most trusted aide, his last hope, had also been captured. It is a burden no one could bear. Meanwhile, the palace maids, terrified by Hua Guang's madness, knelt trembling on the ground, while the guards averted their gaze. Unable to bear the sight, only the reclining Tang Jia observed with keen interest. Huang Yu, who had remained silent, could not help but close his eyes, pondering what he might do. On the other hand, Hua Guang, perhaps having released the pent-up emotions, gradually regained his sanity. He took a damp towel from a quaking maid, first wiping the blood from his hands before speaking again. Brother, I have always known you to be a person of resolute will, which is why I refrained from sharing these two pieces of news with you earlier, intending to reveal them only after I had tormented you sufficiently to heighten the thrill. TSK, of course, I was uncertain when that moment would come, but not long ago, my army eliminated the remaining rebels and captured this Ling Yi, pondering how to deal with her. And then, today, just moments ago, an inferior being from a secondary technological civilization approached me for a trade, you see. The one standing over there. You see, both plump and short, and rather unattractive. What do you think about selling Ling Yi to him as a slave? Ha. I can only imagine that this inferior creature would indulge her every night. Upon hearing such depravity, Huang Yu felt a surge of anger welling up within him. Yet he dared not react impulsively, mindful of the live broadcast. He lowered his head to conceal the fury etched on his face, his hands clenched into fists, the veins on his hands protruding ominously. This wretched beast. Huang Yu vowed that regardless of how much time passed, should there be even the slightest opportunity, he would certainly eliminate this monster. At that moment, Huang completely broke down. His bloodied face reflected madness and hatred in his singular eye. He struggled to confront Hua Guang, yet was restrained by two guards, utterly powerless, ultimately reduced to a garbled, desperate roar directed at Hua Guang. Listening to his brother's cries of despair, Hua Guang could only chuckle in delight. Ha. Chapter 28. The transaction. Hua Guang laughed heartily for a while before squinting and letting out a long sigh. Brother, after all these years, this is the first time I have felt such comfort. Hey, you there, the inferior creature who dares not even look up, raise your head. Hearing Hua Guang's voice, Huang Yu, who had been suppressing his rage with closed eyes, took several deep breaths, struggling to rein in his emotions. Aren't you going to hurry up? Finally, Huang Yu slowly lifted his head, wearing a rigid, forced smile. Your Majesty Hua Guang, please do not take offense. It is my first encounter with a ruler of the fourth-level civilization, and I am somewhat hesitant to meet your gaze, lest I offend you. Please forgive me. Oh, is that so? Very well, I grant you permission to look upon me, perhaps in a good mood. Hua Guang did not dwell on these details and began to inspect Huang Yu's shop information. Let me see, the Jiuzhou Pavilion, an acceptable name, but what rubbish lies within? TSK, there isn't a single useful item here. Never mind, I shall choose any one of them, they're all the same. With that, he disregarded Huang Yu and approached Ling Yi. Since witnessing Huang's tragic fate, Ling Yi had been profoundly affected, sitting on the ground in a stupor, tears streaming down her face as she gazed blankly at Huang. Hua Guang said nothing more. Instead, he extended his right hand towards Ling Yi's head, as if his pupils had vanished, leaving his eyes a pure white. An air of regal authority suddenly enveloped him, his cold voice cutting through the silence. Ling Yi, for your treasonous offense, I have temporarily sealed your Tianhua core. Now, by the name of the king of Tianhua, I shall forever strip you of your Tianhua core. As his words fell, Ling Yi, who had been in a daze, let out a piercing scream. Then, curled up on the ground. She clutched her head in agony, emitting continuous groans as wisps of blue smoke emerged from her crown, oblivious to the turmoil within her body. From this moment forth, you shall exist as a lowly creature, scraping by for the remaining decades of your life, he mocked with a chilling laugh. How perfectly suited you are for such a fate. Observing Ling Yi's torment, Hua Guang sneered, aiming his right hand once more at her head. Does it hurt? This is not the end. I fear you might seek your own demise, so I shall inscribe a binding seal upon your mind. You shall never be permitted to seek death on your own accord, and you will obey his every command, no matter what he asks of you. You must comply unconditionally. As Hua Guang spoke, a surge of golden energy flowed from his hand into Ling Yi's head, eliciting another heart-wrenching scream from her. Soon. As the golden energy dissipated, her cries gradually diminished, yet she continued to moan incessantly, her body drenched in sweat, quickly soaking her white robe. Meanwhile, Huang, restrained nearby, reacted more violently to the scene, her shrieks growing increasingly anguished, which only served to delight Hua Guang further. My dear brother, why the excitement? He chuckled mockingly. At that moment, Huang Yu felt a pang of urgency in his heart. It was evident from Ling Ye's reaction that her mind had been compromised, and he worried she might become a mere imbecile. Maintaining a rigid, artificial smile, he inquired, Hua Guang, can we proceed with the transaction? I hope that woman hasn't been ruined. I still have use for her. Humph. Hua Guang, reveling in his enjoyment, appeared slightly displeased by Huang Yu's interruption but replied nonetheless, rest assured, I desire this woman to be tormented while fully conscious. I would never reduce her to a fool. Let us commence the transaction. She will be entirely beholden to you, unable to even contemplate death without your command. With that, Hua Guang initiated the trade, and to Huang Yu's astonishment, the item he sought was merely a modest fruit knife, a tool he typically employed for slicing fruit. Currently resting in the drawer of his desk, as a blue glow enveloped the space, the curled-up Ling Yi materialized on the floor of Huang Yu's room, her moans unrelenting. In Hua Guang's hand appeared the fruit knife. He grasped it in his right hand, testing the blade with his left thumb, casually remarking, what primitive smelting techniques. I wouldn't use such a blade to slay a dog. Having achieved his aim for the evening, Huang Yu contemplated concluding the transaction. However, upon witnessing the pitiful state of Huang, he hesitated and, maintaining his feigned smile, proposed, Hua Guang, since you harbor such disdain for Huang, I have a small suggestion. Humph. The transaction is complete. Why do you linger, you lowly creature? Hua Guang shot Huang Yu a glance, but, after a moment's thought, replied, what suggestion do you have? Speak. It is said that since you harbor such disdain for that Huang, why not sell him to me as a slave? After all, you must have had your fill of him by now, and I shall put him to good use. Oh. At this, Hua Guang's face revealed a glimmer of intrigue. How amusing. You truly dare to entertain such thoughts. How audacious. If I could acquire another slave of a level 4 civilization, I would awaken from my dreams with laughter. But what purpose would he serve for you? Were it not for my reluctance to see him perish, clinging to life through daily doses of medication, he would have long since succumbed, reduced to a mere cripple. Ah, you are unaware. On my planet, there are places that specifically exhibit individuals with physical deformities as curiosities, charging admission to profit from their display. In his current state, he is perfectly suited for such a purpose. To be exhibited as a curiosity? Truly, what a base civilization. What inferior beings. Ha ha. Observing Hua Guang's mocking laughter, Huang Yu silently mused. Patricide and usurpation, and yet he subjects his own brother to such torment. Few humanoid emperors in Earth's history could rival your depravity. Hua Guang's laughter was short-lived as he turned to the already exhausted Huang, saying, brother, did you hear that? What do you think of this proposal from this inferior being? Ha ha. Perhaps Huang was too weakened to muster another cry. Yet his single eye remained fixed on Hua Guang with unwavering intensity. Ha ha ha. Your gaze truly delights me, dear brother. In silence, I shall assume your agreement. Huang Yu sighed in relief. Agreement was sufficient. While he was no saint, one could extend a hand to such a wretched soul. Once the transaction was complete, he would search the system for any remedies that might aid in Huang's recovery. He wondered if Vivian's potions would be of any use to him, with the hope of restoring him to his former self. As a prince of a level 4 civilization, even the designated heir of the previous emperor, his capabilities were indisputable. He would undoubtedly be a valuable ally. As for the immediate future, it would suffice to keep him alive, hidden in this room where few ventured. As long as he exercised caution, there should be no major issues in the short term. Perhaps it was time to rent an additional room. Just as Huang Yu was envisioning his future plans, Tang Jia, who had been reclining on the sofa, suddenly stood up, furrowing his brow and declaring, my king, absolutely not. Chapter 29. Failure. Hua Guang, who was preparing for the transaction, was momentarily stunned. What? Absolutely not. What troubles you, Tang Jia? My king. While that Ling Yu selling for slavery is inconsequential, this Huang must either remain by your side indefinitely or be executed. He must not be allowed to leave alive. Why? What can he do in his current state? I have long since stripped him of his Tianhua core. He is powerless. My king, despite being a rebel, Huang is undeniably a significant threat. If such a person is not eradicated completely, should he ever find the slightest opportunity to rise again, it would bring us immense trouble. Immense trouble? Ha ha. Tang Jia, you are overthinking this. He has already fallen into ruin. In the hands of such a lowly creature, what chance does he have left? Could it be at this juncture? Hua Guang cast a cold glance at Huang Yu. That wretched being. Do you truly believe you can cure him and assist him against me? Huang Yu was taken aback, his entire being shuddered. Indeed, this individual had guessed his intentions accurately. Thus, he hastily clarified, Hua Guang, you are overly concerned. How could I ever harbor such boldness? Humph, I suspect you lack both the courage and the capability. Hua Guang scoffed, then coolly stated, let us commence the transaction. However, Before Huang Yu could utter a word, Tang Jia interjected once more. My lord, that is utterly unacceptable. What now? This time, Hua Guang's tone was unmistakably laced with fury. Being interrupted twice, even by someone with whom he shared a close bond, ignited a flicker of anger within him. My lord, even if you harbor hatred for this Huang, it is far preferable to kill him than to sell him into slavery. Why is that unacceptable? My lord, you must understand that this traitor ultimately possesses royal blood. If our subjects, or even other civilizations, were to learn that the royal family of Tianhua civilization has been reduced to the servitude of a lowly creature, would that not be an utter mockery? The dignity of the royal lineage must not be compromised, my lord. Upon finishing, Tang Jia anxiously knelt on one knee. Hua Guang regarded Tang Jia in contemplation. Huang Yu felt a surge of panic. Could this matter truly be falling apart? His mind raced frantically for a solution. Yet, Hua Guang offered him no time to ponder. Swiftly approaching Huang, still toying with a meager fruit knife in his hand, and spoke in an inscrutable tone. Brother, today, I have had my fill of games. I have vented my frustrations from all these years. Tang Jia is right. How can we allow a royal to become a slave to a lowly creature? I have no desire to torment you further. It has lost its meaning. Huang Yu, upon hearing this, hastily interjected, Hua Guang Wang. But before he could finish, he witnessed Hua Guang, with a face devoid of warmth, glide the fruit knife across Hua Ying's throat. The craftsmanship of this knife was exceedingly rudimentary. I would not even use it to kill a dog, yet it was exchanged for the general you hold most dear, perfect for ending your life. A deep gash opened on Hua Ying's neck, blood gushing forth, and he struggled to utter something. Yet the blood obstructed his speech, producing only choking sounds. His one eye filled with resentment and despair. It's time to find your release. This is your brother's gift to you. With Hua Guang's words, Huang soon let his head droop, silenced forever. Huang Yu, eyes wide in disbelief, stood frozen, his right hand suspended in midair, reaching toward Huang. This was the first time someone had died so directly and in such a tragic manner before his eyes. He had almost managed to save that person. Hua Guang paid him no heed, instead turning to assist Tang Jia, who was kneeling on one knee. With gentle words, he remarked, Tang Jia, your unwavering loyalty brings me great solace. It is thanks to your counsel just now that I have avoided a grave mistake. Tang Jia, blushing with embarrassment, gazed at Hua Guang and replied softly, It is all due to my sovereign's wisdom. Upon hearing this, Hua Guang joyfully embraced Tang Jia, exclaiming, Remove the body of this traitor and incinerate it, leaving not a speck of ash behind. The guards promptly acknowledged, yes. Hua Guang then swept Tang Jia off the ground, planting a deep kiss upon him, to which Tang Jia shyly acquiesced in his embrace. This provocative scene jolted Huang Yu from his stupor. He withdrew his right hand and once more covered his eyes in anguish. Yet, the image was firmly etched upon his retina, leaving him unable to escape the sight of the intimate duo. Women are merely for amusement. I find myself more drawn to men like you. Tang Jia, ha ha ha. Today, I have finally resolved the burdens that have weighed upon my heart for years. Tonight, I shall lavish my affection upon you. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, it was Huang Yu who, feeling utterly ignored, severed the connection. He took several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions. This evening's transaction had inflicted a profound psychological blow upon him. The humiliation he endured at the hands of Hua Guang, the torment and demise of Huang, not to mention the scandalous display between Hua Guang and Tang Jia, had left a lasting impact. Since acquiring the system ring, he had maintained a low profile, yet his mindset had become somewhat inflated. During his dealings with the third-tier civilization of Laurel, he was treated with courtesy, fostering a sense of pride within him. However, the encounter with the two fourth-tier civilizations tonight had dealt him a harsh reality check. One, Saladin, though acknowledging his potential, looked down upon his current state and outright rejected the transaction. The other, Hua Guang, had consistently disregarded him, treating him as though he were invisible, preoccupied with his own affairs as if he were but an insect. Had it not been for Tang Jia's spontaneous initiative, this transaction would never have occurred. Moreover, Huang, a prince of a fourth-tier civilization, the designated heir of the previous king, had displayed remarkable strength when Tang Jia witnessed his desperate struggle to survive. Even in a state of ruin, his mere existence posed a threat to his enemies, compelling them to seek his swift demise. In the vast cosmos, the greatest respect is given by ensuring total annihilation. Yet, this formidable individual met such a tragic fate due to the betrayal of his own kin. The fickleness of human nature. Alas, he was so close to salvation. Upon this realization, Huang Yu suddenly slumped into the chair, a wave of despondency washing over him. From the moment Ling Yi and Hua Ying made their entrance, he had unconsciously risen to his feet, his body taut with tension for an extended period. Now, as he relaxed, he was abruptly struck by a profound sense of fatigue, both physically and mentally. He murmured to himself, failure, failure indeed. It would be wise to refrain from seeking transactions with civilizations above level 3 for the time being, lest I invite humiliation upon myself. From now on, whatever steps I take, I must maintain a proper perspective. I cannot afford to be carried away. Moreover, I will inevitably need allies. One must be cautious, exceedingly cautious. A betrayal at a critical moment could prove fatal. At this juncture, he turned slowly to gaze at Ling Yi, who lay curled on the floor, having fainted at some point. The actions of Hua Guang had evidently inflicted immense physical suffering upon her, yet the psychological torment was likely even greater. She remained oblivious to the fact that the prince she had pledged her loyalty to, Huang, had just been slain by Hua Guang. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat, her hair disheveled and obscuring her face, yet the damp, translucent white robe clung to her form, revealing her alluring curves unmistakably. Her delicate arms, elongated legs, slender waist akin to a willow, and her ample curves were all laid bare. Chapter 30. The Unexpected Visitor. Su Shaoli Huang Yu found it challenging to divert his gaze. She was already in such a pitiful state, and to dwell on such thoughts now seemed inappropriate. Shaking his head, he rose and approached the bedside, spreading a thin blanket over the cool mat intended for sleeping. He then looked back at Ling Yi, who lay on the floor. Taking a deep breath, he slipped his left arm beneath her knees and his right arm under her armpit. Despite her body being slick with sweat, the soft sensation beneath his right hand stirred feelings within him. Gritting his teeth, Huang Yu lifted Ling Yi gently and carefully placed her onto the blanket, wrapping her in it tenderly. After a moment's thought, he turned off the air conditioning, feeling a sense of reassurance. Although he was uncertain of the Tianhua people's constitution and whether they might catch a chill, this precaution felt prudent. Having completed these tasks, Huang Yu found himself murmuring softly, yet he soon felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. He lay down beside Ling Yi, fully clothed, and quickly succumbed to slumber. Knock, knock, knock. The following morning, a series of knocks at the door roused Huang Yu from his deep sleep. Who is it? He grumbled, struggling to open his bleary eyes, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. First, he glanced at Ling Yi, noticing that she had yet to awaken. He reached out to touch her forehead. While he was unaware of the normal body temperature for the Tianhua people, at least she did not feel feverish. She should be all right, he mused. Knock, knock, knock. Perhaps it was due to Huang Yu's prolonged absence from the door that the visitor, believing him to be asleep once more, resumed knocking. Ah, they have arrived. With a yawn, Huang Yu reluctantly rose from his slumber. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find that the one knocking was none other than Su Shaoli, his neighbor across the hall. Su Shaoli? What brings you here? Huang Yu inquired, punctuating his words with another long yawn as he rubbed his sleepy eyes. You appear quite fatigued. Did I come too early? My apologies, Su Shaoli remarked, noticing Huang Yu's disheveled state and feeling a tinge of embarrassment for disturbing his rest. Ah, it's nothing. I simply stayed up too late last night, Huang Yu replied, glancing at his phone to discover it was already past 9 in the morning. Since he was awake, he decided not to hold her accountable for the interruption. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Su Shaoli had donned a lovely white short-sleeved dress, its hem gracefully extending past her knees to conceal her injury. Her face was adorned with light makeup, radiating an aura of innocence. However, paired with her striking figure, her allure was undeniably heightened. She wore a pair of white-heeled shoes, piquing Huang Yu's curiosity. Had her knee healed so swiftly? Just last night, she had limped while walking. Well, the 2 bottles of medicine you provided me with last night worked wonders. After just one night, I am nearly healed, she explained. I suppose those 2 bottles must be rather expensive? I cannot accept them back, Huang Yu replied, suddenly alert as he noted the medication in Su Shaoli's hands. I acquired this medicine from a friend. It has yet to hit the market, so I am unfamiliar with its efficacy. I merely heard it was beneficial, she responded. Do tell me, what was the outcome? How is it so miraculous? Oh, you were unaware of its effects as well? Indeed. I have not had the chance to try it yet. Please, enlighten me. Last night, I followed your instructions, first applying the dark red vial, and almost immediately, a scab formed over the wound. Then, I used the pink vial, and to my astonishment, I was able to walk normally. Initially, I had been limping. After my shower, some of the scabs began to flake off, so I reapplied the treatment. This morning, I used the pink vial once more, and I can no longer feel any pain. Now, I merely await the wound's natural healing. Listening to Su Shaoli's account, Huang Yu felt a surge of joy. Although the effects of the essence from the mark tree and the extract of the Heil grass had not yet fully manifested, the remarkable outcomes of the coagulant and healing agents were sufficient to eclipse all similar medications on the market. He resolved to contact Vivian, the centaur beauty, to explore the possibility of acquiring these treatments in bulk through trade. It would be best if one could manufacture it oneself. However, this is merely a thought. For as long as others are not foolish, they would never disclose the methods of pharmaceutical production. I wonder what else she requires besides plants. I am curious about the progress of the 10 pots of plants I provided her last time. Handsome? Handsome? Allah. Observing Huang Yu in deep contemplation. Seemingly lost in thought, Su Xiaoli, after a prolonged silence, curiously called out to him twice, pulling him from his reverie. Handsome, what troubles you? Oh. Hearing your enchanting words earlier, I was contemplating reaching out to that friend again to purchase a few more bottles as a precaution. In the future, if I or my family or friends were to sustain any injuries, we would not need to visit a hospital. Indeed, such a miraculous remedy. Having 2 bottles at home would alleviate fears of minor accidents. By the way, Su Xiaoli, I still owe you a phone. I happen to want to upgrade mine as well. As he spoke, Huang Yu suddenly recalled the unresolved matter of the phone. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoli raised her eyebrows. Hands on her hips, still somewhat miffed. Humph, you remember, do you? That was the latest model, nearly 500 yuan. I might not even earn that much in a month, and it broke before I could even warm it up. Seeing her expression, Huang Yu recalled how she had fallen the previous night and felt a twinge of amusement. Haha, who told you to treat me as the villain? You ran away so recklessly, and not only did you injure yourself, but you also broke your phone. At Huang Yu's jest, Su Xiaoli found it hard to maintain her composure. Although it was indeed her fault, she felt unjustly wronged and could not feel at ease. You. Hey. No need to rush. I promised to compensate you with a new one, and fortuitously, I was also considering changing my phone. Noticing Su Xiaoli's agitation, Huang Yu quickly offered reassurance, opened his phone, and began searching. In no time, he located the model she had mentioned. Here, take a look. Is this the model you desire? What color and version do you prefer? Su Xiaoli took the phone to confirm, nodding as she said, Indeed. That's the one, the lowest version in white sand silver. Huang Yu said nothing further, retrieved the phone, placed the order, and completed the payment in one seamless motion. Done. Chapter 31. Awakening. Seeing Huang Yu complete the transaction so readily left Su Xiaoli somewhat astonished. Initially, she had anticipated he would hesitate upon seeing the price, at least not proceeding so smoothly. To her surprise, this fellow was quite willing to spend money. However, it was unfortunate that he was not to her taste. Having returned the remedy and compensated her for the phone, it would be best if he ceased to pursue her further. While Su Xiaoli was lost in her thoughts, she observed Huang Yu still engrossed in his phone, muttering to himself, Let me see if there are any better phones available. Extraordinary master, this one looks quite good. The highest version, 161, not bad at all. One in jet black, and oh yes, one in ruby red as well. Su Xiaoli found herself mildly amused. She had seen the extraordinary master that Huang Yu spoke of, but upon contemplating the price exceeding 10,000, she touched her wallet and decisively relinquished the idea. The highest variant, nearly 13,000 yuan, would mean purchasing one in each color, and with the previous one he had bought for her, the total would approach 32,000. Su Xiaoli chuckled inwardly, thinking that this young man need not flaunt his wealth so ostentatiously. He had already incurred a loss by buying her an identical phone and now wished to acquire another extraordinary master. Such extravagance was unnecessary and wasteful. Moreover, how much could someone residing in a modest room with a monthly rent of 760 yuan possibly have? Thus, adhering to her principle of refusing gifts she did not agree with, she sought to dissuade Huang Yu from his display of affluence. This lady certainly had her own principles and was not like those shameless individuals. Huang Yu, you have already compensated me with one phone. There is no need to present me with another extraordinary master. It is quite expensive. Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback by her words. What do you mean by giving you another extraordinary master? There are only the 2 of us here, yet you have purchased 3 phones. Who is the third for? Oh, the other one is for. At this juncture, Huang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The third phone was intended for Ling Yi, who was still lounging in bed. After all, he envisioned Ling Yi as his capable assistant in the future, and providing her with a phone would facilitate communication and help her become acquainted with Earth, particularly in mastering Chinese quickly to resolve any communication barriers. But how to explain this? It's for a friend. A friend? As Su Xiaoli spoke, she cast a glance at Huang Yu's phone. Noticing that 2 extraordinary masters had been paid for, both with the delivery address set to this location. A friend living nearby? At that moment, Su Xiaoli's gaze fell upon the bed in Huang Yu's room, where, from her vantage point, she could discern a pair of delicate, feminine feet peeking out from beneath the thin blanket at the foot of the bed, although the rest of the body was concealed. Those exquisite feet were unmistakably the hallmark of a young girl. Is there a girl on your bed? Su Xiaoli inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice as she pointed towards Huang Yu's back, her words trailing off. Huh? Huang Yu turned to follow Su Xiaoli's finger and realized that in the midst of covering the blanket last night, he had inadvertently allowed Ling Ye's blanket to slip, revealing her feet, which had been caught by Su Xiaoli's keen observation. With no other choice, he decided to go along with what Su Xiaoli had suggested. Ah, yes, she is my girlfriend. She was unwell yesterday and has been resting. She hasn't woken up yet. However, he noticed that Su Xiaoli's reaction to this revelation was somewhat peculiar, even causing her to falter in her speech. Oh, I see then. No worries. My phone has arrived. Just remember to give it to me. I apologize for interrupting you both. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall return to my room for now. With that, she swiftly dashed back to her chamber, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. Yet, Huang Yu felt an inkling that she had fled in a state of distress. What an oddity this beautiful woman seemed to be. Shaking his head, Huang Yu glanced back at the still slumbering Ling Yi, tucking the blanket back over her feet. Noticing the time, it was already past 10 o'clock, an opportune moment to step out for a bite to eat and procure a couple of lunches to bring back. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoli slammed the door shut with a loud bang. She then flopped onto her bed, burying her face deep into the covers, her fists clenched tightly. As she pounded the duvet, she muttered to herself, "Ah, how humiliating. He has a girlfriend, and they live together. What was I thinking? Last night, I mistook a neighbor who had just moved in for a villain. Not only did I injure my knee from the fall, but I also broke my phone. Afterward, he, with such good intentions, offered medicine and even compensated for my phone. I foolishly assumed he was flaunting his wealth, that he was pursuing me. Then this morning, I discovered he has a girlfriend. A live-in girlfriend. Oh, how embarrassing." After a considerable time had passed, Su Xiaoli suddenly turned over from lying on her stomach to lying on her back, releasing a deep sigh. Phew, I hope I didn't reveal anything. He surely couldn't have discerned my thoughts. Yes, he mustn't have noticed. Stay calm. Stay composed. At last, Su Xiaoli regained her tranquility and began to reassess Huang Yu, her neighbor across the hall. Though he was a bit plump and of average appearance, he possessed a commendable character. However, one might wonder why he was so generous to strangers. Did he not fear inciting jealousy in his girlfriend? But seeing him today, not even blinking an eye while spending nearly 32,000 yuan, indicated that he had some financial means, at least far more than my pitiful self. Yet, why would someone affluent choose to reside in such a place? It puzzled her greatly. As her thoughts wandered, Su Xiaoli shook her head once more. Never mind. If he enjoys living here, it's of no concern to me. I ought to focus on earning more. Ah, when will I encounter my ideal type? Not overly wealthy, but certainly tall and handsome, and above all, kind to me. In short, I am determined to find a truly admirable man. After Huang Yu and Su Xiaoli departed, the small room fell into a profound silence. However, this tranquility did not endure for long, as it was soon interrupted by a faint sound. Ling Yi, lying on the bed, suddenly emitted a quiet groan, first gently shaking her head. Subsequently, her body began to move involuntarily, but the thin blanket that enveloped her restricted her movements, causing Ling Yi discomfort as her brows gradually furrowed. At last, she slowly opened her eyes while lying in bed, fully awakening. Chapter 32. Ling Yi? Where's this? Ling Yi, just roused from her slumber, found her mind still somewhat clouded. Groggily, she lifted the thin blanket that wrapped around her and sat on the cool mat, striving to recollect her thoughts. The remnants of her battalion had been besieged by the forces of Huang. Despite their utmost efforts, the disparity in troop strength had led to their complete annihilation, and she had been captured. Afterward, the male comrades were executed on the spot, while she and her female allies were imprisoned together, with the guards ominously declaring that they would be sold into slavery. Initially, Ling Yi had contemplated an escape, but she was soon taken away by a squad of royal guards and brought before Huang. And then, Prince Huang. As the agonizing memory surged forth, Ling Yi clutched her head tightly, tears streaming anew. The loyal prince was tormented beyond recognition. She had been stripped of her Tianhua core and branded with the slave restraint, destined to obey that man's commands for life, even unable to take her own life. The anguish nearly engulfed Ling Yi as she hugged her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Yet, the indomitable spirit within her refused to succumb to despair. There remained a glimmer of hope. She wiped away her tears, taking several deep breaths. My Tianhua core has been destroyed, but fortunately, I still possess a chip. The prince had once instructed me to develop a new chip to free myself from the oppression of the Huang royal chip, though unsuccessful. At least the fundamental computing and reading functions had been completed. Huang, did you underestimate my reserves? Murmuring to herself. Ling Yi raised her gaze to observe the room's furnishings, ultimately fixating on the computer beneath the windowsill. A secondary technological civilization? Suddenly, her pupils turned white, entering a state akin to that of Huaguang. Information about Earth's history, geography, language, and more flooded into her mind. Before long, her pupils returned to normal, and she spoke once more, this time articulating in flawless Mandarin. Earth, with an ecological environment similar to Tianhua's star, is a habitable planet, albeit with some degradation. Huaxia is advancing towards a tertiary technological civilization, specifically in the Guangdong province, Guangdong City. Huang Yu? Is that the name of that person? Hailing from a rural background. Both parents farmers, his family was of modest means. Just days ago, he had been rejected by a blind date, disliking sports but possessing a profound interest in history, geography, and national affairs. Outwardly warm-hearted, he was, in truth, socially anxious, with no vices or criminal record. At this point, Ling Yi suddenly furrowed her brows, for she had uncovered Huang Yu's browsing history on his phone and computer. In the following moment, she began to examine her body. There were no marks upon her, nor any traces of blood beneath. Though her skin felt clammy and uncomfortable, she was still clad in the same prison garb as before. Beyond that, there were no other peculiarities. Fortunately, for whatever reason, that Huang Yu had not violated her at the first opportunity. Ling Yi finally exhaled in relief. What sort of bizarre material did Huang Yu consume each night? Was it something like high-definition veteran or model? Yet, he had not laid a finger on her the previous night. Did he possess lustful thoughts, but lack the courage to act? Huaguang, Tangjia. You have misjudged him. With that, she continued to peruse Huang Yu's information. Achu. At that moment, Huang Yu, standing in line at a small supermarket with 2 hefty bags in hand, sneezed twice forcefully. Having eaten a bowl of rice rolls that morning, he deemed it still early and decided to stock up on provisions and medicines for his next transaction with maids, while also picking up some essentials for Ling Yi. Suddenly sneezing twice, Huang Yu wrinkled his nose, feeling a bit peculiar. Was he even ill? Why had he sneezed so unexpectedly? As though some secret he must never reveal had been uncovered? However, the person ahead had already departed, and the cashier was beckoning him. Excuse me, sir, your items? Oh, right. Shaking his head, Huang Yu chose not to dwell on it further. Meanwhile, Ling Yi had finally scrutinized Huang Yu's history. The fact that he could engage in transactions with Huaguang indicated that he possessed a king's ring. The previous 20 years had been unremarkable, yet just days ago, he had suddenly participated in multiple transactions amounting to thousands, suggesting he had recently acquired the king's ring and was eager to develop his prospects, albeit with utmost caution. The recent flow of funds, aside from those substantial transactions, largely consisted of expenditures on food and travel, revealing no signs of recklessness. However, his browsing history each night. Based on the information at hand, this individual did not seem malicious, yet it was premature to draw any conclusions. The future remained uncertain. Ling Yi closed her eyes in contemplation for a moment, saying nothing further. She rose from the bed, retrieved a set of summer attire worn by Huang Yu, along with an unopened towel, and made her way to the bathroom. She discarded the prison garb into the trash, stepping beneath the warm cascade of the shower, eyes shut, relishing the warmth washing over her body. Her graceful figure, curvaceous yet subtly muscular, exuded a perfect blend of fitness. Her fair skin appearing even smoother under the caress of the water, glistening under the lights with a radiant sheen. Yet within her mind, thoughts churned incessantly. The imprint of servitude had been inscribed upon my brain by Huaguang, binding me to obey Huang Yu's commands, leaving me incapable of self-destruction. Yet, I must not become his bed slave. I must devise a plan. At present, it appears that although Huang Yu is somewhat lecherous, he is not a man prone to violence. What does he most urgently require? To discover what he needs, assist him, by time, and then devise a means to regain freedom. Yes, although he is indeed lustful, his greater necessity lies in financial resources. Despite possessing the royal ring, he is hindered by a lack of talent in this domain, resulting in slow career advancement. Hence, he requires someone to aid him. I can do that. Suddenly, Ling Yi opened her eyes, her mind already brimming with plans. Just like that, by noon, Huang Yu's storage space was filled to the brim. As time drew near, he hurried to a fast food restaurant to purchase 2 meals and rushed back. He wondered if Ling Yi had awakened. He still needed to teach her a foreign language. Oh, no, learning Chinese was what she truly needed. Casually, he used his room card to unlock the door, preparing to check on Ling Yi's condition, only to be astounded by the scene before him. A stunning blonde beauty, clad in a loose black shirt and shorts, lounged on a chair by the window, her long, delicate legs crossed atop the table, showcasing her exquisite figure. Huang Yu's laptop rested on her thigh, her fingers deftly dancing over the keyboard, seemingly engaged in some task. Upon hearing the door open, she paused, turning her gaze toward Huang Yu. Despite her expression remaining neutral, she radiated a mesmerizing glow under the sunlight. This moment etched itself deeply into Huang Yu's memory. Chapter 33. The Heart of Murder and Silence. Huang Yu? Before he could respond, Ling Yi set down the laptop and stood up, speaking first. Ah, yes, huh? Wait, Ling Yi, how can you speak Chinese? Huang Yu, having only just acknowledged her presence, quickly realized the inconsistency. There was no one else on the bed, so this could only be Ling Yi. After her shower, she appeared completely transformed, seemingly even more beautiful. Yet, the most perplexing aspect was how she could converse in Chinese. This narrative did not adhere to a universal language setting. It made no sense. Huang Yu hurried into the room, closing the door behind him, casting a dubious glance at Ling Yi. However, she paid him no mind. Continuing to speak. I am Ling Yi, a level 4 technological civilization, a Tianhua person, the legitimate heir to the Tianhua throne. Personally appointed as the General of Thunder by Prince Huaying, I command the Thunder Legion of the Tianhua civilization. Born 7-0-24 years ago, I have participated in 3 wars against other civilizations and have endured countless battles, both great and small. Huang Yu blinked in disbelief, stammering, born 7,000 years ago? Whether it was due to the mention of her age or the subsequent reference to defeat, Ling Yi's tone hardened as she approached Huang Yu, continuing. The only time I faced defeat was due to the betrayal of traitors, leading to the annihilation of the entire army and ultimately falling into the hands of a false king. Now, I bear the constraints inscribed in my mind by the false king. I cannot end my own life, nor can I defy your commands. You may possess me. However, under such circumstances, I would never serve you. All you would acquire is a mere shell of a being. Yet, if you can guarantee my personal safety and refrain from infringing upon my rights, I shall devote myself to you until you reign supreme over this entire planet. Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback. As Ling Yi drew closer, he realized she was even taller than he was, standing at nearly 1.80 meters. Coupled with the increasingly potent aura emanating from her as she spoke, he felt a wave of intimidation wash over him. He could only stammer, well, I understand you are Ling Yi and am aware of your plight. I sympathize with you. As for any claims, those are unfounded. How could I possibly act in such a manner? Regarding your ambition to dominate Earth, there is no rush. We are not yet familiar with one another. You may not know me, but I am well acquainted with you. Ling Yi interrupted Huang Yu, who was about to speak, as she recounted her own background with clarity. Huang Yu, hailing from Xiang Province in Huaxia, the offspring of farmers, graduated from Xiang Province University with a degree in civil engineering. Over the past 6 years, you have engaged in various occupations. Half a year ago, you went on a blind date and met a girl you fancied. But after resigning a few days ago, she cast you aside. It was likely around that time that you acquired the King's ring and began trading with other civilizations. As Huang Yu listened, his astonishment grew. He had managed to maintain his composure until Ling Yi uttered that particular phrase, prompting him to exclaim, how do you know that? Although he was unaware of why Ling Yi referred to the system ring as the King's ring. There was no doubt she was aware of his dealings with other civilizations. Yet, Ling Yi continued unabated. From your recent banking information, it appears you have traded for gold. And after several small transactions, you have accumulated over 200,000 in funds. The largest expenditure was at an aquarium. Did someone engage you in a transaction that required purchasing certain ornamental fish from the aquarium? You possess no vices, you neither smoke, drink, chew betel nuts, nor indulge in drugs, and you have committed no unlawful acts. However, you are somewhat lecherous. To ensure my safety, as long as you do not infringe upon me, I am willing to serve you. Upon hearing Ling Yi's detailed analysis of his recent transactions, Huang Yu couldn't help but admire her. She must have employed some means to gather information about him and deduced all of this through analysis. She would undoubtedly be a valuable ally. However, when she accused him of lechery, he could not refrain from retorting, how can you tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations? Ling Yi regarded Huang Yu with a peculiar expression before delivering a statement that made his blood pressure soar. Since your university days, you have registered for multiple websites, such as High Definition Driver and Medu. Although you utilized incognito mode, I can still ascertain that you have browsed these sites almost every night. Furthermore, you have purchased a significant quantity of tissues online, far exceeding normal needs. Oh, and let us not forget the numerous aircraft you have bought over the years. It was Huang Yu who suddenly covered Ling Yi's mouth. Upon hearing that statement, his blood pressure surged and thoughts of silencing her permanently crossed his mind. With just a single word from him, Ling Yi would be unable to resist. And in the blink of an eye, he could end her life. However, considering that the individual before him was a pivotal ally in his future plans. His assent relying heavily on her, he could not bring himself to commit such an act. Ultimately, in order to prevent Ling Yi from continuing her discourse, he hastily embraced her tightly while covering her mouth, issuing a fierce warning. Regardless of how you came to know this, you must obey my commands. Remember this. First, you are absolutely forbidden from ever speaking of these matters again. Second, you must not divulge any of this in any form. Third, you are strictly prohibited from probing into my privacy. Do you understand? Huang Yu's eyes reddened with urgency, and upon seeing Ling Yi nod, he released her. Once free to move, Ling Yi took a moment to compose herself before rolling her eyes at Huang Yu. I understand, I won't say a word. But do you agree with what I just proposed? Huang Yu shot her a glare filled with irritation and plopped down on the edge of the bed. Agreed. If you assist me, I will not infringe upon you. Fortunately, there were only the two of them present. As long as he silenced her, no one would ever know the truth. Could it be that this would be inscribed in a book for all to see? Then it's settled. You give me 200,000, and I will help you rapidly accumulate funds using my methods. Not so fast. There are still some matters I need to clarify. Oh, such as? First, how is it that you speak the language of Huaxia? The technological prowess of the Tianhua civilization has enabled the implantation of chips that transform the brain into a supercomputer. Chips? The Tianhua core that Huaguang mentioned? Hasn't yours been stripped away? Indeed, Huaguang's Wang core can deprive me of my Tianhua core, but Prince Huang previously instructed me to develop a new chip. Although it remains incomplete, the fundamental computational and writing functions have been established. Even so, it surpasses the most advanced supercomputers on Earth. Chapter 34. The direct confrontation. Through a brief exchange of questions and answers, Huang Yu finally unraveled the doubts that plagued his mind. The reason the Tianhua civilization appeared akin to a Western medieval nation was due to their integration of numerous techniques from both cultivation and biology. The most representative of these was the essence of their civilization, the Tianhua core. By implanting a chip, they transformed the entire brain into a supercomputer, not only boasting formidable computational abilities but also enabling direct connectivity to computers for reading and writing, facilitating connections to certain weaponry for combat. Moreover, it significantly extended human lifespan and delayed aging, allowing Ling Yi to live for 7,000 years while still maintaining the appearance of someone in their 20s. However, within the Tianhua civilization, a rigid hierarchy prevails. Each generation of the Tianhua monarch wields a royal core, which can suppress the ordinary Tianhua cores. Common individuals possess almost no resistance against the royal core, with only a select few from the higher echelons able to mount a meager defense. This authoritarian society not only embodies extreme royal power, but also exhibits pronounced male dominance, relegating women to a woefully low status. Huang once endeavored to instigate reform, yet encountered formidable resistance. The previous Tianhua monarch was compelled to exile Huang to the frontier for governance, and the ultimate outcome. Can the chip you possess now be utilized by Earthlings? Yes, but given the current technological level of Earth, it cannot be manufactured. Even if it were created, safe implantation would be unattainable. Huang Yu lamented privately, regretting that such a remarkable device was beyond his reach, and shook his head before inquiring further. What about the Tianhua core? The same applies, and this information constitutes the highest secret of the Tianhua civilization. I lack the authority to disclose it, particularly as I have been stripped of the Tianhua core, and naturally, the data previously stored is also lost. And what of your current state? Rest assured, even with this imperfect chip, easily dominating Earth remains a simple task. As they conversed, Huang Yu suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Recalling that there were 2 meals in his storage space, he retrieved the food, offering one portion to Ling Yi while also neatly stacking the acquired supplies. Try the ordinary cuisine of Huaxia. I wonder if it suits your palate. Let us sit down and converse while we dine. Ling Yi accepted the offering with a stoic expression, yet her attention was clearly captivated by the system ring. The storage space and wormhole transportation indeed. It is no surprise that it is a royal ring, truly astonishing. You have mentioned the term royal ring numerous times. Is this how your Tianhua civilization refers to it? Yes. The first Tianhua monarch relied on this ring to usher the civilization into the cosmic era. Over the long passage of time, this ring has come to symbolize the monarchy of Tianhua. The flavor is quite agreeable. It seems I will no longer suffer in matters of sustenance. That is good to hear. However, on the subject, what are your plans for the future? Plans? Did I not already state that as long as you do not infringe upon me, I shall assist you in becoming the sovereign of this planet? I mean, what are your personal aspirations? Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Ling Yi paused momentarily, yet quickly regained her composure, continuing to eat while casually responding. After losing the Tianhua core, My remaining lifespan is no longer lengthier than yours. I merely wish to quietly pass the scant time I have left. What more could I desire? I doubt that. Huang Yu set down his utensils, gazing at Ling Yi with a serious expression, yet she remained unfazed, continuing to eat unperturbed in her seat. As a commander of a level 4 civilization, to suddenly find oneself reduced to a slave of a level 2 civilization, combined with your deep-seated animosity towards Huang, you cannot possibly acquiesce to such a fate. Moreover, you possess a chip of your own design, which represents a significant disadvantage to the current state of Earth's civilization. Perhaps you must currently obey my commands, yet your composure leads me to suspect that you possess a means to dismantle the constraints imposed by Huang. Once you liberate yourself from his shackles and regain your freedom, it is conceivable that you might eliminate me and seize the ring. You are still compelled to heed my orders. Answer me. Do you harbor such intentions? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi finally reacted, pausing her utensils, and fixed a cold gaze upon Huang Yu. Yes. Then, will you return to the Tianhua civilization to rescue Huang? Yes. In that case, your efforts are futile. Why? He has already been tormented to such an extent. Saving him would be akin to granting him mercy through death. By utilizing the royal ring to execute certain transactions, or by enhancing my chip and implanting it into the prince's brain, he could swiftly recover. The place where he is imprisoned is likely heavily guarded. How do you plan to extricate him? In their eyes, I am already a specter. I can strike when they least expect it and seize the opportunity. Yet, by the time you return, it may be many years hence. What if Huang has perished by then? Then I shall slay Huang to avenge the prince. If Huang is dead, how will you exact revenge alone? As long as I possess that royal ring, there must be a way. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu could not help but admire Ling Ye's unwavering resolve, though alas, Hua Ying was already deceased. Her vengeance would be limited to avenging him. If you are willing to serve me, I swear not to infringe upon you, and could even assist in your quest for vengeance. What authority does a mere secondary technological civilization possess to aid me? The Tianhua civilization was but a secondary technological civilization before acquiring this ring. This time, Ling Yi remained silent, her icy gaze fixed upon Huang Yu, awaiting his next words. With this ring, I could propel Earth's civilization into a cosmic era without you, but your assistance would undoubtedly expedite this progression. Thus I am keen to establish a mutual trust with you. Huang has repeatedly insulted me during that transaction. He is truly a loathsome individual, and I detest his actions. Therefore, if the opportunity arises, I would gladly assist you in eliminating him. Regardless of your capabilities, you cannot confront the Tianhua civilization alone. You require an ally. Moreover, your current plan hinges on two pivotal elements, the ring I possess and Huang. Now that I am on guard, you should find it impossible to harm me. As for Huang, you must answer me. Do you hold affection for him? What are your feelings towards him? Does he reciprocate your feelings? I once harbored a romantic interest in the prince, but over time, my admiration has evolved into a profound respect for his belief in a society of equality. Upon hearing Huang Yu's direct inquiry, Ling Ye's face flushed with indignation, her gaze growing colder still. Countless women of the Tianhua clan once aspired to be the prince's concubine, and I was no exception. Yet, the prince was resolute in establishing a monogamous system, taking no other woman aside from Princess Xiaowang. Yet, it was unexpected that both his princess and subordinates had betrayed him. Sigh. Huang Yu took over the conversation, helplessly exhaling a breath, ultimately choosing to lay everything bare. Since trust must be established, I shall not keep anything from you. Huang died after your unconsciousness, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. System, could you present her with the footage from our last transaction? Certainly. Chapter 35. Burning the boats. As the images flooded into Ling Ye's mind, she became utterly stupefied, the utensils in her hands slipping away, scattering across the ground in disarray. I have no desire to conceal anything from you. After you arrived, I attempted to bring Huang here as well, according to my original plan. Once Huang was healed, both of you would serve as my invaluable aides, as long as I maintained sufficient precautions and reinforced the contract control through other means. You would not threaten my life. I was on the verge of success, but regrettably, perhaps due to Hua Ying's formidable threat, Tang Jia insisted that Huang kill him. And the specific events unfolded as you have seen. Now, I still hope to engage in honest dialogue with you. I shall not grant you the opportunity to take my life, and since Hua Ying is already deceased, it implies that both crucial aspects of your plan are unattainable. Nevertheless, I am willing to forge an agreement with you. As long as you are prepared to serve me, when I possess the capability and opportunity, I shall assist you in avenging yourself. Moreover, I shall never contravene your wishes, ensuring that I will not infringe upon you. However, seeing Ling Yi remain silent and bowed, Evidently still absorbed in the news of Hua Ying's demise, Huang Yu sighed in resignation. Alas, I am uncertain if you have truly absorbed my words. Take your time to contemplate. As for my final command, if you recall my previous statements, I hope you will deliberate with caution. Will you feign loyalty, seizing the chance to slay me and claim this ring? Or will you choose to trust me and genuinely serve me? Alternatively, will you abandon your vengeance and embrace death? Remember, you cannot defy my orders, nor can you lie. Once you have made your decision, do ensure to tidy up the mess on the floor. With that, Huang Yu departed the room. The slave restraint of Hua Guang was evidently not as miraculous as imagined. It remains uncertain whether he did so intentionally, lacked the ability, or simply did not wish to squander time. In any case, Ling Yi evidently retained her independent thoughts. Although compelled by the restraint, she would comply with his commands, yet it was difficult to ascertain whether she would engage in any subterfuge. Fortunately, her demeanor had seemed somewhat off earlier. His firm command had indeed elicited a response from her. Such an individual lingering by his side posed a certain danger. Yet a top-tier talent from a level 4 civilization was indeed hard to come by. If utilized effectively, she could be of immense assistance to him. Should she prove unwilling or contemplate rebellion in the future, then he would have no choice. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Huang Yu's eyes. After his departure, Ling Yi remained in a daze for an extended period, a singular voice echoing ceaselessly in her mind. Prince Hua Ying is dead. The prince is dead, dead. However, as a soldier, she would never succumb to prolonged despondency like a fragile woman. Once she regained her composure, what would replace her despair would be a thirst for vengeance. Hua Guang, I shall see you dead. An entire legion had been slaughtered, with only a handful of female comrades surviving, destined to be sold into slavery, and she, the first to become a captive. Furthermore, the prince, whom she regarded as her life mentor, had also been slain. How could she not harbor hatred? Yet, she compelled herself to remain calm, for her years of military service had taught her that in the face of dire circumstances, maintaining composure was paramount. I am bound by a constraint, compelled to obey Huang Yu. Although I cannot take my own life, should he wish to kill me, there would be no escape. If I refuse his terms, I cannot guarantee he would not strike me down. For now, I must serve him, for it offers a glimmer of hope for survival. I do not know how long it will take to break free from this bondage. I must protect myself, for only then will I have the opportunity for revenge. With Prince Hua Ying's death, no one remained to challenge Hua Guang's reign. Yet Huang Yu possessed a royal ring, and if I could harness its power, my quest for vengeance might still hold promise. Should I attempt to deceive him? No, that is not feasible. I cannot conceal the truth in the face of his inquiries. Such deceitful tactics would be utterly ineffective. Today, he has already grown suspicious, and if he discovers any threat from me in the future, he will likely eliminate me without hesitation. I must devise a plan. Ultimately, her gaze became resolute as she recalled Huang Yu's last words before departing. She rose and began to tidy the surroundings, patiently awaiting his return. As night fell, Huang Yu returned to find Ling Yu sitting upright, attentively waiting for him. It appears you have made a choice. Now I wish to hear your most authentic thoughts. Ling Yu did not respond immediately, but her subsequent actions took Huang Yu by surprise. She stood with a grave expression, approached him, and then knelt on one knee, bowing her head as she spoke solemnly. Master, I am willing to serve you, assisting you in becoming the sovereign of this planet, guiding your civilization into the cosmic age, even to attain a level 4 civilization. I shall never betray you. I only ask that when you possess the power and opportunity, you aid me in enacting my revenge. This is what I promised you. I am a woman of my word. Do you have any other requests? Huang Yu was not taken aback by this condition, but her next statement left him wide-eyed. Master currently has no wife. I request to be your first woman and bear your first heir. This is quite different from what you previously stated. Did you not demand that I refrain from intruding? Huang Yu was perplexed. Just earlier, she had feared my touch. How could it be that in less than half a day, she was now proactively requesting my affection? Moreover, she wished to bear my child? This was utterly illogical. Prince Hua Ying is no more, and I find myself relying solely on my master's royal ring to exact my vengeance. However, my previous intentions may cause my master to remain ever vigilant, potentially leading to my demise. I am willing to sacrifice everything, yearning only for my master's trust to aid me in my quest for revenge, even if it means surrendering my own body. Ling Yi's eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. For the sake of vengeance, she resolved to burn her bridges. After much contemplation, it became evident that a marriage alliance would serve as the most steadfast partnership. Furthermore, Huang Yu has remained single for over 2 decades, and his first woman will undoubtedly hold a significant place in his heart. With his parents still alive, there exists an additional layer of connection. You need not go to such lengths. Even if you are prepared to make such a tremendous sacrifice, Do you not fear that I might abandon you? Thus, I aspire to become my master's first woman and bear his first heir. Even if my master's affections wane in the future, I believe that the child I nurture will be his finest and most perfect successor who will protect me. Are you not afraid of ending up with nothing? Huang Yu's gaze sharpened. I am willing to wager everything, even if it leads to utter desolation. At this point, Ling Yi lifted her delicate head, her face reflecting resolute determination. Will you grant my request, my master? Huang Yu closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and bent down to support Ling Yi, earnestly stating, You are exquisite. There may not be a woman more beautiful than you on this earth. I would be delighted to have such a woman by my side. If you can truly be forthright with me, I vow that you shall be my legitimate wife. Should our child possess the capability, I shall ensure he becomes my sole heir. As for Hua Guang, when I possess the means and opportunity, I will assist you in executing your revenge, even allowing you to take his life with your own hands. Their gazes locked. Huang Yu's eyes radiated sincerity, while a flicker of complexity passed through Ling Yi's gaze. Yet, she resolutely lifted the hem of her garment. In the next moment, a beautifully sculpted, alabaster body appeared before Huang Yu without reservation, leaving him momentarily entranced. Instinctively embracing her form, soon they were lost in a passionate kiss, their bodies drawing impossibly close at that moment. Gradually making their way to the expansive bed in the bedroom. Here, 3,000 words have been omitted. Chapter 36. If you wish, you may call me husband. The morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom through the window. In bed, Huang Yu and Ling Yi lay side by side, soundly asleep. They had spent a night of fervent passion, utterly exhausted, not succumbing to slumber until the early hours. After a prolonged silence. A soft murmur escaped Ling Yi as she was the first to open her eyes, feeling the large hand resting upon her bosom and the masculine form pressed against her back. A flicker of complexity crossed her delicate face as she cautiously shifted Huang Yu's arm. Rising slowly, she gazed at the bloodstains beneath her, then turned to Huang Yu, murmuring, I hope I have not made the wrong choice, yet I find I have no other options left. Subsequently, she prepared to rise from the bed, but as she moved, a strong arm encircled her slender waist. With a firm pull and a swift roll, Huang Yu once again pinned Ling Yi beneath him. Their gazes locked. Huang Yu said earnestly, I shall prove that you have made no mistake in your choice. Ignoring Ling Yi's look of surprise, he lowered his head to kiss her lips. As Huang Yu continued his actions, the furrow in Ling Yi's brow gradually smoothed, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes closing as she surrendered to the moment. After a prolonged interlude, both were drenched in sweat, Huang Yu panting beneath her, while Ling Yi languidly lay on his chest. After a brief respite, Ling Yi propped herself up, gazing seriously at Huang Yu. Though this position ignited a fresh wave of warmth within him. Master, while I yearn for a child, it would be prudent for you to enhance your genes with the royal ring. This would not only improve your constitution, but also benefit our future offspring. However, the cost of such an exchange is substantial, and we must advance swiftly. I have already devised a plan in this regard. I shall attend to some matters shortly and initiate it forthwith. Hearing Ling Yi speak so earnestly amused Huang Yu. In other matters, I defer to your judgment. But you need not concern yourself with gene optimization for now. I have already placed an order. An order has been placed? He confirmed. Indeed. A being from a level 3 technological civilization is customizing genetic serum through the interstellar trade system. I provided a drop of my blood, and he promised completion within a year. Though the gene technology of a level 3 civilization is somewhat rudimentary, it is not inexpensive. How did you manage this? Do you recall my largest expenditure? The aquarium? I exchanged it for 100 ornamental fish. Ha ha ha. Ornamental fish? Truly an enigmatic trade, but with this, I need not worry about the matter for the time being. As they spoke, Huang Yu sensed his vitality returning, and he once again pulled Ling Yi into his embrace. Relishing the softness against his chest, his smile deepening. Other matters can wait. Let us indulge once more. Perhaps not, master. There are still tasks to attend to. I must bathe. No matter, we can wash together. Ultimately, they spent over an hour in the bath. By the time they emerged, it was nearly midnight, and Huang Yu's face was alight with joy. Regrettably, Ling Yi bore a heavy heart, her smile elusive. Lacking her own garments, she donned Huang Yu's attire, and they both opted for matching black shirts and shorts. As for footwear, although Ling Yi was slightly taller than Huang Yu, their shoe sizes were comparable, allowing her to wear his sneakers. Yet, a small incident occurred in between. In this place, Huang Yu found no bras, and Ling Yi, dressed in a t-shirt, inevitably exposed her chest. After some contemplation, Huang Yu retrieved supplies he had purchased from the storage space the previous day and produced 2 adhesive bandages, which he simply affixed. Ling Yi had no objections. After all, they would soon be buying clothes. However, she curiously inquired, Can adhesive bandages be used this way? Where did you learn this method? Coughing awkwardly, Huang Yu replied, there is an abundance of information online. I can hardly remember. First, let us go out for a meal, and afterward, I will accompany you to purchase some clothing, and finally, we shall attend to your matters. He coughed again, seeking to ease the awkwardness, and then added earnestly, moreover, as my rightful wife, you need not address me as master. If you wish, you may call me husband. If that feels too daunting at present, you may simply use my name. Or even just say you. There is no need for restraint in my presence. You are free to reveal your true self. Upon hearing this, Ling Yi hesitated and asked, are you serious about that? Of course. You may change how you address me now. This is my sincerity and my attitude toward my wife, he affirmed, his expression earnest. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yi boldly responded, thank you, Huang Yu. There is no need for thanks. Though, it would be delightful if you could call me husband, he replied without insisting on correcting her address, then wrapped his arm around her waist and stepped outside. The vicinity offered no upscale dining establishments, thus their lunch was quite casual, consisting merely of common fast food. Following that, they took a taxi to a large shopping mall, intending to procure several well-fitting outfits for Ling Yi. They first located a women's clothing boutique. Upon entering, they found two female attendants in their 20s chatting at the counter, who promptly approached them upon their arrival. Madam, and this gentleman, may I inquire what style of clothing you are seeking? One of the attendants asked. She is my girlfriend, and I am here to help her select several new outfits from head to toe, Huang Yu responded, glancing at Ling Yi. Ling Yi, take a look and see if there is anything you fancy. If not, we can visit other stores. I'm wearing this for you to see. You should choose. She replied. I'm not particularly skilled in selecting. You should pick whatever you like, and I will just observe, he said. Very well, Ling Yi acknowledged. And with that, she began to examine the clothing with focused attention. Meanwhile, one attendant remained at the counter while the other accompanied them in their search for garments. Ling Yi paid little mind to Huang Yu and the saleswoman trailing behind her, engrossed in her own exploration of the clothes, her expression remaining devoid of emotion. Huang Yu understood that Ling Yi's lack of a smile stemmed from unresolved resentment within her heart. Since their acquaintance began, she had not smiled. Not even during moments of intimacy. Although their time together had been brief, he had grown accustomed to it, hoping that the future would bring a change to this situation. However, to an outside observer, the scene appeared quite different, such as the attendant who accompanied them. Excuse me, sir? Hearing the female clerk whispering softly, Huang Yu felt a tinge of curiosity. What is the matter? Have you upset your girlfriend recently? No, why do you ask? Look at your girlfriend. She has been wearing a frosty expression and seems quite displeased while shopping. Her temper must be substantial. Oh, you've misunderstood. Ever since I met her, she has always been like this. Is that so? Why would I deceive you? Wow, so she is an ice-cold beauty. Sir, your girlfriend is stunningly beautiful. With her golden hair and captivating contact lenses, not to mention her exceptional aura. You've got it wrong again. Her hair and eyes are naturally that color. Mixed heritage? Yes. As the two continued their hushed conversation, Ling Yi had already finished selecting her clothes and curiously called out to them. What are you two talking about? Chapter 37. Ling Yi's plan. Seeing the pile of clothes Ling Yi was holding, Huang Yu hurried over to take them from her. It's nothing. You're just too beautiful, and I envy you. But you picked them too quickly. Have you tried them on? Not yet, but you know my instincts. They never fail me. Let us try them on first. I'd like to see. With that, Huang Yu gently ushered Ling Yi into the fitting room, handing the clothes to her as well. Before long, Ling Yi emerged wearing an outfit that left both Huang Yu and the female clerk utterly amazed. She wore an oversized white shirt paired with not too short hot pants, complemented by white sneakers, exuding an energetic vibe. Though the ensemble was simple, it appeared extraordinarily elegant on Ling Yi. Let us go with this outfit for now. We have things to do and shouldn't waste too much time here. How does it feel? Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words, realizing how little he had learned. Ultimately, he managed to give a thumbs up and simply uttered, beautiful. The female clerk, visibly excited, handed her phone to Huang Yu and rushed forward to take a photo with Ling Yi. Wow, beautiful lady, you look amazing. Come, handsome, please take our picture. After saying this, she wrapped her arms around Ling Yi's slender waist and rested her head against Ling Yi's bosom. Ling Yi was quite accommodating, wrapping her arm around the female clerk and striking a powerful pose. If it had been a man, Huang Yu would have rushed over in fury. But since it was a woman, he felt at ease, taking the photo and returning the phone to the clerk. In the picture, the clerk appeared blissfully nestled in Ling Yi's embrace, while Ling Yi gazed proudly at the camera, one arm confidently around the clerk, her lips curling into a subtle, almost imperceptible smile that exuded a regal air. The clerk was overjoyed upon seeing the photo, grinning widely as she hurried to share it with her colleagues at the counter. Meanwhile, Huang Yu reflected on the slight curve of Ling Yi's lips in the photograph. Ling Yi. Yes? Did you just smile? No. I merely posed for a photograph with her. Your smile is exceptionally beautiful. Could you smile a bit more? Is that a command? No. I hope your smile is genuine. Then I apologize. At this moment, I truly cannot smile. Huang Yu, upon hearing this, did not press further, but nodded in understanding and spoke again. Have you selected all your clothing? Wouldn't it be prudent to explore a few more shops? No. We have tasks to attend to later. And there will be ample opportunities to shop for clothes in the future. We will soon have to change, so it is unnecessary to waste time here. And what about what you're wearing inside? I have chosen that as well. It is at the very bottom. Then, would you like to see it later? I can show you plenty tonight. At this, Huang Yu fell silent, touched his nose, and called out to the two female attendants at the counter. Excuse me, ladies. Could you please wrap up these outfits for us? We are ready to leave. Before long, Huang Yu emerged from the store carrying several large bags. He casually found a secluded corner and placed the items into the storage space. Next, we need to buy 2 pairs of shoes, right? No need to trouble ourselves. There's a store right here. With that, he turned a corner and entered a women's athletic shoe boutique. After a brief glance, he picked up 2 pairs of white sneakers and approached the counter, placing them on the surface. Hello, please wrap up these 2 pairs of shoes. This left the young saleswoman, seemingly under 20, momentarily speechless as she stammered. Miss, you haven't even tried them on. Perhaps you should try them first. That's unnecessary. I am pressed for time. At that moment, Huang Yu stepped closer and explained, I apologize. We are in a hurry. You can rest assured that my girlfriend has never made a sizing error. Seeing Huang Yu's confidence, the saleswoman promptly began to package the shoes. After payment, they exited the store, but shortly thereafter, Huang Yu noticed an increase in foot traffic and surveillance in the vicinity, compelling him to persist in carrying 2 small bags containing the sneakers. Had I known, I would have returned to that corner first. Ling Yi also observed Huang Yu's predicament, and after a brief assessment of their surroundings, she pulled him aside, pressing him against the wall at the edge of the street. You can now return the items to the storage space. Huh, what? I am always connected to the nearby network, even if the surveillance cameras capture us. I can easily modify the footage, provided no one sees us. That's impressive. As expected of you, Ling Yi. With that, Huang Yu placed the items back into the storage space, freeing his hands, which he then wrapped around Ling Yi's back, planting a kiss on her, prompting her to shoot him a sideways glance. Such displays of affection require appropriate context. Now, we must proceed with our tasks. All right, but why did you only buy sneakers? Why not try on some high heels? Perhaps you should try them after using the genetic enhancement serum. Why? Huang Yu abruptly ceased speaking. For Ling Yi's height had already surpassed his by 5 centimeters. If she were to don high heels, their proximity would appear rather peculiar. Ah, yes. I shall attempt this once I have utilized the gene optimization serum. As they strolled outside the shopping center, their conversation flowed incessantly. By the way, Ling Yi, you have yet to disclose your plans. Firstly, I require a legitimate identity. Thus, I breached the relevant computer systems yesterday and expedited the reissuance process to obtain a brand new identification card and household registration book. As of now, I am a lawful citizen of Huaxia, named Ling Yi, born in 1999 in Yu City, an orphan. My father is a foreigner, and my mother is from Huaxia. I was raised in an orphanage and graduated from a now-defunct vocational college, specializing in computer technology. I have meticulously compiled all this information, ensuring that no discrepancies can be detected. Now, I merely need to retrieve my identification card and household registration book. Impressive. In terms of network technology, no one on Earth could rival your prowess. Regarding the chip I developed, although it is not yet perfected, the foundational functionalities it possesses are far beyond the imagination of a secondary technological civilization. And what comes next? Secondly, with merely a couple of 100,000 at your disposal, aspiring to dominate Earth with such funds is utterly insufficient. Therefore, we must amass capital swiftly. Currently, the most expedient avenue is finance. I can monitor global information at any moment, and leveraging this to engage in stock trading will be unequivocally advantageous. Thirdly, once our financial resources are adequate, we must invest wholeheartedly in the real economy, particularly in industry, as this is the foundation of any technological civilization. At that juncture, I will require you to utilize that ring. Common products from other civilizations may be precisely what Earth urgently needs, significantly contributing to the enhancement of our civilization's level. Have no fear. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Ling Yi's strategy, Huang Yu wrapped his arm around her waist, continuing their forward journey. With such a capable partner, even idle moments could yield profit. Delightful. Chapter 38. The road ahead is long before long. Ling Yi had acquired her own identification card, household registration book, and other identity documents. Remarkably, although she had only arrived on Earth a mere 2 or 3 days prior, it seemed as though these documents had been processed months ago, and she was merely collecting them from their respective departments. Next came the bank card and similar items. This was a trivial matter for an ordinary individual, let alone for Ling Yi. In the span of a single afternoon, everything was prepared, with a significant portion of that time wasted in transit. After ruminating on this, Huang Yu could only utter 2 words, impressive. With little else to say, he observed the remaining balance of 230,000 in his account. With a flourish of his hand, he transferred 200,000 to Ling Ye's card, leaving just over 30,000 for living expenses. As dusk fell, they found themselves within a bustling beef hot pot restaurant in the southern part of Yu City. Huang Yu and Ling Yi were ushered into a spacious and serene private room by a waiter. Initially, Huang Yu intended to take Ling Yi to a Michelin 3-star Western restaurant. However, Ling Yi was resolute in her refusal. I am well aware that such so-called high-end Western eateries can be summed up in 3 words: cold, sparse, and expensive. Their dishes bear an uncanny resemblance to those of Tianhua civilization, yet the flavors undoubtedly pale in comparison. I have a preference for Huaxia cuisine, which offers far superior tastes. There exists a popular beef hot pot restaurant nearby. Let us dine there. Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback by Ling Yi's continuous insistence, sensing a strong undercurrent of emotion. It was uncertain whether her fervor stemmed from the novelty of Huaxia's culinary delights or a lingering discontent from years of consuming Tianhua-style Western fare. Well, I shall observe. In such a bustling area, if the restaurant is indeed thriving, I wonder if... But Ling Yi, undeterred, firmly grasped Huang Yu's arm and hurried away. An unusual urgency in her demeanor. Thus, despite the hot pot restaurant being filled to the brim with eager diners, the waiter still escorted them to a quiet large private room. My sincerest apologies. I am truly sorry. The 2 of you had indeed reserved this spot first, yet we inadvertently overlooked your reservation while arranging the seating. Upon the manager's realization, he promptly arranged this room, originally intended for the boss's gatherings. But since the boss has not visited recently, please take your seats. Furthermore, as a gesture of goodwill, your dining expenses today will receive a 20% discount. Wishing you both a delightful meal. Observing the waiter bowing repeatedly in apology while arranging the private room and offering the discount, Huang Yu quickly reassured her that it was no trouble at all, accepting the menu she presented with both hands and urging her to attend to her duties. As the polite waiter exited and closed the door, Huang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder this establishment is so popular." Setting aside the flavors, the service alone must attract countless repeat customers. Just as he finished his thought, he felt the menu slip from his grasp, snatched away by Ling Yi at his side. She was diligently perusing the menu, jotting notes and making circles with her pen, while stating, "The quality of this restaurant's cuisine is beyond question. The information I found had scarcely any negative reviews. And a multitude of diners return here frequently. Coupled with the very reasonable prices, it is no wonder I selected this place. I must admit, each civilization possesses its unique attributes. Although the technological advancements may be somewhat lacking, the culinary culture on Earth indeed has its own distinct charm." "Oh, do you have a fondness for Earth's gastronomy?" Ling Yi did not respond, merely nodding slightly. Observing her silence, Huang Yu sought to change the subject. "By the way, when will that chip be created? I could certainly use one myself. With it, I would at least not have to worry about queuing for a table. For the time being, there is no feasible solution. In the realm of Tianhua civilization, this represents a pinnacle of technology. To safely implant devices within the human brain, while ensuring functionality, even a rudimentary version of a chip necessitates methods from a level 3 technological civilization. Alas, it is truly regrettable." Wait a moment. You possess the capability to develop chips. Is there a possibility for you to create something more advanced than the chips currently utilized on Earth? Certainly, however, at present, funding is inadequate, and even if we were to produce such devices, under our current circumstances, we would be unable to safeguard such substantial interests. Huang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Yet Ling Yi, not waiting for him to express his sentiments, returned the menu to him. "All right, the dishes have been ordered. Do take a look and see if you wish to add anything else." Huang Yu glanced at the menu, which featured a Yinyang hot pot base, along with an ample selection of various meats and vegetables, most of which were his usual favorites. Very well, he had grown accustomed to Ling Yi's formidable information retrieval skills, undoubtedly deduced from his previous consumption patterns. "Waitstaff, the order is complete." Before long, the dishes arrived, and the server adjusted the heat before retreating. However, Huang Yu, usually an enthusiast for exquisite cuisine, refrained from immediately picking up his chopsticks, instead fixating intently on Ling Yi to articulate it more elegantly. She was indeed a feast for the eyes. Despite their prior intimacy, each glimpse of Ling Yi left him yearning for more. Her innate beauty was complemented by a distinctive aura. Part of it stemmed from her pride and commanding presence as a leader of the Legion, while another aspect reflected a certain aloofness, a barrier forged through the trials of life's upheavals. Though Ling Yi maintained a frosty demeanor, her chopsticks never ceased their dance, eagerly shoveling the freshly cooked delicacies into her mouth, with a particular affection for spiciness. It was evident that she relished her meal, as a hint of red oil glimmered at the corners of her lips. Huang Yu could not resist reaching for a napkin, gently advising, "Do take your time. Be cautious of the heat." Upon hearing this, Ling Yi glanced at Huang Yu, and instead of recoiling from his approaching hand, she allowed him to delicately wipe the oil from her lips. "If you enjoy it, you may indulge in whatever you desire in the future. Don't burden yourself too heavily. Our journey ahead is long." To this, Ling Yi responded with silence, neither nodding nor speaking, merely lowering her gaze slightly, then slowing her pace to continue savoring her meal. Huang Yu did not press the matter further, and he too began to eat, occasionally placing a few morsels into her bowl, which she accepted without protest. Though he remained uncertain of Ling Yi's thoughts, Huang Yu found great pleasure in this ambience. Naturally introverted, he was not well versed in conversation. Rather, it was the trials of society over the years that had compelled him to exhibit a facade of warmth. Over time, this enthusiasm had almost become instinctual, yet as he engaged in prolonged interactions, he still often found himself at a loss. In the brief 2 days that Ling Yi spent with him, she maintained an air of an aloof ice queen. Yet she never hesitated to engage in conversation when the moment called for it, providing him with perfectly measured companionship. Though he was acutely aware that her allure was not a consequence of his charm, nor was she willingly following him. He held on to the belief that the journey ahead was long, and with time, this icy facade would eventually thaw. Chapter 39. A surprising mother. The dinner was savored slowly by the two, enveloped in silence. One was burdened with heavy thoughts, her golden tresses cascading down to obscure her face, rendering her emotions unreadable. The other, however, found some enjoyment in this shared experience, consuming very little yet quietly observing the other, silently serving her dishes. Yet, silence could only endure for so long. "Your mother is calling." "Huh?" Huang Yu, who was just about to serve Ling Yi, was momentarily taken aback as the ringtone of his phone pierced through the quiet. Upon glancing at the screen, he confirmed it was indeed his mother calling again. "Hello, Mom. What's up?" "Hey, Xiaoyu, what are you up to right now?" "Mom, if I recall correctly, this is the third time you've asked. I'm just concerned about you. How is that business venture with your friends going?" "It's not progressing that quickly. We've all been busy today." "Busy with what exactly? What kind of money-making scheme are you involved in?" "Ah, well." Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words, as Ling Yi's current plan involved stock trading to accumulate funds. But sharing such information with his mother would only lead her to believe he was being deceived. Before he could formulate a suitable response, Ling Yi snatched the phone from him and spoke 2 words. "Hello, Mom." "Huang Yu." "Mom? Who are you?" "Where's my Xiaoyu?" "Mom, I'm Xiaoyu's new girlfriend. We're dining out, so I'll hang up now and we can chat via WeChat video." "Ah." Before his mother could finish, Ling Yi swiftly ended the call, opened WeChat, and initiated a video call. This seamless operation left Huang Yu momentarily stunned. "Ah, Ling Yi, what are you doing? I am your future wife. It's essential to connect with your family sooner rather than later to avoid any misunderstandings down the line." "Ah, but how do I explain this? I was just dumped a few days ago, and your background is." "Leave that to me." As she spoke, Ling Yi nestled closer to Huang Yu, and on the other side of the phone, his mother's video call connected. The screen revealed Huang Yu's mother, a woman in her 50s, with a few wrinkles framing her face, strands of white hair mingling with her ear-length bob. Her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the screen. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, with her arm linked through Huang Yu's, rested her head on his shoulder, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she greeted Huang Yu's mother. "Hello, Mother. I am Ling Yi, Huang Yu's girlfriend." At this moment, Huang Yu also realized the situation, though his smile appeared somewhat stiff as he chimed in. "Ah, yes, Mother, this is the friend I mentioned to you last time. Well, she is now my girlfriend, and we are enjoying hot pot together." Upon witnessing their intimate demeanor and hearing Huang Yu acknowledge their relationship, a look of delightful surprise instantly illuminated Huang's mother's face. "Really? How did you two meet? Wasn't it just recently that girl, Wu Qin?" "Ah, never mind. Let us not mention her." Ling Yi had already prepared her response. "Mother, we have known each other for some time. It's just that he was previously involved with Wu Qin. After she rejected him, he turned to me, and that is how it came to be." "Oh, I see. That must have been quite difficult for you, Ling Yi. Our little Yu is rather chubby, not particularly handsome, and lacks wealth." It's truly a stroke of luck for him that someone as beautiful as you would be interested in him. Huang Yu found himself somewhat taken aback by this comment. Unable to resist retorting, "Mother, just wait and see. Within a year, I will shed this weight. As for money, we've earned quite a bit recently. Yes, within a year. The gene optimization serum from lower will take effect, and I must slim down. And regarding money, there are over 200,000 in my account. We have indeed made a fair amount." His mother shot him a skeptical glance. "Do I not know you? How many times have you talked about losing weight? When have you truly succeeded? Just look at your current weight." Huang Yu was left speechless, but Ling Yi came to his rescue. "Mother, rest assured. I will supervise his weight loss. Even if he doesn't succeed, I will accept it. And please do not underestimate him. We've been collaborating on stock trading. And in just a few days, we've made 200 to 300,000. There will be even more to come." "Stock trading? You made 200 to 300,000? Can he really have that ability?" His mother, knowing her son well, was clearly skeptical. "Mother, I'm helping him strategize. You can trust me. Right, Huang Yu?" "Yes, indeed." Huang Yu naturally followed her lead, thinking that claiming they were making money through stock trading was far better than admitting to dealing in gold. "Ah, yes. It is thanks to Ling Yi that I have earned so much. She is my financial advisor." "Oh my, Ling Yi, you are quite capable. What does your family say about this?" "Huang Yu, have you visited Ling Yi's home? Was there any impropriety?" "Mother, I have control over my own matters. My parents passed away when I was very young, and I grew up in an orphanage. For many years, I was alone until I met Huang Yu." "Oh, you poor child. Ling Yi, do not worry. As long as you are with our little Yu, you are like a daughter to our family. If he dares to mistreat you, just wait and see how I and his father will deal with him." "Mother, what are you saying? How could I ever mistreat my own wife?" "Humph, just try it. Wait, Mother, I am your biological child." "Humph, you are my biological child. From now on, Ling Yi is truly my own." At that moment, a remark from Ling Yi captured the attention of Huang Yu and my mother, who were engaged in a playful banter. "Mom, there is something I need to clarify." "Huh? Clarify what, Ling Yi?" "Mom, Huang Yu had mentioned that my hair and eyes might lead to some misunderstandings. Although it's our first meeting, I think it's best to explain." Huang Yu looked utterly bewildered. "Did I say that? What did I say? About my golden hair and blue eyes? Have you forgotten?" My mother, however, quickly caught on and hesitated, saying, "Golden hair and blue eyes." "Yes, Ling Yi. What's up with your hair? Why did you dye it like that? Is it for work?" "Mom, my mother is Chinese, but my father is foreign. So I am of mixed heritage. I was born with golden hair and blue eyes. It was not a deliberate choice, nor am I engaged in any disreputable profession." Being from a rural background, my mother was initially concerned that this girl might be involved in something unsavory, but she had been too polite to voice her worries upon their first meeting. Now, she finally felt reassured. Huang Yu chimed in at the right moment. "Oh, yes. I mentioned that before, worried you might misunderstand, but I completely forgot." He then patted the back of his head, feigning annoyance. But my mother couldn't help but tease him a little. "Humph, you can't even remember what you said. Look at your brain." After that, they continued to chat for quite some time, with my mother asking numerous questions, inquiring about Ling Ye's age, education, and the story between the two of them. But Huang Yu was at a loss. They had only known each other for 3 days. How could he possibly answer? However, Ling Yi deftly navigated the conversation, leaving no gaps, which left my mother quite satisfied, while poor Huang Yu was mercilessly teased by his own mother. Chapter 40. Preparing to return home. According to Ling Ye's account, her relationship with Huang Yu began with a chance encounter, gradually blossoming into familiarity, followed by companionship after Huang Yu was kicked by someone, ultimately leading them to come together seamlessly. Huang Yu was left dumbfounded, had he not been a part of it. He might have almost believed her. Nevertheless, this narrative managed to please his mother. "Well, Ling Yi and little Yu, since you both have your own plans, as your mother, I won't say much. However, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, followed closely by National Day, you must return home at least once for a family reunion." This time, Ling Yi did not take the initiative but slightly tilted her head, looking toward Huang Yu, implying that he should decide. Huang Yu calculated the days and realized that the Mid-Autumn Festival was just around the corner. However, upon reflection, there were only 3 mobile phones yet to arrive, and everything else was manageable. With Ling Yi around, securing tickets would not be a problem. "All right, we'll take the high-speed train back on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival." Hearing this, my mother beamed with delight, her smile wide enough to light up the room. Well, that is not entirely accurate. Ever since meeting Ling Yi, she and T stopped smiling. The pigs raised at home have finally learned to dig up the cabbages, and such a splendid cabbage at that. How could she not be delighted? "Very well, I shall speak to your father about purchasing some fine vegetables for your return feast. Oh, by the way, you two stay put. Let me capture this moment in a screenshot for your father to see later. Having conversed for quite a while. It seems I have intruded upon your meal, so I shall take my leave now. As the video call concluded, Ling Yi, who had just been nestled against Huang Yu's shoulder, instinctively attempted to shift away, but Huang Yu wrapped his arm around her, pulling her back into his embrace. Their eyes met. Huang Yu wore a broad smile, while Ling Yi furrowed her brow, wide-eyed with surprise at his unexpected action. Huang Yu, what are you doing? She exclaimed. You truly are something. Just a moment ago, you were so obedient and considerate that my mother was completely charmed by you. One must maintain a good relationship with one as parents. What of it? He replied. To be honest, I hadn't intended for you to meet my parents at first. After all, having you call them mom and dad might make you uncomfortable. Huang Yu distinctly remembered that Ling Yi was already 7,024 years old. Their entire family was younger than her. Had it been him, he would never have been able to address two children as mom and dad. Ling Yi understood his implicit meaning all too well. Are you suggesting that I am too old? Not at all. You are incredibly beautiful, and besides, last night was your first time, so I have nothing to lose. There's a saying that goes, a woman 3 years older than a man brings wealth. A woman 30 years older delivers a kingdom, a woman 300 years older offers elixirs, and a woman 3,000 years older ascends to immortality. With Ling Yi being 7,000 years older, she was indeed of a higher caliber than those who merely ascend to immortality. The fact that she appeared youthful and enchanting, coupled with the evident first-time experience, only added to her allure. Perhaps her unique constitution meant she did not exhibit any discomfort. What more could one desire? Yet, Ling Yi seemed somewhat perturbed. Well, our journey ahead is still long. If all goes smoothly, in tens of thousands of years, the age gap between us will be negligible, will it not? You smiled so beautifully just now. Could you grace me with another smile? Is that all you desire to see? You are my rightful wife. So naturally, I wish for you to smile. Oh, if it makes me smile, what would you need me to do? Really? If you could rid me of Hua Guang and Tang Jie, I would be exceedingly joyful. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu shook his head in resignation, helping Ling Yi sit up before picking up his chopsticks again. I shall have to put in more effort. It's getting late. And we must finish our meal and head back. Waiter, the bill please. Before long, Huang Yu and Ling Yi hailed a car and departed from the hot pot restaurant. In the back seat, they sat side by side, whispering to one another. About the train tickets? Fear not. I arranged them as soon as you mentioned wanting to return. I have also booked your ride back home after we arrive. Though it's not my first time, I must commend you once again on your thoughtfulness. A trivial matter. Yet I seek your opinion on another issue. What is it? We cannot return empty-handed. In accordance with your father's preferences, I have already ordered a tea set, a bag of tea leaves, and a fishing rod online. However, your mother typically spends very little, and I find it difficult to discern her tastes. Huang Yu is also somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, my own father is an avid fisherman who enjoys fishing during his leisure time or sipping tea with friends. The 3 items selected by Ling Yi resonate profoundly with him. Yet, my mother has always been exceptionally frugal, reluctant to spend money on anything. Previously, she rejected all that he purchased. But on second thought, it depends on the individual. She may not accept gifts from him, but would she refuse those from her daughter-in-law? I have an idea. Ling Yi, you should choose a cervical massager and 2 latex pillows that promote restful sleep. My mother often tires herself with household chores, and these will surely provide her some comfort. Additionally, let us procure some mooncakes and local delicacies from Guangdong. Excellent. I shall arrange everything immediately, utilizing the fastest logistics to send the items directly to the express station in your hometown. We can collect them upon arrival, as it is the most convenient method. How much will it cost? It has already been ordered, approximately 20,000. So soon? Yes. Then transfer the amount from my card to cover your 200,000. And I will still have around 10,000 left, which is sufficient. You can utilize this money to earn even more. Very well. At this moment, Huang Yu suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this? Ling Yi, do not purchase any seafood. That damned little country across has just discharged nuclear wastewater. Meanwhile, in Huang Yu's hometown in Hunan province, his father returned home after a stroll post-dinner, only to be enthusiastically pulled inside by his wife. What is it? What's going on? Oh, Huang Jianjun, come quickly. I have wonderful news. Shunfang is Huang Yu's mother, and Huang Jianjun is clearly his father's name, a name very much reflective of its era. What good news? It concerns our daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law? What is happening? Wu Qin's daughter called a few days ago to say she is no longer dating Xiaoyu. Could it be that she has changed her mind? Even if that girl were willing, I would not be. I am referring to the girlfriend Xiaoyu has found himself. This boy, like a block of wood, could find someone himself? It has only been a few days. You would not believe it. I just had a video call with them. and I have photos. Look. Let me see. This girl is quite beautiful, but why has she dyed her hair? What does she do for a living? She was concerned we might misunderstand. So she explained to me beforehand. This girl is named Ling Yi. Her father is a foreigner, a mixed heritage, hence her naturally blonde hair and blue eyes. But unfortunately, both her parents have passed away. This girl is an orphan? What of it? Let me tell you. Upon retrieving the key card to unlock the door, Huang Yu and Ling Yi finally returned to their cozy abode after a long day of toil. Oh, I'm utterly exhausted from running around all day. I need to lie down for a bit, Huang Yu exclaimed, eagerly throwing himself onto the bed and unloading the myriad bags he had purchased throughout the day from the storage space. Meanwhile, Ling Yi sauntered over to the window, casually crossing her legs as she settled into a reclining chair, showing no signs of fatigue, and teasingly remarked, "What you truly need is a gene optimization serum. Otherwise, at this rate, I fear you might not see the end of the plan, let alone thousands of years into the future." Without hesitation, Huang Yu shot back, puffed. "Don't worry. I'll definitely leave you a child before I depart this world." With a chuckle, he added, "By the way, you've been running around all day too, aren't you tired?" Ling Yi replied, "I am a Tianhua person. Although the modifications to my body mainly focus on the brain chip, there have been enhancements to other physical structures as well, making my constitution far superior to yours." Yes. You're stronger than me now, but just wait and see how I'll set you straight in the future," she retorted playfully. "Speaking of children, isn't there a reproductive barrier between us?" Huang Yu inquired. "Indeed there is." Then how can we have children? What if our offspring lack reproductive capabilities? You remember that ring you have? There are gene technologies that can help with that," Ling Yi responded. "Are you telling me that reproductive barriers can be eliminated? How astonishing!" Huang Yu exclaimed. Once we entered the cosmic era, the mingling of different civilizations, even across species, became commonplace, leading to the development of such technologies. Crossing civilizations is one thing, but across species? What will the offspring look like? Huang Yu wondered aloud. Typically, they will inherit a blend of their parents' genes. But if the parents lean towards a particular trait, gene technology allows for targeted cultivation, Ling Yi explained. Goodness, who was the genius that developed such technology? Were they conducting breeding experiments? Huang Yu pondered, eliciting a dramatic eye roll from Ling Yi. What nonsensical thoughts are swirling in your head? Let us discuss more pertinent matters. Oh, what do you wish to talk about? He asked. I want to know about the current status of that ring you possess. Do you have any familiar trading partners? This could greatly benefit our future endeavors. That is not an issue. Let me tell you about it. I recently acquired this ring. Here, the details of the ring's functions and previous transactions are omitted. And that is how it is. I've had the ring for a short time, but I've traded with Mars, Lore, Vivian, and Huang. While Huang Yu recounted his story, Ling Yi remained contemplative, and after he finished, she had a clearer direction in mind. According to what you've said, your closest connection is that Mars fellow? She asked. Yes. Perhaps what he is currently doing mirrors the endeavors of my ancestors, which is why we have formed a strong bond. The 200,000 to 300,000 I currently possess is also thanks to him. Indeed, let us engage in one more exchange of gold, however. It is imperative that we subsequently alter our trading approach. Alter it, you say? While he did provide you with initial capital, a small quantity of gold may suffice. Yet a substantial amount poses considerable difficulty for us in our current circumstances. Once we acquire the capability, his gold will no longer be of necessity. What do you imply? Encourage him to showcase more of the products from his planet to ascertain if there are any items scarce on Earth. This way, our trade can yield the utmost profit. I comprehend your perspective, yet as a like-minded friend, I shall exert my utmost effort to assist his revolution. Is this what you deem internationalism? The history of the Tianhua civilization is not documented, thus I find it challenging to comprehend, but I trust in your discretion, as long as you act within your means. I shall defer to your judgment. Speaking of which, Huang Yu suddenly turned serious and remarked to Ling Yi, perhaps you should delve deeper into our ideological framework. Let us postpone that discussion for now. Do continue with your thoughts on lore. Observing Ling Yi's lack of enthusiasm, Huang Yu did not press the matter further and continued to listen to her plans. That individual, Lore, appears intrigued by certain novelties and has conducted substantial research in genetics. You might inquire if he possesses any technology to eliminate reproductive isolation with the prospect of exchanging for it. Oh, are you so eager to have children with me? Your current honesty is merely a result of your financial state. Once you acquire wealth, who knows how many women will flock to you? I must ensure that your first child is mine. Stung by Ling Yi's retort, Huang Yu awkwardly touched his nose, yet fortunately, she did not pursue the matter further. As for Vivian, my assessment aligns with yours. Based on the current experimental results, Her potion proves effective for Earth dwellers, and the potency is remarkably strong. It would be ideal to identify Earth products that she requires, allowing us to engage in substantial exchanges for her potions. Regarding our own production, that is unfeasible. She is well aware of our needs and would never consent to transferring such technology. However, this also mitigates the risk of technological leakage. Upon hearing Ling Ye's concurrence with his thoughts, Huang Yu's interest was piqued. How rare it is for heroes to share a similar vision. I had indeed intended to proceed in this manner. Not to mention, selling the coagulation and healing potions directly to the military would yield substantial profits. No. It is preferable to start with simpler effects, such as the extract of the black herb you are currently utilizing. If it proves effective, we should initially reduce the efficacy to 1 month, offering a more accessible price point. This way, it surpasses other similar products without drawing excessive attention. Subsequently, we can accumulate capital and then introduce a 7-day efficacy potion at a premium price, gradually unveiling additional potions following this model. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu suddenly grasped her intent, exclaiming, "Oh, I see your point. This strategy maximizes benefits while evading premature scrutiny from certain magnates." Precisely. Nevertheless, we must continue testing the potion's efficacy. What are the two you are currently using? Continue with them tonight. Oh, as Vivian mentioned, it is best to use it after a shower and before bed. Have you rested enough? You should take an early shower. Speaking of which, Huang Yu was no longer sleepy. With a swift turn, he rose from the bed and raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "Shall we go together?" Ling Yi shot him a sideways glance and silently picked up a newly purchased outfit before retreating into the bathroom. Huang Yu, with a beaming smile, followed her inside. Consequently, they indulged in a shower that lasted nearly an hour. Once finished, Huang Yu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and had to request Ling Yi to apply some ointment for him. He had completely forgotten to do so after a long night of busyness yesterday. However, upon catching sight of Ling Ye's alluring figure beneath her shirt, Huang Yu felt a rush of heat. As soon as they were done, he eagerly pressed Ling Yi beneath him. "Do you still have the strength?" "Indeed. How could I lack strength for such matters? It's time for bed." "No, you promised to let me see enough tonight." Ultimately, Ling Yi acquiesced, allowing Huang Yu to see her to his heart's content, as she removed her shirt, revealing the garments she had purchased that day. Naturally, mere observation was not enough. Chapter 42. Are you interested in her? Ah. With a long yawn, Huang Yu, who had labored through the night prior, groggily awoke. His eyes still heavy with sleep as he reached out beside him. Where's Ling Yi? Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld a graceful silhouette facing away from the window, reclining in a chair with her legs crossed at the foot of the bed. Her laptop rested on her thighs, but her hands were not typing. Instead, they were crossed over her chest, seemingly lost in thought. Who else could it be but Ling Yi? Today, she donned a brand new shirt dress, her favorite white, the hem reaching her knees and revealing her slender calves. The glaring sunlight poured through the window, casting a hazy outline around her figure, particularly accentuating her bare, delicate feet, which shimmered under the sun, their translucent polish making them appear even more enticing. Just as Huang Yu could not resist shifting closer to savor the touch of those exquisite legs, Ling Yi withdrew them just as he was about to make contact. "You've finally awakened." Realizing his intentions had been thwarted, Huang Yu felt no significant disappointment. She was entirely his, so why dwell on such matters? "All right. What time is it? Have you had breakfast?" "It's nearly 9 o'clock. If you don't wake up soon, I'll just head out to eat by myself. Then I'll take a shower first." Together? Huang Yu's intentions were glaringly obvious, and Ling Yi could not help but roll her eyes. "I've already showered. You go by yourself." With his plans once again dashed, Huang Yu shook his head and took a set of clothes into the bathroom. Shortly after, a refreshed Huang Yu emerged, fully dressed in his summer black attire. Ling Yi maintained her previous posture, glancing curiously at him. "Ling Yi, did you not mention that you could connect to the internet at any time? Why then is your computer still on? Moreover, with such a glaring sun, it's difficult to see the screen." Upon noticing he had finished, Ling Yi closed her laptop and casually replied, "It's merely a habit. This way, if anyone sees me, it won't seem too peculiar." So it was merely for show, while the actual operations relied on the chip embedded in her mind. "You are ready now. Let us hasten to have breakfast." Ling Yi stowed her laptop and stood up, eager to pull him along for breakfast. It was then that Huang Yu noticed a slender red belt cinching her shirt-style dress at the waist, tied into a delicate bow, accentuating her slender figure. Unable to resist, he wrapped his arm around Ling Ye's waist and chuckled. "You truly have a fondness for Huaxia cuisine. Have you discovered a delightful breakfast spot?" "Indeed. The dim sum in Guangdong province appears quite enticing. I wish to try it," she replied. Dim sum restaurants are primarily located in the southern city. There are none around here. Although Guangdong's dim sum is renowned nationwide, Those who indulge in it are often either affluent individuals or retired elders seeking a taste of nostalgia. In his previous life as a laborer, Huang Yu had neither the means nor the leisure for such indulgence, and he was well aware that City North would lack such establishments. However, Ling Yi seemed to have anticipated this and was well prepared. Fear not, there is a dim sum restaurant nearby, just a short taxi ride of less than 10 minutes. Though the venue is modest and the DCO are ordinary, the owner is a seasoned master who has dedicated his life to crafting dim sum. After retirement, he opened a small shop frequented by local elders, and I assure you, the flavors are exceptional. Since you are already prepared, let us depart. If the food is delightful, we can enjoy lunch there as well. Resolute. They exchanged their shoes for sneakers, booked a ride online, and prepared to set off. Unexpectedly, as they stepped outside, Su Xiaoli, who lived across the hall, opened her door. Good morning, Su Xiaoli. Good morning, handsome. Is this your girlfriend? She's stunning. After exchanging morning pleasantries, Su Xiaoli's attention was drawn to Ling Yi. Although she was typically confident in her appearance, she was nonetheless captivated by Ling Yi's beauty and poise. Oh, allow me to introduce. This is my girlfriend, Ling Yi. Ling Yi interjected gracefully. Hello, I am Ling Yi. You must be Su Xiaoli. Huang Yu has told me about you. That was all a misunderstanding, haha. Su Xiaoli appeared slightly embarrassed upon hearing Ling Yi's words, prompting Huang Yu to chime in. Yes, merely a misunderstanding. Are you off today? Would you care to join us for breakfast? No, I work at a beauty salon and always start at 10 in the morning, as this was mentioned. Su Xiaoli retrieved her phone to check the time. It was evidently quite worn, clearly a result of her previous device being utterly damaged, compelling her to resort to this older model. Alas, time was of the essence. She expressed her gratitude for their kindness, but feared she might be late. Preferring to grab a quick bite on her way, Huang Yu, observing her urgency, did not insist on her staying. The trio descended the elevator together, after which she hurriedly departed, leaving Huang Yu and Ling Yi awaiting their ride downstairs. At that moment, Ling Yi suddenly inquired, Have you taken a liking to her? Huang Yu responded with confusion. She is indeed quite beautiful. According to my analysis, she possesses a commendable character and maintains her dignity. What does that even mean? When did I exhibit such behavior? I'm merely speculating, Ling Yi replied. Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback by her remark. Yet Ling Yi continued unabated. There are cameras in the hallway outside our room, so I am aware of the misunderstanding you two had. You owe her a phone. And the other two will arrive shortly. Su Xiaoli, born in 2000 in Yushur, has a grandmother who is a single mother and a mother who was a mistress. Her greatest aspiration in life has always been to find a truly admirable man, even if it means being kept. Initially, her living conditions were decent, but once her father's legitimate wife caught wind of the situation, her mother soon met her demise, officially recorded as an accident, though I have reason to believe it was orchestrated by her father. Subsequently, she was placed in a foster home, and her father ceased all involvement in her life. After graduating high school, she has been working independently until now. If you are fond of her, I have no objections. But I hope before our child is born, Huang Yu understood the weight of the situation and reassured her, Rest assured, I will uphold my promise. My first child will undoubtedly be yours, and I will be mindful of that before it happens. However, Ling Yi's next comment left him flustered. So, you admit to having feelings for her. How was he to respond to that? Fortunately, the timely arrival of their ride provided an escape, and he quickly grasped Ling Yi's hand, urging her forward. The car is here. Let us go, let us go. Chapter 43. Transactions disguised as morning tea. Once they boarded the vehicle, they arrived at their destination in less than 10 minutes. Outside stood a perimeter wall, beyond which was a modest 3-story residential building, its decor unpretentious. The sign above the gate read Fuji Morning Tea House in bold characters. From a distance, it appeared to be a typical breakfast establishment, and upon closer inspection, the courtyard seemed sparsely populated, with hardly any patrons. Had it not been for Huang Yu's complete trust in Ling Yi's intelligence-gathering abilities, he would never have believed that a master of morning tea, who had dedicated his life to the craft, resided within. Upon entering through the gate, they found a small courtyard furnished with 7 or 8 folding tables, occupied primarily by elderly individuals, with the occasional grandparent accompanied by their grandchildren. There was an evident absence of younger patrons. At first glance, Huang Yu couldn't distinguish who the proprietor was, but Ling Yi, with a cursory glance, approached an elderly gentleman with white hair who was engaged in conversation, in fluent Cantonese. She greeted him. Hello, Uncle Fu. We have come to enjoy some food. Oh my, what a lovely young lady. Did you come with your boyfriend? It's quite rare to see young people here. What would you like to eat? The old gentleman, upon being addressed by Ling Yi, realized he had customers and quickly informed his old friends nearby before attending to the two. He brought out a folding table, and 2 plastic stools from the back room. Huang Yu and Ling Yi lent a helping hand, and after seating themselves, the old master Fu, still a bit curious, inquired, "Hey there, you two. Young folks are usually quite busy. It's uncommon to see someone like you here. Typically, I only have old friends and neighbors visiting. How did you find your way here?" Huang Yu, unable to comprehend Uncle Fu's Cantonese, looked helplessly at Ling Yi, who had spoken so fluently. "We were introduced by the older generation. Coincidentally, we now have both the means and leisure to savor Uncle Fu's culinary skills. Is that so? Haha, rest assured, I have been making dim sum for a lifetime. And I guarantee you'll be satisfied. What would you like to have? Let's start with a pot of tea, 1 portion each of shrimp dumplings, siu mai, char siu bao, and lotus leaf rice, along with 2 servings of rice rolls. If it's not enough, we can order more. If it's delicious, we might even have lunch here. All right, just a moment." With that, the old gentleman cheerfully headed to the kitchen, while Huang Yu took the opportunity to chat with Ling Yi. "Do you have any plans for today? We won't be spending all our time here eating dim sum, will we?" "Of course not. I mentioned that I'm currently accumulating funds through stock trading. I began my activities around 9 o'clock this morning." "That quickly?" "The trading hours for the Chinese stock market are from Monday to Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and 1:30 p.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. There is no trading on weekends or on holidays announced by the Shanghai and Guangdong stock exchanges." I know nothing about this," Huang Yu admitted. "That's all right. As long as I understand, it's sufficient. You're making me look foolish. What should I do?" "It would be best if you opened your phone. We can eat while pretending to watch videos. That way, it appears normal. If it's convenient, you might as well contact those trading partners." Huang Yu nodded resignedly, snapping his fingers to indicate his understanding. There was no way he could assist in this matter, so he might as well comply quietly. Before long, Uncle Fu began to bring out the dishes one by one. Thus, under the guise of enjoying dim sum, the two were discreetly engaging in their respective trades. To outsiders, they merely appeared to be watching videos while savoring their morning tea. Indeed, the flavors were exquisite. Huang Yu, naturally, could not remain idle, especially since his partner was diligently working to earn money beside him. What kind of man would he be if he simply sat there doing nothing? In the recesses of his mind, he summoned the system and contemplated sending a brief message to Marx. The essence of the message conveyed a change in his circumstances, indicating that he could engage in another gold transaction, approximately the same amount as before, while emphasizing a preference for exchanging other commodities in the future. He also advised Marx to list more products from his planet. Next, he turned to Lore. "System, submit a dialogue request to Lore." "Understood. The dialogue request has been submitted. We await the other party's consent." However, after half an hour, there was still no response from Lore, presumably occupied with other matters. Huang Yu decided to send a message instead, initially intending to inquire about the progress of his gene optimization serum and to ask if Lore possessed any technology to eliminate reproductive isolation. Yet, upon reflection, he retracted that message and glanced over at Ling Yi, who was savoring shrimp dumplings. In a hushed tone, he addressed her. "Ling Yi, may I ask you something?" What is it?" "I was about to contact Lore, but he is unavailable." Then it occurred to me that he might be interested in the human genes of a level 4 civilization. "Human genes of a level 4 civilization? You mean me?" "Yes. But I wonder if you would mind." "Not at all. The genetic technology of the Tianhua civilization is rather ordinary in the vast cosmos. Exchanging something would be most beneficial." "That's wonderful. I shall leave him a message." Huang Yu felt a surge of joy at his partner's cooperation and promptly sent Lore a new message. The content was straightforward and to the point. "Mr. Lore, I have human genes from a level 4 civilization. I wonder if you would be interested?" With that, Huang Yu lifted a cup of tea and took a leisurely sip, confident that Lore, known for his composure, would find it challenging to remain unflappable this time. Ideally, the next step would be to contact Vivian, yet he refrained from doing so. This was primarily because, among the 4 serums he currently possessed, 2 had already been validated on Su Xiaoli, while the essences from the Marx tree and the extracts of the air grass required a few more days of waiting. Although the scars on his hands had faded slightly, they had not completely vanished, and his hair seemed unchanged. With nothing pressing to attend to, he thought it prudent to indulge in culinary delights while browsing videos. Thus, time passed, and by 11:30, the morning trading session of the stock market had concluded. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yi sought out Uncle Fu, inexplicably taking Huang Yu's phone along with her. "Uncle Fu, we are about to have lunch. Let us order some dishes." "My dear, it seems you find the food quite satisfactory. How is it? Isn't my culinary skill commendable?" "Indeed, it's delicious, hence. We are dining here for lunch as well." "For lunch, I have a signature roasted goose, but it requires a reservation. I've prepared just one today. Awaiting a patron to arrive." "You can." Before Uncle Fu could finish his sentence, Ling Yi displayed the text message on the phone, clearly well prepared. Uncle Fu, this is the reservation message I sent. Look. Let me see. Oh, indeed, it is this number. So, just wait a moment. This roasted goose will soon be ready. Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Ling Yi, who usually appears indifferent, is particularly attentive when it comes to culinary delights. Beneath her icy exterior lies a true gourmand, which presents a delightful contrast. Chapter 44, Daily Earnings Exceeding 10,000. The roasted goose has arrived. With a hearty shout from Uncle Fu, a large platter of irresistibly colored roasted goose was brought forth, exuding a fragrant aroma and beautifully arranged. Huang Yu felt his appetite awaken. Dashing young men and women, please enjoy first. I shall bring you a bowl of rice shortly. Thank you, Uncle Fu, for your hard work. Ling Yi responded politely, then eagerly picked up a piece to savor. Her eyes widened in surprise, and though speechless, her pace quickened noticeably. Observing her reaction, Huang Yu could not resist picking up his chopsticks. As soon as the morsel touched his palate, he could not help but exclaim in delight. Delicious. The meat is tender, and the skin is crispy. It was no wonder that even Ling Yi, with her refined upbringing, was utterly captivated by this flavor. She took another piece and savored it slowly. The goose meat was exceptionally tender and imbued with an indescribable, unique flavor that lingered enticingly, with a rich aroma melting in the mouth, making it utterly irresistible. Truly, it was a feast for the senses. Ling Yi, we have truly come to the right place. We must return often. She responded, her mouth too full to speak, nodding vigorously while emitting sounds of approval through her nose. With the arrival of rice, their enjoyment intensified. Watching their enthusiastic eating, Uncle Fu smiled and went to greet other old friends. It brought him great joy to see the youth so fond of his culinary skills. Just as Huang Yu finished his second bowl of rice and prepared to dig into a third, a notification from the system interrupted him. Host, Marnes has sent a message. He then set down his utensils temporarily to check in his mind. The gist of the message was that Marnes was aware of the situation and intended to proceed as Huang Yu had suggested. However, considering the current challenges, he hoped the next gold trading quota could be slightly increased. He had just entered a rural area and was conducting his research. But he was also busy with armed struggles, which might take a month or two to yield results before they could discuss further. Huang Yu had no objections to a slight increase in the gold trading quota. After all, how much higher could it go? He was, however, more intrigued by Marnes' research findings. If Marnes agreed with his views, it would be a cause for celebration. If not, he would have to respect his choices. With this thought, he replied to Marnes, expressing his agreement to raise the next gold trading quota and wishing him success in his revolutionary endeavors. Having completed this task, Huang Yu was about to pick up his bowl and chopsticks once more when he suddenly noticed that the remaining portion of the roasted goose had completely vanished. Instinctively, he turned to look at Ling Yi beside him. She was squinting her eyes while sipping tea, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. Upon glancing at her abdomen, it had noticeably expanded, though her figure remained intact. It was merely a consequence of overindulgence. This prompted Huang Yu to voice his concern. Ling Yi, you ought to be cautious not to overeat, lest you gain weight. However, Ling Yi dismissed his worry with indifference. If you were to utilize the gene optimization serum, would you still fret about gaining weight? Indeed, despite already being rather plump, she exhibited no restraint when it came to her appetite. The reason for this was clear. The gene optimization serum was soon to be at her disposal, and she felt utterly fearless. Yet, at that moment, she still found herself unsatisfied. Consequently, Huang Yu turned to the elderly Mr. Fu, who was enjoying his lunch, and called out, Mr. Fu, could we have some more food? Please. Huh, still hungry? You young folks certainly have hearty appetites. What would you like? Huang Yu, not comprehending Cantonese, relied on Ling Yi to order a selection of dim sum. After their lunch, the two continued sipping tea until the stock market trading hours concluded at 3 in the afternoon. Ling Yi, unusually stretching her limbs, turned to Huang Yu and said, we can leave now. Oh, has today a stock trading wrapped up? What were the gains? Not bad. Around 10,000, just shy of 20,000. Huang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, drawing the attention of several elderly patrons still lingering nearby. He quickly stood to explain, citing a minor matter, and calmed the crowd. Once seated again, he excitedly asked, is that all for the day? Ling Yi remained remarkably composed, replying nonchalantly, well, it's about 10 in daily earnings, which is decent. Decent? Do you have any idea what it means to earn over 10,000 a day in Huaxia? Huang Yu recalled a survey stating that less than 5% of individuals in Huaxia earn over 10,000 monthly, and less than 1% over 10,000 daily. Realizing this, he recognized he had surpassed 99% of the population. How could this former worker not feel exhilarated? Yet Ling Yi added, That's only with my 200,000. Otherwise, it would be even more. At her words, Huang Yu became even more animated. This is incredible. You can truly earn money by merely lying down. Unable to contain himself, he pulled Ling Yi onto his lap and planted a lengthy kiss on her. Ling Yi, clearly taken aback by his boldness, widened her eyes and repeatedly tapped his shoulder in protest, but Huang Yu remained undeterred in his affection. The kiss lingered for over a minute before he finally released her, only to notice a gathering of elderly onlookers, all sporting amused smiles, with some even capturing the moment on their phones. Flustered, Ling Yi swiftly stood, casting him an irritated glance before grasping his hand and fleeing. As they departed, she called back, Mr. Fu, the money has been transferred. We shall return next time. The elderly man, with a head full of white hair, simply smiled and said, Good. Do come often from now on. The younger generation truly knows how to have fun. In the back seat of the ride-hailing vehicle, Ling Yi sat with her arms crossed over her chest, still appearing somewhat displeased. Huang Yu awkwardly touched his nose, trying to appease her as he said, All right, I apologize. You are remarkable. I was just too excited earlier. I promise to be more mindful of the occasion next time. Humph. You better keep your word. Yes, yes. I will certainly do so. After a considerable time, until they returned to their respective rooms, Ling Yi finally spoke again. Huang Yu, you aspire to be the ruler of this planet. How can you lose your composure over such a trivial sum of money? Ah. It's just that I used to be poor and fearful. I haven't quite adjusted yet. Once I get used to it, everything will be fine. The most important thing is, you may do as you please in private, but could you at least consult me in public settings? Oh, so you mean as long as you agree, it's fine? You. Humph. All right. I will be more cautious in the future. What would you like to eat tonight? Roast pigeon. Very well. Let us rest for a while. We'll head out around 5. Are we still having late-night snacks? Seafood feast. Aren't you concerned about nuclear contamination? Gifts are hard to come by. But while the threat hasn't spread here yet, I must savor the flavor quickly. Indeed. When it comes to food lovers, culinary delights are the key. Chapter 45. One should not, at least ought not to that evening. Huang Yu kept his promise and took Ling Yi to savor the unique roasted pigeon and seafood feast from Guangdong province. To be fair, the place chosen by Ling Yi had no unpleasant flavors. After they had dined to their heart's content and returned to their room, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Huang Yu was about to pull Ling Yi into a romantic bath when the system suddenly made a sound. Host, Laurel has sent a dialogue request. Coming at this hour? Fine, connect me. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yi slipped away from Huang Yu's grasp and hurried into the bathroom, leaving him feeling disappointed. Nevertheless, he prioritized the matter at hand and quickly settled into a reclining chair by the window. Before long, Laurel's image appeared on his retina. This time, not only had the environment changed, but even his attire had transformed. He found himself seated in a colossal chair, facing a circular control panel. Surrounded by a bright and spacious room filled with various pipes, exuding a high-tech ambience, while he donned a white exoskeleton suit. Strangely, Huang Yu noticed that the edges of the armor, particularly around Laurel's throat, seemed to meld seamlessly with his flesh. No, it should be said that Laurel's flesh and the armor had fused together. However, this time Laurel did not afford Huang Yu the luxury of contemplation and hastened his speech. My lord, are you serious about the message you sent me? How did you accomplish this? You managed to obtain the genes of a level 4 civilization. This is truly astonishing. It seems that the comment indeed struck a chord with Lore. Thinking of this, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, wondering how long this pretentious individual could maintain his facade. Indeed, he had stumbled upon great fortune. After all, this matter should pique your interest, wouldn't it? Of course. It is of great interest. Your Excellency, throughout this time, the majority of my genetic collection has come from various second and third-tier civilizations. While samples from fourth-tier civilizations are exceedingly rare, and human genes from such civilizations are even scarcer. So precious? Precisely. How did you acquire them? A secret. Just kidding. Even though Lore could engage in trade with Hua Guang independently, Huang Yu would never voluntarily disclose this information. After all, how could he profit otherwise? Quite right. Were I in your position, I too would remain discreet. Upon hearing this, Lore did not appear overly disappointed. After all, he was a formidable figure from a third-tier civilization. He quickly adjusted his demeanor and calmly inquired, Might I ask what you wish to trade this time? Well, I actually have quite a few items in mind. Naturally, within the realm of Lore's interstellar market, you may choose from an extensive array of goods. We can discuss specifics at our leisure. Excellent. By the way, how is my gene optimization serum progressing? Rest assured, the development is proceeding very smoothly. Initially, we planned to complete it within a year, but the timeline has now been shortened to 6 months. Is that so? Splendid. I can hardly contain my anticipation. At this moment, What Huang Yu needed most was not money, but this gene optimization serum. Lore understood Huang Yu's eagerness, recalling that he himself had once been in a similar position. Your Excellency, please be patient. For now, let us return to the matter of our trade. Ah, yes. About the trade, may I ask if Mr. Lore has, technology for interspecies reproductive gene manipulation? Interspecies reproductive gene. Ah. Lore's reaction to Huang Yu's inquiry was unexpectedly pronounced. He leaned forward, his mouth agape, his previously serene expression now replaced with one of astonishment. This left Huang Yu somewhat perplexed, prompting him to ask, Mr. Lore, what is the matter? Why such a strong reaction? Lore composed himself with some difficulty, though discomfort still lingered on his face as he replied, I apologize, Your Excellency. But my civilization lacks such technology. However, while I cannot interfere in your personal affairs, I do have something to say. What is it? Mr. Huang Yu. As a human being. Indeed, what is it? One should not, at least ought not to, engage in such actions. Upon hearing Lore's fragmented yet profound statement, Huang Yu was left bewildered, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What does it matter to you if I procreate with my own wife? Why such a dramatic reaction? He retorted. No, one can. At the very least, one should give it a try. Upon hearing Huang Yu's response, Lore's face contorted subtly, and in an effort to maintain composure, he lowered his head, shielding his visage with one hand. Mr. Lore, what troubles you? It's nothing. I've been engaged in interstellar travel recently and am experiencing a sudden bout of physical discomfort. In that case, I shall not intrude further. Please rest. I too require some contemplation on what precisely to exchange. Very well, my lord. I shall take my leave. With that, Lore promptly severed the conversation, leaving Huang Yu enveloped in a haze of confusion. Physical discomfort induced by interstellar travel? Is it truly so that a civilization of level 3 technology cannot resolve this issue? Meanwhile, Lore, tilting his head back, covered his face with his right hand, letting out a pained cry. I must have been blind. This individual possesses such peculiar traits. Interspecies reproductive capabilities. Have individuals of second-tier civilizations now transcended such ethical constraints? Have we truly fallen behind? Not long after the conversation with Lore concluded, Lingyi emerged from her bath, clad in a loose white shirt that draped gracefully to conceal her hips, a customary nightgown, albeit one that Huang Yu would ultimately remove. Coughing lightly, she revealed her long, smooth legs, an enticing sight that stirred Huang Yu's thoughts, yet he reminded himself that pressing matters demanded attention. Yes, we must focus on the task at hand. Lingyi, come here, assist me with some counsel. What do you need my advice on? During my dialogue with Lore, he expressed considerable interest in your genetic makeup and offered that I may select freely from the wares in his shop. However, the abundance of advanced technology is overwhelming, and I require your assistance in choosing. Very well. Upon hearing Huang Yu's request, Lingyi thought little of it and approached him, only to find herself effortlessly lifted into Huang Yu's lap. What are you doing? Didn't you say we had matters to discuss? This is much more comfortable. As he spoke, Huang Yu wrapped one arm around Lingyi's slender waist while the other caressed her thigh. Simultaneously, he commanded the system in his mind. System. Transfer all merchandise data from Lore's interstellar shop to Lingyi. Understood. Host. Chapter 46. The outpost base vehicle. As the chip in his brain received information from the system, Lingyi submitted herself to Huang Yu's whims, slipping into a state of ocular inversion, immersed in the vast retrieval of information. This state, known as ocular inversion mode, is a unique condition that the Tianhua people enter when their cerebral chips operate at peak efficiency, which is usually unremarkable. However, when the brain's chip runs at maximum speed, the torrent of data reflects upon the retina, creating the illusion of rolled-back eyes. Concurrently, her responses to the external world would grow somewhat sluggish. Before long, Lingyi emerged from her reverie, acutely aware of Huang Yu's mischievous hand causing mischief upon her thigh. Infuriated, she slapped it away. Are you done? Let us discuss business. I have a plan. We can talk. It won't take long, Huang Yu retorted, though he did not withdraw his hand from her thigh, merely ceasing his restless movements. The merchandise sold by Lore Star Interstellar includes a plethora of useful items. However, considering that my genes are not particularly remarkable within a level 4 civilization, we must prioritize the most essential goods. The most essential goods? Indeed. Tell me, what is the essence of a technological civilization's industry? Industry? Be more precise. Manufacturing? Close enough. With the chip embedded in my brain, we surpass the entire Earth in terms of network technology. Yet, constrained by Earth's current manufacturing capabilities, I can design numerous things, but we are unable to produce them. So, what have you found? The forward base vehicle. Take a look for yourself. Lingyi's words sparked Huang Yu's curiosity, prompting him to initiate a system search. Forward base vehicle, a product of a level 3 technological civilization, primarily used for exploring unfamiliar planets, capable of expanding into a forward station, equipped with precision manufacturing devices, continuously producing various engineering robots. Price, 500 cosmic coins. Upon further inspection, a video revealed a colossal silver-white base vehicle being deployed from space onto a tawny planet. Yet, before making contact with the surface, it autonomously adjusted its trajectory and began to move at high speed. Gradually, its velocity decreased, but it did not land directly. Instead, it hovered in midair, transforming and swiftly expanding into a rectangular structure, entirely silver-white, as the video narrated its name, Forward Station. Witnessing this scene, 5 words spontaneously emerged in Huang Yu's mind. Red Alert Base Vehicle. Subsequently, this Red Alert Base, this forward station, gently descended, approaching the uneven terrain below, clearly unfavorable for landing. At that moment, 6 enormous mechanical arms extended from the wider sides of the forward station, aiding its stable descent, supporting its weight while maintaining balance. Soon, large doors opened on both narrower sides, revealing sloped passages connecting to the ground. As a result, a squad of robots emerged from one door, dispersing to mine resources, which were then delivered to another door. Thus, more and more robots of various models were produced. Moreover, the surrounding environment was transformed at a visible pace. The rugged ground was leveled, and new buildings sprang forth, culminating in the establishment of a base. More importantly, throughout this period, not a single living being had appeared. It was entirely a spectacle of robots constructing autonomously. Witnessing this scene, Huang Yu could not help but recall 10 words in his mind. StarCraft. Human Command Center. The video was not yet over when the outpost retracted 6 mechanical arms, slowly ascending and beginning to move, albeit at a pace far slower than the base vehicle form. Soon, the outpost transformed again in midair, reverting to the appearance of a truck. In the next moment, the truck accelerated rapidly, plunging directly into the sea, where it morphed back into an outpost on the seabed, replicating the earlier scene and constructing another base beneath the waves. At this point, Huang Yu could not restrain his exclamation. What a marvel! This so-called outpost vehicle bore an uncanny resemblance to the Red Alert base vehicle, a hybrid of the StarCraft Human Command Center. With such an invention, it could facilitate the rapid deployment of troops. Of course, it was also made clear that the artificial intelligence system, robots, and robot blueprints required separate purchases. Ling Yi, can you take charge of the artificial intelligence aspect? But what about the robot data? Ling Yi glanced at Huang Yu with a hint of pride, responding, as a general of a level 4 technological civilization. Designing a robot is a trivial task. Then it's settled, we shall acquire it. By the way, is it possible to purchase anything else? Probably not. In terms of cosmic currency, the annual financial revenue of a level 3 civilization is generally measured in the tens of thousands, whereas this outpost vehicle is priced at 500 cosmic coins. For a level 3 technological civilization, it is akin to the most advanced aircraft carrier in Huaxia. Whether they would agree to an exchange is uncertain, let alone adding other items. Is that so? Very well, I will contact him now. Wait a moment. What is it? If possible, let us have the base vehicle stored with him for now. Let us not rush into a transaction, as we currently lack a place to set it up. Upon hearing Ling Ye's words, Huang Yu pondered briefly before agreeing. You are right. With the dense population in Huaxia, such a large object would be difficult to conceal. Even if placed on the seabed, it would be inconvenient when we wish to utilize it. There is one more thing. What else? Have you inquired about the technology for eliminating reproductive isolation? Hearing this, Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Yi had not forgotten this matter. Haha. Of course I asked. Unfortunately, Loa mentioned that his civilization lacks such technology and reacted quite strongly, seemingly unable to comprehend our union. Is that so? Could it be that their civilization holds different views on this matter than we do? I do not know. Well then, we shall seek other methods later. Release me now. Go attend to your important tasks, and let me be involved as well. All right. Thus, Ling Yi finally extricated herself from Huang Yu's grasp. After casually donning a pair of trousers, she stood behind him. Observing this scene, Huang Yu smiled knowingly. Ling Yi displayed a sense of decorum, understanding the need to dress appropriately in the presence of outsiders, thereby avoiding any unintended exposure. A woman of his own, after all, should be gazed upon solely by him. System, submit a dialogue request to Lore. Understood, the dialogue request has been submitted and is awaiting the other party's consent. Chapter 47, Lore's Self-Doubt Before Long. Lore reappeared on Huang Yu's retina, simultaneously sharing the imagery with Ling Yi. My lord, have you made your selection? And who is this lady? This is my wife. Ling Yi, hailing from a level 4 civilization. The genes for this transaction originate from her. Initially, Lore's curiosity about Ling Yi was merely superficial. However, upon learning that she was a level 4 human and Huang Yu's wife, he could hardly contain his astonishment. How on earth did this man manage such a feat? A level 4 civilization is akin to a deity in the eyes of a level 2 civilization. It is as if a primitive man wed a divine being. Is this woman blind? With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Lore struggled to maintain his long-held composure and remarked, "I see. My lord, you are indeed fortunate. In the cosmos, unions between civilizations of differing levels are rare, and those spanning 2 levels are even more scarce. Ah, it appears that what you referred to earlier regarding reproductive unification pertains to Lady Ling Yi. Then why did you previously mention interspecies?" Lore began but fell silent. Realizing he had startled himself, it was a misunderstanding. I thought it impossible for a person to possess such peculiarities. Huang Yu, somewhat perplexed, inquired, What was that about? Oh, it's nothing. Your phrasing was somewhat erroneous. It should be referred to as interspecies reproductive unification. We indeed possess the technology for this." "Really?" A slightly urgent voice echoed in Huang Yu's ears, evidently belonging to Ling Yi. "Of course it is genuine. I myself have children with women from other civilizations, achieved through this very technology. The gene optimization serum for you, Lord Huang Yu, is currently under development. Once we receive Lady Ling Yi's genes, we can make the necessary adjustments to the serum, enabling the two of you to conceive." Upon hearing Lore's affirmative words, Ling Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief, only to suddenly realize that Huang Yu had taken her hand. As she slightly turned her head, she saw him rotate towards her, bringing her hand to his lips for a tender kiss on her hand's back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her face. Witnessing this moment, Ling Yi found herself unable to maintain her gaze, averting her eyes from Huang Yu, as the atmosphere became undeniably intimate. Simultaneously, Lore observed this scene from the side. His lips twitched slightly as he forced himself to maintain composure, while inside he was raging uncontrollably. What in the world? It seems he is truly destined to take root in that secondary civilization. This is utterly incomprehensible. Why abandon the comforts of a 4th-level civilization to live among primitive beings? Is this woman not only blind but also foolish? Why is it that no women from advanced civilizations have shown any interest in me? Where did I go wrong? Is it because of my lack of hair? At this moment, Lore fell into a deep spiral of self-doubt. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Yet, unable to endure the tension, Lore finally spoke up. "Excuse me. Though I realize it may be somewhat impolite to interrupt, we are still engaged in a transaction. Might you save your affections for later?" Huang Yu and Ling Yi, still enveloped in their flirtation, were startled by a sudden interjection. They awkwardly adjusted their postures, with Huang Yu being the first to regain his composure. "Ahem. My apologies, I couldn't help myself. Let us proceed with our transaction. We have discussed and would like to exchange Ling Yi's genetic material for a forward-based vehicle. I wonder if Mr. Lore would consent to this." A forward-based vehicle? Upon hearing Huang Yu's request, Lore hesitated, as such a vehicle was also a high-tech product for his civilization. Although they were offering the genetic material of a 4th-level civilization, the price seemed rather steep. Even among advanced civilizations, genetic quality varies. When comparing genes of the same level, biological civilizations reign supreme, relying entirely on the innate strength of living beings, who must possess sufficient power upon reaching adulthood, thus demanding a high standard for their genetic material. Next in line are cultivation civilizations, which primarily absorb cosmic energy to enhance themselves. The better the genes, the faster the cultivation, ensuring that their genes are of commendable quality. The least favorable, of course, are technological civilizations, which rely predominantly on technological means, rendering their genetic material less significant. If I may be so bold, what type of civilization does Miss Ling Yi belong to? Huang Yu wisely refrained from answering and turned to Ling Yi. She, understanding Lore's inquiry, did not hesitate and replied candidly, "I belong to a 4th-level technological civilization." Upon hearing this, Lore frowned, leaning back into his chair, fingers interlaced, clearly contemplating whether this transaction was worth the cost. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, exuding confidence, continued, "We do not require any accompanying artificial intelligence or robots. We only need that forward-based vehicle. I am confident that even though my genes may not be particularly remarkable within a 4th-level civilization, exchanging for a machine from a 3rd-level technological civilization should suffice. The genetic optimization agents developed by 3rd-level technological civilizations often do not achieve breakthroughs in terms of longevity. My lifespan has transcended 7,000 years, yet I remain youthful in appearance. Although this is primarily attributed to an advanced technology, my innate genes are still remarkably exceptional. In my civilization, Even the most humble of individuals can sustain their physical prime well into the later years of life. With that said, whether to engage in a transaction is a decision for Mr. Lore to make. Ling Yi spoke with unwavering confidence, as if she were certain that Lore would acquiesce to the deal. Meanwhile, Lore remained in deep contemplation, visibly weighing his options. Huang Yu, observing this scene, refrained from interjecting and maintained a respectful silence. After a considerable pause, Lore ultimately made his choice. He straightened his posture and solemnly declared, "Very well. I agree to this transaction, provided that Miss Ling Yi offers a drop of her own blood. I am willing to assist in resolving your reproductive concerns and supply a forward-based vehicle, excluding artificial intelligence and robotics." Excellent. It's a deal. Upon hearing Lore finally agree to the terms, Huang Yu promptly affirmed the arrangement, while Ling Yi allowed a rare smile to grace her features. Currently, I do not have any available forward-based vehicles, but I can allocate one from those under construction, which will require approximately 6 months to complete. It will be delivered alongside the genetic enhancement serum. Is that acceptable? Indeed. This arrangement was precisely to Huang Yu and Ling Yi's satisfaction. Soon, Ling Yi produced a needle, pricked her finger, and extracted a drop of blood. As a shimmering azure light flickered, that drop materialized before Lore, who carefully secured it in a test tube and stated, "Now that the transaction is concluded, I assure you that delivery will be made within 6 months. Please be patient." "No problem, then farewell." Farewell. Chapter 48. The Solitude of Su Xiaoli. After severing the dialogue, Huang Yu remained curious about the preceding events and thus posed a question to Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, how could you be so certain that Lore would agree to the deal?" "I was merely feigning confidence." "Ah? What is so strange about that?" "In negotiations, psychological tactics are essential. The goal is to achieve the desired outcome." To this, Huang Yu could only respond, "Impressive." In the subsequent days, Huang Yu and Ling Yi maintained a remarkably structured routine. Each morning, they would visit Uncle Fu for breakfast, lingering until after 3 in the afternoon. During this period, Huang Yu had little to occupy his time, often scrolling through videos, while Ling Yi busied herself in the stock market, accruing around 20,000 daily. Thus, it was the afternoon before the Mid-Autumn Festival when Huang Yu sliced open a freshly delivered package, revealing 3 mobile phones in black, white, and red hues. The black one, an extraordinary model, was intended for himself. The white one was compensation for Su Xiaoli, and the red one, naturally, was for Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, here you go. A phone specially prepared for you. Although I find it unnecessary, it ultimately serves as a cover for me. Before dinner, we might as well go and get you a mobile card." Ling Yi took the phone and settled down at the bedside, crossing her legs. She first experimented with the device, then glanced at the remaining one, inquiring with curiosity, "The white one left is the one you replaced for Su Xiaoli?" "Indeed. Ever since her mother passed away, she has spent countless Mid-Autumn festivals alone. Perhaps you should seize this opportunity to spend more time with her. You might just win her over." Huang Yu, who was in the midst of changing the mobile card, paused, his hands trembling slightly as he helplessly retorted, "Ling Yi, are you joking? We are heading home tomorrow morning. Am I not offering you a suggestion? Hey, why are you pushing me toward another woman? Are you not afraid I might return with a child? You speak as if, without my nudging, you would remain devoid of other women. You tarnish my reputation." "Humph. I know you too well." Huang Yu could not help but roll his eyes, pondering why Ling Yi was so convinced of his unfaithfulness. Admittedly, it might indeed be a weakness of mine. However, the education I received since childhood forbids such behavior. Noticing Huang Yu's disinterest in the conversation, Ling Yi decided to shift the topic, her expression turning serious. "She finishes work at 8. After we have dinner, we can run some errands and return just in time. No jokes, Su Xiaoli is quite pitiable. Let us buy a box of mooncakes for her on our way back." Reflecting on Su Xiaoli's circumstances, Huang Yu silently nodded in agreement. At 8 in the evening, in the beauty salon where Su Xiaoli worked, the alluring manager gathered her team. "Thank you all for your hard work. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and shortly after, we have National Day. Business has been slow lately, so we will enjoy an 8-day holiday. Have you all thought about how to spend your time off?" "Haha, I've been ready. I'm heading home to see my parents." "Me too. I'll spend a few days with my parents before going out with my sweetheart." "Oh, the scent of romance. Cut it out. If you're so capable, why don't you find someone too?" As everyone chattered excitedly about their holiday plans, Su Xiaoli, however, lowered her head in disappointment. Ever since her mother died in a car accident, she had spent every Mid-Autumn festival alone. Her strong-willed nature prevented her from sharing her family situation with others. "Hey, Xiaoli, why do you look so unhappy?" "Yeah, Xiaoli, what is on your mind? Is something wrong?" Hearing her colleagues' questions, Su Xiaoli managed a strained smile and deflected. "I just didn't get a ticket." "Oh, that is unfortunate. Make sure to grab one earlier next time." I remember Xiaoli is from Hunan. With so many people traveling north, it's indeed hard to secure a ticket. I booked mine well in advance, haha, as clever as I am. The colleagues expressed their sympathy briefly before swiftly returning to discussions about their holiday plans. Meanwhile, the store manager sensed something amiss, after all. Su Xiaoli had been by her side for several years, and each mid-autumn festival had unfolded in a similar manner. She had inquired multiple times, but Su Xiaoli remained tight-lipped, leaving her manager reluctant to pry further. All right, gather your belongings and secure the shop door. It's time for everyone to head home. With that, Su Xiaoli bid farewell to her manager and colleagues, making her solitary way back to her rented apartment. She felt no overwhelming sorrow, after all. She had been accustomed to living alone for many years. The beauty salon was not far from her residence, merely a 10-minute walk. Soon, she arrived at the building end. As she stepped into the elevator, the doors were not fully closed when she heard hurried footsteps outside, followed by a familiar voice. Hey, Lingyi, hurry up. You just made it to the elevator. The doors opened to reveal her neighbor, Huang Yu, from across the hall. Ah, Su Xiaoli, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite a coincidence. At that moment, Lingyi also entered, and, connected to the surrounding surveillance, she felt no surprise at this turn of events. It is indeed fortuitous. We were just looking for you. Looking for me? What for? Lingyi nudged Huang Yu playfully, saying, ask him. Huang Yu rolled his eyes. Feeling increasingly disregarded by Lingyi, who seemed to overlook her role as his owner more and more each day. Weren't we discussing compensating you for a phone last time? It arrived this afternoon and is sitting in my room. I'll bring it to you shortly. Oh, right. I completely forgot. While speaking, Huang Yu noticed that Su Xiaoli was still wearing a long skirt that reached her knees and wondered about the condition of her wound. By the way, Su Xiaoli, has your knee healed? That it's healed, but it left a large scar, which doesn't look good. I can only wear skirts to cover it. The mention of her scar sparked a tinge of worry in Su Xiaoli. For a beauty-conscious girl, having a scar on her body was disheartening, making her hesitant to wear anything even slightly shorter. That's easily remedied. I have a miraculous scar removal gel, just like the last 2 bottles I got from a friend. I've tried it myself, and it eliminates scars in just 7 days. I'll let you use it later. Really? If it's from your friend, it must be effective. Rest assured, it truly is. After nearly a week of experimentation, the essence of the mark tree and the extract from the helianthus had shown remarkable results. The 2 scars on his right hand had vanished entirely, and the previously thinning area had sprouted new hair, significantly increasing his volume. Although the new hair was slightly shorter than before, a recent haircut made the difference hardly noticeable. It seemed the time had come to discuss expanding trade with Vivian. Chapter 49. Mid-autumn reunion. Before long, they reached the 9th floor, and both parties opened their respective doors. Certainly, all of Huang Yu's belongings were placed in the storage space, merely for show before he ventured out once more. Su Xiaoli, I have brought your items, he called out. Upon entering the room, Su Xiaoli turned back in surprise to see Huang Yu at the door, hands cradling 2 boxes, one large and one small, upon which rested a sizable glass bottle. She hurried over to take the items from Huang Yu and remarked, so soon? Is this bottle the medicine? It appears significantly larger than the last time. But why are there 2 boxes? One is for the phone, and what about the other? Indeed, the glass bottle contains scar removal gel. I have 2 scars on my hand, and it healed within a week. As for the 2 boxes, the smaller one is to compensate for your phone, and the larger one contains mooncakes. Mooncakes? Huang Yu smiled and replied, yes, with the mid-autumn festival approaching tomorrow. I bought some to take home, and thought to bring you a box as well. They are lotus seed paste with double yolk, of course. Knowing that girls are often concerned about their weight, there are only 4, so feel free to indulge. Well then, I must take my leave. I need to accompany my girlfriend now. With that, he turned and returned to his room, closing the door. As he observed Lingyi, who was standing with her arms crossed and gazing intently at him, Huang Yu smugly declared, did you see? There was no crossing of boundaries whatsoever. Humph. While there may be no physical crossing of boundaries, your heart is filled with transgressions. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's expression initially froze before he retorted fiercely, oh really? Since you've seen through me, I shall no longer pretend. Come. Tonight, I intend to boldly transcend all limits. He grasped Lingyi's hand, leading her toward the bathroom to boldly cross those boundaries. We have to leave by 6 or 7 in the morning. Will you even wake up in time? Tonight. I shall forego sleep if need be. Let us go. Meanwhile, as Huang Yu pushed the limits, Su Xiaoli sat quietly on the edge of her bed, examining the items he had delivered, her expression neutral, lost in contemplation. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Huang Yu, having barely rested for 5 hours, was deep in slumber, while Lingyi, with a resigned expression, attempted to rouse him. Wake up, quickly. Huang Yu, we need to catch the high-speed train. Hurry. Ugh, Don't disturb me. I want to sleep. Slap. Ouch. Ling Yi, why did you hit me? It turned out that Ling Yi, frustrated by Huang Yu's inability to awaken, had resolutely delivered a sharp slap to his face. Get up and wash up. The train departs at 8. We must hurry. Oh. Right. The high-speed train. Ling Yi shook her head in exasperation as she observed the still groggy Huang Yu. Last night, he had insisted on pushing his limits, engaging in a series of boundary-crossing antics for over 4 hours, leaving himself utterly exhausted. What? Why does she seem so energized? Coughing, he mused. There is a saying that goes, only certain types of cattle yield certain types of fields. Alas, I cannot recall it. At last, Huang Yu, like a marionette, was forcibly ushered into the bathroom by Ling Yi, taking a quick hot shower that revitalized him somewhat. This time, he refrained from crossing boundaries, as they were pressed for time to catch the high-speed train. No, it was not due to any lack of strength. With Ling Yi by his side, he felt free from worry throughout the journey. They exited the building and hailed a ride-share to the train station. After boarding, he assured his parents of his safety. And 2 hours later, they arrived at the high-speed train station in Xiang province. Upon exiting, they boarded a pre-arranged taxi, and soon they would retrieve the gifts ordered online before returning home. Although Huang Yu held a rural household registration, his hometown in Xiang province was not truly rural. Rather, it was a small town with several thousand residents, bustling in its own right, albeit not comparable to a city. As noon approached, an elderly couple with graying hair awaited eagerly at their doorstep. It was his parents, Huang Jianjun and Shenfang. Oh dear, it's almost noon. What could be taking them so long? I don't know. They sent a message at 8 this morning, stating they would arrive by noon. I've called several times since, and they said they were close. Where are they? They said they were coming by taxi, but we don't see them yet. Hey, look, is that them? In the distance, a blue and white taxi swiftly approached and soon came to a halt before the elderly couple. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Huang Yu was the first to alight, and he took Ling Ye's hand to assist her down as well. His parents hurried forward to greet them, but to his embarrassment, they bypassed him entirely, showering Ling Yi with affection instead. This was quite awkward. Never mind. He thought it best to help with the luggage. Driver, could you please open the trunk? Thank you. Meanwhile, Ling Yi, facing Huang Yu's parents, displayed a rare smile, addressing them as Mom and Dad and delighting them thoroughly. Oh, Ling Yi, you finally made it. How was the train? Was it crowded? Were you tired? Mom, you needn't worry about me. The journey was smooth, so rest assured. How could it not be tiring? After traveling all morning, you must be exhausted. Your father and I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you. Still warm and ready to enjoy. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Oh, by the way, Huang Yu and I brought you gifts. I hope you like them. Gifts? You needn't have brought anything. Your presence is all we desire. Isn't that right, dear? Indeed, you speak wisely. Hey, Huang Yu is over there moving things. Why don't you go lend him a hand? I'll take Ling Yi inside. All right, Huang Yu, hand me a couple of bags. Let us carry them back together. At that moment, Huang Yu, who had been laboring alongside for quite some time, felt a surge of emotion as his parents finally acknowledged their biological son. Nearly moved to tears. On this day of reunion, what sort of expression is that? Cheer up and help with the luggage. All right. In the spirit of familial camaraderie. With the assistance of his father, a multitude of belongings was swiftly moved into the house. Ling Yi arrived just in time to converse with the elders. Mom and Dad. These items were selected by Xiao Yu and me. Let me explain. These 2 boxes contain mooncakes, and these bags are filled with local specialties from Guangdong province, such as sausages, longan, pomelo, and beef balls. Dad, this tea and tea set are for you to enjoy with your friends. And I've also picked out this fishing rod, knowing your passion for fishing. Ah, wonderful. Ha. With the fishing rod in hand, his father beamed with delight. Indeed, for an avid angler, while other items may be of lesser importance, fishing gear is indispensable. Mom, Huang Yu mentioned that you work the hardest. So this neck massager is for you. When you're weary, just wear it to relax, and these 2 latex pillows will aid your sleep. You and Dad will surely rest well at night. Wonderful. It's thoughtful of my daughter-in-law, unlike this rascal, who never buys me anything. Huang Yu replied. But I've bought many things before, only to have you send them back each time. Am I to blame? As Ling Yi swiftly seized the moment, he called everyone to dinner. All right, Mom and Dad, everyone is hungry. Let us eat. What delicious dishes do we have? Oh, right, everyone come to the table. And Mom has something to tell you. Chapter 50. Ling Yi's passed after the meal. Huang Yu's parents, feeling sympathetic for their long journey, refrained from engaging in conversation and encouraged the couple to rest first. In their room, which had not been occupied for 6 months, it was impeccably tidy thanks to his mother's preparations for their return. Huang Yu collapsed onto the bed, while Ling Yi sat at the bedside, curiously surveying the surroundings. There was little of interest, The house had been standing for over 20 years. I moved here when I was just 2, and since the renovations, little had changed. Indeed, the room contained only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe with somewhat antiquated designs. Although I can access your resume, many details elude me, leaving me curious about your past. Haha, there is not much to say. I'm just an ordinary worker, raised in this town. I was sent away for high school by my father and have been away ever since. It's been nearly 10 years, and I've hardly spent time at home. At this juncture, Huang Yu suddenly drew Ling Yi into his embrace. Hey, Huang Yu, it's still daytime. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. I just thought you might be tired after a long morning, so I wanted to pull you close for a moment of rest. What did you think I meant? Ling Yi replied, actually, I wanted to inquire about your past. My past? Haven't I shared that with you already? I mean your family, your parents. My family having uttered but 3 words, Ling Yi abruptly ceased her speech, turning away, leaving Huang Yu with nothing but her back. What happened? Did I say something wrong again? My apologies, I shouldn't have. There is nothing that cannot be expressed. If you insist on inquiring, I cannot defy your command. I do not wish to. Huang Yu, often, you need only issue a command. Why must you also consider my feelings? You were the first woman in my life, akin to my first love. How could I not take that into account? Wasn't your first love that girl, Wuqin? Who cast you aside? Cough, cough. Why mention her? Speak of your family. Humph. Now it has turned into a command again. Very well. I shall share it with you. There is not much to tell. Do not turn your back to me. Come, let me embrace you. Forcing Ling Yi to turn around. Huang Yu held her in his arms, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. Ling Yi resigned, rested her head on Huang Yu's shoulder, and began to recount her early life. The Tianhua civilization is a totalitarian society, with a rigid hierarchy. While the upper echelons enjoy a life of luxury, the plight of the lower class remains dire, with many lacking even the right to have chips implanted. Ling Yi was born into a humble rural family, although her parents ran a small farm and lived without worry. Their lack of chips meant their lifespans were not prolonged compared to those on Earth, though genetic engineering had significantly slowed their aging process. Initially, this did not seem problematic. Life followed the natural cycle of birth, aging, and death. Had circumstances not changed, Ling Yi would have likely married an ordinary Tianhua man, raised children, or, like some, chosen to remain single and lead a mundane life. However, calamity struck when she turned 10. War erupted between the Tianhua civilization and another level 4 civilization. The enemy was formidable, and the regular army suffered heavy losses, resulting in an increasing number of lower-class men being conscripted. 2 years later, her father also enlisted. Those who joined the military would receive chip implants, presenting an opportunity for social mobility, should they survive the battlefield. Yet, the war was exceedingly brutal. Within less than a year, Ling Yi received the devastating news of her father's demise, which left her mother profoundly affected, leading to her own passing soon after. Though rendered an orphan, Ling Yi managed to reach the age of 18, thanks to her father's death benefits. Theoretically, as a lower-class woman, she lacked the qualifications to enlist. Thus, the war's atrocities seemed irrelevant to her. Yet, the conflict had persisted for 8 years, with both sides clinging to life by the thinnest thread. Whoever could endure this trial would claim victory. The totalitarian regime of Tianhua had resulted in a consistently low birth rate among the lower classes, further exacerbating the dwindling population. Prolonged warfare had caused a significant loss of adult males, leading to a severe shortage of military personnel. In an unprecedented move, during this period, Huang proposed the conscription of women into the armed forces, despite facing considerable opposition. The reality compelled the then king of Tianhua to permit Huang to recruit women willing to enlist in the military. And it was during this time that Ling Ye joined the ranks, having undergone the implantation of a chip. A year later, the tide of war began to shift. The newly integrated female troops infused the Tianhua civilization with a renewed vigor, gaining an increasingly advantageous position on the battlefield, ultimately leading to their triumph in the war. Ling Ye began to emerge as a prominent figure, continuously accumulating military accolades until she was appointed as the general commanding an entire legion. Huang Yu listened with keen interest, feeling a pang of sympathy as he held his beloved close. So, it seems, much like the false identity you have crafted, you truly lost your parents at a young age. 7,000 years have passed, and I have long since come to terms with it. Nevertheless, if women of the Tianhua civilization were permitted to serve in the military 7 millennia ago, it is perplexing that they have not yet attained their rightful status. Huang Yu found this curious. Although the Tianhua civilization was steeped in extreme patriarchy, it raised the question of why, despite having opened the door so long ago, the position of women remained so diminished during dealings with Huaguang. It appeared as though Huang only executed the male soldiers under Huang's command, while selling the women into slavery. Whether it was due to perceiving men as a greater threat, or reluctance to see their male kin humiliated, or as a punishment for betraying their gender, it underscored the fact that women's status was still far inferior to that of men. However, Lingye chose not to elaborate, merely responding with a hint of indifference. Just like you all now. What do you mean, just like us now? Hey, Lingye? Lingye. Huang Yu found himself perplexed by Lingye's response. And after a couple of attempts to elicit further clarification, he realized she had already drifted off to sleep. Shaking his head, he refrained from pressing further. Pulling a light blanket over them both and closing his eyes, though his mind continued to ponder. Just like us now? Could it be that the women of the Tianhua civilization opened a door, only for some to overstep their bounds, provoking a backlash that ultimately relegated them once more to the depths? Never mind, sleep is calling. Chapter 51. Peace of mind. As dusk descended, Huang Yu's mother, Shen Fang, was in the kitchen preparing dinner for the evening. Hey, old man, have you seen Xiao Yu and Lingye? No, they're probably still upstairs playing. Go check. And if they're there, bring them down for dinner. All right. Huang Jianjun replied, making his way upstairs, but he did not hear any sounds. Why is it so quiet? Surely they aren't still sleeping. Approaching Huang Yu's door and opening it, he found, indeed, Huang Yu was fast asleep, cradling Lingye in his arms. He was about to call out to awaken them but paused, a smile spreading across his face as he quietly closed the door once more. Had it been just Huang Yu alone, Huang Jianjun would have certainly roused him. Had it not been for his exhausting journey throughout the morning, Huang Jianjun would have certainly kicked him awake, or perhaps even given him a good thrashing. Dinner time was approaching, and how could one still dare to sleep? However, if their daughter-in-law were present, the circumstances would be entirely different. With still some time before dinner, they could let them sleep a little longer. Indeed. Such is the nature of double standards. Upon descending the stairs, Huang Jianjun called out to his wife, "Dear, Xiao Yu and Lingye are still asleep. They must be quite fatigued. I didn't want to disturb them earlier, so I thought it best to wait until the meal is prepared before I give them a call to wake them up." Shen Fang was just finishing a plate of stir-fried beef and was in the midst of plating it when she heard his words and wiped her hands on her apron. Oh, they're still sleeping? They must truly be exhausted. Very well, I'll tell you. This time Xiao Yu and Lingye are surely meant to be together. This daughter-in-law is unlikely to slip away. Humph. You said the same thing about that with Qin last time. Well, I misjudged that one. Who could have known that girl had no interest in our Xiao Yu from the start, merely putting on a show for her parents? Never mind. I genuinely believe it will work out this time. That girl calls me mom with such sincerity and has brought us so many gifts. I must tell you. Earlier when I went to call them, I saw them cuddled up while they slept. Shen Fang exclaimed, "What? You old fool. Peeking at our son and daughter-in-law while they sleep? I'll give you a good beating." With that, Shen Fang seized the spatula, ready to strike her husband, who hurriedly clarified, Hey. They were fully clothed. What are you thinking? Don't hit. Don't hit." Just then, the ringtone of a cell phone rang out, rousing the still sleeping Huang Yu and Lingye. After a long morning of travel, they were indeed quite weary, and their slumber was deep. Hello? Without checking who was calling, Huang Yu groggily answered the phone, calling out, "Xiao Yu here. Mom, is that you?" "Yes, it's your mother. Call Ling Yi to come down for dinner. Everything is ready." Okay. Ling Yi had awakened around the same time, so there was no need for her to be called. However, she rarely stretched and yawned. Huang Yu curiously observed Ling Yi. Having known her for some time, he had never seen her in such a manner before. Yet, recalling that they had stayed up late the previous night and had traveled all morning, he was not surprised. "Let us go wash our faces and eat. Soon." The two refreshed themselves with water, invigorated, and as they descended the stairs, they spotted their parents awaiting them at a table laden with delectable dishes, yet to touch their chopsticks. Upon seeing them come down, the elderly couple promptly stood up to greet them. "Xiao Yu, Lingye, hurry and eat, or it will get cold." Naturally, they hurried down, but keen-eyed Lingye noticed something peculiar atop her father Huang Jianjun's head. "Dad, why do you have a piece of green onion stuck to your head?" "Oh, indeed. Dad, did you get that while cooking?" "What onion?" Huang Jianjun, upon hearing this, quickly touched his head, inadvertently bringing down a small, glistening piece of green onion. The atmosphere became awkward in an instant. The mark was undoubtedly left by his wife when she had playfully struck him with the spatula earlier. Nearby, Shen Fang shot a glance at her husband and then invited the two to sit down for dinner. "Forget about that. It must have stuck during cooking. Let's eat." After the meal, Huang Yu and Lingye intended to take responsibility for washing the dishes, but were promptly ushered out by their mother. "You needn't concern yourselves with this. You've napped all afternoon and eaten quite a bit for dinner. Go for a walk and digest." Thus, they were sent outside, fully aware that the elderly couple intended to grant them some privacy. Come, Huang Yu, take me for a stroll. I wish to see the surroundings near your home. All right. Let us walk along this river. Huang Yu's home was situated at a crossroads, with a flat area in front where motorbikes were often parked during market days. Just across the road lay a small river, visible from the doorstep, with a bridge connecting both banks. In his childhood, the riverbank was overgrown with weeds, and the bridge was quite narrow. However, over the years, with continuous development, the government had renovated the river, widened the bridge, and constructed a pathway along the riverbank. This path, adorned with streetlights at intervals and lined with ornamental flowers and plants, stretched several kilometers to the reservoir dam, becoming a favorite spot for townsfolk of all ages to stroll since its completion. Huang Yu and Ling Yi set out later in the evening, and as twilight deepened, they encountered numerous people returning from the reservoir. Among them were neighbors and elders who had watched him grow up, and upon noticing Ling Yi holding his arm, they couldn't resist teasing them. As a man, Huang Yu felt compelled to introduce her, bracing himself against the playful banter. It was evident that soon everyone in the town would know he had brought his wife back. Look, the young lad we watched grow up has finally found a partner. After navigating through the waves of neighbors and elders, the foot traffic on the path diminished. Standing beneath a streetlight, Huang Yu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his brow, unsure whether it was from the warmth or the embarrassment. Turning to Ling Yi, he discovered her beaming at him with a smile he had never seen before. Hey, Ling Yi, why are you smiling so brightly? Haha, I couldn't help it. Watching you introduce me to the neighbors was just too amusing. You, fine. Enjoy your laughter. Let us keep walking. We'll turn back when we reach the dam. Had it not been for the encroaching darkness, I would have surely taken you up to see the top of the dam. Initially, he thought Ling Yi was laughing at him, but seeing her so joyfully amused, he chose to overlook it and continued sharing tales of his hometown. Ling Yi, however, offered little in response, merely gazing at Huang Yu or the tranquil night surrounding them. Yet the smile on her face remained unwavering. Her words, left unfinished, were not merely due to witnessing Huang Yu's folly, but more so the myriad emotions she experienced that day, thoughts of her parents, neighbors, and elders, all of which stirred memories of her childhood. Back then, a river flowed nearby. Her parents were still present, and the familiar faces of neighbors and elders lingered, alongside countless cherished recollections. In essence, today, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Chapter 52. An unshakable position. After a leisurely afternoon of rest and a hearty dinner, Huang Yu and Ling Yi were brimming with energy. They sauntered along the riverside path, taking a stroll back and forth, and after a brief phone call to their parents to assure them of their safety, they decided to venture into the town for a little exploration. Over the years, their hometown had undergone rapid development, and Huang Yu was astonished by the changes. As he shared memories of the past with Ling Yi, he couldn't help but marvel at the transformation of his hometown. Ling Yi listened with keen interest, and the two appeared as an ordinary couple, strolling hand in hand through the quaint streets of the town. As the clock struck 10, Huang Yu began to feel fatigue wash over him. He took Ling Yi to a familiar barbecue restaurant for a casual late-night snack before heading home to rest. With his parents just next door, he refrained from any overt activities, choosing instead to lie quietly in bed, holding Ling Yi close. Neither spoke a word. Yet an extraordinary sense of ease enveloped them, allowing their bodies and minds to relax profoundly. The slumber that followed was particularly sweet. At just past 5 in the morning, before the dawn had even broken, Ling Yi opened her eyes. She gently extricated herself from Huang Yu's embrace, carefully donned her clothes, and made her way downstairs alone. Her movements were so soft that Huang Yu remained oblivious until a sudden, forceful slap jolted him awake. Smack. Ouch. Who did that? Dad? Why are you hitting me? The slap had indeed been quite forceful, startling Huang Yu awake. He covered half his face with one hand, gazing in bewilderment at his father, whose expression was anything but friendly. What time is it? Aren't you getting up for breakfast? Your daughter-in-law woke up at 5 to make us breakfast. How can you still be asleep? Daughter-in-law? When did Ling Yi learn to cook? Get up now. Okay. I'm getting up right now. Confused by his father's words, Huang Yu still struggled to comprehend how Ling Yi had suddenly taken up cooking when they had always eaten out. However, noticing his father raising his hand for another slap, he quickly sprang from bed, dressed, and hurriedly washed up before heading downstairs. Upon entering the dining room, he found Ling Yi cheerfully sharing a meal with his parents, the three of them engaged in lively conversation. Glancing at the table, he recognized the array of dishes laid out before him: shrimp dumplings, chicken feet, spare ribs, beef balls, red rice sausages, and wonton noodles. Goodness, it was all Cantonese dim sum, dishes he had often enjoyed at Uncle Fu's. When did Ling Yi learn to make these? Noticing that no one had yet acknowledged his presence, he quietly pulled out a chair and took a seat at the dining table. Suddenly, the three of them turned their gaze towards him. with the first to speak being his mother, Fang. You finally woke up. Ling Yi has been up since 5 to prepare breakfast. You not only failed to help but are still asleep now. How can you possibly sleep through this? His father chimed in. Exactly. Huang Yu, who had just picked up a pair of chopsticks, blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. It was Ling Yi who came to his rescue. Dad. Mom, I deliberately didn't wake him. Not just Huang Yu, you see. Ling Yi is covering for you. Sigh, Ling Yi. You must have put in a lot of effort on these dishes. It's too much trouble. Let us just have something simple next time. Ultimately, Huang Yu faced a barrage of verbal reprimands from his parents and, in the end, had no choice but to wash the dishes, thus passing this trial. After the morning's flurry of activity, Huang Yu arrived at the door, only to find his parents absent. Instead, he spotted Ling Yi basking in the sunlight in the open space before the house. She faced the sun, tilting her head back with her eyes closed. Her hands slightly outstretched, a delightful smile gracing her lips as she seemed to revel in the warmth. Watching her bathe in the sunlight, Huang Yu couldn't bring himself to disturb her. A smile naturally crept across his own face. Due to past events, Ling Yi often wore a heavy heart and seldom smiled, but in the short time spent at her ancestral home, her spirits had notably lifted. However, this serene moment did not last long. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, Ling Yi lowered her hands and turned to Huang Yu, amusement dancing in her eyes as she queried, "Have you finished washing your bowl?" "Yes. Where are my parents?" "Oh, they mentioned going to the fields to pick some vegetables and asked us to keep an eye on the house." "I see." As they spoke, Huang Yu stepped into the sunlight, wrapping his arms around Ling Yi's slender waist, while she effortlessly placed her hands on his shoulders in return. "By the way, you can cook? Did you learn from Uncle Fu?" "Of course. With my intellect, mastering cooking is a piece of cake." "When did that happen? How come I didn't know?" "PSSH. All you cared about those days was eating and watching videos. How would you have noticed when I went to learn from Uncle Fu?" "Ahem. Wait, Uncle Fu actually agreed to teach you?" "He is quite generous, isn't he?" "Humph. He is not as stingy as you think." "Haha. Uncle Fu is quite magnanimous. He must see you as a granddaughter. It's clear he adores you." What if he thinks of me as a granddaughter? Do you think I'm too old?" No. How could that be?" "Humph. Anyway, about that meal you prepared, I ended up receiving quite the scolding. Especially this morning when my dad woke me up. He slapped me hard. And my face is still a bit swollen." At Huang Yu's words, Ling Yi finally burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. You seem to be enjoying this. But it makes me feel like I'm the daughter in this house, and you are just an adopted one." Ling Yi laughed even harder. Ha ha ha. On the bustling streets, many passers-by were drawn by laughter, casting curious glances. Observing this, Huang Yu hurriedly pulled Ling Yi, who was still laughing, into the house. He found a stool and had Ling Yi sit on his lap. "Oh, you. Truly remarkable. If this continues, your position as the primary consort will surely remain unchallenged." "That is undoubtedly true. If you possess such talent, then find someone stronger than I." "Well then, I concede. You are indeed exceptional. I cannot find anyone better than you. Are you satisfied now?" Upon hearing this, a hint of pride flickered across Ling Yi's face. "Speaking of which, how have your stock investments fared?" "Well, there are 310,000 on the card. However, due to the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, we must wait over a week for the next market opening. In that case, it seems we have little to occupy ourselves during this period. Indeed, our plans for the company will likely be postponed for some time. Not to worry. Let us simply stay at home during this time, without any concerns, and take a good rest." "Sounds good. I quite enjoy it here." "Yes, it is quite evident." "Oh, is it that obvious?" "Of course. You have been smiling more these past few days than ever before. Is that a bad thing?" "Not at all. How could it be? Keep smiling. I enjoy seeing it." In the following days, Huang Yu took Ling Yi to explore nearly every corner of the town. Besides admiring the scenery, they were inevitably pulled by their parents to greet various relatives, neighbors, and elders. This made Huang Yu quite awkward, but Ling Yi appeared remarkably poised, effortlessly engaging with everyone. Indeed, the position of the primary consort is solidifying at a remarkable pace. Of course, this was merely jest, as Huang Yu's so-called harem now consisted solely of her. What about the future? Let us discuss future matters in due time. One day, as Huang Yu and Ling Yi were engrossed in watching videos, his parents called him over with peculiar expressions. "Father, mother, what is it? Must you hide this from Ling Yi?" Huang Jianjun and Shun Fang exchanged glances, and finally, his father spoke up. "We just heard someone on the street mention that Wu Qin has returned." "Wu Qin? So what if she has returned? I no longer have any ties with her." Both your mother and I are aware of that, but..." His father trailed off, prompting his mother to interject. "Initially, both families believed you two were destined to be together. All the rituals and preparations were aligned as if for a wedding. Even the gold ornaments were purchased. Yes, who could have anticipated that she would suddenly withdraw? Neither family foresaw this. You may not know, but her parents even came to apologize privately. Yet she remained resolute against resuming the relationship, leaving them with no recourse. At that time, our two families deliberated, planning for the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. When you both would return, the parents from both sides would not interfere, allowing you two to converse privately, essentially hoping for a final reconciliation. However, with Ling Yi now in the picture, such considerations have become obsolete. Indeed, a brief conversation between you is all that is required. And then we shall settle the financial matters, bringing this chapter to a close. From that point onward, our family shall have no further ties. Huang Yu listened quietly as the elders spoke, already having made his decision. He nodded and replied, "All right, I understand. Tomorrow I will arrange a meeting with Wu Qin. But I need to discuss it with Ling Yi first." "Fine, as long as you are aware," came the response. As he returned to sit beside Ling Yi, she immediately inquired, "Huang Yu, your parents seemed a bit off earlier. What happened?" "Nothing much, just that girl who rejected me returned." "Let me check." "Ah, yes. It's Wu Qin. She arrived in this vicinity about an hour ago." "Yes, she's back, living just a few kilometers away." "And then?" "The families want me to talk to her again privately." "Are they hoping for a reconciliation?" "Initially, that was indeed the thought, but it is impossible. Even if she were willing, I would not be, especially now that I have you." "Haha. Indeed, how could she compare to me?" "Tomorrow, I will meet her for a brief discussion, and then we shall part ways for good." "Hey, do you want me to accompany you for some moral support?" "What are you joking about? Do you think I'm a child?" "Haha." The following morning, in a tea shop in town, there were hardly any customers yet. With only a robust figure clad in black summer attire seated inside, that individual was Huang Yu, who sat upright, one hand scrolling through videos while the other held a cup of ordinary lemon tea. Shortly thereafter, a slender figure entered the shop, scanned the surroundings, and settled into the seat opposite Huang Yu. It was none other than Wu Qin, his former match. Today, she sported an exquisite makeup look, wearing a black spaghetti-strap dress that revealed ample fair skin on her shoulders, back, and chest. The high heels she wore accentuated her height. Undeniably, Wu Qin was a strikingly beautiful woman, yet regrettably, her lack of endowment was one of her two lifelong disappointments. "Ah, the airport," she remarked. "Oh, you've arrived already. Still so accustomed to being early, I see." Her words dripped with sarcasm, igniting a spark of anger within Huang Yu. Indeed, he had once been infatuated with her, always arriving early for their rare dates, only to wait for her to arrive fashionably late, after which he would graciously dismiss the delay. But now, "You have nothing to do with me anymore. How dare you speak to me like that?" In response to Wu Qin's taunting remarks, Huang Yu naturally retorted with equal fervor. "I must confess, I am rather lax when it comes to time management, often prone to procrastination, and I've arrived later than intended. However, I have grown accustomed to your tardiness. Sitting here idly scrolling through my phone, it matters little." "You? Oh, I have not finished my thought. Speaking of which, given your flatness, why do you wear such revealing spaghetti straps? Does that not accentuate your lack of curves? You have certainly become audacious. How dare you address me in such a manner?" Upon hearing Huang Yu's retort, Wu Qin, who was used to his submissiveness, found herself quite irked. How dare he question my punctuality? How dare he comment on my figure? Who do you think you are to judge me? Humph. You have the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Who was it that relentlessly pursued me in the past, even quitting their job in a misguided attempt to cling to me like a needy puppy, unable to be shaken off? Alas, you remain as foolish as ever. What? Who are you calling foolish? You. Yes, you. At your age, you still lack the ability to communicate effectively. Have you forgotten that you are 27? And you're my senior? You. Another sore point for her was indeed her age. She was nearing 30, older than Huang Yu by a year. "You must understand, I have done you no wrong. It was you who directly contacted my parents, leading to our current estrangement. With your foul tongue, why should I yield to you? You, a pathetic loser, a man of mediocrity. Do you think you are worthy of discussing matters of the heart with me? Am I unworthy? Are you truly deserving? Look at you, so anxious. I'm not even perturbed by your harsh words. You. Oh, please, keep your voice down. You wouldn't want others to witness this spectacle, would you? If the townsfolk were to learn of our affairs, who do you think would end up being the subject of their scorn?" Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Wu Qin, still fuming, recognized the truth in them and lowered her voice. "With your circumstances, how can you possibly think you are fit to discuss emotions with me?" My circumstances? Are they truly that poor? Humph. With your situation, you are utterly lacking. Oh, is that so? Would you like me to enumerate and compare them for you? Compare what? Chapter 54. Ah, yes. First and foremost, Let us consider age alone. You are 27, and I am 26. You. This is a fact. Why are you so agitated? Even if I were 27, my beauty surpasses yours, so what if I am older? You, a hefty one. Did you ever follow through on your promise to lose weight? How dare you criticize me for being older? If all goes well, in 6 months, or perhaps a year, I shall have shed the weight. A laughable notion. If you could truly achieve that, what have you been doing for the past 6 months? Yes, indeed. Huang Yu paid little heed to Wu Qin's mockery, awaiting the day when genetic enhancement treatments would leave her utterly astounded. Then let us compare, shall we? Consider the circumstances of our respective families. What are the conditions of your household? And what about mine? I have visited your home on several occasions. Is it necessary for me to declare which household is superior? I fail to comprehend your unfounded confidence, even setting aside the residences we currently occupy. Your parents insisted on purchasing a home in the city, while mine reluctantly acquiesced. Does enduring the burden of buying a house constitute good fortune? Yes, indeed. Your family's situation is enviable. Acquiring a property in the city is a mere trifle for you, while my family pales in comparison. You. As for Wu Qin's remarks, Huang Yu scoffed at them. Nowadays, the price per square meter in the city is no less than 4,000. Even the most modest dwelling starts at 400,000, not accounting for subsequent renovations. We hail from the same locale. If you possess such capability, why not purchase a property then? Given your family's circumstances, it seems you would shatter your teeth in the process of affording one. Next, let's discuss our professions. You work as a nurse in Yu City, correct? Your monthly salary ranges from 3 to 6,000. Do not underestimate us nurses. Should I desire, a mere position change could yield a salary exceeding 10,000 monthly. Yes, I am aware. Why not make that leap? Why must I toil so hard? My current position allows for 2 days off each week, and my earnings suffice for my needs. You fear hardship, yet you speak of it? You will not pursue such a path anyway. So what relevance does a 10,000 monthly salary have for you? You dare criticize me, working late into the night and earning only 5 to 6,000 monthly? Yes, I acknowledge that I have only been with my current company for 6 months. My salary is indeed modest. How could it possibly compare to your tenure as a seasoned nurse? Huang Yu emphasized the word seasoned, reigniting Wu Qin's previously calmed emotions into fury once more. Alas, look at you, becoming agitated again. Shall I treat you to a cup of milk tea, just this once? Who would accept your offerings? You, a completely ineffectual average man. Very well, I have delineated 3 points, and you deem me inadequate, do you not? Naturally. Given your circumstances, why would I hold you in any regard? If that is the case, I have a few inquiries, and once I have posed them, I shall take my leave. Speak quickly, for I shall depart once you are finished. Huang Yu shook his head, utterly exasperated by her verbal excess. You see, from the outset, you have looked down upon my circumstances, correct? Of course. Then, my first question, if you hold me in such low esteem, why did you persist in pursuing this blind date? You could have easily communicated your feelings to your parents, thereby eliminating any future entanglement between us. Upon hearing this, Wu Qin responded with disdain. My family pressed me hard. I merely went along to placate them. You cannot genuinely believe that I would find you, a completely ineffectual average man, appealing? At her words, Huang Yu nodded, having anticipated this answer. Though displeased, he showed little reaction. He proceeded to inquire once more. Well, regarding the second question, if it was merely a matter of managing the situation, why did you not clarify it for 6 long months? Why wait until I resigned and was on my way to you before you revealed the truth? This question left Wu Qin momentarily speechless, her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes darting around until she finally managed to utter a few words. I merely wished to test you. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was infuriated and clapped his hands sarcastically. Just moments ago, she dismissed him, and now it was all a test. Brilliant. Truly eloquent. Were you perhaps waiting for me to renounce my intentions? In my naivety, I initially intended to move closer to you in Yu City, but you insisted that the owner there was our fellow townsman, claiming it would be a better opportunity, and that the 2 locations were not far apart. I genuinely believed you. I merely expressed my thoughts. Your choices have no bearing on me. Yes, it is indeed my own choice. But did you not deliberately distance me while simultaneously casting disparaging glances my way, fearing that I would become a nuisance? Consequently, when I resigned from my job, eager to move to Yu City, and with my family pressing me for urgency, you promptly revealed your true feelings. Who would have known you would cling on like a lapdog, unwilling to leave no matter how I berated you? If you had been sensible, why would I have needed to make that phone call? At this, Huang Yu's eyes widened, his right hand clenched tightly beneath the table. taking several deep breaths to quell his rising anger. It was clear that you were reluctant, yet you forced me to speak. Had I been the one to concede first, I would have been deemed the ungrateful one. Truly, the situation is absurd. Fine, fine. The last question. If you were fundamentally opposed to this matter, why did you accept my invitations to dine, my gifts, and even when our families pressured us to purchase nearly 100,000 yuan's worth of gold together? Why did you not refuse? Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile spread across Wu Qin's face as she coldly retorted. Why should I refuse? My family and I acted this way because, at the time, we regarded you as a member of our family. What does it mean that you accepted these gifts while simultaneously disagreeing? It is my due. After feigning for so long, I must receive some form of compensation. Huang Yu responded. A sister online articulated perfectly, accepting gifts does not equate to my agreement. If I do not accept them, you would merely give them to someone else. It is better for me to accept them as a token of compensation for pretending to be your girlfriend. Bang. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was consumed by rage, his face flushed crimson, and he could no longer contain himself, slamming his fist onto the table with a resounding noise. Veins throbbed on his forehead and neck, his clenched fist trembling, his gaze fixed intently on the woman before him. Seeing his demeanor, Wu Qin was startled. Instinctively raising her hands to shield her chest, her voice nervous. Huang Yu, what are you planning to do? Please, do not act recklessly. Upon hearing the commotion, the store attendant rushed over, initially intending to admonish the source of the disturbance. However, upon glimpsing Huang Yu's furious demeanor and reflecting on his own slender physique, a sense of trepidation washed over him. This fellow is quite imposing. Surely he is not about to resort to violence. I am not nearly heavy enough to intervene. After a moment's contemplation, he nervously interjected, Sir, please calm down and try to remain composed. Internally, he thought, if you must unleash your fury, let it be directed at her, not me. He discreetly slipped his hand into his pocket, poised to dial for help at a moment's notice. Chapter 55. You will regret this ultimately. In the tense atmosphere, Huang Yu took a deep breath and unexpectedly broke into laughter. My apologies, young man. I lost my composure for a moment, but all is well now. You may return to your duties. The young attendant blinked in surprise, still somewhat apprehensive, and replied, That is for the best. Please, you too, let us discuss this calmly. Do not resort to violence. Rest assured, I know my limits, Huang Yu reassured him. Offering a smile, the attendant hesitated but eventually nodded, quickly slipping away, yet resolved to call for help at the first sign of physical confrontation. Once he departed, Wu Qin, who had been anxiously on edge, grew even more tense. She subtly adjusted her posture, ready to make a swift exit if necessary. Yet, her worries were unfounded. Huang Yu had no intention of acting out violently. Although her words had nearly driven him to the brink of rage, a moment's reflection allowed him to suppress his ire. The woman before him had become insignificant. Although he anticipated that their conversation would not be pleasant, her shamelessness still disgusted him. The latter thought remained unspoken. He wished to sever ties with this woman altogether. Observing her anxious demeanor, Huang Yu shook his head and said with an impassive expression, If you have nothing further to add, I believe our meeting can conclude here. Upon hearing this, Wu Qin finally exhaled in relief. She was unafraid of verbal sparring. But if matters escalated to physical violence, she would be powerless to defend herself. I have nothing more to say. I'm leaving, she asserted. However, just as she prepared to rise and depart, Huang Yu, with a serious countenance, interjected, From this moment forward, we are no longer connected. But mark my words. You will come to regret this. Wu Qin merely cast him a disdainful glance, viewing his words as the impotent rage of an average man. Watching her exit the store, Huang Yu remained seated, lifting his half-finished cup of lemon tea to take a long sip. Outside, as Wu Qin had barely taken a few steps, she was abruptly intercepted by a cold, unfamiliar woman. The other party stood with her arms crossed over her chest, clad in a white shirt on top and long denim jeans below. Her figure was strikingly tall. Despite wearing flat sneakers, she towered over me, who was in high heels. Upon further inspection, I noticed that although this woman possessed golden hair and blue eyes, her facial features bore a remarkable resemblance to those of the Huaxia people. It was uncertain whether her striking appearance was due to dyed hair and colored contact lenses, or if she was of mixed heritage. What stirred my envy the most was the woman's impressive bosom, which was leagues ahead of my modest endowment. Yet, despite this jealousy, I could not help but concede in my heart that this woman was indeed more beautiful than I. Are you Wu Qin? Her frigid tone suggested ill intentions. Leaving me puzzled, I was certain I did not know this person, let alone offend her. Yes, I am. Who are you? Do we know each other? I am Ling Yi, Huang Yu's current girlfriend. Huang Yu's girlfriend? That average-looking man has such a stunning girlfriend? Is she blind? And when did he even get a girlfriend? It's only been a few days since I kicked him to the curb. The thought crossed my mind that she might be here to defend him. Feeling a surge of anxiety, I stammered, what do you want? Nothing much. Merely curious to see who it is that kicked my man. I was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Ling Yi, which left me struggling to breathe and articulate my thoughts. However, before I could react, she stepped aside, allowing me to pass, and coldly remarked, I've seen enough. You may leave now. Eager to escape, I hurriedly made my way out, but as we brushed past each other, I heard a familiar phrase, trust me, you will regret this. Yet, I felt an instinctive aversion to engaging further with this formidable woman, though I didn't believe she would harm me in a harmonious society. An inner voice urged me to flee. Inside the CAF, Huang Yu was sipping on a freshly ordered lemon tea, his mind deep in thought. Suddenly, a tall figure entered the establishment. Initially, he paid no heed, assuming the newcomer was merely there for a drink, but she took a seat right beside him. It was only then that he realized it was Ling Yi, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, Ling Yi, what brings you here? With her arms crossed and a slight smirk gracing her lips, she replied, I've been waiting outside. When I saw Wu Qin leave, I decided to come in. Huh, you're not here to enjoy my misfortune, are you? Indeed, I came specifically to witness your misadventures. After exchanging playful banter, Ling Yi turned to the nearby staff and called out, Hey, handsome, I would like a drink just like his, please. Oh, certainly, please hold on. It may appear that the young clerk is silently toiling away, yet his mind is racing with vivid imaginings. Initially, a strikingly beautiful woman arrived, her demeanor suggesting a tumultuous relationship, as if a confrontation were imminent. However, no sooner had she departed than an even more stunning woman entered, this time engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Could it be that the former had been unfaithful, leading her partner to abruptly end their relationship and pursue another? Nevertheless, both women are exceedingly beautiful. Why have none of them taken an interest in me? Or have I faltered? While he was lost in these frantic thoughts, Huang Yu and Ling Yi were diligently discussing how to expedite their plan. Have you made up your mind? Are we not proceeding cautiously this time? I have decided. But it's not about recklessness. I simply wish to accelerate our progress. How much do you anticipate we can save by the end of the month? Approximately 1,500,000. Is there a more rapid way to accumulate funds? There is indeed. For instance, leveraging the stock market could swiftly help you achieve a minor goal, but that approach would draw undue attention, which you might find unacceptable. It is unacceptable. I am not one to court the spotlight. Such actions could lead to significant complications for us. Do you have any good suggestions for starting a company that could generate revenue more quickly? Well, I could assist you in designing advanced operational software that would undoubtedly surpass all current competitors. However, the issue remains that our funding is insufficient. We can't even establish a proper company framework. Is that so? Am I left with no options but to wait? Not entirely. There is something we can initiate in advance. Chapter 56. My boyfriend cultivation plan. Ling Yi. Are you serious? And how did you acquire this video? Upon witnessing Ling Yi's suppressed laughter, Huang Yu's face contorted in confusion. Just moments ago, Ling Yi had instructed him to open various apps, including a lesser-known video platform, and search for a username called Thunder General, whose avatar depicted a deity resembling a thunder god. The content of the piece was singular, my boyfriend cultivation plan 1, saving his hair. Upon opening it, a familiar, robust figure appeared on the screen. What? Is that not me? As the camera panned, the video showcased Huang Yu's physique, accompanied by an electronic female voice. Hello everyone, I am Thunder, and this is my boyfriend, the voice announced. However, at this point, he's still a bit lacking. He's not quite presentable. Who wouldn't he want their partner to be a heartthrob? But alas, I chose him, so I must cultivate him myself. Weight loss is essential, though results may not be visible in the short term. We'll take it slow. I'll try a simpler and quicker method. The first step in the boyfriend cultivation plan is to save his hair. What followed was a montage of accelerated scenes, depicting Huang Yu exercising vigorously during the day and, at night, applying a black gel-like substance to his scalp while gazing into a mirror. What? When did I start working out so fervently? And is that not an extract from the black herb? Except for the initial few attempts. It was Ling Yi who assisted me in applying the ointment. At that moment, an electronic female voice re-emerged in the video. There is an abundance of hair growth serums available in the market. I had tried several before, yet none proved effective. This time, I decided to experiment with our own concocted hair restoration cream, using it for a while to observe the results, while ensuring I took adequate rest and refrained from staying up late. The video then accelerated once more, depicting daytime workouts and nighttime applications of the ointment. I weighed myself daily and took photographs to compare the growth of hair on my crown. Thus, half a month passed. Each day the scale indicated a slight decrease in weight. while the hair on my head thickened at a visibly remarkable pace. Ultimately, the timeline settled at the end of this fortnight. Although the changes in my physique were minimal, my scalp transformed from a barren field into a lush forest. The video showcased a comparison of Huang Yu at two distinct points in time, particularly focusing on his hair. The first step in the transformation plan was to rescue his hair, and it was a resounding success. The brief video concluded, featuring Huang Yu as the sole participant. Ling Yi not only refrained from appearing on screen, but even sourced the electronic voice from the internet. But who else could have produced this video if not her? Huang Yu swore that he had never engaged in the activities depicted in the video, let alone filmed it. Moreover, upon examining the upload date, it turned out to be today. In response to Huang Yu's confusion, Ling Yi smiled and explained, compared to software, medications require time to validate their efficacy. And what better advertisement than the owner using it personally? This was not an issue. Yet Huang Yu questioned, how did you come by this video? I haven't done any of these things. Ling Yi assured, I merely created a fabricated video. Rest assured, with my skills, no one would discern its authenticity. So, what is your intention behind sharing this video now? He inquired. Partly, it serves as a promotion, she replied. Promotion? Indeed, if all goes well. By the end of the month, we shall register a pharmaceutical company dedicated to launching this extract from the airgrass, which is sure to sell well. If you doubt it, just ask the audience present. How many among them do not suffer from hair loss? I harbor no doubts about its profitability, but the issue lies in the fact that I have yet to finalize discussions with Vivian, Huang Yu remarked. That is why I stated that, if all goes smoothly, we will establish the pharmaceutical company. And if things do not proceed as planned, he probed, then it matters not. This video primarily serves to prepare you for the future. For the future? What preparation? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, your gene optimization serum will be ready in 6 months, at which point both your physique and appearance will undergo significant transformation. To prevent others, particularly your parents, from being taken aback, I will gradually release such videos, reshaping your image in everyone's mind step by step. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu suddenly realized that his previous plan to avoid people altogether would only lead to his parents failing to recognize him, necessitating much effort to prove his identity. However, if we follow Ling Ye's method of releasing such videos periodically and subtly adjusting our appearance in them, then after half a year, we could confidently present ourselves to the public, with everyone believing that our transformation is a result of diligent effort and training. How clever! Ling Yi felt a small sense of pride as he observed Huang Yu's admiration, and continued, alas, to be honest, it would be best for you to reach a trade agreement with Vivian. Initially, I intended to launch a budget-friendly version of the potion first, followed by the premium original version. However, since you have decided to expedite the process, why not alter our plans and sell the original potion at a high price? We can establish a reputation among affluent customers, quickly amass funds, and then consider the subsequent steps. Huang Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Ling Ye's insight. You are right. But I recall that Vivian's time zone is opposite to ours. I shall reach out to her a little later. Very well, let's enjoy ourselves for now. Oh, the video we just posted has already gone viral. Why not check the response? What? It has only been a few minutes. I remember it only had a few viewers moments ago. Indeed, I merely promoted it a bit. Huang Yu then casually opened the video platform and was astonished to see the view count skyrocketing, with countless comments flooding in, the comment section bustling with activity. My boyfriend isn't a god, but I can cultivate him into one. How impressive. Honestly, I would rather believe my boyfriend can transform into a god than seek another. It's heartbreaking. Why am I not blessed with such a devoted girlfriend? Sob sob. I am not envious at all. My girlfriend is. Oh wait. I have no girlfriend, so it's fine. Is it just me who has noticed that hair growth ointment? Yes, I noticed that too, within half a month. That guy's hairline has indeed progressed significantly. Could it be possible? It's definitely a reversal. It must be. I doubt it. The video distinctly showcased the top of his head, and it didn't appear as if his hair was deliberately shaved. I believe it's genuine. There were consistent reference points throughout, and he is pursuing a transformation. So it shouldn't be fake. I just want to know what that potion is. The agony of a programmer. Do you understand? Master, please provide a link. Likewise, Master. Share the link. Chapter 57. Vivian's war. Beneath the video, a multitude of individuals clamored for the link, but Huang Yu knew their efforts were in vain. For there was only one bottle of that potion on Earth. It was peculiar that so many sought the link. Shouldn't their first reaction be to inquire about the merchant's advertisement? With big data filtering, the majority of those who receive the video are individuals experiencing hair loss and are inclined to purchase the potion. Impressive. Should we respond to them first? No. Let us tantalize their curiosity for now. We shall wait until you confirm with Vivian before proceeding. Shall we indulge in some milk tea first? Very well. After lunch. The two of them greeted their parents and retreated into Huang Yu's room. System, submit a dialogue request to Vivian. Understood. The dialogue request has been submitted and is awaiting the other party's consent. Before long, Vivian's image materialized in the retinas of Huang Yu and Ling Yi. She was still kneeling within a tent, brewing herbs, yet her attire had undergone a subtle transformation. The upper body for limbs and distinctive equine form were now clad in black leather armor, and her hair appeared somewhat disheveled for reasons unknown. Nevertheless, this centaur beauty remained courteous, initiating a respectful greeting towards the two. Huang Yu reciprocated with a bow, while Ling Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Huang Yu, it has been a while. And who might this lady beside you be? Greetings, Miss Vivian. I am Ling Yi, Huang Yu's fiancée. Oh, in that case, may the goddess of love bless you both. Given her politeness, the two felt obliged to express their gratitude. Though the pleasantries were brief, as Vivian promptly steered the conversation towards the matter at hand. What brings you both to see me today? Is there something you require? Indeed. The effects of the 4 potions from our last encounter were remarkable. If possible, I would like to engage in a significant exchange. However, upon hearing this, Vivian furrowed her brow. A substantial exchange. I am truly sorry, Mr. Huang Yu, but I must decline. Being refused before even presenting terms was an unexpected turn for Huang Yu, and his first reaction was to assume that there had been issues with the plants from their previous transaction. Why is that? Could it be that those plants were entirely ineffective, or perhaps harmful to you? No, Mr. Huang Yu, you misunderstand. After our last trade, I intended to study those plants, but that very night, our tribe was ambushed. I must now prepare for war and have no surplus potions available. Ambushed? Yes. A nearby goblin tribe launched a midnight assault on us. Although we successfully repelled them, we suffered considerable losses. We have engaged in several skirmishes since. And while our casualties were fewer, the sheer number of goblins has placed us in a perilous situation. I see. Might I trade for some essence of the mark tree and extracts of the hellgrass? I wonder if you have any stock left? I regret to inform you that for these 2 potions, we only prepare them as needed. The last vial I possessed was given to you in our previous exchange. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu silently lamented his misfortune. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Yi interjected. Regarding the war, perhaps we can offer some assistance. But we need to understand the specifics of your current situation. Seeing his fiancée take the initiative, Huang Yu quickly chimed in to support her. Madam Vivian, we sincerely wish to befriend you, as we are in dire need of your potions. Should you be burdened by war or even face defeat, it would be a significant loss for us as well. Hence, please believe that we genuinely desire to assist you. Well, seeing Huang Yu's candidness, Vivian hesitated not and began to speak. She exists in a realm of conflict and magic, where her kin, known as centaur elves, have traversed the northern grasslands in search of sustenance with their tribe. However, the centaur elves have long endured an awkward status due to their physical appearance. The half-orc races that inhabit the grasslands resemble beasts more than they do humans, and they have maintained a long-standing enmity with the human nations of the south. To the half-orcs, the centaur elves, appearing somewhat human, are deemed unworthy and should be consumed as prey upon encounter. Conversely, humans regard the centaur elves as the tainted progeny of a corrupted lineage, viewing them as a blasphemous race deserving of incineration upon sight. Of course, there exist peculiar individuals on both sides who believe that the centaur elves can be exploited, capturing them to train as unique slaves. Consequently, the population of the centaur elves has remained scant, with Vivian's tribe comprising merely 1,000 souls, while the invading kobold tribe boasts over 5,000, rendering the disparity in numbers overwhelming. Were it not for Vivian's years of trading that have amassed a stockpile of fine weapons and armor, coupled with her prowess as an adept alchemist, her tribe would likely have already perished. However, after listening to her narrative, Huang Yu found himself perplexed, unable to fully comprehend the situation. Returning to the matter at hand, what could possibly motivate the kobolds to invade your territory? Warfare must surely have a rationale. The grasslands suffer from a scarcity of food, prompting the half-orcs to raid the human nations each year. I have utilized this ring to accumulate a substantial reserve of provisions for the tribe, yet I remain baffled as to how the kobolds learned of this. Their intention is to seize our supplies. Supplies? Do you still lack provisions? We currently have enough food to last us 2.5 years. If our numbers were comparable, we would not fear them. The heavily armed centaur elves can vanquish multiple kobolds. The crux of the issue lies in our insufficient population. Aside from the frail elders and children, every able-bodied member of the tribe is already armed for battle. Moreover, the most troubling aspect is the keen sense of smell possessed by the kobolds. They often launch surprise attacks under the cover of darkness, placing us in a precarious position. Just 2 hours ago, we repelled a raid, but we lost several more of our kin in the skirmish. Alas, while Vivian fretted over the future of her tribe, Huang Yu discerned a crucial keyword in her words. Keen sense of smell? Keen sense of smell? Both he and Ling Yi spoke in unison, exchanging a knowing glance. You go first? No, you go first. Ah, a perfect synchronization of thoughts. Finally, Ling Yi allowed Huang Yu to speak first, as the matter at hand was not particularly complex. Madam Vivian, have you ever considered using smoke to attack the goblins? No. It is currently the dry season, and a careless move could ignite a conflagration. This is a taboo in the Great Grass Sea. Should we proceed with such an act, we would be relentlessly pursued by the entire region. What about the pungent odor? Are you referring to poison gas? I have contemplated that as well. But whether through personal extraction or system transactions, it all amounts to little. The half-orcs are a formidable force, and the poison gas capable of dealing with thousands of goblins is beyond my means. No, no, no. I possess something that is not poison gas, but would certainly be effective against dogs. If you are currently in a tight spot, you may exchange it for potions later. Really? I hope I can take a bit to try. Of course, Madam Vivian, are you familiar with chili powder? Chili powder? Chapter 58, a scene never before witnessed in this lifetime. Achoo. 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 Vivian covered her nose, tears involuntarily streaming down her cheeks as she gazed in astonishment at the handful of red powder in her hand. This was, of course, the chili powder that Huang Yu had just retrieved from the kitchen. Upon receiving it, she instinctively brought it close to her nose to smell. With a series of sneezes, her eyes nearly closing from the irritation, her excitement remained undiminished. She quickly wiped away the tears from her face and declared, "Cough, cough. This scent is unbearable even for me. It will surely be effective against those goblins." Splendid. Mr. Huang Yu, I require a substantial quantity of this powder. After our victory in war, I am willing to provide 1,000 vials of potions in exchange, the type of which you may specify. Upon hearing Vivian's words, Huang Yu was naturally overjoyed. 1,000 vials of potions, if marketed with a strategy of scarcity, would be more than sufficient in the short term. Just as he prepared to agree, Ling Yi interjected before him. There is no need. We hope to forge a friendship with you. Your tribe is facing an invasion. It is best to prioritize your immediate needs. Really? I am immensely grateful. I shall never forget your assistance. Even in the spirit of friendship, is it truly necessary to forego even one vial of potion? Despite Huang Yu's confusion at Ling Ye's words, he chose not to voice his objections, trusting her judgment and continuing to listen. Do not mention it. We too have our desires. May I inquire where your tribe sources its food supplies? Food. I procure everything through system transactions. Do you have fixed trading partners? Well, not particularly. Our tribe is small, and after accumulating reserves over several years, I seldom purchase more. I see. Then, if you require food in the future, might you consider prioritizing us for your purchases? We are in need of your potions and happen to have an abundance of food. Rest assured, the prices will be satisfactory. Not a problem. Should we find ourselves short on food in the future, we will certainly exchange with you. Excellent. Let us now prepare the items you require. In just a few hours, we shall commence trading. So soon? I am truly grateful to you. At this moment, Huang Yu realized that the exchange of grain for medicinal agents could indeed materialize into the long-term trade previously mentioned. However, the notion of trading in just a few hours posed a dilemma. From where could he procure such a large quantity of chili powder? While he pondered this, Vivian had already severed their connection, and Ling Yi had taken Huang Yu's hand, leading him toward the exit. Where are we headed? He inquired. To gather the items Vivian requested, we must deliver them before dinner. But Vivian mentioned that the goblin tribe numbers over 5,000. How can we possibly acquire so much chili powder in such a short time? Who said it was chili powder? If it isn't chili powder, then what is it? You will find out shortly. Before long, Huang Yu followed Ling Yi to the town's wholesale market. Boss, do you have chili essence? Indeed. How much do you require? We want the devilishly hot variety, all of it. We are restocking. If you don't have it, we shall seek elsewhere. We do have it. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you. Witnessing this exchange, Huang Yu finally comprehended what Ling Yi intended to purchase. Chili essence. He had previously been unaware of its existence and had never used it while cooking. A quick search on his phone revealed that chili essence is a concentrated product derived from the spicy compounds of chili peppers, capable of producing a heat level far beyond that of natural chili peppers. 1 kilogram of chili essence possesses a spiciness equivalent to 80 to 120 kilograms of dried chili. Moreover, Ling Yi had opted for the devilishly hot variety. This substance was far more potent than regular chili powder. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned closer to Ling Yi and whispered, "You truly are impressive. I had no idea such a thing existed. This should be sufficient to incapacitate that group of goblins." However, Ling Yi did not share his optimism. Her considerations were more comprehensive. This is not the end. Spiciness induces a sensation of pain. Although creatures with heightened olfactory senses experience it more acutely, a misstep could also harm Vivian's side. Should we prepare some gas masks, then? We could. But such items are scarce in town, and online orders would take too long. What do you propose? That depends on Vivian's specific circumstances. Have you ever witnessed the combat methods of a cultivated civilization? No. Then we must discuss matters further with Vivian. As they conversed, the shopkeeper emerged, carrying 2 large boxes of chili essence. Beautiful souls, here are the 2 boxes of devilishly hot chili essence. 8 buckets in total, weighing 40 kilograms. It's all water-based. Just pay 3,000 after a little discount. Ling Yi generously settled the payment, and Huang Yu, recognizing the unspoken understanding, willingly helped carry the items. After exiting the shop, he found a secluded corner to store their acquisitions. Subsequently, the two visited a couple more locations, amassing a total of 100 kilograms of water-based chili essence. All of the devilishly hot variety, surely enough to give that band of goblins a taste of their own medicine. Arriving at a secluded path by the riverbank, the two once again contacted Vivian. As soon as the call connected, Vivian's anxious voice came through. You two, are you prepared? The urgency in her tone was palpable. The dog-headed creatures are showing signs of movement. It seems they are ready to launch a full-scale assault. A full-scale assault. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yu could no longer maintain his composure and hurriedly responded, Vivian, we have prepared 100 kilograms of chili extract. It is far more potent than the powder we used previously. Chili extract? Vivian, unfamiliar with such an item, expressed her confusion. Ling Yi, noticing her bewilderment, interjected. To be brief, this chili extract can be mixed with water, and you'll need to adjust the ratio according to your requirements. The best method to combat the dog-headed creatures is to convert it into a spray. However, I worry that you may also be harmed since a change in wind direction could easily blow the chilly mist towards you. Wind direction? That is not a problem. We will gather all the wind mages within the tribe to control it, Huang Yu assured her. Yes, but what if the enemy also employs wind magic? Most half-orc races lack magical affinity. Only a few can become shamans, inciting their kin into a bloodthirsty frenzy to enhance their combat prowess. However, we centaur elves are capable of wielding magic. Is that so? Then let us hasten our transaction. The war is urgent. Indeed. But just as Vivian was about to take possession of the chili extract and sever the connection, Huang Yu had a sudden inspiration. Wait, Vivian. Could we maintain the link to observe your battle? Vivian responded with confusion. Ling Yu echoed her sentiment, seeing their puzzled expressions. Huang Yu elaborated, we need to deepen our understanding, and should any adversity arise during the war, we can provide swift assistance. Very well. Thank you for your concern. I shall first consult with the chief. With that, Vivian exited the tent, galloping away. Meanwhile, Ling Yi leaned closer and whispered, what are you doing? Don't mention anything about assistance. I'm just curious. A battle in another world? I have never witnessed such a spectacle in my life. Let us go. To the milk tea shop. Ling Yi. Chapter 59. The Centaur Elf Tribe as Vivian moved. The visage of the Centaur Elf Tribe unfolded before Huang Yu and Ling Yi. They resided on a flat expanse carved out of a vast grassland, surrounded by somewhat dilapidated wooden palisades that bore the scars of conflict. Numerous tents, large and small, were scattered within the enclosure, yet few centaur elves roamed outside. Only some clearly underage children occasionally peeked out from the tents, only to be gently pulled back by the elders tending to them. Vivian galloped swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of a grand tent adorned with opulent decorations. The 2 male guards clad in black iron armor at the entrance did not obstruct her passage. Instead, they bowed their heads in reverence, allowing her to enter. This indicated Vivian's high standing within the tribe. Within the confines of the tent, a group of fully armed centaurs engaged in fervent discussions around a central sand table, but upon the entrance of Vivian, they greeted her with enthusiasm. The High Priestess has arrived. At long last, High Priestess, we have awaited your presence for an extended period. Indeed, High Priestess. Have you prepared the potion you mentioned this morning? As they spoke, the crowd parted like the stars yielding to the moon, revealing a female centaur standing at the center. Unmistakably the tribe's leader. Clad in exquisite black iron armor adorned with intricate golden patterns, she stood out remarkably. Her features were refined, her expression cold yet resolute. And the visage beneath her helmet rivaled that of Vivian, with a long braid cascading down her shoulder. Vivian, have you brought the potion? Although she posed the same inquiry upon Vivian's arrival, her demeanor remained unchanged, as if the impending battle held no cause for concern. Yes, chieftain. I have concocted a highly potent potion. When mixed with water, it is sure to inflict harm upon the keen-nosed goblins. Have you tested its efficacy? I experimented with a portion myself, and it was indeed quite stimulating, though this particular mixture has yet to be tested. Upon hearing Vivian's words, the chieftain, with decisive authority, summoned a maid to bring a bucket of water. Vivian, in turn, retrieved a container of chili essence from her storage space and poured a portion into the water. To Huang Yu's astonishment, Vivian exhibited no hesitation in utilizing her storage space before her kin. How could she possess such a capability? Did her world include items akin to storage rings? Chieftain, once this potion is mixed with water, it is advisable to utilize water-based magic to levitate it, followed by wind magic to disperse it into a mist to assault the goblins. Did we not keep a goblin captive for the purpose of a flag-raising ceremony? Guards, bring that goblin in. With the chieftain's command, 2 guards soon entered the tent, escorting a goblin bound by iron chains. This marked Huang Yu's first encounter with such a creature. The goblin was tall, sporting a large canine head, broad and muscular shoulders, and hands with 5 fingers resembling those of a human, yet retaining sharp claws. Its legs were robust canine limbs, covered in a coat of brownish-yellow fur. However, whether due to a lack of proper equipment or having been stripped by the centaurs, it wore nothing but a tattered cloth around its waist. Upon being brought into the tent, perhaps sensing its impending doom, it unleashed a torrent of curses. You wretched centaurs, my tribe will annihilate you all, soon. Not only will your provisions belong to us, but you yourselves will become our sustenance. Witnessing the goblin's brazen defiance in the face of death, the centaurs present were predominantly filled with wrath. One guard, unable to contain his anger, swung his spear, delivering a fierce blow to the goblin's waist, causing it to crumple to the ground. The chieftain's expression remained unperturbed as she calmly issued her orders. Ravenna, Wendell, you are the tribe's most formidable water and wind mages respectively. As the high priestess has instructed, put this to the test against the goblin. Yes, chief. Yes, chief. At the sound of their affirmations, a male and female centaur, clad in black leather armor, stepped forward. The female, Ravenna, extended a hand and began to murmur, presumably chanting an incantation, from which a burst of fiery red pepper spray emerged. Wendell, the male, mimicked her actions, conjuring a tempest within the tent that transformed the pepper spray into a mist, directing it towards the goblin on the ground. Arg! Cough cough! Ah! In no time, the goblin was writhing in agony, clutching its mouth and nose, howling and coughing, tears and mucus streaming down its face, evidently struggling to breathe. Observing the pitiful sight of the goblin, the centaurs felt a sense of elation. High Priestess, your potion remains as effective as ever. Just look at that goblin. It is immensely satisfying. I can hardly wait to see them on the battlefield. Indeed. Aha. Vivian merely smiled at this, though she was astute enough not to claim that the potion was not of her own concoction. At that moment, the chieftain began to lay out the battle strategy. It was now evident that the High Priestess's potion was remarkably potent against the goblins. If utilized properly, victory was within reach. I hereby command. Yes, Ravenna, Wendell, lead all the water and wind mages of the tribe, armed with this potion, as per the original plan. Remain at the camp with the other mages and await our summons to draw the goblin forces closer. Yes, Vivian, as the High Priestess. I will take 500 vanguard troops with me. The remaining forces shall be under your command. Exercise caution against the goblins attempting to split their forces for a surprise attack. Yes, vanguard captains, follow me into the fray. Attract as many goblins as possible to the front of the camp to create favorable conditions for the mage's assault. Yes, good, guards. Escort this goblin to the front of the camp. The rest of you, assemble there and prepare for battle. Yes, Vivian, remain here. I have further instructions for you. With the battle orders given, soon the tent was cleared of all but the chieftain and Vivian. Even the maidservants were dismissed. Sophia, is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Sophia, clearly the name of the chieftain, finally displayed a flicker of emotion in the absence of others. Her tone tinged with melancholy as she spoke. Vivian, although I am the chieftain and the mightiest warrior of this tribe, everyone knows that you, as the High Priestess, are the most crucial figure here. Chieftain, please do not say such things. Listen to me. Without you, we would not have such excellent potions, abundant food supplies, or such finely crafted equipment. Although I have never believed in the possibility of defeat, intelligence indicates that this time, the goblins are launching a full-scale assault with all their might, deploying as many as 4,000 troops. In contrast, our forces, including the elderly and children who can don armor, number just 700. According to our strategy, along with your potions, victory should be within our grasp. However, leading 500 to attack 4,000 goblins leaves no guarantee of a safe return for anyone. That won't happen, Sister Sophia. With your potions and the mage units, coupled with my efforts to divert attention, our camp should remain secure. But if I perish upon my return, you shall be the next chieftain, sister. Chapter 60. Walking the dog, I have given my instructions. Let us proceed to the front entrance where everyone awaits us. Sophia offered Vivian no opportunity for further words, uttering this statement before swiftly exiting the tent. Vivian, with reddened eyes, followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in a newly opened milk tea shop, Huang Yu, sipping his beverage, sighed upon witnessing this scene. Vivian's tribe was far too weak, struggling even for self-preservation. Could they truly provide an ample supply of potions? Perhaps she would need assistance in strengthening her tribe, starting with addressing the population issue. As the perspective shifted alongside Vivian, she soon arrived at the front entrance where more than 700 individuals were divided into two groups. Within the enclosure, 200 donned black leather armor, while the 500 elite outside were clad in black iron armor, wielding longbows, with long swords at their left hips and arrows at their right, shields on their backs, and even spears hanging from their horses, truly armed to the teeth. Goodness, how heavy must that be? Can they even run? Huang Yu could not help but marvel silently. Yet realizing this was a civilization of cultivation, the individual prowess could not be compared to that of earthlings, he felt reassured. At the entrance, upon a raised platform constructed of earth, a guard held a long pole, atop which a white battle flag fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with a black-painted image of a knightly horse-riding elf. Meanwhile, two guards restrained the earlier goblin, poised at the base of the flagpole, evidently ready to execute it as a sacrifice to the flag. Soon, fully armed, Sophia emerged from the gate and ascended to the platform, drawing all eyes upon her. Without a lengthy pre-battle speech, days of war had prepared everyone. Orders had long since been conveyed, and they now awaited but a ritual. Silently, Sophia drew the long sword at her side. Disregarding the pained groans of the goblin still being tormented by the pepper spirit, a flash of cold light cut through the air, and the lamentations ceased abruptly. The massive goblin head fell to the ground, its blood splattering the white battle flag. Then, raising the bloodied sword, Sophia declared with a fierce cry, "Victory is ours." Suddenly, all the centaurs and elves erupted in a fervent cheer. Victory! 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 After the rousing cry, Sophia wiped the blood from her sword, sheathed it, and armed herself with a longbow, leading the charge towards the distant plains, closely followed by 500 elite warriors, raising a cloud of dust in their wake. Regrettably, Vivian remained at the camp, unable to witness the unfolding battle. Huang Yu felt a pang of disappointment at not being able to see the events transpiring, while Ling Yi, seasoned by the trials of war, considered the skirmish of hundreds or thousands as trivial. She casually remarked, "Let us wait. There is little we can do for now." Thus, they waited for a full 2 hours. During this time, Vivian appeared to be methodically organizing her kin for patrols and reconnaissance, yet she was exceedingly anxious, frequently engaging in silent communication with the two, her words laden with worry. However, Ling Yi, adept at reading her emotions, consistently offered her reassurance with succinct words of encouragement. At long last, a shift appeared in the distant video feed, revealing a haze of dust rising from the parched grasslands. As the distance closed, the centaur and elf forces came into view, their numbers visibly diminished, and Huang Yu, lacking experience, could not ascertain the extent of their losses, but Ling Yi, with a quick glance, discerned the truth. Fewer than 400 remained, and judging by the swirling dust, approximately 3,000 pursuers were hot on their heels. They had evidently succeeded in luring the goblins away. The centaur and elf forces advanced with remarkable speed, and soon they had traversed half the distance, with the foremost being the chieftain Sophia, whose appearance was harrowing. Her armor bore multiple damages, her body drenched in blood, the origin of which was indeterminate, whether from goblins or her own. The shoulder plate on her right side was missing, revealing 3 grievous tears, and her right arm hung limply by her side, compelling her to wield a spear with her left hand. The multitude of other injuries was unmentionable. Yet she persisted in her swift gallop, undoubtedly aided by a clotting potion. Otherwise, the severity of her shoulder wound alone could have resulted in fatal blood loss. Moreover, her innate combat prowess and indomitable spirit were truly remarkable. Before long, the pursuing goblins revealed themselves, thousands of them charging with furious eyes. Their armament was vastly inferior to that of the centaurs and elves. Many were bare-chested, clad only in tattered rags, wielding crude weapons such as heavy hammers and clubs. Some even ran on all fours, entirely unarmed. A minority donned makeshift armor, haphazardly assembled, clearly marking them as leaders among the goblins. At this moment, Vivian directed the remaining personnel to prepare for the impending confrontation. They arranged themselves in groups of 3, equipped with numerous buckets. Water mages summoned water orbs to fill the buckets, while another centaur quickly added pepper essence and stirred. A wind mage stood ready for the forthcoming assault. Slow down. Spread out laterally. Regroup. Soon, Sophia's troops approached the grand entrance. At her command, the battalion gradually slowed, forming a serpentine line that split into two, horizontally expanding before pivoting to reassemble their formation, resulting in a momentary chaos. Vivian rushed forward, sharing an unspoken understanding with Sophia, without uttering a word. She produced a potion and applied it to Sophia's wound. Meanwhile, the goblin army, witnessing this turn of events, erupted in jubilant cries, hastening their charge, accompanied by a cacophony of battle cries. These accursed centaurs have toyed with us since dawn, treating us like mere hounds. Their formation is in disarray. Let us seize this opportunity to annihilate them, claim their provisions. Slaughtering them means securing our sustenance, especially that leader who has slain our captain. I shall savor a bite of her flesh. As the goblins closed the distance to the camp's gates, Sophia's troops were still struggling to regroup, leaving little time for a countercharge. In this scenario, a direct confrontation would spell disaster for the centaur elves. Yet, just as the goblin horde was mere meters from their adversaries, they were startled to discover several massive, floating red orbs emerging from the opposing side. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, carrying with it a dense crimson mist towards them. While they pondered the nature of this phenomenon, the lead goblins stumbled into the red fog, erupting into howls of terror. What is this red mist? Ah, ugh, cough, cough, cough. Achoo, ugh, cough, ah. Chapter 61. Victory moments before brimming with excitement and bloodlust, the goblin army collapsed upon contact with the red mist, their eyes streaming tears, struggling to breathe as they writhed upon the ground in agony. Even as the leaders recognized the peril and ordered an evasive maneuver, the rapid charge could not be halted so easily, especially with the swift advance of the tempestuous red fog. Before long, half of the 3,000 goblins lay incapacitated, while the remainder frantically attempted to escape the mist's grasp, yet they could not outrun its swift expansion. At this juncture, the centaur elves had successfully reformed their ranks. Advance. With Sophia's commanding shout, bolstered by the previously stationed troops, a total of 600 centaur elves surged forward in a horizontal formation. Without needing to engage, the goblins still rolling on the ground were trampled to death beneath their hooves. Vivian was among them. However, as she claimed, she was a plant-based mage, positioned at the rear with a cohort of fewer than 100 mages, relentlessly casting spells like hail, fireballs, and wind blades to clear the path for the advancing army. By the stars, this is far more exhilarating than any fantasy film. Though the scale is modest, the authenticity of this battlefield charge, the splatter of blood, and the devastation wrought by magic surpasses any cinematic spectacle. Huang Yu mused, glancing at Ling Yi beside him. Ling Yi, why not take this footage and process it into a web film, posting it on your Thunder General account? It might earn us some extra coin. Ah, that sounds intriguing. Leave it to me. I can have it ready by tonight. Upon hearing Huang Yu's unconventional suggestion, Ling Yi initially found it peculiar, but upon further reflection, he realized it was indeed quite interesting. Since there was little else to occupy his time, it would be a delightful diversion. Before long, the cavalry of elves had penetrated the ranks of the goblin army, carving a bloody path. Most of the goblins had either succumbed to the red mist or were caught beneath the hooves of their steeds, with only a few hundred fortunate enough to escape from the sides and rear. Observing the scene, Sophia chose not to pursue them further. Instead, she commanded the extermination of the remaining goblins on the battlefield. Engage freely, eradicate the surviving goblins, and take no prisoners. An uproar ensued as hundreds dispersed, systematically dispatching the groaning goblins still writhing on the ground. Vivian soon approached Sophia, her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at the wound on her shoulder. Sister Sophia, your injury is quite severe. Your right shoulder requires consistent treatment with healing potions. It's nothing, Vivian. We have finally triumphed, and it is largely thanks to you, Sophia replied. This morning, we set out and arrived just as the goblins had assembled. We taunted them verbally while picking them off with arrows from a distance, charging into melee only when necessary. Although we lost over 100 warriors, we managed to slay thousands of goblins, including those here. I estimate we have eliminated at least 3,000 goblins, significantly diminishing their numbers, especially with their chieftain slain in this battle. At this point, Sophia kicked the corpse of a goblin lying beneath her, its physique clearly larger than that of an ordinary goblin, adorned with relatively fine armor. Though it had been decapitated by a single sword strike, it was indeed the chieftain of the goblin tribe. If the goblins were wise, they would flee at once, even abandoning their belongings. Alas, we are also utterly exhausted. Otherwise, none would escape. As the conversation turned to the atmosphere of bloodshed, the gentle-hearted Vivian quickly interjected, Sister Sophia, this is also a blessing. Let them flee and spread the word. In the future, other tribes will think twice before plotting against us. With midday approaching, Vivian continued. I shall go and arrange for the elders and children to prepare food. After we eliminate the remaining goblins, we can have our lunch and then clean the battlefield. Sophia nodded in agreement, but still expressed her reluctance, saying, during the meal, we must prioritize treating our injured kin. There is no rush to clean the battlefield. After lunch, I will take a group to the goblin camp to investigate. If they have already fled, we will retrieve the bodies of our fallen warriors. If they remain, well, they shall find themselves in dire straits. Very well, my chieftain. I will return to prepare the food, Vivian replied. Vivian shook her head helplessly. Her role as chieftain was marked by an excessive thirst for blood. Yet, it is precisely such individuals who can guide a tribe to survive the harsh expanses of the Great Grass Sea. As she hurried back to her camp, Vivian spoke to Huang Yu, expressing her gratitude. Huang Yu, Ling Yi, this victory is largely due to your efforts, and I cannot thank you enough. In the future, do not hesitate to request any potions you may need. Huang Yu felt a surge of joy upon hearing these words. Having established a rapport would certainly facilitate future transactions. However, he remained concerned about the fragility of Vivian's tribe. He pondered the dire consequences should they be wiped out, leaving him without a source for potions. Vivian, congratulations on your victory. How do you plan to celebrate? Haha, we shall first prepare a lavish feast to reward our warriors, then clean the battlefield. Gather the bodies of the deceased and incinerate them. In the evening, we will host a grand bonfire celebration, complete with rituals and festivities. Incineration? Do you practice cremation? Indeed, it is a custom we uphold, though you might not wish to know the reasons behind it. Why is that? Due to the scarcity of food in the Great Grass Sea, some half-orcs resort to cannibalism, even consuming the bodies of their own kin. Thus, to prevent our tribe from enduring such desecration after death, we have adopted the practice of cremation. Ah, I suppose I should not have asked that question. Let us discuss something more mundane. What do you typically eat? Ha ha, we are not picky about our food. I have seen your Jojo pavilion. We can consume nearly everything you can. Well, it seems I need not worry about what provisions I should exchange for potions. Ha ha, I must return to my tasks now. I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Vivian. I am quite interested in your bonfire celebration this evening. Do let me observe. Certainly. However, bear in mind that there is a time difference. Do not fall asleep before it begins. Rest assured. Thus, both parties agreed upon a time, which would coincide with midnight on Huang Yu's end, while Vivian's tribe prepared for the bonfire festivities. Ling Yi cast a skeptical glance at Huang Yu. You do not harbor feelings for Vivian, do you? What are you thinking? We are not of the same species. I merely wish to observe. Then why the insistence on watching their bonfire celebration? I am simply curious about the customs of another world. Are you not intrigued? Humph, after living so many years. I have witnessed far more than this. It is nothing of note. All right. You are impressive. Regardless, I have never seen such a spectacle. So remember to include this segment in your film. Agreed, but we must return for dinner. It is already past 6. Is it truly that late? Chapter 62. Vivian's dance that evening. Huang Yu and Ling Yi lay in bed, engaging in casual conversation. Unconsciously, they steered the topic towards Vivian. Ling Yi, to be honest, I am somewhat concerned about the future of Vivian's tribe. Do you also find them too feeble? Indeed, her tribe comprises fewer than 1,000 individuals. And after enduring this recent conflict, we have witnessed the loss of hundreds. I genuinely fear that one day they may be entirely annihilated, and when that day comes, it is uncertain into whose hands the ring will fall. As for the matter of the potion, it is likely nothing more than a fabrication. So, you wish to assist in strengthening your tribe? Precisely. My intention is to encourage them to transition from a nomadic lifestyle to a settled one, aiding them in constructing a sturdy fortress, at the very least providing them with a secure place to call home, before proceeding to integrate other tribes. Building the fortress is a manageable task. We can supply blueprints and materials. In 6 months, we can have the outpost ready and dispatch a few robots for assistance. However, the integration of other tribes presents a challenge. What troubles you? I find it difficult to comprehend Ling Ye's hesitation. For millennia, the nomadic empires of northern Huaxia have emerged through the amalgamation of various tribes. The disparities among the half-orc individuals are significant. Unless we aim to merge with similar centaur and elf tribes, expansion becomes virtually impossible. It is akin to exterminating the goblin-like creatures rather than incorporating them. Of course, I am aware of this. My suggestion is to consolidate with other centaur and elf tribes. Yet, Ling Yi shook her head once more, stating, such a straightforward matter seems beyond Vivian's comprehension. Does Sophia truly remain oblivious? Observe her demeanor on the battlefield. Does she appear to be a person of compassion, reluctant to turn against her own kin? What are you implying? It seems the population of centaurs and elves has dwindled to a terrifying extent. It is not that they do not wish to expand. Rather, they have yet to encounter any compatible tribes to integrate. Enough of these musings, without Vivian's involvement. Discussing this is futile. Tonight is their tribe's bonfire celebration, a significant occasion for post-war rituals and festivities. Let us postpone this conversation until tomorrow. You are right. Thus, the two conversed until midnight, with most having retired for the night. Huang Yu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, when suddenly, Vivian sent a request to initiate a dialogue. Instantly, his mind cleared, and he hastily accepted the call. In the familiar tent, Vivian had donned an intricately designed black silk garment adorned with golden patterns, radiating opulence. Perhaps due to the impending ceremony for the fallen tribesmen, her expression was solemn. However, the sight of Huang Yu and Ling Yi resting in bed evidently startled her, as she exclaimed, "Huang Yu. Are you two sleeping?" Seeing her reaction, Huang Yu quickly clarified, throwing off the thin blanket and jokingly remarked, "How could I possibly be unprepared for a conversation? No, we are fully dressed. My apologies. I overthought the situation." Upon seeing the two neatly attired individuals, Vivian realized her misunderstanding and returned to the matter at hand. Sophia visited the goblin camp this afternoon, and as expected, they have fled, leaving only the bodies of the fallen tribesmen behind. As the high priestess of the tribe, it is customary for me to preside over the sacrificial ceremony at sunset, coinciding with the rise of the moon, followed by a celebration of our triumph in war. Huang Yu and Ling Yi, without your assistance, our victory would not have come so readily. You are my friends, and I warmly invite you to witness this occasion. Despite her words of invitation, there was a distinct lack of joy in her tone. Huang Yu could discern the underlying reason and, driven by curiosity, could not refrain from asking, "Your sacrifices must have been considerable, correct? Before the war, our tribe boasted nearly 1,000 souls, by afternoon's tally. We are left with fewer than 800. Such a staggering loss of 1/5 of our population." Upon glancing at Vivian, he noticed her eyes reddening at the inquiry, and Ling Yi beside her sighed deeply, causing Huang Yu to suddenly feel that his curiosity had been ill-timed. Fortunately, this melancholy did not linger long, for a voice from outside the tent called out, "High Priestess, the sun has set. It is time for you to preside over the ritual." "Ah, very well. I shall emerge at once." Turning to his friends, he added, "I must take my leave now. Further conversation is not feasible. I hope you understand." Huang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, and Vivian said nothing more as she swiftly exited the tent, where the sky had already grown quite dim. In the west, the sun was on the verge of disappearing below the horizon, yet in the east, two moons, one red and one blue, hung faintly in the sky. The centaur elves had cleared a substantial area in the center of the camp, igniting numerous bonfires, some with large cauldrons atop them, while others roasted animals resembling cattle and sheep, likely their sustenance. At the heart of this open space lay a massive platform constructed of wood, upon which rested the bodies of the fallen centaur elves, surrounded by members of the tribe. The adults bore solemn expressions, having lived on the vast grasslands. They were no strangers to death. In contrast, the younger centaur elves were tearful, still too innocent to comprehend the loss, only aware that their loved ones lay lifeless before them. With Vivian's arrival, the crowd instinctively parted to create a space for her, a stage that belonged solely to her. Accompanying her were 8 other female centaur elves, dressed in fine attire, though their garments were clearly less ornate than Vivian's. The female chieftain, Sophia, approached Vivian and nodded in acknowledgement, clad in her battle attire and holding a torch. The ceremony begins. With a commanding voice, Sophia hurled the torch onto the platform below and stepped back, clearing the area. Perhaps the wood had long been soaked in oil, for the flames erupted rapidly, soon engulfing the entire platform in a roaring fire that illuminated the entire camp. Suddenly, the heavy beat of drums resounded, and Vivian, along with the 9 centaur elves, spread their arms wide, tilting their heads skyward as they began to sing the mournful dirge for the departed. Their voices soared high, resonating with a poignant yet haunting beauty. The centaur sprites maintained a solemn silence, their voices hushed. Under the glow of the flames, Vivian sang a mournful dirge while gracefully dancing, a ritualistic performance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dual moons of crimson and azure ascended into the sky, illuminating the vast expanse of twinkling stars. In their centaur forms, the sprites exhibited a myriad of intricate dance movements, many of which were beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Remarkably, the sparks ignited by the great fire swirled around them, forming celestial rivers of fire, as if the souls of the departed were bidding farewell. Witnessing this scene, Huang Yu could not suppress his admiration. It was simply breathtaking. Ling Yi, too, was moved by the performance, gazing in a trance-like state, murmuring, "Indeed, It is exquisitely beautiful. Vivian's dance persisted for an extended period, during which numerous centaur sprites brought offerings of food to the surrounding platform: rice, soup, fine wine, and roasted meat, all dedicated to the deceased. After approximately half an hour, she and her 8 companions ceased their movements. Although the central blaze still flickered, the remains upon it had already turned to dust. Exhausted, they were drenched in sweat, a consequence of both the intense heat of the flames and the physical exertion of their prolonged dance. Sophia personally handed Vivian a towel and a bowl of water, guiding them to rest on the prepared carpet as the next phase of their gathering celebration was about to commence. To be more candid, it was time to feast. After all, the dead had departed, and those who remained must continue to live. The offerings rendered to the deceased naturally transitioned to the living. Soon, the centaur sprites, who had been engulfed in sorrow, began to sing joyfully, kneeling on the carpet to indulge in the delectable food and fine wine. A few male centaur sprites, in high spirits, formed groups to perform a war dance, contrasting sharply with Vivian's delicate grace, instead exuding a vigorous masculine energy. As the chief, Sophia, and the high priestess, Vivian, knelt together on an opulent carpet laden with the most exquisite delicacies and beverages. Their expressions did not mirror the excitement of the other centaur sprites. Alas, Vivian, Sophia sighed, though this war has vanquished over 3,000 goblins, marking an unprecedented victory, our tribe now scarcely numbers 800. I wonder how many years it will take to regain our strength. Do not fret, Sister Sophia. With my presence, food will not be an issue, given enough time. We shall surely recover. My concern lies not with food. Ever since you received the blessings of the gods and were able to offer sacrifices in exchange for their bounties, our tribe has ceased to worry about sustenance. Even these weapons and armor are gifts from the deities. However, if we endure more such wars, unless the gods themselves descend, we may face only annihilation. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu finally understood how Vivian resolved the confidentiality issue. She directly attributed the system's capabilities to the blessings of the gods, a notion that proved remarkably advantageous during the superstitious tribal era. Rest assured, there will be a solution. In the event of future conflicts, we have the potion from this time, which is effective not only against goblins but, with due caution and by avoiding provoking massive tribes, we should encounter no issues. Indeed, a few unfortunate souls today inadvertently had their eyes contaminated by the red mist and spent a considerable time in the river before recovering. If utilized properly, such a potion could be an unparalleled asset on the battlefield. Perhaps Vivian felt it inappropriate to discuss such grave matters during a celebration and, as the conversation progressed, began to jest. Speaking of which, sister, wouldn't you consider contributing to the tribe as propagation? There are numerous young men who admire you. Perhaps you should choose one. Humph. If there were a man capable of defeating me, not only would the chieftainship be his, but so would I. Alas, such a person has yet to appear. Yes, our esteemed chieftain Sophia is indeed the strongest warrior, unmatched by anyone. Let us not focus solely on me. Vivian, you are not a warrior either. Why not seek a husband for yourself? The high priestess can indeed marry and bear children. I am a favored one of the gods. Which man would dare to covet my affections? Yet, if you were willing to choose, no one would refuse. No, I do not find anyone appealing. Why is that? Perhaps it is a matter of perspective. Perspective? What do you mean? Oh dear, it's time to eat. I'm famished. Be clear. Observing Sophia's relentless curiosity, Vivian promptly silenced her with a piece of roasted meat and began to savor the food before her, regardless of the viewpoint. Centaur elves seemed utterly out of place alongside goblins and similar half-beasts. Noticing that Sophia had abandoned her inquiries, Huang Yu seized the opportunity to communicate with her mentally. Vivian, what plans does your tribe have for the future? Huang Yu, why do you ask this? It's nothing. I was just thinking perhaps I could be of assistance. Thank you for your concern. In truth, we have no concrete plans. We will continue our nomadic lifestyle as before, awaiting the growth of the children to gradually strengthen our tribe. Well, Vivian, there is a question I had intended to ask tomorrow, but given your tribe's circumstances. Regarding the development of Vivian's tribe, Huang Yu had initially decided to defer his question until the following day. However, since the female chieftain had broached the topic, he seized the opportunity to inquire. It's all right. We are friends. Feel free to ask. Have you ever considered merging with other centaur elf tribes? This would not only enhance your own strength but also provide a better life for the members of the tribes being merged. This matter had long been contemplated by the chieftain and me. We possess ample food and medicinal supplies, along with superior equipment. The only deficiency lies in our population. Should we encounter other centaur tribes, we could peacefully integrate them without resorting to force. However, we have yet to meet anyone. Our centaur tribe survives in the narrow confines between orcs and humans, and our numbers have dwindled to a critical point. Since my birth, I have never encountered another tribe of my kin. Quite astonishing, isn't it? Indeed. Thus we can only hope for the healthy maturation of our children. Fortunately, with the system in place, we lack neither sustenance nor medicine, and our development has been rapid. In merely 10 years, once the current children reach adulthood, we can restore our former numbers. 10 years. What is the average lifespan for your kind? Typically, it is less than a century. But I am patient. With the system's assistance, I am certain I will discover methods to extend my life, enabling me to lead the tribe to continuous growth. That certainly makes sense. Wait a moment. Aren't you supposed to be a civilization of cultivation? Why can't cultivation extend lifespan? It can. But only a select few who reach the pinnacle of cultivation can achieve that. You can look it up on the system when you have time. Let us set that aside for now. Have you always lived a nomadic life in tents? Have you never considered constructing a fortress? A fortress? What is that? Oh, I remember now. I have heard that the southern human kingdoms build fortresses to fend off external threats. Such structures do not exist on the vast grasslands. So, you have never seen what a fortress looks like? Indeed not. Huang Yu. Goodness, it appears Vivian has never laid eyes upon a fortress in her life, within her understanding. Such a thing does not exist. No wonder her tribe, despite possessing such fine equipment, continues to lead a nomadic existence. Chapter 64. The City of Winterhold in another world. A fortress, or castle, is an artificially constructed edifice made of wood or stone. Never mind, just a moment. Huang Yu initially intended to explain verbally, but soon realized that images would convey the concept more effectively. He opened his phone and searched for pictures of castles. Switching to a new image after a while, and at last, Vivian grasped the idea. So it is thus. Indeed. As long as we erect tall walls and utilize the terrain, we could withstand several times the number of enemies. Moreover, with the system in place, we need not fear being besieged or running out of food and water. How wonderful. I must construct my own fortress. Wait, that last image. Just as Huang Yu was about to swipe to another picture, Vivian suddenly urged him to return to the previous one. Curiously, he took a closer look. Isn't this Winterhold from Skyrim? Indeed, the official translation is Whitehold. However, during my early playthroughs of Skyrim, the translation pack I used referred to it as Winterhold. And I have grown accustomed to that term after so long. What is this? Do you have an affinity for this fortress? Not particularly. I simply find the terrain strikingly familiar. Upon hearing Vivian's words, Huang Yu was instantly intrigued. Had Vivian ventured to a location reminiscent of the terrain surrounding Snowman City? If so, they might even save on blueprints. Wait a moment, it dawned on him. At the confluence of the Heller and Emine rivers, there existed a stair-like hill. Oh, pray tell, he urged. Our tribe resides on the eastern fringe of the Great Grass Sea, near the western foothills of the Mount Tian. This area is considerably distant from the core domains of humans and half-beasts, allowing us to evade the influence of formidable half-beast tribes and human kingdoms. Moreover, the region is interlaced with rivers and dotted with lakes, lush with water and grass, and exceptional pasture. The forests of Mount Tian abound with various herbs. The only threats are the less powerful tribes and magical beasts. Thus, we have long engaged in nomadic living here. We once camped beneath that hill. With the Heller River to the north and the Emine River to the west, where the two rivers converge not far to the northwest. To the east, one can directly view the distant Mount Tian, with a small stream trickling down from the summit of the hill. Although the hill is strewn with stones, making it inconvenient for camping, the surrounding flatlands stretch for hundreds of miles, and from the top of the hill, one can survey the nearby landscape in its entirety. The terrain is almost identical to that of the fortress depicted in your image. As Huang Yu listened to Vivian's eloquent narration, a vivid picture began to form in his mind. This terrain, with slight modifications, could transform into a formidable city. Given its striking resemblance to Snowman City, why not construct a replica in this other world? Yet, he instinctively sought Ling Ye's opinion. Ling Ye, what do you think about replicating such a Snowman City? According to her account, that hill serves as a local vantage point, surrounded by rivers and adorned with a small stream, indeed making it an excellent site for fortifications. However, we must assess the actual situation. A complete replication is unattainable. Of course, I am aware, a close approximation will suffice. Upon hearing Ling Yi concur with his viewpoint, Huang Yu felt a surge of excitement as he turned to Vivian. Vivian, that hill is the key. Persuade your tribe to migrate there, and we shall assist you in constructing a sturdy fortress, allowing you and your kin to dwell there in safety. Is that truly possible? That would be splendid. If such a fortress were indeed built, we would no longer have to constantly fear enemy incursions. However, what? Has the area already been claimed? Not at all. We are nomadic, following the water and grass. Once the pastures in that vicinity were exhausted, we moved our livestock away. Yet, we have no habit of marking locations, and it has been several years, so I am unsure of the hill's precise location. I can only estimate it is to the north. Huang Yu. What? After all this, you don't even know where it is? Seeing Huang Yu's expression of disbelief, Vivian offered a sheepish smile. Hee, Huang Yu, do not fret. I shall persuade the chieftain to explore northwards. After all, we must migrate along the towering mountain range, and sooner or later, we shall discover that hill. Very well, I shall await your return. Hiki. After a brief exchange, Huang Yu, overwhelmed by fatigue, severed the connection, realizing it was already past 2 in the morning. Meanwhile, Ling Yi had remained unusually silent throughout the night, not sleeping. Lost in thought. Ling Yi, you have spoken little tonight and have not retired. What occupies your mind? I am working on a video. Did you not request that I create an online film? Is it not yet completed? Almost there. Then once you finish and upload it, we shall retire for the night and see how it fares tomorrow. Indeed, as it turned out, Ling Ye's film achieved remarkable success. By noon, on the platform Huang Yu frequented, it garnered millions of views. While this was partly due to Ling Ye's own promotional efforts, it cannot be denied that she produced an extraordinarily captivating fantasy film titled The Chronicles of Vivian, The Invasion of the Goblins. Ling Yi not only incorporated footage of the war and bonfire gatherings, but also crafted a complete narrative of the goblin invasion and Sophia's expedition, complete with background music. The film commences by showcasing the tribe's lifestyle through Vivian's perspective, depicting a realm inhabited by handsome centaurs and beautiful elves, where food is abundant and tranquility prevails. However, the sudden emergence of goblins shatters this peace. They seek to slaughter the entire tribe and seize their provisions, with the slain centaurs and elves destined to become their next meal. Although Chieftain Sophia successfully repels the invading goblins, the threat persists. The goblins, relying on their keen sense of smell and numerical superiority, launch midnight raids and continue to harass the tribe by day, exhausting their defenses. Thankfully, as the High Priestess, Vivian is able to concoct healing potions that save many lives among her kin. After some time, scouts report a large-scale gathering of goblins, indicating a potential full-scale assault. Consequently, Chieftain Sophia resolves to take the initiative, drawing the goblin forces into battle to drain their energy and ultimately lead them into an ambush set by her magical troops. Though the plan is sound, the disparity in numbers breeds doubt among many. At this juncture, Vivian formulates a highly potent new elixir, causing any livestock that comes into contact with the red liquid to weep and writhe in distress, providing a much-needed boost to the tribe's morale. Thus, Sophia leads 500 elite warriors into the fray, confronting the freshly assembled goblin army with a bold provocation. While maintaining a safe distance, they rain arrows upon the goblins, who, emboldened by their numbers, attempt to encircle the centaurs and elves. Yet, Sophia and her warriors break through the encirclement, successfully vanquishing a goblin captain in the process. Following this, the scene at the entrance of the grand camp unfolds, where a crimson mist engulfs the surroundings, leading to the dramatic defeat of the dog-headed creatures, followed by a nocturnal ritual celebration. This segment remains largely unembellished. Although the plot is straightforward, the film stretches over 2 hours, filled with stunning visual effects that are astonishingly vivid, and it comes at no cost. What more could one desire? Watching it is all that is required. Of course, how many viewers were drawn in by the alluring legs of the centaur and elf maidens remains an enigma. Chapter 65, An Unintentional Achievement. Goodness. Are there truly such authentic productions domestically? What is the fuss? The technology in our country has long matured. It primarily hinges upon the storyline. This film excels in effects, yet the narrative falls somewhat short. For a full 2-hour feature, it is laden with extravagant effects that are, astonishingly, free of charge. What more could one possibly want? The visual effects undoubtedly consume a hefty budget, yet I cannot fathom why the protagonist neither accepts advertisements nor charges fees. What is their motive? They must have their own plans. We merely need to support them with a simple click. Indeed, a like, a favorite, a coin. Let us engage with enthusiasm. I cannot ascertain the quality of the storyline, but I can certainly affirm that those legs are exceptionally beautiful. A must-click. I am enamored with Sophia, the valiant and decisive female chieftain, whose commanding presence during the charge is utterly breathtaking. I adore Vivian. Her final ritual dance was simply enchanting. The character designs of the centaurs and elves predominantly feature handsome men and beautiful women, with not a single unattractive character in sight. As a woman, I find those centaur and elf gentlemen quite appealing, embodying masculinity and charm. Their physique is simply impressive. Such remarkable visual effects. Where did this Thunder General emerge from? Which team is behind this? I am uncertain, It appears to be a female with only 2 works to her name. The previous video involved transforming her plump boyfriend, and she did not reveal her face, leaving us unaware of her appearance or the details of her team. I viewed that video as well. It resembled an advertisement for a hair growth product, yet it lacked any links. How peculiar. But who cares? I am solely captivated by the elongated legs of the elf maiden. Grant me a partner like that, and I could cherish those legs for 4 years. Am I the only one who finds the dog-headed creatures appealing? I prefer their fluffy forms. Heh. What a bizarre occurrence. Do not act foolishly here. Depart. Huang Yu gazed at the comments below the video on the little-known site. Within a day, such an immense influx of traffic had surpassed his expectations. Although something peculiar had slipped in, the majority of the comments leaned positively. It is worth noting that he initially acted on a whim, simply wishing to have Ling Yi create an online film for amusement. Despite his lack of experience in video production, he understood that in this era, where traffic reigns supreme, viewership translates to monetary gain. Indeed, it is a case of unintentional success blossoming unexpectedly. Observing Ling Yi, who was sipping tea beside him, Huang Yu remarked with a hint of curiosity, "Ling Yi, your online film must be garnering considerable viewership across various platforms, right?" "Indeed. There are several hundred to millions of views, and I have even shared it on foreign platforms. So, what is the profit from this venture?" It's best not to harbor overly high expectations. What is the matter? I am merely a newly registered account on all platforms, having not signed any agreements. Monetizing traffic requires time. Most individuals profiting from traffic do so through advertisements and live streaming sales. Do you believe we should embark on such endeavors? Are you joking? I possess a system, and I have an incredibly capable wife. Why on earth would I resort to advertisements and live streaming sales? Not to mention, even a mere owner of a substantial company would never stoop to such measures. It's utterly beneath dignity. Let us remain calm and composed, just from stock trading alone. By the end of October, I can certainly generate at least $1 million in profits for you. Moreover, once the National Day holiday concludes, we will return to Guangdong province to register a pharmaceutical company and launch the extract of the black herb. With my involvement, the procedural formalities will be expedited. We merely need to find a few individuals to test its efficacy, and soon enough, we will be inundated with funds. The traffic generated by this online film will also prove advantageous. Of course, if you truly cannot wait. I could hack into a few bank systems and make you wealthy overnight. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. What does he take me for? Perhaps it's better to abandon that idea. Humph, I knew you wouldn't consider such a course of action. Why would I resort to thievery when I can earn money legitimately? All right, my virtuous gentlemen, enjoy these final days of holiday, for we shall soon have much to attend to. Ling Yi, your words make me feel rather embarrassed. I seem unable to contribute much. What could I possibly do? You should manage the system. Leave the company matters to me. You can rest assured about that. Huang Yu was quite aware of his own limitations. He was not cut out for business affairs. With Ling Yi's capabilities, he could entirely delegate authority to her, merely providing support through the system. By the way, there is one more thing. What is it? Get in touch with Vivian. Our first product will be the extract of the black herb, so have her prepare ample supplies. All right, I will contact her right away. Before long, Huang Yu reached out to Vivian, who today donned the outfit she wore on their initial meeting, albeit with a slightly disheveled appearance, as if she had just awakened. Huang Yu, Ling Yi, it's just on here. What brings you to contact me? You seem rather fatigued. Perhaps I should reach out to you later. Vivian explained while rubbing her eyes. Last night, aside from the guard on duty, everyone else went to bed quite late. However, I generally wake naturally around this time, so it's no bother. Let us proceed to the matter at hand, my friend. Oh, it is true that many individuals here suffer from the plight of hair loss, which is why I wish to procure some extracts of the air grass. This is quite feasible. We merely need to distill the air grass. How much do you require? Naturally, the more, the better. How many bottles can you prepare within a month? Based on our initial transaction, I can typically produce around 300 bottles in a month. Upon hearing this quantity, Huang Yu was not particularly satisfied, as 300 bottles seemed rather insufficient. Is the extraction process truly that cumbersome? It is not overly complicated. One simply needs to monitor the heat. In our tribe, those gifted in potion making are selected as priests. The 8 priestesses who accompanied me last night can also extract the air grass, although their skills are not quite as refined as mine. The 9 of us together could easily surpass 1,000 bottles in a month. Upon hearing the figure of 1,000 bottles, Huang Yu finally felt content. For since we are targeting the high-end market, a slightly lower quantity suffices. Very well. I shall reserve 1,000 bottles. Vivian, what do you require in exchange? Currently, we do not lack food. You need only prepare 1,000 varieties of plants. The last batch perished due to the invasion of the dog-headed men. and I was too preoccupied to care for them, which was incredibly frustrating. Haha, no problem. My planet boasts approximately 350,000 species of plants. Ample for your research for quite some time. Chapter 66, Medical Practices of the 9 Provinces. After concluding the conversation with Vivian, Huang Yu turned to Ling Yi with a beaming smile. So, how does 1,000 bottles of airgrass extract sound? Sufficient, indeed. Let me contemplate the pricing. Currently, the best minoxidil on the market is recognized to be over 200 for a course of treatment. We promise results in 7 days. How about 2,000 per bottle? 2,000 per bottle means 2 million for 1,000 bottles. After taxes, that should yield over $1 million in revenue, which Huang Yu deemed quite satisfactory. However, Ling Yi expressed her disdain. Minoxidil's effectiveness varies with individual physiology. Some have used it for an extended period without success. If it were truly so miraculous, why would there still be so many bald individuals? Our product shows results in 7 days. 2,000 is far too little. Let us set it at 20,000. Huang Yu exclaimed, goodness, that's a 10-fold increase. Is that not a bit excessive? Selling 1,000 bottles would result in 20 million. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, yet Ling Yi dismissed his calculations. It is not 20 million. What is it then? Can I truly miscalculate such basic arithmetic? You have also used the airgrass extract, have you not? After just 7 days of application, your hair began to regrow. And there is still a substantial amount left in the bottle. I have calculated that the remaining quantity is sufficient for a month's use. Therefore, let us package it into smaller bottles according to a single usage, 7 bottles per box, priced at 20,000 per box. Once utilized, results will be evident. A single bottle can yield at least 5 boxes. Do the math again. Huang Yu exclaimed, goodness. 1,000 bottles transformed into 5,000 boxes. Once sold out, it would directly amount to 100 million. Although taxes must be paid, rounding it off still amounts to a modest monthly goal. Calm down, remain composed. I must keep reminding myself, Huang Yu thought, struggling to maintain a facade of tranquility. He longed for a sip of tea to soothe his nerves. Yet his hand trembled uncontrollably around the cup. Damn it, I cannot stay calm at all. Witnessing this scene, Ling Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was still too young, unable to maintain his composure under such excitement. Let us see how he reacts to a little more stimulation. The request from Vivian was merely for 1,000 different species of plants. The other costs would only involve packaging and necessary labor. And then I could reinvest the money into the stock market, employing certain strategies to minimize tax liability. Thus, before long, Huang Yu would become a billionaire. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's teacup slipped from his grasp, but Ling Yi was quick to catch it. Unable to hold back any longer, she burst into laughter at his foolish expression. Haha. Look at that silly face. You'll get used to it eventually. Also, drop a message to Vivian, suggesting that she need not bother with those elaborate little bottles. It would be best to combine everything into one. Time passed swiftly during their leisurely days, and the National Day holiday came to an end. Dad, Mom, we're leaving. Hey, please drive safely. Xiaoyu, Ling Yi, make sure to call often, whether there is something or not. Sure. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Huang Jianjun and Shen Fang, and persuading them to abandon their plan of filling the trunk with local specialties, Huang Yu and Ling Yi finally boarded the taxi they had prearranged. Let us go, driver. With that call, the taxi sped off, heading straight for the highway entrance. In just half an hour, they arrived at the high-speed railway station. The end of the National Day holiday brought a cacophony of voices to the bustling station, filled with individuals preparing to return to work. With ample storage space, Huang Yu and Ling Yi were not foolish enough to burden themselves with heavy bags. Yet the rest area was already crowded, and the train arrival time was still quite distant. Thus, they decided to grab some food at a fast food restaurant, sitting down to chat leisurely while they waited. Huang Yu, as the future boss, why don't you come up with a name for your company? No need to think too hard. It will certainly be Jiuzhou. Since it's a pharmaceutical company, we shall call it Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals. And the logo? I lack any talent for that. Do you have any good suggestions? Huang Yu was not being modest. Asking him to design was akin to asking Zhu Beiji to embroider. Fortunately, Ling Yi was well prepared. She promptly handed him her phone. Here is my design proposal. Take a look. Huang Yu took the phone and saw a white background adorned with red, featuring a serpentine line that elegantly formed the shape of an Eastern dragon. Upon closer inspection, the outline unmistakably represented the characters Jiuzhou in cursive. Perfect. That's the one. Let us use this for the system store as well. This truly resonates with Huang Yu's intentions, to the extent that he has even replaced the original characters of Jiazhouj in the system store with it. Although the name Jiazhouj remains unchanged for the time being. Seeing Huang Yu's satisfied expression, Ling Yu couldn't help but smile subtly. Sometimes, what appears simple can be quite intricate. She invested considerable thought into this, crafting multiple versions before selecting the one that pleased her most. Now, let's take a look at the packaging I designed. Oh, you've even designed the packaging? You are remarkably thoughtful, Huang Yu exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for Ling Yi as he examined the subsequent images. The packaging designed by Ling Yi features a black outer bag containing a sleek black gift box, both embodying a minimalist aesthetic. Apart from the name Jojo, essential descriptions, and a few decorative lines, there is nothing superfluous. Inside the gift box, there are 7 transparent glass containers arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper, presenting an air of sophistication. Excellent. Truly exceptional. Ling Yi, if you were to become a designer, you would undoubtedly reach masterful heights. While he praised his partner, Huang Yu also gave a thumbs up with his right hand. Ling Yi, noticing this, felt her smile widen. Who doesn't appreciate kind words? As they discussed further, Ling Yi remarked, the name black herb extract is far too straightforward. It clearly indicates that the medicine is derived from the black herb. We must come up with a different name. You are the boss, so you decide. How about Jojo hair growth gel? In the future, we can launch the essence of the mark tree as Jojo scar removal gel. As for other medicines we may introduce later, we can address those when the time comes. Indeed. Let us settle on that. Despite Huang Yu's uninspired choices for names, Ling Yi refrained from criticism, confident that sales would not be an issue as long as the names were not too peculiar. However, as they continued their conversation, Huang Yu suddenly had a thought. Such substantial profits may inevitably attract envy. This presents a problem. Rest assured, Ling Yi, would I make such a basic mistake? We will publicly declare that we have developed our own traditional Chinese medicine formula and refrain from applying for a patent, thereby avoiding the need to disclose the formula. Furthermore, we must prepare plans for Vivian. We can seize this opportunity to purchase some medicinal materials and equipment, creating an impression that we are concocting our formula from specific herbs. As for anyone attempting to seize our work, those who would resort to such actions likely have skeletons in their closets. Should I uncover any incriminating evidence, I doubt they would dare to act. As she spoke, Ling Yi wore an expression of disdain, yet Huang Yu understood that in this world, there are individuals who wield significant power, adept at extricating themselves from any predicament, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. What if we truly cannot find any evidence against them? If we genuinely cannot find any evidence? Humph. The cold huff sent a chill down Huang Yu's spine, for he distinctly saw a piercing glint of coldness in Ling Yi's eyes. In recent days, the intimate bond between the two has nearly caused him to forget that his own consort is no meek maiden. She is a battle-hardened warrior who has lived for 7 millennia and endured 3 monumental wars. For her, taking a life is as effortless as partaking in a meal. Chapter 67. Ling Yi's compassion at last. They had arrived. After a day of travel, Huang Yu and Ling Yi finally returned to their modest abode in Yu City at 6 in the evening. Strangely, despite utilizing various modes of transportation without the need for excessive exertion, Huang Yu always felt utterly exhausted after long journeys. Consequently, as soon as he stepped inside, he collapsed onto the bed, neglecting to even close the door. Ling Yi, feeling the stifling atmosphere from 10 days of closure, decided to open both windows for ventilation. However, before either could utter a word, a bright voice rang out from the entrance, immediately capturing their attention. Huang Yu, Ling Yi, you're back from your holiday? Due to the angle, Huang Yu could not see the newcomer, but Ling Yi instantly recognized Su Xiaoli standing at the door. Su Xiaoli, what brings you here? Oh, I came to return the medicine from last time. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu quickly deduced who it was. Since she had come to return the medicine, he could not remain reclined, so he rose to greet her at the door. Su Xiaoli, how did the medicine work? Did the scar fade? Haha. Your friend's remedy is still as miraculous as ever. Look, the scar has completely vanished. Upon Huang Yu's inquiry about the efficacy of the medicine, Su Xiaoli beamed with satisfaction, even showcasing her long, fair right leg. Huang Yu focused his gaze, and today, Su Xiaoli was clad in a cool tank top and short shorts, accentuating her alluring figure. A pair of fashionable white high-heeled sandals further elongated her legs. Cough, cough. No, that is not right. I was looking in the wrong place. The scar is the focal point. Huang Yu blinked, forcing his attention to the knee of Su Xiaoli's right leg, and indeed, the scar from her previous injury had completely disappeared. Vivian's concoction remains as extraordinary as ever. The next formula to be launched will be yours, the essence of Mark Tree. Oh no, it should be called the 9 Provinces Scar Removal Gel. Yet perhaps he had gazed for too long, as a faint blush gradually appeared on Su Xiaoli's face. She quietly retracted her extended leg, taking a small step back, and then handed Huang Yu the glass vial. Here, this is your medicine. Thank you. There is still plenty left inside. As Huang Yu accepted the vial of Mark Tree essence, his mind wandered to matters concerning the company, and he casually remarked, Oh, no need for thanks. We are friends and neighbors. It's merely a small favor. We happen to be hungry. Would you like to join us for dinner? No, I've already eaten. I wouldn't want to intrude on your time together. I'll head back to my room. Of course, Su Xiaoli had not had dinner. But she was not one to overstay her welcome. After all, what business did she have interrupting their meal? As she was about to turn away, Ling Yi, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, called out to her. Su Xiaoli, wait. Is there something else? Su Xiaoli replied, somewhat perplexed. In her perception, Ling Yi was akin to an iceberg, starkly different from the warm-hearted Huang Yu. Typically serious and unyielding, it was unusual for her to suddenly call out to Su Xiaoli. Could it be that she was feeling jealous and wished to assert her claim over Huang Yu? However, that thought was rather far-fetched. While Huang Yu could be considered a friend, he fell significantly short of her standards for a romantic partner. Yet, Ling Yi's subsequent words completely took both Su Xiaoli and Huang Yu by surprise. Huang Yu and I are planning to start a company. Would you be interested in joining us? Su Xiaoli was left in utter bewilderment, considering they both resided in inexpensive rental accommodations. It was perplexing that they were suddenly discussing starting a company and seeking her involvement. Huang Yu shared her confusion. Although the idea of launching a business was exciting, why were they looking to recruit her at this stage? Ling Yi, however, paid no heed to their shared bewilderment and continued, You are our neighbor, and I believe you possess good character. Moreover, our company has certain confidential tasks that require trustworthy individuals, so I wanted to see if you might be interested. At that moment, Su Xiaoli had come to her senses, and her response was a firm rejection. Oh, thank you for your kind offer. But I'm quite satisfied with my current job. The manager is very good to me, and I'm not considering a job change. Ling Yi appeared unfazed by her response, expressing understanding. It's all right. Our company is in its infancy, so it's only natural that we might not attract your interest. However, if you ever wish to join us, you are always welcome. Sure, I'll keep that in mind. If your company really does grow strong, I'll definitely come knocking for a job. So don't refuse me then. Su Xiaoli replied. Rest assured, Ling Yi said. I'll take my leave now. Take care. After a quick farewell, Su Xiaoli hurried back to her room and shut the door behind her. In her mind, she couldn't help but think that Ling Yi had developed some sort of delusion. How could such a beautiful young woman suddenly entertain such thoughts? She must have been under some kind of stress. It was better to leave things be for now. Meanwhile, Huang Yu, standing at the door, remained expressionless. It wasn't until Su Xiaoli had retreated into her room that he finally reacted, hastily shutting his own door. Ling Yi, what are you joking about? Why did you suddenly bring this up? Su Xiaoli might very well think we're insane. Ling Yi, arms crossed calmly over her chest, remained unfazed. It's all right. Soon enough, she will realize I'm not joking, nor am I insane. I certainly understand that, Huang Yu replied. But why did you suddenly decide to recruit her? While it's not out of the question, we should wait until the company has made a name for itself before doing so. Mentioning it now will only lead people to believe we are frauds. Sighing deeply in response to Huang Yu's confusion, Ling Yi's expression shifted to one of compassion. Su Xiaoli's life has been exceedingly arduous, and I find it increasingly difficult to bear. I wish to extend my assistance to her. As you mentioned not long ago, her mother was a mistress, and tragically, her father orchestrated an accident that led to her demise, leaving Su Xiaoli to navigate life alone from a tender age. Initially, I had no intention of intervening. Yet perhaps due to my time spent at your home, witnessing the dynamics of your parents, I was reminded of my own past and the experiences shared with certain friends. Observing Su Xiaoli's background and the solitary path she has traversed over the years, I suddenly felt a surge of compassion. Seeing Ling Yi's demeanor, Huang Yu was inevitably moved. When he first encountered Ling Yi, her mind was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. However, as time passed, her innate kindness could not be concealed. She is, after all, a girl with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Huang Yu could not resist the urge to embrace Ling Yi tightly in his arms. If you wish to act, then do so. If we cannot bear to see her suffer, let us assist her. It will be all right. Thank you, Huang Yu. Leaning her head against Huang Yu's shoulder, Ling Yi suddenly expressed her gratitude, leaving Huang Yu somewhat puzzled. What do you thank me for? Thank you for always respecting me. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu smiled knowingly. Have you forgotten? You are my wife. How could I not respect you? Just don't mind that we reside in a secondary civilization. Indeed. I don't mind. Haha, that is good to hear. What would you like to eat later? 3 yellow chickens. I have already made a reservation. Excellent. We shall go shortly. Chapter 68. A new beginning. A few days later, in an industrial park bustling with towering buildings in the northern region of Yu City, Huang Yu followed Ling Yi toward their destination. As she led the way, she elaborated on the current state of the company. At present, our funds amount to only 300,000. It is impossible to independently acquire an entire building, so leasing remains our best option. I have reviewed the information and ultimately selected this location, albeit it is a bit distant, approximately 10 kilometers from our current residence, which takes about half an hour by car. Does that mean we should consider relocating? Not just yet. Rather than incessantly changing locations, it would be wiser to wait until our finances are more robust. At that point, we can directly purchase a large villa. That makes sense. Huang Yu, who had also traveled by car to this location, was well aware of the distance to their current abode. Initially, he had contemplated finding a new residence. But Ling Yi's reasoning resonated with him. Given their limited financial resources, it would be imprudent to seek a new place now. It would be better to wait and aim for a villa. Here we are, let us proceed. Soon, Ling Yi guided Huang Yu to the entrance of a building, where they took the elevator. In a short while, they arrived at their destination, revealing the name of their company displayed prominently, Juzhou Medicine. Of course, do not misunderstand. This entire floor cannot possibly belong solely to Huang Yu. You are already familiar with our product, which does not necessitate a vast production area. Given our limited funds, I have opted to lease a modest office space of 300 square meters. Previously, this location housed a technology company that succumbed to bankruptcy after 3 years of the pandemic. Nonetheless, considerable effort has been invested in its decor. And with merely a change of the company logo, it becomes readily usable. As the two approached, the sensor door opened automatically, and Huang Yu was immediately dazzled by the sight before him. Upon entering, he found himself in a reception hall adorned with large display screens, presumably utilized by the former company to showcase its products. Further inside lay a corridor flanked by offices of various sizes, each equipped with desks, chairs, and computer facilities, all exuding a sense of technological sophistication. The entire office area is dominated by a white palette, with the ceiling framed in black metal, while expansive white translucent panels create an exceptionally bright ambience when illuminated. In summary, it is a veritable epitome of modern technological aesthetics. Is this our new starting point? The decor is truly impressive. Ling Yi, your taste is exquisite. Huang Yu has always been generous in his praise for Ling Yi. Of course. Why else would I have chosen this place? The 300 square meters come at a monthly rent of only 6,300, with a deposit of 2 months and a payment for 1 month, totaling under 20,000. However, per our contract, we are obliged to lease it for a full year. All necessary equipment, including computers, has been diligently prepared, and I have also recruited staff online. We will officially commence work next Monday, adhering to a 9-to-5 schedule, 5 days a week, ensuring that our monthly payroll expenses remain manageable. By the way, let us explore our offices. The 2 rooms at the far end of the corridor are designated, one for you and one for me. Oh, Ling Yi's statement piqued Huang Yu's curiosity, prompting him to follow in her footsteps to the 2 offices at the corridor's end. The layout on both sides is symmetrical, and the decor style is consistent with the exterior. Upon entering, one encounters a set of reception sofas surrounding a conference table, while at the innermost part of the office sits an enormous semicircular desk, entirely white and impeccably organized, featuring only a computer and an office chair, accompanied by a substantial storage shelf behind it. Huang Yu harbored no objections. Ling Yi's arrangements consistently brought him delightful surprises. Ling Yi, you always think of everything so thoroughly. However, as we are a pharmaceutical company, where have you arranged for the production facilities? Ling Yi was well prepared for this inquiry as well. In the same industrial park, not far from here, I have leased a warehouse, which I have adapted into 3 completely isolated sections. One section serves as a materials warehouse for us to store the plants and herbs we procure. Another as a packaging workshop where I have already hired some workers to assist with cleaning and packaging as needed, and eventually we will transition to full automation. The final section is designated as the nominal pharmaceutical workshop, accessible only through a password-protected door leading from the materials warehouse. Once inside, you simply need to place the Vivian solution into the designated equipment. I will take you to see it shortly and clarify the password and important instructions. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu could not help but applaud Ling Yi. Excellent, excellent, excellent. You have covered every aspect with meticulous detail. Ling Yi, I find myself at a loss for words to commend you further. In response to his repeated praises, Ling Yi inevitably displayed a hint of pride, though she remained silent. The corners of her mouth curved into a delightful arc. Don't just focus on praising me. While I understand you aspire to be a hands-off manager, you must make it to the office at least once a week, even if it's just to play games. All right, I shall heed the orders of the boss lady. Ha. It goes without saying that although Huang Yu held 100% stake in the company, Ling Yi undoubtedly steered its daily operations. By the way, this endeavor has cost quite a bit, hasn't it? How much is left? It won't hinder the company's future development, will it? After all, we still need funds for promotion. All in all, we've spent nearly 200,000, but rest assured, I haven't ceased my stock trading in the past few days. I still have over 200,000 on hand. As for the promotion, you needn't worry. It won't require a substantial investment. Just 100 boxes of free Jojo hair growth gel will suffice. 100 boxes for free. Are they meant for certain celebrities? Setting aside the question of why they would accept your gift, given that you have no personal connections, why would they use something you've offered? Huang Yu expressed his confusion, yet he had never been disappointed by Ling Yi. He simply sensed that she must have a clever plan up her sleeve. What ingenious scheme do you have this time? Do share. Do you remember the first video I created? The individuals I promoted were those who not only faced hair loss issues, but also had the intention to purchase. A significant portion of them are not only successful in their own right, but they also have social circles filled with others who share similar concerns about hair loss. Therefore, if I publish a statement beneath the video, under the guise of a company launch benefit, offering 100 lucky viewers a box of Jojo hair growth gel for free, once they use it, in 7 days, they will become living advertisements for us in various circles. Upon hearing this plan, Huang Yu was overjoyed. Brilliant. As long as they persist for 7 days, their hair will naturally begin to grow back. Such a noticeable change will provoke inquiries from those around them, regardless of whether they themselves suffer from hair loss, thus generating effective advertising. Moreover, the people you've screened possess undeniable financial capability. A mere 20,000 to regain their hair is an opportunity they will not hesitate to seize. Without further ado, Huang Yu could hardly wait until the following Monday to execute the plan, but he needed to ask one last question. Are all the equipment and packaging ready? Everything is prepared. The first batch of packaging arrived yesterday. Then it's settled. Upon hearing Ling Yi's affirmative response, Huang Yu took her hand and strode towards the exit. Let us go. Ling Yi, Vivian must have already formulated part of it over the past few days. We must head to the pharmaceutical factory and produce those 100 boxes today. Chapter 69, The Initial Effects of Hair Growth Gel. Chen Yan, born in a small county in Guizhou province, dedicated himself to his studies from a young age in pursuit of success. He excelled in the college entrance examination and was admitted to a prestigious 985 university, decisively choosing software engineering as his field of study for future growth. After graduating, he continued his academic journey and obtained a master's degree, seizing the opportunity to join a high-tech company in Guangdong City, where he proudly became a programmer. In the subsequent years, through relentless effort, he garnered the admiration of his superiors, consistently receiving promotions. Blessed with good looks, he successfully married the woman of his dreams, and the following year welcomed their child into the world, achieving a splendid balance of love and career. Now, at the tender age of 33, he has ascended to the position of head of the Technology Development Department, earning a comfortable annual income of over $1 million, earning widespread recognition as a successful individual. However, like many programmers, he grapples with a common affliction, hair loss. At just 33, he has already succumbed to the dreaded baldness, his shiny forehead aging him by at least a decade. While strangers may refrain from commenting, his loving wife is considerate of his feelings. Yet, a recent remark from their child has kept him awake for several nights. Daddy, why are you different from the other kids' fathers? Oh, in what way am I different? You don't have hair here, while the other dads do. As he watched his dear child innocently point at his bald head, Chen Yan felt a surge of despair. Although he publicly maintained that his baldness was a testament to his success, I may be bald, but I have also become stronger. Privately, he had tried countless brands of anti-hair loss shampoos and growth serums in a desperate bid to preserve his hair, all to no avail. Initially, he contemplated hair transplantation, only to be dissuaded by the doctor, who deemed the area of hair loss too extensive and the remaining hair insufficient for the procedure. He considered wearing a wig, but was informed that wigs tend to lack breathability and long-term use could exacerbate hair damage and loss. Ultimately, he settled on medication. But the results were apparent. Just look at his gleaming forehead. With a heavy heart, he lamented, this handsome face of mine has been utterly ruined by this hair situation. Fortunately, managing the Technology Development Department means that over half of his subordinates are also bald, with the rest on the verge of baldness, forming a brotherhood of sorts, none of them judging one another. Though he has relinquished hope, he still occasionally searches online for videos related to hair growth. Recently, he stumbled upon a video titled My Male God Cultivation Plan 1, Saving His Hair. Although the gentleman in the video is not yet bald, his hairline is precariously fragile. However, it remains a mystery what concoction his girlfriend has administered, for in merely 7 days, his hair has noticeably regrown. Despite his profession in software engineering, he has developed a commendable proficiency in video production over the years. With meticulous discernment, he has concluded that the video is authentic. Indeed, the gentleman's hair has truly sprouted within a week. Overcome with excitement, he eagerly joined the ranks of those requesting the link beneath the video. fully aware that anyone publishing such content is invariably promoting a product, which he felt compelled to try. Even if it proves ineffective, it matters little. After all this time, what does he have to lose? Yet, nearly half a month passed, and the content creator had even released an online film, remaining indifferent to the multitude of link requests beneath the first video. As of yesterday, there had been no updates or responses. While he acknowledged the film's spectacular visual effects and impeccable technical execution, his sole concern remained his hair. One morning, while having breakfast, he revisited a popular short video platform, only to discover a private message awaiting him, sent by someone calling themselves General Thunder. Isn't that the content creator? Upon opening the message, he learned of the establishment of a new company named Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals, promising customers a wave of benefits. Among those who commented on various platforms, 100 individuals would be randomly selected to receive a complimentary box of Jiuzhou hair growth gel, valued at 20,000, claiming results in 7 days. Could it be that I have been chosen? 20,000? How extravagant. Regardless, it's free. I'll give it a try. He promptly replied with his address and his wife's phone number. To his surprise, that very evening upon returning home from work, his wife presented him with a black gift box. Darling, what medication have you purchased this time? I'm not opposed, but how many times have we tried this? And none have proven effective? What medication? Where did this gift box come from? It's from today's delivery. That Jiuzhou hair growth gel? Clearly, you bought it. It arrived the same day? How swift. Oh, I won it in a lottery. It cost nothing. So what's the harm in trying? Chen Yin took the gift box and observed a striking red dragon emblem adorning it, with the words Jiuzhou hair growth gel inscribed in bold red letters. Upon opening it, he discovered 7 transparent glass vials arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper. Upon seeing the packaging, Chen Yan's wife couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This packaging is truly exquisite. Indeed, Chen Yan replied absent-mindedly as he perused the instruction manual. The application method was straightforward. Apply with a cotton swab to the required areas before bedtime, 1 vial per day, with results expected in 7 days. However, he found it peculiar that the manual prominently warned in large red letters that if accidentally applied to other areas, one must wash it off with clean water immediately. Otherwise, hair might grow erratically, and the company would assume no liability. Such a bold declaration could either be a marketing gimmick or indicative of the company's genuine confidence. Very well. I will first give it a try to see if you are indeed growing hair. My dear, I shall take a shower now. Please assist me with the application later. Time passes day by day. In the initial days, Chen Yin felt little to no change, but by the 5th morning, he began to feel a slight itch on his scalp, eliciting mixed emotions within him. Is this the onset of hair growth or a scalp issue? However, considering that only 3 small boxes remain, he decided to continue using the product, as it would only be a couple more days until he could see results. Yet, nearly a day later, his formerly smooth scalp began to undergo a transformation, a fact immediately noticed by his wife sharing the bed with him. Darling, what has happened to your head? Has that treatment caused a skin reaction? What? Startled by his wife's words, Chen Yin quickly touched the top of his head, and the soft, fuzzy sensation left him momentarily speechless. Is this hair growing in? Hair, come here and let me see. Upon hearing Chen Yan's assertion, his wife could not resist approaching for a closer look. To her astonishment, a thin layer of fine, short hair had indeed begun to sprout from her husband's scalp. A gentle touch confirmed its authenticity. Wow, it's true. Darling, your hair is growing. That treatment is truly miraculous. Encouraged by his wife's affirmation, Chen Yan joyfully patted his head, bursting into laughter. At last, he had hair. Ha! I finally found the right remedy. I must use up the remaining supply. Surely, my hair will flourish. I'll show it to my friends, and this time, they can treat me to a meal without me revealing the secret of the remedy. This scene unfolded simultaneously in dozens of households, all sharing 2 commonalities, balding heads and affluence. The miraculous effects of Jiuzhou hair growth gel were just beginning to reveal themselves. Chapter 70. Sold out. Just as Chen Yan was about to raise a toast in celebration, the employees of Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals officially commenced their first day of work. Huang Yu made an appearance, recognizing familiar faces among the small group of just over a dozen individuals, most of whom were in their 20s and possessed several years of experience, with a balanced mix of genders. Huang Yu, not particularly eloquent, merely expressed a few words about the company's recent establishment, encouraging everyone to work diligently, before allowing them to return to their respective duties while he retreated to his own office. With little to occupy his time, he now only needed to await the development of word of mouth. Calculating the timeline, he anticipated that the 100 fortunate customers who had used the product would start to see results within the week, even if some had not utilized it. At least a few dozen would become living advertisements for Jojo Pharmaceuticals. It was mid-October, and by the end of the month, he expected to witness the first wave of sales surging. I may have to worry about insufficient production then. Perhaps I should strive to have Vivian transfer the raw materials and pharmaceutical technology, while also considering whether the Earth's environment is suitable for the growth of those plants. Forget it. Pondering over these matters is of little consequence. With the capable manager Ling Yi at the helm, I, as the owner, merely need to make occasional appearances. It has been quite some time since I indulged in gaming, and the computer Ling Yi has prepared boasts impressive specifications. It is time to once again engage in a bit of social warfare. As anticipated by Huang Yu, take Chen Yin as a prime example. On Monday, when the workweek commenced, the multitude of programmers under him were still engrossed in their computers, oblivious to the changes around them. By Tuesday, however, a few astute programmers began to notice that their boss's hair seemed to be growing, albeit not particularly conspicuously. Yet by Wednesday, after Chen Yin had applied the last remnants of a hair growth gel and taken a moment to tidy up his hair with a buzz cut, the transformation was striking. With the sides and back shaved down, the newly sprouted hair on top became immediately noticeable, visible even to the most oblivious observer. At this point, his beleaguered programmers could no longer remain seated, each one gravitating towards him. "Boss, how did your hair suddenly sprout?" one inquired. "Indeed, boss," another chimed in. "We all agreed to embrace baldness together. How come you've secretly reverted back?" "Boss, you smoke. Do share your secret with us. Surely it's not a hair transplant. We know the truth." Chen Yin reclined in his chair, nonchalantly accepting a cigarette. An observant junior quickly leaned in to light it for him. Yet Chen did not immediately respond. Instead, he took a deep drag, squinting his eyes as he leisurely exhaled a plume of smoke. Watching his subordinates hang on his every word, he began to recount his tale. "Not long ago, I came across an advertisement for a hair growth product. Initially, I didn't pay it much mind, but I left a comment on a whim. To my surprise, I won a lottery, and they sent me a box of the product for free. I thought, since it was complimentary, why not give it a try? I followed the instructions and used it for 7 days, and lo and behold, my hair began to grow." Upon hearing this, the younger programmers were skeptical. "Come on, boss. That's hard to believe. No product works in just 7 days. "Exactly. Are you trying to pull our leg?" Chen Yin had anticipated their disbelief. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would have doubted it too. He took another drag, releasing a smoke ring, and declared, "As your leader, would I deceive you about such a matter? This box of medicine is worth 20,000 yuan. You get what you pay for. It's not surprising for an expensive product to yield results in 7 days. 20,000. Why doesn't he just rob a bank?" one exclaimed. While some were incredulous at the price, others, feeling the smoothness of their own bald heads, expressed a willingness to purchase the product. Yet, a few honed in on the crucial question. "Boss, after all this talk, what is the name of the product?" "Yes. Do tell us, boss." Upon hearing this question finally posed, Chen Yin couldn't help but smile to himself. Let us see how long you can endure without knowing. Well, I suppose I can share this with you, but once my hair grows back, I expect a feast at Longting Seafood Hot Pot. With the recent discharge of treated wastewater into the ocean, the seafood is still consumable, and I intend to indulge in its delights. Who among you will foot the bill? Damn it, boss, are you waiting for us? A meal at Longting Seafood Hot Pot isn't inexpensive. Even if you remain silent, advertisements will emerge, and soon enough, we shall know how to procure it. What's there to fear? Upon hearing this, Chen Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, you might truly find it difficult to purchase." I visited their official website, and they stated that due to a scarcity of raw materials, they are currently limited to selling a maximum of 5,000 boxes each month. If you wait for the advertisements to roll out, you might be queuing up for a long time. Goodness, only 5,000 boxes a month? This is clearly a strategy of scarcity marketing, but it shouldn't be. A hair growth product that shows results in just 7 days is priced so high that it must genuinely be due to limited production. Otherwise, even if they intended to employ scarcity tactics, they shouldn't be releasing only 5,000 boxes a month. 500,000 would barely suffice, considering the number of people suffering from hair loss nationwide. Hey, let us not dwell on this. If it truly works in 7 days, it wouldn't just be 20,000. Even 200,000 people would be eager to purchase. It seems they have just launched, and their reputation is still building. In a month or two, it may become impossible to acquire. Well, it seems that's indeed the case. First come, first served. Those who delay may find even money one to secure a purchase. At this point, the group of young men became animated, and they reached a consensus. Let us do it. For our hair. What's one meal in the grand scheme of things? Boss, it's settled then. Do our programmers lack money? They lack hair. If we can regrow it, Consider it a feast. We'll share the expense for a little indulgence. We'll cover your portion, boss. That makes sense. If our hair truly grows back, we must celebrate. Come on, boss, spill the details. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chen Yin decided to divulge the details about the Jiuzhou hair growth gel, even describing the sensations he experienced during the different phases of its application in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it credible and quickly began searching on their phones. Meanwhile, Ling Yi had already registered a store on various online shopping platforms, listing only one product, the Jiuzhou hair growth gel, priced at a staggering 20,000. Confirmed, it's the one. Place the order. Instantly, the newly established Jiuzhou pharmaceutical company began to receive a flurry of orders. Initially, there were only a few dozen, but by the next day, it surged to several hundred. Within just a week, the planned 5,000 boxes of hair growth gel for the month were completely sold out. These orders came not only from programmers like Chen Yin, but also from wealthy businessmen, celebrities, scholars, and even officials from various regions. Consequently, while the general populace remained unaware of this miraculous hair growth remedy, Jiuzhou Pharmaceutical had already gained significant notoriety within elite circles. Chapter 71. A celebration of a small achievement on the morning of the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, the Double Ninth Festival. A celebratory meeting was convened within Jiuzhou Pharmaceutical Company, which had been established for less than half a month. Certainly not to celebrate the Double Ninth Festival. This day also happens to be a Monday, which is traditionally designated for the company's weekly meeting. Huang Yu, Ling Yi, and all newly hired employees, even the cleaning staff, gathered together in the conference room, all adorned in the company's freshly tailored uniforms, which naturally included the two of them, located in Lingnan. The current temperature remains above 20 degrees Celsius, thus the uniforms are designed for summer. The men sport white short-sleeve shirts paired with black trousers, while the women wear black pencil skirts. Huang Yu's appearance in the uniform was unremarkable, but Ling Yi's transformation was quite the spectacle. Her beauty was already exceptional, yet she typically donned casual attire like t-shirts. Today, however, she had donned the office uniform, accentuating her figure exquisitely, and had even applied a subtle touch of makeup, making her radiate with allure. This morning, Huang Yu was momentarily captivated, truly embodying the essence of uniform allure. Had he not been aware of the day's significance as the company's celebration meeting, he might have been tempted to embrace the enchanting lady and indulge in a moment of intimacy. But all was well. There would be ample time in the evening. In the conference room, Huang Yu occupied the seat of honor, while Ling Yi sat at his side, succinctly summarizing the company's achievements from the previous week. The employees seated below had all received prior notification, which rendered them somewhat euphoric. Our company had only been established a week, yet the Jiuzhou hair growth gel had already achieved remarkable success. Although the limited availability of raw materials restricted monthly production to no more than 5,000 boxes, each priced at an astonishing 20,000, the miraculous efficacy of hair growth within 7 days garnered commendations from various clients. Before the company even commenced operations, the owner and I had selected 100 fortunate customers to receive a complimentary box of Jiuzhou hair growth gel. Many of these individuals faced severe hair loss. Yet after just 7 days of use, the results were immediate, sparking interest among their circles, who clamored to order our product. To date, all 5,000 boxes of Jiuzhou hair growth gel produced this month had been sold out, signifying that our company's first month of sales had already reached a staggering 100 million. Upon hearing Ling Yi's affirmative declaration, even though the employees were prepared for the news, over a dozen of them could not contain their excitement, erupting into cheers. Hooray! Awesome! The boss is incredible. Ling is amazing. The company is phenomenal. Who would have thought I'd be part of such a small yet ambitious goal? Haha, they were all in their 20s. Having endured several years of the harsh realities of society after graduating, initially holding modest expectations for this job, merely seeing it as a stable 9-to-5 position with a reasonable workload, a decent choice in the short term, although the monthly salary was only around 4,000 to 5,000. Excluding meals and accommodation, the company diligently provided social insurance. Yet who could have anticipated that this newly established small company would be so impressive? The registered capital was merely 300,000, yet astonishingly, the sales for the first month soared to an impressive 100 million. A modest goal was effortlessly achieved. However, what truly exhilarated them was not the company's earnings, but rather the announcement made by their boss, Huang Yu, who declared that starting next month, everyone would receive a salary increase, accompanied by a lottery event. The specific amounts were to be unveiled in today's meeting. At this moment, Ling Yi had comfortably settled into her seat. Huang Yu smiled and nodded at her, acknowledging her hard work, then turned his attention to the employees, whose emotions had already been expressed. He deemed it an appropriate time to speak. Everyone, please quiet down. I have a few words regarding the salary increases and the lottery, he stated. As soon as he finished, a profound silence enveloped the room. After all, everyone had eagerly anticipated this day for the sake of these two matters. I, too, have risen from the ranks of the working class, and I detest superfluous talk from bosses, so let me get straight to the point. This month, excluding weekends, we have only 7 days left. Based on everyone's performance, we will evaluate and select 3 tiers for salary increases. The first tier will receive a 5,000 increase, the second tier a 3,000 increase, and the third tier, which serves as a consolation prize, will receive 1,000. After all, achieving this success is a collective effort. The company was still in its nascent stages, with no department heads yet appointed. Every significant and trivial matter was managed by General Ling. These 3 tiers would also influence everyone's future promotions, which I need not elaborate on further. The specific details will be shared in the company group shortly. Furthermore, although our hair growth gel has not yet been fully shipped, we have collected a 5,000 deposit from each customer, resulting in a total of 25 million in the company account. While the majority of this will be reinvested into the company's next phase of development, we can certainly allocate a portion for the lottery. The red envelopes vary in size, with the largest being 100,000 and the smallest 1,000. Everyone is welcome to line up to draw. Whoever picks one will claim it. Of course, General Ling and I will not participate. With that, Huang Yu retrieved a cardboard box from beneath the conference table, which had a small opening at the top. Witnessing their boss's decisiveness, the employees promptly formed an orderly queue, and no chaos ensued, given that there were only a handful of them, and each was guaranteed at least a 1,000 envelope. The first to approach was a young woman from the finance department, a few years younger than Huang Yu, possessing a lovely appearance and a commendable figure, though she paled in comparison to Ling Yi. You are first, please draw, Huang Yu said. Thank you, boss, the young woman responded, bowing slightly in gratitude. With excitement illuminating her face, she reached into the box and retrieved a folded piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, she exclaimed, 50,000. Well, 50,000. He. I never saved that much in a year. Thank you, boss. The sheer joy of receiving a 50,000 envelope overwhelmed the young woman, nearly prompting her to leap forward and kiss Huang Yu, who instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. Hey, calm down, young lady. There are so many people here. This scene elicited hearty laughter from everyone present, and Ling Yi could only smile and shake her head. The girl she had teased blushed and hurried away. Next came a handsome male employee, about the same age as Huang Yu, who exhibited a remarkably composed demeanor. He bowed and expressed his gratitude before withdrawing a slip of paper. Upon opening it, he discovered it was merely a guaranteed sum of 10,000 yuan. However, he did not dwell on his disappointment. With a touch of self-deprecation regarding his luck, he thanked everyone once more and stepped aside. Chapter 72 Nonsense? Ambitions? Soon, all the employees had completed their draws, and enthusiasm ran high. After all, a minimum of 10,000 yuan was indeed tangible cash. Huang Yu promptly transferred the amount to their accounts through Ling Yi, emphasizing efficiency. This was far more practical than other companies that often awarded peculiar items as prizes. Huang Yu remembered when he had drawn an e-reader during a second job. While it was a fine gadget, it served little purpose for him. Surprisingly, the grand prize of 100,000 yuan was drawn by a cleaning lady from the company. Although she also assisted with product packaging, her primary role remained in cleaning. Once the packaging transitioned to full automation, she would truly become a full-time janitor. Initially, she had only intended to join the fun. Yet she found herself overwhelmed with emotion upon winning the substantial prize, nearly brought to tears as she repeatedly thanked Huang Yu, who eventually managed to soothe her excitement. At some point, Ling Yi leaned closer to Huang Yu and began to share the story of the cleaning lady. Her name was Zhao Hong, and she had endured considerable hardship. Her husband had died young due to an accident. Initially, she managed to live reasonably well on the compensation she received. But she lent that money to her best friend for a business venture, only to see it all vanish, with her friend unable to repay her. For years, she had been evading her friend, working multiple jobs to support her son through college. After they both moved to Guangdong province, they found themselves in the same company, but had recently lost their jobs due to poor management tactics that forced employees to resign. After Ling Yi finished her account, Huang Yu turned to her, visibly surprised. So, it was your arrangement that led her to win the 100,000 yuan prize? How did you manage that? How was it possible? That was just a cardboard box, and the slips were printed and randomly placed inside. I certainly lack such capability at present. Indeed, he mused, otherwise, it would be exceedingly unscientific. What had begun as a casual inquiry from Huang Yu shifted back to serious matters, as Ling Yi always had her own agenda when discussing individual circumstances. Speaking of which, Ling Yi, it appears you wish to assist them? Yes, both mother and son are trustworthy individuals. If you are willing, I would like to bring Zhao Hong's son on board and assign him some simple tasks. Huang Yu found himself amused by Ling Yi's somewhat cautious words. Ultimately, she was a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart, unable to bear seeing honest individuals suffer. As fate would have it, he felt the same way. Do not forget, although your position in the company is that of a manager, you are also the boss. You may make decisions on such matters at your discretion. As long as your integrity is impeccable, I have no objections. With a soft affirmation, Ling Yu merely responded with a gentle yet a smile graced her face. Huang Yu felt a sense of accomplishment. Despite their brief acquaintance of less than 2 months, she had shed her initial aloofness, her smiles becoming increasingly frequent. As the celebration began to wind down, it was time for everyone to return to their respective duties. The company must continue its regular operations. Observing the employees still engaged in playful banter, Ling Yi composed her expression and issued a command, prompting an immediate hush among the crowd as they prepared to resume their tasks. Yet, Huang Yu suddenly recalled an important announcement he had neglected to make. Everyone, please hold on. There is one more thing I forgot to mention. No comparing red envelopes, and no pressuring colleagues to treat. He declared, if there is to be a treat, it shall be from me, the boss. This evening, no one is to leave after work. I will arrange transportation to Longting Seafood Hot Pot for a feast. Indulge yourselves, as I will cover all expenses. Families are welcome to join as well. One condition, though, we have work tomorrow, so no excessive drinking. At this, the crowd, which had only just settled, erupted into excitement once more. Longting Seafood Hot Pot is renowned in Yu City as an upscale establishment with a minimum per capita expenditure exceeding 1,000. Everyone had heard of it. Yet few had ever set foot inside. And with the boss declaring an open invitation to feast, how could they resist flattering him? Boss is magnificent. Boss is generous. Boss, you are the most handsome. Ah, I relish such compliments. Do keep them coming. Alas, I am certain I cannot compare to the charm of our esteemed audience. Huang Yu replied playfully. Enough. Back to work, everyone. Ultimately, it was the typically aloof Ling Yi who once again commanded the employees back to their posts, though their barely concealed excitement was evident to all. Later that evening, after indulging lavishly at Longting Seafood Hot Pot, Huang Yu, supported by Ling Yi, returned to his modest rented home. Despite the earlier prohibition against excessive drinking, the joy of the occasion led him to share a few drinks with his colleagues. After over 20 years of struggle, he finally felt a sense of accomplishment in his burgeoning career. The meal alone cost nearly 100,000. However, his alcohol tolerance had never been robust, and after just a few glasses, he found himself unsteady on his feet. Yet, no employee dared to assist him. While neither he nor Ling Yi had publicly acknowledged their relationship, it was evident to all. Male employees hesitated to interfere with their boss's affairs, while female employees feared incurring the boss lady's displeasure. Thus, Ling Yi was left to support him alone. Fortunately, her physical prowess was unparalleled, allowing her to effortlessly escort Huang Yu home. After lying in bed for some time to recuperate, Huang Yu's mind gradually cleared, though he still felt somewhat dazed. Upon noticing Ling Yi beside him, gently wiping his forehead with a warm towel, he felt a swell of gratitude and could not help but express, "Thank you, Ling Yi. Without you, I would be utterly incapable, at least not with such swiftness." Why the sudden declaration? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback by the words, her hands pausing in their motions. "None of this matters, as long as you do not forget our pact." "How could I ever forget? You are my betrothed, though unwed. And I vow that given the slightest opportunity, I shall capture that pair of scoundrels, Hua Guang and Tang Jia, and deliver them into your hands. First, I shall render them impotent, then roast their manhood, compelling them to consume their own flesh, before making them relive the torment they inflicted upon Huang." As he spoke, Huang Yu began to ramble, gesturing animatedly. Ling Yi could not help but cast him a sidelong glance, fully aware that he could not handle the potent liquor, yet still indulging in it, leading to this nonsensical chatter. The matter is far from simple. "Fine, I believe you, but do tend to the present. Our 9-figure sales target remains unmet." Upon hearing Ling Yi's remark, Huang Yu grew even more animated. "Ah yes, take care of the present." "Tend to, the present? I tell you, Ling Yi, I have long harbored disdain for those so-called elites, idling away their days while we, the laborers, suffer intensely. No raises in salary, no prospects for marriage, and no courage to bear children. Once I achieve my ambitions, it will be for 3 reasons. Justice. Justice. Above all, justice. Of course, for now, we must bide our time. When our forward-based vehicle arrives, I will not keep it within the country, lest we second-guess ourselves, but rather place it in northern Bagan. It is rife with chaos there, and I shall recruit a local as our underling. Pushing through with our plans. Along the way, we shall expand our influence. When the time comes, we will unleash every cutting-edge technology at our disposal, one by one. We shall conquer those nations, and soon the world will bow to us. Domestically, they too shall heed our commands, and we shall establish a global socialist federation right here. And then, Huang Yu fell into a deep slumber, failing to even approach the allure beside him, much less consider a bath. Listening to his incoherent ramblings, Ling Yu wiped the sweat from his brow while rolling her eyes. Yet, was what he spoke merely nonsense? Or was it a glimpse of his aspirations? Chapter 73. In stillness, movement arises early the next morning. After freshening up, Ling Yi gazed at Huang Yu, still sprawled upon the bed, and shook her head in resignation. After consuming just a modicum of liquor, he had become utterly incoherent, still unable to awaken. He must not drink again. However, glancing at the time, she realized she must hurry to work. The company could not do without her. Thus, she took up pen and paper, leaving a note on the bedside table before heading to the office. Half an hour later. Good morning, General Ling. Good morning, General Ling. As Ling Yi greeted the employees with a nod along the way, he did not dwell on it and began to attend to matters in his office upon arrival. However, outside, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil, as the employees' gossiping spirits ignited fervently, engaging in hushed exchanges. Strange, don't you think? Where's the boss? He and General Ling always come to work together, don't they? Could it be that he got drunk and hasn't woken up yet? He was stumbling last night. Surely not. It was only a few glasses of baijiu. I suspect that something happened last night. Shoo, let us keep our thoughts to ourselves. Discussing the boss and his wife behind their backs could jeopardize our jobs. Right. The performance reviews are coming up in a few days, and raises are on the horizon. We can't risk getting fired just for being the first to step through the door. Exactly. Where else can we find such a generous employer? He hands out bonuses and raises like it's nothing. I've never seen anything like it. Yes, back to work. Meanwhile, in a rental apartment, Huang Yu lay on his bed, stifling a long yawn. Habitually reaching out beside him with his eyes closed, he was surprised to find nothing there. Where's Ling Yi? Forcing his eyes open, Huang Yu glanced at his phone and realized it was already 11 in the morning. How long did I sleep? Didn't I speak with Ling Yi last night? Why can't I remember anything after that? He shook his head, trying to dispel the fog in his mind. Having not showered the previous night, he felt sticky and uncomfortable. He rose, grabbed a set of clothes, and headed to the bathroom. After a refreshing wash and changing into clean attire, Huang Yu felt significantly more alert, just as he was about to retrieve his phone from the bed. He turned his head and noticed a note left on the bedside table. Picking it up, he read, Huang Yu, you drank too much last night. Take the day to rest. I'll handle the company matters, so don't worry. However, you must refrain from drinking in the future. Please deal with your own breakfast and lunch, but I will be back for dinner. Silently folding the note, Huang Yu closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. While it felt nice to receive care from his wife, he couldn't shake the feeling of being a kept man. Upon reflection, it seemed that ever since the establishment of Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals, his contributions had dwindled. Recently, all he had done was deliver some plants to Vivian and transport hundreds of prepared vials to the pharmaceutical workshop. The rest of the time, he felt like a slacker, spending his days gaming in the office. Though he was an avid player, indulging in historical reversals and overthrowing regimes, he found great joy in these pursuits. However, after nearly half a month of play, it has lost its charm, and I find myself growing restless. The so-called stillness breeds movement. I must find something to occupy my time. System, please ascertain if there exists a suitable cultivation technique for me. After several exchanges with Vivian, Huang Yu remained deeply intrigued by the cultivation she spoke of. According to her, her current prowess in magic is merely average, while the tribal chief, Sophia, practices combat energy. Though she is the mightiest warrior of her tribe, in the grand scheme of her world, she is hardly unique. Truly formidable cultivators possess abilities far beyond mere flight. They can extend their lifespans by hundreds or even thousands of years. Huang Yu has long been itching to embark on such a journey. Which Chinese person has not dreamed of soaring through the skies on a sword? He once contemplated trading for Vivian's cultivation techniques. But the answer he received was disheartening. Her tribe lacked any noteworthy techniques. Otherwise, they would not be so easily bullied. In fact, Vivian herself harbored no desire for cultivation. She believed that the time spent delving into such studies would be better invested in honing her own skills, allowing her to eventually exchange for whatever she desired through the system. Thus, she has devoted her years to the study of alchemical knowledge. Huang Yu agreed with her perspective and even temporarily set aside his cultivation aspirations. Yet now, in the throes of idleness, he instinctively turned to the system to search for any cultivation techniques suited for him. However, it was not long before the system delivered a harsh rebuke. Host. No suitable cultivation techniques were found. Huang Yu was taken aback and immediately voiced his skepticism. How could this be possible? The universe is vast. How could there not be even one suitable cultivation technique for me? Host. The cultivation techniques of various civilizations in the universe are tailored for their own races. Those of differing physiques cannot cultivate them. Surely, there must be at least one technique available? Host. Indeed, there are techniques you could cultivate. But they are not suitable for you. Why are they unsuitable? Because you cannot afford them. Huang Yu. Damn, that sounds rather familiar. System. What is the price I cannot afford? The techniques available for your cultivation only accept transactions in cosmic currency, and currently, your cosmic currency balance is 0. Cosmic currency. Again with the cosmic currency. How does one even obtain this? Ling Yu seems to know but has never delved into the subject. As if convinced Huang Yu would never acquire it. System. What exactly is this cosmic currency, and how is it obtained? Cosmic currency is the universal currency of the cosmos, formed from standard units cut from cosmic crystal mines. Within the cosmic crystals lies an exceedingly pure energy, holding a status in the universe akin to that of oil on your home planet. There are only two ways to generate it. One is through natural cosmic formation, and the other through artificial creation by advanced civilizations, both requiring a rich source of cosmic primordial energy. Cosmic primordial energy? Huang Yu found himself perplexed by this. Yet if it could occur naturally, might there be such a phenomenon on Earth? System. Do you assert that there exists cosmic crystal or on our planet? Generally speaking, planets that give rise to civilizations of cultivation must possess cosmic crystal ore. For only within an environment rich in the primordial energies of the universe can life forms absorb sufficient energy to enhance their existence and facilitate the evolution of their species, ultimately striving toward the cosmos. In contrast, planets that foster technological civilizations are unlikely to harbor cosmic crystal ore, as the life forms therein cannot garner enough energy, thus relying on external substances to reach for the stars, resulting in significantly diminished individual strength. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Huang Yu felt a chill seep into his heart. Yet he yearned to resist. May I interpret this as meaning that even if I desire to cultivate, I am inextricably tied to the energy source of cosmic crystals? Precisely. Huang Yu. Chapter 74. Supporting Vivian just when he contemplated taking action, this avenue was abruptly obstructed. Huang Yu pressed his hand to his forehead. His eyes tightly shut in anguish, his heart heavy with despair. Damn it! Why do others receive golden opportunities worth billions, while I, bestowed with a golden finger, am left feeling utterly impoverished? After much contemplation, a sudden spark ignited in Huang Yu's mind. Eureka! Soon, clutching onto his last shred of hope, he sought out Vivian to discuss another matter. Huang Yu, why have you come to pester me for the potion again? Just a few days ago, I provided you with several hundred vials of Heil grass extract. I can't expedite the process. In the image, Vivian was tending to her large cauldron, laboriously working on Huang Yu's behalf, her complexion appearing somewhat haggard. Upon seeing him, she rolled her eyes, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Huang Yu was acutely aware of the reason behind her demeanor. When Vivian had previously agreed to concoct 1,000 vials of Heil grass extract for him, she had calculated under normal circumstances, forgetting about the impending migration of her tribe. During this period, she was migrating with her tribe by day and tirelessly preparing potions for Huang Yu by night, leaving her utterly exhausted. Thankfully, the extraction of Heil grass was relatively straightforward. Otherwise, she would truly be overwhelmed. Due to the trust bestowed upon her by her fellow tribespeople, there were no complaints regarding the migration and potion-making tasks, even though the other 8 priests shared her burden. However, while others remained steadfast, Vivian was left to grapple with the consequences of her own decisions. Furthermore, since she had mobilized her tribe under the pretext of divine mandate, she could not outwardly exhibit any displeasure, which compounded her distress. Thus, Huang Yu's recent inquiries about the potions had rendered Vivian's demeanor increasingly irritable. Had she not maintained her composure, she would have certainly lashed out. Ahem. I acknowledge the toil of potion-making, Vivian, but I truly am not here to press you about the potions this time. Oh? Then what brings you here? Upon hearing that Huang Yu was not there to urge her for potion preparations, Vivian's expression finally improved somewhat. However, Huang Yu's next remark compelled her to roll her eyes once more. Actually, I came to inquire if you possess any cosmic coins or have encountered a mineral known as cosmic crystal. Huang Yu, my friend, do you truly believe that if I had cosmic coins, I would toil so hard to assist you in concocting potions? Well, Considering that you belong to a civilization of cultivators, it stands to reason that your planet should have cosmic crystal mines. Hence, I couldn't resist the curiosity to come here and test my luck. Alas, if only I could discover a cosmic crystal mine, I would directly procure whatever is needed from the system, while I may not necessarily become the sovereign of an entire planet. Establishing a formidable realm for the centaur spirits would undoubtedly be achievable. Unfortunately, I have yet to find one. Huang Yu had anticipated Vivian's lack of cosmic coins, initially harboring a faint hope of chance. All right, Vivian, let us bypass the wretched cosmic coins and discuss another matter. Upon mentioning another topic, a serious expression crossed Huang Yu's face, piquing Vivian's curiosity. Despite the resentment brewing within her due to the relentless potion preparation, she still regarded Huang Yu as a friend. Once he indicated that he wished to discuss serious matters, she knew it was not a jest. Look, there are only 9 individuals in your tribe who are capable of concocting potions, yourself included. The maximum number of potions that can be produced within a month does not exceed 2,000 bottles. To my mind, this is simply too slow. Huang Yu, do you have any idea how challenging it is to concoct this potion? Just the temperature control alone cannot afford a single error. One must remain vigilant at all times. A slight deviation could render all efforts futile. Vivian erupted at his words. I thought you wanted to discuss serious matters, yet here you are mocking my hard work? Yet, her indignation was anticipated by Huang Yu. Vivian, it is not that I question your speed. Rather, the demand is overwhelmingly large. To illustrate, regarding the extract of the black herb, my nation's population is a staggering 1 billion of those. A conservative estimate suggests that at least 250 million suffer from hair loss. The population of my planet exceeds 8 billion. The number of individuals with hair loss is incalculable. Do you comprehend the magnitude of this market, Vivian? At this revelation, Vivian was left dumbfounded, her eyes widening as one hand instinctively covered her agape mouth. Her own tribe comprised fewer than 1,000 individuals. All the demi-humans in the Great Grass Sea totaled no more than 2 million, and the southern humans were uncertain. But collectively, they certainly did not exceed 100 million. A nation with a population of 1 billion and a planet with 8 billion inhabitants. What an astonishing concept. Vivian could hardly fathom it. Observing her astonished expression, Huang Yu could not help but smile. You require sufficient resources to establish a nation, while I need ample potions to expand the market, instead of remaining in our current predicament, where your capacity to procure potions is limited and my ability to expand the market is stifled. It would be far more advantageous for us to pursue a mutually beneficial arrangement aimed at maximizing our respective profits. To this end, I propose that we enter into a long-term agreement. You shall oversee the research and development of potions, providing the necessary cultivation techniques for medicinal herbs and the methods for potion formulation, while I shall take charge of the manufacturing process. From the moment our agreement is enacted, and until you establish a sovereign realm for the centaur race, I will supply you with all the essentials you require, be it food, clothing, medicine, construction materials, or even weaponry. Through our previous discussions, he was well aware that Vivian's dream was to escape the precarious fate of her kin and to forge an independent and formidable nation for the centaurs. However, the potions she could currently provide were merely a drop in the ocean for Earth. Perhaps, from this perspective, he could encourage Vivian to collaborate with him, sharing the potion formulation techniques. Yet, Huang Yu found himself pondering how to operationalize this idea until a sudden epiphany struck him. A patronage. Indeed, this was the unconventional notion Huang Yu had conceived, considering the immense benefits brought forth by the potions and the dire state of the dwindling centaur population. The cost of supporting Vivian's tribe was negligible. As for the potential population boom in the future, that was a matter for another day, and Huang Yu had stipulated that the agreement would last until the centaur nation was established. With the support of Earth's resources, creating a nation in another world would be a mere formality. Wouldn't there be ample time for them to expand their lineage? Upon hearing Huang Yu's audacious proposal, Vivian was momentarily taken aback, realizing for the first time that the system's trading mechanism could be navigated in such a manner. It was as though a new world had been unveiled before her. However, despite the allure of Huang Yu's proposition, she believed that such a monumental decision required careful deliberation. Huang Yu, this matter is too significant for me to decide lightly. I need time to contemplate. Take all the time you need, Huang Yu replied, understanding her hesitation. He could also consult Ling Yi for further insights and to address any potential gaps in their plan. Thus, their conversation came to a close. Huang Yu resolved to have a light meal before heading to the company, while Vivian, after a moment of contemplation, made her way directly to the chieftain's tent. Chapter 75. The flaw in the agreement. What? You intend to sponsor an entire civilization? In the afternoon, within the office of Ling Yi at the Jiuzhou Pharmaceutical Company, An exclamation broke the tranquil atmosphere. Had it not been for the soundproofing of the office, the commotion would surely have attracted the attention of the employees outside. Observing Ling Yi's astonished expression, Huang Yu was equally surprised. It was the first time he had witnessed her so visibly flabbergasted. Huang Yu, do you realize the immense cost associated with providing for the survival of an entire civilization? This is utterly impossible. Huang Yu was well aware of the implications. Just a few decades ago, Su Xuanzhong had lavished funds indiscriminately, supporting countless subordinates with no expectation of return, ultimately draining the resources of his own enterprise. He had seen the videos of the struggles faced by those in Tongliao. Upon observing Ling Ye's reaction, he realized that he had misspoken and hastily clarified. I wasn't clear. I am not referring to sponsoring an extraterrestrial civilization, but rather supporting Vivian's tribe. Please advise me. This is an idea that struck me suddenly. After a considerable time, having listened to Huang Yu's exposition, Ling Yi finally exhaled in relief. She had seldom encountered first or second-tier civilizations and had instinctively conflated them with a third-tier civilization, as long as it did not involve an entire planet, considering Vivian's species. This notion, it indeed seems feasible. However, it still requires refinement. You startled me earlier, but if it merely involves supporting Vivian's tribe, your idea gains some validity, though there are still some flaws. What flaws? Hearing Ling Yi acknowledge his concept and earnestly work on its enhancement, Huang Yu grew somewhat impatient. Firstly, the method of concocting the potion may not pose an issue, as the differences among various civilizations are generally minor. However, in terms of cultivating the medicinal ingredients, we must take into account the environmental disparities between Earth and Vivian's planet. Environmental disparities. Wait, are you referring to cosmic energy? Precisely. Vivian belongs to a cultivation civilization, and the cosmic energy on their planet must be denser than that of Earth. Thus, we cannot ascertain which medicinal herbs can be cultivated on Earth. As for other conditions like temperature and soil quality, those can be easily addressed. Huang Yu had not considered this aspect. In his mind, the vegetation on Vivian's planet was quite similar to that of Earth, so he presumed there would be no issues. But he overlooked energy as a crucial factor causing civilizational differences. Yet, seeing his expression, Ling Yi did not wish to entirely extinguish his enthusiasm. Do not worry too much. We can gradually attempt cultivation. Not all plants require such dense cosmic energy to thrive. Oh, that is a relief. There must be medicinal herbs on Vivian's side that can be grown on Earth. Regaining some confidence, Huang Yu inquired about the next flaw. Ling Yi, what is the second flaw? The termination date stipulated in your agreement is when Vivian establishes a realm for the Centaur elves. While it is indeed straightforward for Vivian to form a nation, and the idea is commendable, such an apparent flaw would not escape their notice. They will certainly propose modifications. The outcome will depend on the results of our negotiations. This can be amended. It is not a problem. Is there a third flaw? Yes, another one. Huang Yu could barely contain himself. It was disheartening to see something he had painstakingly devised be reduced to merely a few sentences, revealing 3 flaws. It was truly embarrassing. Sigh. Well, since we have come this far, it won't hurt to listen. Ling Yi, do not feel the need to spare my feelings. Please speak candidly. Observing Huang Yu's waning enthusiasm, Ling Yi contemplated before responding. Huang Yu, there is no need for you to be overly concerned. For your understanding of the cultivation civilization is still rather limited. Food, clothing, and building materials pose no issue. If we can produce medicines, that too can be addressed. However, their weaponry and technological advancements are entirely distinct. The armaments of the cultivation civilization may appear simplistic, yet their destructive power is immense. To illustrate in a manner you might comprehend, consider the magical artifacts found within Chinese fantasy novels, outwardly resembling mundane ancient weapons or objects, yet possessing the ability to wreak havoc on a cataclysmic scale. Thus, the weapons and armor utilized by the Vivian tribe are far from being as unremarkable as they seem. Ah, I see now. I must admit I have been somewhat short-sighted. Huang Yu pondered, stroking his chin. He had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of society. A minor setback like this was inconsequential and would soon pass. However, it was imperative to learn from this experience and continuously refine his thinking. At that moment, Ling Yi interjected once more. Huang Yu, you have performed admirably. Though there are flaws, this plan still holds considerable feasibility. Upon hearing Ling Yi's words, Huang Yu returned his thoughts to the present, bemused by her earnest attempt to comfort him. Ling Yi, a lack of maturity in thought is just that. There is no need to flatter me. I am not jesting. If this plan succeeds, it can indeed yield substantial benefits. Beyond monetary gain, the real treasure lies in the potions for blood coagulation and healing, which will bestow your army a significant advantage on the battlefield. Very well. Thank you for your kind words, my dear wife. You. Ling Yi sighed, exasperated. She had earnestly explained matters to Huang Yu, only to find him bantering at this moment. Fine, you can stay in the office and play games this afternoon. I will attend to company matters. When Vivian contacts you, summon me as well. During the discussions, observe more and speak less. When I nudge you, you shall emerge as the Good Samaritan. Understood. I shall follow your command, my strategist wife. Ling Yi, hearing this, could only cover her forehead in resignation. What an odd title. This man of hers, while commendably upright, posed no threat of betrayal as he was wholly devoted to her. Yet, his excessive honesty could be a double-edged sword. His eagerness to assist outsiders often rendered him susceptible to exploitation. In truth, she had given Huang Yu some leeway. Aside from these three shortcomings, one should not divulge all their secrets prior to negotiations. Simply disclosing that we possess a population in the billions was reckless. Now they must brace for the other party to demand exorbitant concessions. She would have to work diligently to mitigate this situation. Meanwhile, as Huang Yu sought Ling Ye's counsel, countless light years away, Vivian was enlisting her own think tank for strategic advice. Outside the chief's grand tent, a fully armed contingent of elven guards stood vigilant, ensuring that any intruders were unceremoniously turned away, for the tribe's chief, high priest, and council of elders were convening within. Within the chieftain's grand tent, Sophia knelt upon the principal seat, with Vivian seated beside her. Below them were 6 venerable centaur elders, recently assisted by a retinue of maidens to settle upon a luxuriously thick carpet. These elders, both male and female, appeared frail and weary, their faces etched with deep wrinkles, their hair and tails a stark white. They were draped in heavy, warm white robes, resembling flickering candles in the wind. Despite their frailty, Sophia and Vivian held them in deep reverence, for these were the esteemed elders of the tribe, the most senior among them, who had once been the backbone of their community, either formidable warriors or highly respected priests. Perhaps they were not the mightiest in their respective domains, and perhaps the passage of time had sapped their vitality, yet their longevity bestowed upon them invaluable experience. Before long, the maidens had withdrawn, leaving only these 8 individuals within the tent. The eldest male elder, appearing the most aged among them, spoke up. Chieftain, High Priestess, it has been a long time since we convened to deliberate. The last occasion was several years ago, when the High Priestess received divine favor. I wonder what matter requires our counsel this time. His frailty was evident, his hair was sparse, many teeth were missing, and his eyes seemed barely able to open. Yet, his eyebrows and beard were remarkably long, almost trailing the ground as he knelt. Chapter 76. Conditions that must be changed. Upon hearing his words, Sophia and Vivian exchanged glances. And it was ultimately Sophia who spoke first. Elder, the High Priestess has been graced by the gods. She has established contact with a divine emissary from another world who wishes to broker a transaction with us. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, a divine emissary from another world? How remarkable that they can communicate with our High Priestess. The favor of the gods is indeed enviable. I can only hope that when I transform into a star and traverse the heavens, I might also behold the brilliance of the gods. The Centaur's religious beliefs hold that after death, they ascend to the divine realm above, where stars are the souls of the departed. Death is not seen as the end of life, but rather the beginning of a second existence. The falling of a shooting star signifies the complete dissolution of a soul. Elder, our tribe still relies on your wisdom. I sincerely hope you can delay your ascent to the divine realm a while longer and remain with us for some time yet, Vivian expressed. While others in the tribe may have faith in the gods, she, possessing a system ring, understood well that there was no divine realm above. Death was simply death, with no deities to be seen. Yet the elder did not grasp her meaning. Oh, haha, well then. Since the divine emissary wishes to keep this old bone of mine around, I shall do my utmost until the day the gods themselves summon me. After a moment's pause, the elder finally turned to the matter at hand. High Priest, in the past, when you offered sacrifices to the gods, you never summoned us with such gravity. What is it about this divine favored one that warrants your utmost attention? What transaction has been proposed? Indeed, great elder. This divine favored one seeks the formulation of potions crafted by our tribe in hopes that I might provide the methods for concocting these potions, as well as the cultivation techniques for the requisite herbs. In return, they are willing to supply our tribe with essential provisions such as food, clothing, medicine, building materials, and even weaponry from the moment the contract is signed, until we successfully establish our own realm. Upon hearing this, the Council of Elders commenced a fervent discussion. The knowledge of potion formulation is a treasure painstakingly acquired over countless generations, with many having perished in the pursuit of testing the efficacy of the herbs. It must not be shared. Through our sacrifices to the gods, we can still obtain those necessities. I too believe we should not divulge the secrets of our potion making. I concur, With the blessings of the gods, we shall ultimately forge our own nation. We cannot betray the invaluable knowledge accumulated by our tribe over the years. Although the other party is indeed a divine favored one, should the need arise, we might provide some potions, yet I firmly believe we should withhold the methods from them. Soon, all four elders expressed their dissent, yet their arguments did not sway Vivian, for she understood that there was no divine bounty at play. It was merely a matter of equivalent exchange. Therefore, she shifted her gaze to the great elder and the final elder, a woman, who stood among them. The great elder stroked his beard thoughtfully, while the female elder articulated a contrasting viewpoint. Once a priestess of the tribe, she held the most authority on matters pertaining to potions, yet her age rendered her unable to undertake the laborious task of potion making. And her additional role allowed her to address Vivian without the formalities of title. Little Vivian, whom I have nurtured with great care, would not overlook these considerations. With the gods' favor, the other party cannot compel her to make a decision, which indicates that the terms they offered must be exceedingly generous, making it difficult for her to refuse. The knowledge of potion formulation and herb cultivation, while invaluable, might be shared if the conditions are indeed favorable. Upon hearing the elder's defense of her, Vivian could not suppress a soft gasp. Grandmother. Indeed, this elder was Vivian's grandmother, the one who first guided her into the realm of alchemy. Smiling at her granddaughter's call, the elder continued, "Little Vivian, your words are not yet complete. If you wish to gain our assistance, you must clarify the circumstances surrounding this matter." "Yes, grandmother, I understand." At this moment, Vivian understood the necessity of elucidating the stakes involved. Otherwise, the Council of Elders would be incapable of making an informed decision. She had devised a compelling explanation for her profound regard for Huang Yu, a favored one of the divine, which surpassed even her reverence for the gods themselves. The deities might find joy in her offerings, willing to bestow their gifts, yet they do not require earthly possessions nor desire to interfere excessively in mortal affairs. In contrast, that favored one has an urgent need for our potions and is prepared to supply an unending stream of resources. O revered gods, chiefs, and elders, I harbor no intention of offending the divine, yet the benefits offered by this favored one surpass even those of the gods' bounties. He resides in a sovereign, peaceful, and formidable nation, replete with abundant resources, while our concocted potions are regarded as wondrous entities by them. I once endeavored to create potions myself in exchange for his resources, but my efforts proved woefully inadequate, for his nation boasts a staggering population of over 1 billion. Moreover, his world encompasses a staggering 8 billion souls. Consequently, he expressed his willingness to enter into a pact under the watchful eyes of the gods, wherein I would be responsible for developing new potions, while he would undertake the preparation of these potions and the cultivation of the requisite herbs. Until our nation is established, he will provide all the materials we require. Vivian's revelation left the remaining 7 individuals in the grand tent utterly astounded. The eldest elder, who had been stroking his beard, could not suppress a few involuntary twitches of his face, thoroughly shocked by the implications of Vivian's words, inadvertently pulling at his beard too forcefully, leaving his chin stinging. Just as Vivian had once been, they found it inconceivable to envision a nation with billions of inhabitants and a world housing 8 billion souls. How much grain and clothing would be necessary to sustain such multitudes? The Council of Elders began to grasp why Vivian placed such immense value on that favored one. As she articulated, the gods do not covet earthly goods nor wish to meddle excessively in mortal matters. Hence they do not bestow limitless gifts. In truth, this was due to Vivian's previous transactions being of limited scale. However, a favored one in need of potions, especially one backed by an unimaginable reservoir of resources, presents a prospect so advantageous that the benefits to the tribe could far exceed those offered by the gods. Instantaneously, the 6 elders commenced a renewed discussion, quickly reaching a consensus. This represents an opportunity to utterly transform not only this tribe but also the fate of the centaur and elf race. High Priestess, if what you say is indeed true, then under the gaze of the gods, this contract may be signed. We are prepared to share the methods for concocting potions as well as the techniques for cultivating the necessary herbs. But one condition must be revised. Chapter 77. Negotiation. Shortly thereafter, Huang Yu and Vivian re-established contact. At Vivian's request, this dialogue would be broadcast publicly. Vivian informed that she had become a favored one in the eyes of the centaur elves, advising caution in her choice of words. Huang Yu was taken aback by Vivian's persuasive skills, as she had bestowed upon him, an avowed atheist, the title of a favored one. Nevertheless, he found no compelling reason to refuse. Consequently, Huang Yu and Ling Yi briefed their employees and securely locked the office door. This action felt rather peculiar. As both sides projected their respective influences, an extraordinary scene unfolded. On one side, in a technologically advanced office, Huang Yu sat at his desk while Ling Yi stood behind him. On the opposite side, in a tent adorned with exotic motifs, Vivian knelt before them, flanked by the female chieftain Sophia and 6 other centaur elders also kneeling. The arrangement was meticulously deliberate. The key negotiators from both parties occupied the primary positions, while their advisors stood behind them. Vivian, you have finally reached out to me. Given the gravity of your demeanor, it appears you are intrigued by my proposal. Huang Yu initiated the dialogue. Vivian's side, having conferred beforehand, was swift in their response. Huang Yu, we are indeed contemplating exchanging our vast resources for your expertise in potions. But after discussion, we must amend certain aspects of the contract. Oh, please elaborate. Huang Yu was unperturbed. It was only natural for such significant matters to involve negotiation. The termination date you propose for the contract coincides with the establishment of our own nation. Our population is scarce. Even if we were to establish a state, we would number no more than several 100,000. In contrast, you could sell potions to billions of individuals. The benefits you stand to gain far outweigh the costs you would incur. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances, realizing that Ling Yi had indeed anticipated this argument. No wonder she is my wife, he thought, discreetly giving Ling Yi a thumbs up before presenting his prepared response. Indeed, I acknowledge that certain elements of my initial proposal were somewhat lacking in consideration. Therefore, I am amenable to revising those aspects. You may present your conditions, and we can discuss any discrepancies. Seeing him smile and utter such conciliatory words, Vivian appeared somewhat astonished, while the 7 individuals behind her exchanged puzzled looks. This scenario deviated from their expectations. Throughout their experiences, the human merchants they had encountered were invariably avaricious, intent on extracting every last ounce of profit. They had anticipated a vigorous debate with this otherworldly human favored one before he would relent, yet they were taken aback by his amicable demeanor. Was this the magnanimity of a favored one? Soon, Vivian suppressed her surprise, parted her lips, and articulated their conditions. Huang Yu, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity. Given the circumstances, it is only fitting that we do not conceal our intentions any longer. Considering the exceedingly sparse population of my kin, even if we were to establish a nation, it would be challenging to claim sufficient strength for self-preservation. Therefore, we propose to amend the termination of the contract to coincide with the increase of our population to 10 million. 10 million? This condition took Huang Yu by surprise. He had anticipated a demand for dominion over the vast grasslands, yet they specified a precise population figure. To support 1,000 individuals versus 1 million is a matter of mere words, yet it signifies a staggering 10,000-fold disparity. Furthermore, given the current number of centaur elves, how many years would it take for them to reach 10 million? Would he be obliged to nurture this race for decades, if not centuries? While Vivian's elixirs promise substantial benefits, this stipulation is utterly outrageous. Moreover, should they impose measures akin to population control, how long would the support be required? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Huang Yu's brow furrowed in contemplation. Vivian and her companions were acutely aware that Huang Yu would not acquiesce to this term lightly, and they were prepared for negotiation. Just as Huang Yu wavered, he felt a delicate hand gently pat his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Ling Yi leaning closer, whispering, "Leave it to me. You will not regret it." Huang Yu had always held faith in her abilities, so he nodded in acknowledgement, permitting her to speak. With his approval, Ling Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as she straightened her posture and addressed Vivian's faction with an air of icy resolve. "Your terms are untenable. While our world boasts a population of billions, not all are our subordinates. Thus, the resources we can mobilize are inherently limited. Perhaps your faction's scarcity of numbers has obscured the true cost of sustaining a full 10 million individuals, a burden we cannot bear. We can certainly provide resources for your current population of less than 1,000, even extending to 10,000 or 100,000. However, as your strength increases, you will inevitably seek superior living conditions. At that juncture, should you demand the most exquisite food, the most opulent garments, or the grandest and most luxurious edifices, we will be unable to accommodate such requests, even for 100,000, let alone 10 million. Thus, from our perspective, the termination of the agreement may be extended only until your population reaches 100,000. Simultaneously, it is imperative that we establish a standardized quantification of the resources required for each centaur elf. Subsequently, at regular intervals, we shall provide resources in accordance with this standard, proportional to your numbers. This is our proposal. Should you wish to reach an agreement, we invite you to deliberate further." Upon the conclusion of her reasoned discourse, Vivian's faction was swiftly engulfed in discussion. However, without Vivian's consent, Huang Yu was not privy to their deliberations. Yet, Huang Yu could not deny that Ling Yi had indeed articulated the essence of the matter with precision. In the present day, the centaur spirits find themselves in a precarious situation, with their dwindling population and modest expectations for a better quality of life. However, as they attain stability and even prosperity, leading to social stratification, their demands are bound to escalate significantly. Should they desire to indulge in gourmet delicacies daily and reside in luxurious villas, the burgeoning population would render even the most affluent, like Huang Yu, unable to sustain such extravagance. Consequently, Ling Yi wisely proposed a standardized allocation of resources tailored to individual needs, which would not only satisfy their demands but also curtail any further claims. A solution acceptable to both parties. Observing the expressions on Vivian and her companions, it was clear they acknowledged this reality and were deliberating strategies accordingly. Soon, Vivian articulated their conclusion. Huang Yu, Ling Yi makes a valid point. We agree to standardization. Yet we cannot consent to reducing the population cap in the contract to 1 million. It must remain at 10 million. That is unacceptable. 10 million is excessive. Your side seems oblivious to the implications of such a number. Just considering humanity, 10 million would require. Faced with Vivian's unwavering stance on the 10 million population, Ling Yi opted for a factual approach, presenting data through a live demonstration on her computer. With a visually compelling video and her articulate exposition, she vividly illustrated the staggering resource consumption of 10 million individuals daily. This negotiating tactic was unprecedented for the second-tier civilization of the centaur spirits, leaving Vivian and her companions questioning if they had overstepped. Negotiation can be conducted in such a manner? Huang Yu silently commended Ling Yi for her ingenuity. No one on Earth could replicate such a feat, and he had never heard of a negotiation expert producing a video on the spot, without prior preparation. Anyone capable of such an impromptu demonstration would win by default. Ultimately, after Ling Yi's well-reasoned presentation, Vivian and her team relented. Very well, Ling Yi. We are willing to reduce the population cap to 8 million. How does that sound? Unacceptable. The maximum is 1 million. That number is already sufficient for your side's self-preservation. Ling Yi remained steadfast in her position, which prompted immediate rebuttal from Vivian. Ling Yi, we are even willing to lower the expected population cap by 2 million. Your refusal to yield at all conveys a lack of sincerity on your part. In my view, 8 million is indistinguishable from 10 million. Both are costs we cannot bear. What about 7 million? Impossible. It must be 1 million. Ling Yi, we are friends after all. Can you not concede even a little? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu felt Ling Yi discreetly pinch him, a gesture they had come to understand, signaling it was his turn to play the role of the good cop. Clearing his throat, he prepared to intervene. He first deliberately coughed twice to draw everyone's attention, then turned to Ling Yi and said, Ling Yi, Vivian is right. No matter how we argue, we are still friends, and I believe some concessions can be made. Huang Yu, Ling Yi responded quite well, fixing him with a penetrating gaze, her face a mask of bewilderment. Vivian, on the other hand, felt a surge of emotion. This is what true friendship looks like. Despite Ling Yi's beauty and intelligence, her lack of warmth contrasted sharply with her man's amiable nature. It seemed the performance was going well, so it was time to intensify the act. Ling Yi, Vivian, we need not rush into a debate over the population limits outlined in the agreement. In fact, there are other issues at play. Perhaps we should set this dispute aside for now and return to it after we have negotiated the other terms. Other issues? Huang Yu, my friend, I concur with your perspective. If there are indeed other matters to address, fixating solely on the population limits is futile. With Ling Yi's earlier assertiveness, Huang Yu's proposal was now more readily accepted by Vivian, and Ling Yi nodded in agreement. First, I must apologize for my oversight. Initially, I promised to provide supplies, including weaponry, but I failed to consider that your armaments differ entirely from ours, perhaps to the point of being incompatible. I regretfully acknowledge that I may not be able to furnish you with satisfactory weapons. Furthermore, while the formulation of potions poses no issue on our end, the distinct environmental conditions of our two worlds may prevent your herbs from thriving here. Consequently, we would be compelled to request your assistance in supplying these materials. However, your population is too scant to meet the demand, which presents yet another challenge. Vivian furrowed her brow at this, engaging in further consultation with several elders. Ling Yi, too, was troubled, leaning in to whisper, Huang Yu, why did you voluntarily disclose the matter of the weaponry? This is something that cannot remain concealed. Rather than allowing it to surface later and provoke displeasure, it is better to express goodwill up front. We are partners, after all. We must cultivate a good relationship. And I have extended my hand twice. Shouldn't they reciprocate? Huang Yu has always believed in a cooperative relationship that is mutually beneficial, rather than adopting the despicable winner-takes-all tactics of the West, which would only narrow one's path further. He had considered selling firearms and other heavy weaponry to Vivian, especially now that funds were available. Organizing a technologically advanced military from another world was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, he was reminded of the long-standing system of inquiry and response, which warned that even minor transactions posed no harm. Yet significant exchanges of advanced weaponry would severely disrupt the development of the opposing civilization, incurring the wrath of a level 9 civilization. After all, they were still under the protection of a novice period. Contemplating the repercussions of a level 9 civilization, Huang Yu promptly dismissed the notion. He had no desire to court disaster. Ling Yi listened to his explanation, while she did not entirely agree. She nodded in acknowledgement and chose not to elaborate further. In her perspective, while Vivian could serve as a friend, she was ultimately inconsequential in the face of immense interests. However, since Huang Yu was determined to proceed in this manner, it was of little consequence. Even in the absence of her potion, the subsequent plans would remain unaffected. Moments later, news arrived from Vivian. Huang Yu, my friend, since you have proactively raised the issue of weaponry, it appears you possess a sword. I wonder if it meets the standards of your world? Might you allow us to test it? A sword? Huang Yu turned to the shelf behind him, where indeed lay a sword. A magnificent 8-sided Han sword, which he had commissioned from Ling Yi during his leisure time, valued at over 10,000. It was crafted with modern techniques. Although it was not sharpened, the material was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Should he wish for something even superior, the cost would be prohibitive. This sword is among the finest I possess. I could not provide any better in significant quantities. Please, feel free to give it a try. He handed the sword to Vivian with a decisive gesture. The chieftainess, Sophia, unhesitatingly accepted it, drawing the blade and executing a few swift strokes that sent beams of light flashing. However, when she unsheathed her own sword, she effortlessly cleaved the Han sword in two, shaking her head in disapproval. While the material of this sword is passable, it lacks the capacity to amplify one's combat energy. The half-orcs on the Great Grass Sea are rugged and resilient. This weapon poses little threat to them. It seems this Huang Yu, the divinely favored, harbors no deceit towards us. At that moment, the elder spoke up. Esteemed divinely favored one, your sincerity commands our respect. In light of this, we can eliminate the provision of weaponry from our discussions. Conversely, we wonder if the herbs from our world could thrive in yours. It appears our contract requires further amendments. Chapter 79. Huang Yu truly is a good person. How does this sound? We are willing to provide the formulation methods for potions, along with the cultivation techniques for the required herbs, while you supply us with food, clothing, medicine, and building materials. There is no need to trouble you with weaponry. Of course, as previously stated, we will standardize the quantities of materials needed for each centaur and elf. We are willing to reduce the initial threshold of the contract to 1 million people. However, when a potion you require can be produced entirely from herbs to manufacturing by your own means, this limit will increase by 1 million. Additionally, you may provide unique plants from your world, and we would be delighted to assist in researching new potions, thus naturally resolving the issue of herb cultivation. Under the watchful gaze of the divine, we are bound to honesty toward one another. Divinely favored one, we have sensed your sincerity. Please trust in our good faith. It seemed this was the conclusion reached by Vivian and her companions, and indeed, this arrangement appeared equitable for both parties. Huang Yu nodded. Yet the stipulation that an independently produced potion would raise the threshold by 1 million seemed rather steep. It must be said that the concoctions devised by Vivian have proven to be remarkably effective for the inhabitants of Earth. If we were to adhere to a conversion standard of 1 to 1 million, the potential success might indeed surpass the previous population threshold of 10 million. Ling Yi also recognized this and decisively interjected. While all other conditions were agreeable, the stipulation regarding the increase of 1 million in population through a single potion was untenable. If we could produce a sufficient quantity of potions, would we not then exceed the threshold of 10 million? An increase of 100,000 per potion would be more feasible. However, this statement effectively eliminated 90% of the proposal, and there was no way Vivian would acquiesce. Without waiting to confer with her associates, she retorted with indignation, "Impossible. We have poured our hearts and souls into developing this new potion. If we calculate based on an increase of 100,000 per potion, even with all our current potions combined, it would not surpass 3 million. This is utterly unjust. You are nothing but a profiteer. Humph. If you find this unfair, you need not seek us out. Find someone else willing to negotiate a contract. You. Enough. Ling Yi. Please, let me speak for a moment." As Vivian's companions appeared equally aggrieved and prepared to join in the outcry, Huang Yu hastily intervened, first curbing Ling Yi's further mockery, and then addressing Vivian with a soothing tone. "Vivian, I apologize. Ling Yi is merely looking out for my interests. If there has been any offense, I ask for your forgiveness, as I genuinely wish to facilitate the agreement. Huang Yu, I want to believe you. But your fiancé, Yi, is simply too heartless. How disappointing, considering we are friends. Humph. I wish you the best in finding more suitable companions. Huang Yu. The veiled insult was indeed a severe affront to Ling Yi. Feeling somewhat awkward, he turned to Ling Yi, only to find her expression cold, her gaze directed elsewhere, revealing nothing of her thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he decided a private discussion was necessary. Ahem. Vivian, perhaps my fiancé Yi's demeanor is a bit harsh, however. Such remarks should not be repeated in the future. I need to speak with her first. He then muted the conversation on his side, rising and wrapping an arm around Ling Yi's shoulders, turning his back to Vivian. Ling Yi, the performance has reached its conclusion. They can no longer hear our dialogue. Now, share your true thoughts. I am quite serious. All other conditions are acceptable, but that 1 to 1 million conversion standard is absolutely unacceptable. I concur. How about we reduce the conversion standard to 1 to 500,000 and set a maximum limit? That seems reasonable. What do you think an appropriate maximum limit should be? Let us have it again, setting it at 5 million. That would be more acceptable. They should be able to agree to this, and by the time their population reaches that number, we will have long since entered the cosmic era. Such resources are trivial. So, does this mean the agreement is secured? Indeed. Now that stability has been achieved, I must express my thoughts to you, Huang Yu. In truth, your previous oversights extend beyond the mere 3 points. Oh, there are more? Alas, if only you were less candid. You could have deceived them. Perhaps claiming our population is merely in the millions. By revealing our true circumstances prior to negotiations, you have allowed them to make exorbitant demands. Fortunately, given our resources, providing for 5 million people amounts to but a trifling task. Thus, you have spared me some dignity. Very well. I shall certainly learn from this lesson. You must understand, there remains much for you to grasp. However, this performance must continue. Listen closely, for next week. Before long. In the eyes of Vivian and her companions, Ling Yi, who had been embraced by Huang Yu, suddenly broke free from his grasp. With indignation, she shouted at him, while Huang Yu wore an expression of helplessness, attempting to placate her. Ultimately, Ling Yi shot a fierce glare at Vivian and the others before storming out in a fit of anger, leaving Huang Yu with a furrowed brow, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Of course, this scene lacked sound. It was merely a visual representation. Yet, if accompanied by audio, the narrative would shift entirely. Very well. Let us proceed with the signing of the agreement swiftly. The workday is nearing its end, and we shall dine shortly. What shall we have for dinner? Beef hot pot. Shall we return to the original place? Let us choose another. Though it may be pricier, the taste is superior. Excellent. I shall return to my office. As Vivian and her companions witnessed Huang Yu, due to their circumstances, causing his fiancée Yi to flee in anger, guilt washed over them. This divine being truly embodies goodness. I have never encountered a human of such nobility. Indeed, he approached negotiations with sincere intentions, even revealing the vast population behind him without reservation. Had he not done so, we might have readily accepted his conditions to cease the establishment of a nation, never considering a population threshold of 10 million, an idea that seems unthinkable. Although his fiancée Yi displayed a harsh demeanor, it was merely to protect his interests. Should his forthcoming conditions be reasonable, I believe a contract can indeed be finalized. Yes, Huang Yu is truly a good man. Little Vivian, you may regard him as a heartfelt friend. These words were spoken by Vivian's grandmother, who concurred wholeheartedly. Indeed, he is a good man, unlike those avaricious humans. Henceforth, he shall be a lifelong friend of our Centaur Elf clan. Indeed, he is our eternal friend. I concur. I too concur. Meanwhile, Huang Yu, still pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration over his own naivety, could think of but one notion. Damn it! I shall never again play the fool. How did I so easily divulge my secrets? From now on, I shall observe and learn more closely from Ling Yi. Completely unaware, through a fortunate twist of fate, he earned the esteemed admiration of the Centaur spirit clan and was regarded as an eternal friend. What future blessings might this friendship bestow upon him? Chapter 80. The Divine Covenant. During their subsequent discourse, the atmosphere had shifted from the previous tension of drawn swords. I apologize for the earlier commotion, but I trust both parties are keen to facilitate this negotiation. Let us proceed. At this moment, Huang Yu had composed himself and resumed his previously gentle demeanor. The attitude of Vivian's side towards him, naturally, was entirely different from that towards Ling Yi. The venerable elder spoke first. Divine Chosen, do you have any amendments to our prior proposal? Due to your sincerity, we are willing to make concessions, as long as they are not excessive. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu thoughtfully responded, "Presently, we have reached a consensus on most matters. Yet we diverge on the conditions for the conclusion of the agreement. My suggestion is to adopt a compromise. The initial population limit shall remain at 1 million. And when we are able to independently cultivate the necessary medicinal materials and produce a specific potion, this limit will increase by 500,000. However, this limit cannot be infinitely raised. Therefore, we must establish a maximum cap, which I propose be set at 5 million. Upon hearing this condition, Vivian was intrigued, yet could not make an immediate decision. After a brief discussion lasting less than 2 minutes, they reached a resolution. Huang Yu, we accept this condition. If there are no further issues, let us clarify the contents of the covenant so that we may sign it. Very well, the first clause. Perhaps due to both parties lacking extensive experience, this covenant was far simpler than a modern contract. Its contents were succinctly outlined in 3 main points. 1. Vivian and her followers agree to provide Huang Yu with all existing and future potion formulation methods, including the cultivation techniques for the necessary medicinal materials. 2. Huang Yu and his followers agree to supply the Centaur spirit clan with all essential food, clothing, medicine, and building materials, excluding provisions for indulgent enjoyment. 3. The termination condition of the agreement is that the Centaur spirit clan's population increases to 1 million. Each time Huang Yu independently completes the formulation of a potion and cultivates the required medicinal materials, the termination population limit will increase by 500,000, but shall not exceed 5 million. Having clarified these 3 points, Huang Yu deemed it sufficient and prepared to finalize the agreement within the system. Well, this concludes the specific contents of our agreement. Vivian, do you have anything to add? Vivian turned to the Council of Elders, awaiting their response, and they nodded in unison, indicating their approval. In that case, it shall be straightforward. Huang Yu, we are quite satisfied with this agreement. Now, under the watchful gaze of the gods, let us seal our pact. Indeed, under the scrutiny of the divine, we shall formalize our contract. This was, of course, directed towards Sophia, the chieftainess, and the Council of Elders. The phrase under the watchful gaze of the gods merely indicated that the system had generated a long-term agreement. With their mutual acknowledgement, the contract officially came into effect. To Huang Yu's astonishment, Vivian, the master deceiver, projected the contents of the agreement within her grand tent, one version inscribed in Chinese characters, the other in an unfamiliar script. Although indecipherable, Huang Yu needed no guesswork to ascertain that it was the writing of the Centaur elves. Observing the dual copies of the contract, Vivian, Sophia, and the 6 Centaur elders clasped their hands over their chests, exuding a sense of reverence and solemnity. With the gods as witnesses, the contract has been signed. We shall engrave it in the languages of both worlds upon a stone tablet, eternally commemorating this moment. Elder, I kindly request your assistance. As Vivian earnestly articulated this, the elder nodded in agreement, unfurling a piece of leather upon the ground. As he softly intoned an incantation, the text of both contracts began to materialize upon the leather. It has been recorded. Once we arrive at the divine sanctuary mentioned by the high priest and establish our fortress and temple, we shall etch this divine covenant onto the stone tablet within the temple. The divine sanctuary? It must be the hill that Vivian was instructed to find previously. While curious about how Vivian had managed to persuade them, Huang Yu glanced at the time, noting that the workday was nearing its end, and decided against any further delays. Thus, he spoke up to take his leave. Esteemed ones, as the agreement has been finalized, I must take my leave. Perhaps we should also arrange a time for the delivery of the first batch of supplies, along with the methods for potion preparation? Naturally, Huang Yu. I will soon send you all the necessary information, and regarding the supplies, we can discuss that when we reach the divine sanctuary. Oh, you are referring to that hill. Correct? Precisely, the hill indicated by the gods. Upon hearing Vivian emphasize the divine guidance, Huang Yu understood her implication. She was merely cautious not to let any secret slip. Thus, he suppressed a smile, adopting a pious demeanor as he proclaimed, "May the gods bless your swift arrival at the divine sanctuary, and may your journey be safe. When the time comes, I shall exert every effort to aid you in constructing a formidable fortress. I am profoundly grateful for your blessings and assistance, my friend." Soon, both parties exchanged farewells, severing their connection. Huang Yu rose, stretching leisurely, and as he opened the office door, he heard Ling Ye's voice wafting into his ears. Has the agreement been finalized? There were no unnecessary complications, I hope? Turning to see Ling Yu leaning against the wall, her arms crossed, accentuating the allure beneath her white shirt, Huang Yu couldn't resist approaching her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and whispering softly, "Rest assured. It pertains to the conditions we previously discussed, a single potion priced at 500,000, with a maximum limit of 5 million in population, nothing more. Now, With only a few minutes remaining before the end of the workday, anyone glancing in this direction would undoubtedly notice the intimacy between the two. Ling Yi naturally rejected his advances, and before he could embrace her for long, she wriggled free. Hey, it's inappropriate to be seen like this. You're the boss. Maintain your image. Let us discuss this in my office. Now that we possess the formula and the means to acquire the materials, our subsequent plans must be adjusted accordingly. Having said this, she took Huang Yu's hand and led him into the adjacent office, while Huang Yu deftly closed and locked the door behind them. He once again wrapped his arms around Ling Yi's waist as they settled onto the sofa. Ling Yi, unable to resist him, sat on his lap, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Sigh, Huang Yu, what are you trying to do? Can't we just wait until we get back? However, Huang Yu relished the moment, caressing the skin exposed beneath her skirt while leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "You are my empress, and I merely wish to embrace you, nothing more." And it doesn't hinder our conversation, heh? Chapter 81. Mainstream medical practices in the universe having endured several millennia in military service. Ling Yi believed that such intimate acts had no place in the workplace, while she did not exhibit the delicate demeanor of a shy woman. Huang Yu's actions rendered her quite uncomfortable. Thus, she firmly grasped his mischievous hands and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "I am discussing serious matters here. You've had your share of encounters these past few nights. Why the rush?" "Hee. It merely indicates that my wife is exceptionally beautiful," Huang Yu replied, gazing at Ling Yi, adorned in her uniform, his heart ablaze with desire. The allure of her attire was intoxicating. He had wished to draw close the previous night. But alas, his drunkenness had squandered the opportunity, prolonging his yearning. As the workday concluded, the employees departed without bidding farewell, leaving only the two of them in the office. And he could hardly contain himself any longer. Ling Yi, well aware of his thoughts, retorted, "Humph, once I have children. You may seek out a few from Earth or procure some extraterrestrial ones from the system. When I am busy, do not cause a ruckus. If you desire, go find them. I shan't concern myself with you, but I only wish to find you, and I promise not to disturb you as long as you are busy. Aren't you supposed to be discussing serious matters? Speak, I am listening." "Really? Indeed. Release my hand, and I shall remain perfectly still." Hearing Huang Yu's assurances, Ling Yi skeptically loosened her grip on his large hand, only to discover that he indeed remained still, his arms simply encircling her slender waist. For a moment, Ling Yi questioned whether her judgment of his lecherous nature was mistaken. "Ling Yi, what is wrong? Speak." Huang Yu's prompt reminded her that she still had matters to discuss. "Oh, right. Let us get back to the serious topic. Huang Yu, my initial plan was to first invest in stocks to accumulate funds, and then establish a technology company to leverage my strengths, focusing on software development. However, due to your sudden request to expedite the process, coupled with Vivian's channel for acquiring potions, I consequently registered the Jiuzhou Pharmaceutical Company. To be candid, I did not place much importance on it. The potions from Vivian are indeed remarkable, although they are products of a secondary civilization. They have already achieved standards akin to a tertiary civilization in certain aspects, far surpassing the current medical standards of Earth. Yet, the population of the Centaur elves is exceedingly sparse, leading me to believe that the potions they produce could only serve as luxury items at best. To my surprise, you whimsically proposed to support an entire civilization in exchange for all the potion formulas. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Do you know which clause in that agreement I value the most? Upon hearing this question, Huang Yu pondered carefully and replied uncertainly, Let me think. Is it that all future potion formulas developed will also be provided to us? Precisely, Ling Yi affirmed with a smile. The cornerstone of technological advancement is talent. Vivian and her people represent a premier pharmaceutical research team. Now, not only can we replicate the medical practices of Vivian's civilization, but we can also utilize their strengths to complement our weaknesses, facilitating a qualitative leap in Earth's medical standards. As the saying goes, the stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. Earth has long struggled with various diseases. Leveraging the techniques from Vivian's otherworldly knowledge, we might truly conquer many challenging ailments. However, Huang Yu remained skeptical, expressing his confusion. But those potions are merely extracts of certain components from medicinal materials. How can you be certain that Vivian and her people can catalyze a qualitative leap in Earth's medical standards? Ah, you do not understand. Do you know which potion I hold in the highest regard? I cannot guess. Huang Yu honestly could not discern which of the over a dozen potions available at Vivian's shop was most valued by Ling Yi. Here is a hint. You lend it to Su Xiaoli. Lend it to Su Xiaoli? That would be the coagulation potion, and the healing potion? Indeed. It may appear to merely promote wound healing, yet it is evidently the embryonic form of advanced civilization's medical methods. With further development, it could evolve into a nearly miraculous nutrient solution. regardless of the severity of one's injuries. Even if they suffer amputations, as long as they still draw breath and their genes remain intact. Submerging them in this nutrient solution would facilitate the restoration of their bodies to their original state. What? That potion is so extraordinary. Huang Yu was astonished. Such medical techniques could only be found in the realms of science fiction. At present, it is merely a prototype, yet they have already discerned the correct direction. This aligns perfectly with the predominant medical methodologies within the cosmos. Essentially, aside from injuries caused by external factors, all ailments are intrinsically linked to human genetics. With the advancement of civilization, racial genes are continually optimized, rendering such injuries the sole affliction that cannot be entirely eradicated. If we can unravel its mysteries, then even the provision of sustenance for 10 million individuals would be entirely justified. Ling Yi reaffirmed this notion and bestowed high praise upon it. But Huang Yu seemed to have unearthed a dilemma. Indeed, Ling Yi, since you are aware of this technology, why rely on Vivian to develop it? In response to his seemingly naive inquiry, Ling Yi retorted with a hint of exasperation, do you craft the cold remedy you consume when ill? Ah, well, I understand now. I was overthinking it. Ling Yi, once a soldier rather than a physician, had developed a chip within her mind back when she still possessed the Tianhua core. Now, relying on that imperfect chip, she could dominate the software realm globally, and perhaps make significant strides in hardware as well. However, the expectation for her to cure ailments was an exercise in futility. Nonetheless, the matter of the nutrient solution cannot be rushed. After all, scientific research is unpredictable. A sudden flash of inspiration could lead to breakthroughs, or it might take a century to penetrate that elusive barrier. Thus, Huang Yu gradually shifted the topic. What if I were to sponsor a few civilizations with sparse populations? Engaging in such technological collaborations might catalyze the holistic development of Earth's civilization. You may certainly attempt that, aside from you. I have yet to hear of anyone daring enough to sponsor an extraterrestrial civilization. However, you must refrain from being so candid. Do not inadvertently reveal your own boundaries. Huang Yu chuckled awkwardly at her words, but abruptly interjected with a seemingly unrelated comment. Rest assured, I'll keep that in mind. Ling Yi, could you check the surveillance to see if anyone remains in the company? What are you planning? Just take a look. Oh, very well. With a mere thought. Ling Yi accessed the results. Everyone is left for the day. There is no one here. So, it appears we are the only two left? Indeed. Do you have anything further to say? If not, I'm preparing to eat. Nothing else to discuss? It is indeed time for dinner. That beef hot pot is exquisite. At that moment, Ling Yi's words were abruptly interrupted as Huang Yu tightened his embrace, closing his eyes to initiate a prolonged kiss. While his hands were not idle, one hand caressed a soft curvature while the other began to explore further below. What are you doing? Dining, though not on hot pot, rather. On you. But this is the company office? Didn't you say there was no one around? As Huang Yu pressed Ling Yi onto the sofa, her voice gradually softened, and she wrapped her arms around her partner's shoulders, beginning to reciprocate. Chapter 82, 350 million, no sister-in-law. Half an hour later. Feeling invigorated, Huang Yu had dressed and settled into his office chair. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the sofa. There, Ling Yi was bent over, wielding a damp cloth as she diligently wiped away traces on the furniture. From his vantage point, her already ample curves were accentuated by the sleek black skirt she wore, rendering her even more alluring. However, he was currently in a state of stoic contemplation, merely indulging in the visual delight of the moment. Yet, as the saying goes, women possess a sixth sense. And this adage held true in Ling Yi's case. Despite facing away from Huang Yu, she could distinctly feel the heat of his gaze sweeping over her form, particularly her backside. As time passed, this peculiar sensation intensified. Unable to endure the scrutiny any longer, Ling Yi hastily completed her task and, in a fit of irritation, hurled the cloth at Huang Yu. How long are you planning to stare? Effortlessly, Huang Yu caught the cloth and casually placed it on her desk. For a lifetime. Of course, he replied with a mischievous grin. Ling Yi, visibly annoyed, perhaps still affected by their previous intimacy, displayed a faint blush upon her usually porcelain skin. The buttons of her blouse were undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of the chasm between her magnificent curves, drawing Huang Yu's attention once more. Noticing Huang Yu's unabashed gaze, Ling Yi furrowed her brow and swiftly fastened her blouse, concealing the captivating view once again. Huang Yu, you ought to be mindful of the setting when you behave like this. What if someone discovers us? It was evident that although she had not physically rebuffed him, she harbored a sense of reluctance regarding his antics in the office. Would it be fair to say she verbally protested, yet her body was undeniably honest? Considering this, a sly smile crept onto Huang Yu's lips as he stood, enveloping the enchanting woman in his embrace once more. My dear, I certainly care about your feelings, which is why I chose to wait until no one was around. But this is a workplace. Precisely. Does that not heighten the thrill? You. Ling Ye's indignation flared, her chest rising and falling rapidly, causing her magnificent curves to brush against Huang Yu's chest, stirring his desires anew. As his vitality returned, the embers of passion flared once more within him. However, observing Ling Ye's anger, Huang Yu stifled his ardor and leaned closer to her ear, offering soothing words. I apologize. It was my fault for lacking self-control in the face of your allure. I will strive to refrain from such behavior in the future, all right? Yet, Ling Yi was keenly aware of the inconsistencies in his words, and with a slight turn of her face, she let out a dismissive huff. Huang Yu sighed in exasperation and leaned in once more, speaking earnestly. Very well, I assure you, from now on, our intimate moments shall be confined to our own chambers. Unless you give your consent, we shall not engage in such activities elsewhere. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing these words, although Ling Yi remained composed, the rising and falling of her chest indeed lessened. Huang Yu, well acquainted with her, recognized that she had come to trust his words. Though she was reluctant to display her relief immediately, he had no intention of deceiving her. Such matters should merely serve as delightful diversions in life. Should one become addicted, they would inevitably become a slave to desire, rendering them incapable of achieving anything substantial. After a considerable pause, Ling Yi finally coldly uttered, Remember what you have said. I shall certainly remember. Now, let us go. It is getting late. Let us dine and sample that beef hot pot you mentioned. Despite Huang Yu's assurances, Ling Yi did not grant him a warm demeanor. She extricated herself from his embrace and strode ahead, yet Huang Yu persistently followed, forcibly taking her hand. As Ling Yi rolled her eyes at him, Huang Yu could not help but beam with joy. Occasional bouts of irritation would not tarnish their bond. Rather, they would add a splash of color to their lives. In the subsequent days, Vivian sent over all the potion formulas she possessed via messages, accompanied by a batch of air grass. Of course, this was not due to a lack of other medicinal materials in Vivian's possession. Rather, she had an abundance. Yet she had yet to find a dedicated place for cultivation. Nevertheless, experimenting with the air grass was certainly feasible. Among them were several specimens still bearing soil, with robust roots specifically sent by Vivian for cultivation purposes. This herb bore a striking resemblance to the common wild grasses, save for its entirely black hue. Vivian mentioned that no one in their tribe cultivated it either. With experience, one could easily find it in the wild, and she could only provide some general growth conditions. Consequently, Ling Yi procured several flower pots and placed them on the balcony of her office. All she could do was strive to provide similar light, temperature, and water. The rest would depend on the herb's own fate. Moreover, with the potion formula in hand and sufficient raw materials, namely, airgrass, there was no need to burden Vivian with the arduous task of potion making. Ling Yi swiftly designed and ordered a complete set of fully automated pharmaceutical equipment, initiating the transformation of the production workshop. Upon successful implementation, the process of producing Jiuzhou hair growth gel would only require human intervention for the 2 steps of raw material input and finished product transport. The raw material input would be personally handled by Huang Yu, thereby completely eliminating the risk of formula leakage during the initial stages of their venture. On another note, Ling Ye's efficiency in her endeavors was always remarkable. Within just 3 days, the entire new set of equipment had arrived at the industrial park and was swiftly assembled within a single day. By this time, it was already late October, and in a few days, November would arrive. On the company's official website, thousands of customers suffering from hair loss awaited eagerly, while millions in outstanding payments beckoned Huang Yu. Upon contemplating this matter, Huang Yu did not wait for the following day. Instead, he commenced operation on the very night the equipment was assembled. He summoned the team of workers responsible for transportation to work overtime. And under the generous overtime pay offered by their employer, they naturally had no complaints. As long as the overtime remuneration was sufficient, no amount of work could exhaust them. They were willing to toil like beasts of burden without hesitation. As Huang Yu fed the batch of black hellgrass into the machine's intake, a continuous stream of hair growth gel was swiftly produced through a series of intricate processes visible within the monitoring window. Once the machine automatically packaged the product, it appeared at the output, where the workers adeptly maneuvered forklifts to transport the boxes to the warehouse. It must be said that Ling Ye's design of this equipment was remarkably advanced, custom-tailored for the production of Jiuzhou hair growth gel. Not only was it easy to assemble and simple to operate, but it also boasted exceptional efficiency. Huang Yu merely needed to input the raw materials, after which he could entirely relinquish oversight of the process, which was monitored throughout. Coupled with a confidentiality agreement, there was no concern regarding employees pilfering from within. Even if there were attempts, they would not escape Ling Yi's keen eye. Thus, by dawn the next day, thousands of pre-packaged boxes of Jiaozhou hair growth gel were dispatched to various locations across the nation, utilizing the fastest shipping channels available. After all, compared to the profits generated, the shipping costs were negligible. With the final payments received and Ling Yi tirelessly dominating the stock market, Huang Yu's assets swiftly surpassed 9 figures. Soon, it was November, and Huang Yu, gazing at the account balance displayed on his phone, fell into deep contemplation. My surname is Huang. I possess 350 million, yet I have no sister-in-law. What to do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Chapter 83. Purchasing a Villa. Ling Yi. You truly are remarkable. You are indeed a goddess of wealth. This 350 million, aside from the 100 million generated from company sales, is predominantly the result of your endeavors in the stock market over the past half-month. By the way, why haven't I heard any news of market fluctuations? In Huang Yu's office, as he offered his usual praises, Ling Yi, accustomed to such remarks, did not respond immediately. Instead, she sat on the sofa, savoring a sip of coffee, before leisurely replying. Firstly, you underestimate your homeland. Given the size of Huaxia, a mere few hundred million cannot create significant ripples in the stock market. Secondly, my approach differs from others. I cast a wide net. Regardless of the stock, there are normal fluctuations. I have diversified my capital into countless portions, although each is relatively small. With my ability to monitor market information in real time and execute rapid transactions of buying low and selling high repeatedly, the aggregate yields substantial profit. Moreover, this method draws no external attention. Now I understand. That's impressive. Upon hearing Ling Yi's explanation, Huang Yu couldn't help but applaud her in admiration. So, wouldn't you be able to speculate up to hundreds of billions without worrying about the market's reaction? Certainly. However, it is unnecessary. My focus lies in the realm of tangible enterprises. The stock market ultimately represents an ephemeral construct, merely a means of capital accumulation. Regardless, we possess ample avenues for generating income. Thus, it is prudent for our future company to refrain from going public, thereby avoiding potential turmoil. Of course, I never intended to list the company in the first place. Currently, companies that aspire to go public do so primarily to enhance their financial standing and secure funding for expansion. However, such pursuits come with inherent drawbacks. Firstly, they forfeit confidentiality. Companies are obliged to disclose all financial records, including the compensation of top executives, bonuses for mid-level managers, as well as operational plans and strategies. Secondly, the flexibility of management becomes constrained. Private companies typically enjoy autonomy, whereas publicly traded firms must seek board approval for every initiative and plan, with certain matters even requiring shareholder consent. These two aspects would undoubtedly cause discomfort for Huang Yu, a man accustomed to wielding control over his enterprise. Without confidentiality, how can one truly operate? Although with Ling Yi's presence, his control over the company would remain intact post-listing. It would still mean that after laboriously establishing his company and assuming the role of its leader, he would have to approach his tasks with caution, attend meetings for discussions, and possibly even cater to the whims of others. Wouldn't that reduce him to a beggar on his knees? Go public? Nonsense. With such a substantial financial benefactor before me, do I truly lack resources? Is there any need for public financing? Nevertheless, now that we have acquired wealth and have no shortage of income channels, it is indeed time to enhance our living conditions. He recalled Ling Yi's earlier mention of purchasing a villa. Ling Yi, now that we possess several hundred million, shouldn't we consider changing our residence? Oh, can't wait any longer? Haha. Isn't it like a surf singing after gaining freedom? Do you have any recommendations? Well, I have recently viewed numerous standalone villas from various regions across the country. Do you have a specific location in mind? Ling Yi was naturally well prepared for this, as acquiring a property meant it would need to be inhabited and one must pay attention to details. Yet, she found most options unsatisfactory, ultimately preferring to construct a custom home. However, there was no urgency. Purchasing a ready-made option for the time being sufficed. Available in various locations? In that case, we can acquire several properties across the country. We can reside wherever we find comfort. As for the immediate choice, it is without question that we will purchase in Yu City. Huang Yu did not hesitate in selecting Yu City as the current location for their new home. Not only was his company based there, but its geographical positioning along the southeastern coast, being one of the foremost cities in China, made it an ideal focal point for both domestic and international endeavors. Until he fully secured control over a nation, maintaining his base here was the wisest decision. I have compiled the shortlisted locations into your computer. Take a look for yourself, Ling Yi remarked, yet she remained seated, quietly sipping her coffee. However, Huang Yu had long grown accustomed to such matters. He rose from the sofa and made his way to his desk, where a document had indeed appeared on his computer. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a plethora of various standalone villas, complete with videos, textual descriptions, and comprehensive images from every angle. For a moment, Huang Yu found himself dazzled, yet after careful consideration, he quickly settled on a particular location. St. Maurice, from the outset of its construction, was designated as a high-end residential area in the heart of Yu City, situated approximately 5 kilometers in a straight line from the city center, thereby facilitating convenient commuting. The nearest high-speed train station was a mere kilometer away, making it easy to return to his hometown. Nestled within an ecological scenic area, it epitomized the concept of being away from the hustle and bustle while remaining within the city. Residing there would afford him the opportunity to relish the vibrant amenities of the city center while also enjoying the tranquility of a natural environment, making it the perfect abode for someone like Huang Yu, wealthy, introverted, and fond of solitude. Upon further inspection of the villa, which spanned over 600 square meters and comprised 3 levels, he noted the encircling walls that provided an independent courtyard and a private swimming pool. The luxurious modern interior was also quite splendid. However, the price tag of 160 million raised a flicker of hesitation within him, as it represented nearly half of his current funds. Should he delay the purchase? Investing this 160 million in stocks could yield a daily return of 16 million. During Huang Yu's moment of indecision, Ling Yi was closely monitoring his computer and quickly discerned his fondness for the St. Maurice villa. Recognizing that his hesitation stemmed from the price. With me around, why worry about money? If you like the villa, let us secure it. That mere 160 million can be easily earned back. Realizing that Ling Yi had perceived his thoughts, Huang Yu candidly expressed his concerns. Ling Yi, while I admire it, the company has just embarked on its journey. Perhaps it would be prudent to reserve these funds for stock trading. Once I have a 10-digit liquid capital, I won't hesitate. No worries, a few thousand boxes of hair growth gel will cover it, and I have new plans brewing. We'll need to change our residence soon, and the location of St. Maurice is quite fitting, she replied. Intrigued, Huang Yu inquired, what plans? What are you up to? Chapter 84. Perhaps it's time for a new car. I intend to give this planet a minor shock, Ling Yi responded cryptically. When Huang Yu pressed for details, she tantalizingly withheld information, only deepening his curiosity. A minor shock to the planet? What are you planning that is so mysterious? Can you divulge anything? Don't concern yourself with this. It's not ready yet. In due time, you will know, and I promise it will be a surprise, she teased. A surprise? Your words only heighten my curiosity. Surely, you can share a hint? Seeing his growing intrigue, Ling Yi deftly redirected the conversation back to the villa. I've already said it's a surprise. Why do you keep asking? Right now, we're discussing the matter of purchasing a house. Huang Yu, observing his wife's steadfastness and silence, chose not to press her further. A little surprise in life can be delightful. Insisting on uncovering it might only detract from its charm. Now, returning to the matter of purchasing a house, since they had already settled on the villa in St. Moritz, when shall they go to view it together? After all, the company was relatively unoccupied, and the owner of the villa was conveniently available. They might as well head over now. It would take over an hour to get there. So he suggested arranging a lunch meeting with the owner. The owner? Is that villa a second-hand property? Huang Yu inquired. Not quite, she responded. The owner, Mr. Pang, purchased it as an investment and has never resided there. I've already summoned a ride, and it should arrive shortly. Ling Yi's swift decisiveness caught Huang Yu off guard. However, glancing at his phone, he noted that it was only 10:30 in the morning, allowing ample time for their excursion. Moreover, after nearly a month of adjustment, the company had found its rhythm, and each department had appointed its respective supervisors. Their brief absence posed no issue whatsoever. Thus, merely 10 minutes later, the couple found themselves in a rideshare vehicle en route to the southern part of the city. At that moment, a thought struck Huang Yu. With a villa purchase imminent, might it not be time to acquire a vehicle as well? He recollected with a tinge of regret that since obtaining his driver's license at 18, he had yet to own a car of his own. His license had even expired once. In earlier days, due to financial constraints, he had often borrowed colleagues' cars or seized opportunities to drive his superiors' vehicles. Now, with newfound wealth, this notion had initially escaped his mind. Yet, as he rode in a rideshare to acquire a villa worth over 100 million, an odd sensation arose within him, accentuated by the stark contrast of the situation. The desire to purchase a car naturally emerged. Hey, Ling Yi, since we are buying a villa, why don't we stop and buy a car on the way? He proposed. What prompted this sudden desire for a car? She asked, surprised. Riding in a rideshare to buy a villa, doesn't it seem peculiar? Now that we have the means, why not just buy one? Wasn't it you who said we should wait on the house purchase? Ling Yi teased. Huang Yu chuckled awkwardly. But haven't we already made up our minds to buy it? Spending 160 million seems like a foregone conclusion. Adding a few hundred million more doesn't seem so alarming. However, upon further reflection, he felt a twinge of guilt about such extravagance. Perhaps it's best to wait a bit longer. Acquiring a vehicle isn't urgent. Summoning a ride will suffice for now. Ling Yi pondered for a moment. In truth, she had considered the prospect of buying a car, but after reviewing all available models, none had satisfied her expectations. She thought it might be better to design her own in the future. Yet, given her partner's enthusiasm, perhaps they should purchase one for the time being. In truth, 160 million is the official price of the villa in St. Maurice. As far as I am aware, due to the sluggish economy in recent years, the real estate market has clearly shown signs of decline. Mr. Pang is currently apprehensive about the property becoming a burden. We could acquire it for merely 100 million. Oh, if that is the case, the saved 60 million would be more than sufficient to purchase a supercar. However, I have already made arrangements with the owner. Let us first enjoy a meal, and afterward, we shall go to view the car. Huang Yu was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. The initial expectation of spending 160 million had swiftly diminished to 100 million, significantly less than the previous budget, making the prospect of buying a car quite feasible. Observing his delight, Ling Yi felt her own interest piqued. It was evident that he had a passion for cars. What specific type did he prefer? What type do I like? Undoubtedly, it is the Lamborghini supercar. We do not seek the most expensive, only the most stylish. If asked about his favorite luxury car without considering financial constraints, Huang Yu would unequivocally declare Lamborghini. Particularly the limited edition with only 21 units globally, one of which is housed in a museum, with a reference price of 15 million. While there may be supercars that exceed its price, Huang Yu is enamored with its striking aesthetics. As for performance, he professes ignorance, stating simply that he chooses based on style. Ling Yi was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. A Lamborghini? Huang Yu, I never imagined that your understated personality would gravitate towards such a flamboyant supercar. Haha, with such an impressive wife by my side, even if I wished to remain low-key, my capabilities would not permit it. Ha! After more than an hour, as noon approached, Huang Yu and Ling Yi finally arrived at St. Maurice. Beyond residential accommodations, the area boasted shopping centers, beauty salons, and restaurants, even housing 2 kindergartens. The meeting place Ling Yi had arranged was a high-end restaurant named Jiang Chao Hui, situated by an artificial lake at the center of the residential area. Mr. Pang, evidently more anxious than the young couple, had arrived early and was waiting at the entrance of the restaurant. He was a tall, slender man in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and his graying hair neatly combed. He carried a briefcase, exuding an air of refinement that was more scholarly than mercantile. Though Huang Yu did not recognize him, Ling Yi was thoroughly familiar with his background and approached him confidently. Mr. Pang, I am Ling Yi, and this is my fiancée Huang Yu, the couple with whom you have an appointment. I apologize for the delay. Seeing the youthfulness of the pair, Mr. Pang was somewhat surprised. But his primary concern was to expedite the sale of the property. He warmly ushered them into the restaurant. Oh, no problem at all. I have not waited long. And I have just arrived. Mr. Huang, Ms. Ling, let us proceed inside. I have reserved a private room. Let me treat you both. You must try the famous 30-month-old geese head here at Jiang Chao Hui. Chapter 85. The deal upon entering the private room. The waiter first served a pot of hot tea. After each party had placed their orders, the waiter discreetly withdrew, allowing the discussion to commence. Mr. Pang, I reached out to you this morning with the intention of acquiring your villa in St. Moritz. May I inquire if you have brought the purchase agreement? Ling Yi initiated the conversation. Rest assured, although I have entrusted this matter to others, since you both have expressed an interest in purchasing and contacted me directly, how could I possibly neglect to bring the purchase agreement? Mr. Pang replied amiably, subsequently retrieving a folder from his briefcase and presenting it to Ling Yi. Without uttering a word, Ling Yi picked up the folder from the table and swiftly perused the contract, while Huang Yu, rather than appearing indifferent, leaned in to observe. He recalled the mistakes made during negotiations with Vivian and recognized the necessity of learning from these experiences to foster his own growth. However, Ling Yi's pace was remarkably swift. She skimmed through the densely packed clauses of the contract in no time. Soon, she handed the contract to Huang Yu for further examination and addressed Mr. Pang. Mr. Pang, while there are no issues with the other provisions of this contract, the amount is exceedingly high, 160 million. This exceeds our budget, and we cannot accept it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Pang furrowed his brow, feigning a look of distress. Ms. Ling, you must understand that this villa is of a high caliber. I purchased it for 160 million, and I am not making a single cent more from you. I have even covered all fees, making it quite a bargain. Mr. Pang, We both know that the downturn in the real estate market has become increasingly evident in recent years. The current exorbitant prices are merely a fad maintained by those in power. While we desire to acquire a villa for residence, even disregarding market conditions, this villa is over a decade old and is a second-hand property. How could we possibly pay the original price? Such a statement cannot be made lightly. For the struggles of the real estate sector are merely superficial. The authorities will not allow property prices to plummet. Moreover, this villa is an exceptional residence, and its value remains robust. I initially purchased it as an investment and have maintained it meticulously over the years, never having resided in it. Hence, it cannot truly be classified as secondhand. In all honesty, not only did you schedule an appointment with me today, but I also have 2 other interested buyers who wish to meet with me. As he spoke, Mr. Pang's demeanor was remarkably calm, as though he were entirely unconcerned about the prospect of failing to sell the property. To an uninformed observer, it might have caused hesitation. Yet Huang Yu was already aware from Ling Yi that Mr. Pang's company was currently experiencing financial difficulties and urgently required funds, at least 70 to 80 million, to avert a crisis. In fact, he had received no inquiries in the past few months and was nearing despair. In response, Huang Yu quietly admired Mr. Pang's composure, while Ling Ye's reaction was decidedly resolute. Mr. Pang, your words may deceive a mere 3-year-old. We shall not delve into the state of the real estate market. But the undeniable fact remains that the global economy has been in decline these past few years. You mentioned that 2 individuals, purportedly interested in purchasing a property, have scheduled meetings with you. I need not speculate, for such a notion is utterly implausible. There are hardly any prospective buyers for villas like ours, especially considering you are offering it at the original price from years past, a fixed price of 80 million. Will you sell? What? 80 million? That is absolutely out of the question. Ling Yi immediately slashed the price in half, a proposition Mr. Pang would naturally reject. Although this sum could indeed help him navigate his current predicament, the loss would be significant. Ms. Ling, I was willing to consider a transfer because I sensed your genuine interest in purchasing. However, your proposed price lacks any sincerity, and I cannot accept it. Mr. Pang, it is your exorbitant price that compelled me to suggest such a figure. The lack of sincerity originated from you. Moreover, I have conducted research on your company and found that you are currently facing financial difficulties and are in desperate need of funds, approximately 70 to 80 million. Am I mistaken? At this, Mr. Pang was taken aback. He never imagined that his situation had been so thoroughly investigated. How did this young lady come by such knowledge? Could it be? Do not doubt me, Mr. Pang. No one has informed me of this. I merely deduced it from your company's recent circumstances and past financial reports. Please trust in our intent to purchase. If we can negotiate a reasonable price, we are prepared to make the payment immediately. Otherwise, why would I bypass your representative and contact you directly? Though incredulous, Mr. Pang ultimately chose to believe Ling Yi. After all, only he and a few trusted confidants were aware of the extent of his company's financial shortfall. Even if those confidants were to betray him, he had never heard of the 2 individuals before him, nor did they share any connections. Those confidants would certainly not sell to them. Ah, truly impressive, Ms. Ling. To undertake such thorough research merely for the sake of a property and to extract such crucial information is astonishing. With a deep breath, Mr. Pang expressed his admiration, retrieving 2 business cards from his briefcase and offering them. Here are my business cards. Should there be potential for collaboration in the future, I welcome you to reach out. Ling Yi graciously accepted the cards, responding politely. Our company has just been established, and we have yet to create our own cards. However, if Mr. Pang is interested, you may look up Jiuzhou Pharmaceutical Company. Our product, Jiuzhou Hair Growth Gel, has shown remarkable results. If you have friends suffering from hair loss, do recommend it to them. Of course, my fiancé is the true proprietor. Ms. Ling, you are young, beautiful, and remarkably astute. Mr. Huang is indeed fortunate. Mr. Pang could not help but exclaim. For the man before him appeared rather unremarkable, silent upon arrival, with all negotiations conducted by his fiancée. He had initially assumed the lady was the one in charge, only to discover that he was the actual owner. One could only wonder what exceptional qualities he possessed. Upon hearing his words, Huang Yu felt a sense of pride, yet remained silent, ceding the reins of negotiation to Ling Yi. After a moment, realizing he could not gain any advantage, Mr. Pang decisively declared, "Since you both are already aware of my circumstances, I shall not be coy. As long as a reasonable price is offered, this villa will be yours. However, I cannot accept the price of 80 million. 100 million. We will pay in full," Ling Yi stated succinctly, presenting the originally agreed-upon price without further ado. "Deal. We can sign the contract immediately." Yet, as Mr. Pang eagerly prepared to proceed, Ling Yi interjected, halting his actions, for the waiter had begun to serve the dishes. "Ah, Mr. Pang, let us not rush. The food has been served. Let us first enjoy our meal, and then we shall discuss the property. Oh, yes, yes. I was too hasty. Let us eat first, Mr. Pang responded, his enthusiasm undiminished. I assure you, the villa has been maintained to the standards of a new property. You will be thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 86. Our villa. After a satisfying meal, the three of them sipped some tea to relax before boarding Mr. Pang's vehicle. Arriving at the entrance of the villa he intended to transfer. Upon opening the grand gate, they stepped into the villa's courtyard. Gentlemen, I have already informed my client, who is on his way. You may leave the subsequent procedures to him. For now, let us explore. To be honest, I have never thoroughly visited this place myself. And today I am on leave, so we have ample time. Consider it a leisurely stroll amongst friends. Ha ha ha. With the financial matter seemingly resolved, Mr. Pang was in high spirits as he joined Huang Yu and Ling Yi in their exploration. The villa was indeed remarkable. Within the courtyard's walls lay a lush green lawn, adorned with a variety of tropical plants artfully arranged. A pristine stone pathway led directly to the villa's entrance, flanked by exquisite marble statues. To the left, a path meandered towards a swimming pool, which promised enjoyment during the sweltering heat. The villa itself boasted white walls and a roof adorned with red tiles. Inside, it was replete with modern Western decor, exuding luxury. It featured a media room, a music room, a mahjong room, a wine cellar, a dining room, and a storage room, with 6 bedrooms in total. Notably, the 2 largest bedrooms were located on the 2nd and 3rd floors, designed as dual master suites, presumably to accommodate the owner's parents when they visited. Moreover, a private elevator connected the 3 levels, providing convenience for elderly residents who might struggle with stairs. Surrounding the villa was a corridor, complemented by a standalone building and an expansive flowerbed, although these remained unused. Mr. Pang mentioned that the standalone structure was initially designed as a sauna, but could be repurposed according to the owner's preferences, while the flowerbed could be shaped to suit their tastes. In addition to the main entrance, the villa boasts 2 other access points, one located at the rear of the house and the other situated in the garage on the 1st floor. Entering through the hall and turning right into the first door leads to the garage, which is spacious enough to accommodate a private vehicle. Opening the garage door reveals the road outside the villa, where several parking spaces are available for the convenience of visitors. After surveying the property, Huang Yu expressed his utmost satisfaction. Seizing a moment of respite in the living room, he leaned towards Ling Yi and whispered, Ling Yi, I truly believe this house is exceptional. Its vast area and luxurious decor, complete with all necessary furnishings, makes it ready for immediate occupancy. We should definitely reside in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. What do you think? You have already chosen your room, so let us proceed with the purchase. Ling Yi replied without any objections. Turning to Mr. Pang, she added, Mr. Pang, we are very pleased with this villa. What about your client? We are awaiting his contract. Due to previous disagreements over the contract amount, a new document needed to be printed, a task that naturally fell to the client. However, despite having finished touring the house, the client had yet to arrive, causing Mr. Pang to wear an increasingly displeased expression. Allow me to make a call to expedite this matter. This is utterly unacceptable. I shall have to deduct his commission, he declared, pulling out his phone to make the call. Just then, his phone rang, revealing it was the client calling. We are in the living room. Please bring the documents up. Once we sign the contract, we will leave the rest to you. Without wasting words, Mr. Pang instructed him to join them directly. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed in formal attire rushed in, carrying a briefcase. He appeared to be in his 30s, quite handsome. Yet a fine sheen of sweat glistened on his brow, likely a result of his hurried journey. Mr. Pang, I apologize for my tardiness. I encountered unexpected traffic, he stammered. But Mr. Pang, visibly displeased, interrupted him, having already resolved to teach him a lesson. Enough of that. Quickly present the contract for these 2 gentlemen and ladies to review. Of course, the unfortunate man replied, understanding his predicament. He had indeed acted promptly upon receiving the call, but had not been informed of the appointment beforehand, resulting in the unforeseen circumstances compounded by the traffic delay. Although he sensed that his commission would likely be forfeited, he remained committed to his professional duties. He hastily retrieved the contract from his briefcase and presented it with both hands, simultaneously offering a brief overview. While there are many villas in St. Maurice, this standalone villa is one of only 4 available, covering an area of 630 square meters, with an expansive courtyard of 800 square meters, making it an exceptional. However, Ling Yi, having taken the contract, began to peruse it, inadvertently interrupting his explanation. This left him in an awkward position, unsure whether to stand or sit. Huang Yu discerned the man's embarrassment and took the initiative to extricate him from his predicament. After all, having once been a worker himself, he was well aware of the struggles they faced. May I inquire how you are addressed? Oh, sir. My name is Li Jun. Please, have a seat and converse. You appear quite flustered, drenched in perspiration from your hurried journey. Huang Yu gestured for Li Jun to sit down, offering him 2 tissues to wipe away the sweat. While addressing Mr. Pang, Mr. Pang, although Li Jun arrived late, we cannot hold him accountable. It was we who bypassed him to approach you directly, leaving him unprepared for this encounter. You see, Mr. Pang understood the implication in Huang Yu's words. Although he was in need of funds, he deemed this minor commission inconsequential. Since Huang Yu had interceded on Li Jun's behalf, it would be prudent to grant him this favor. Very well, since it is Mr. Huang advocating for him, I shall not make matters difficult regarding the commission. Li Jun, taken aback by this concession, stood up in gratitude, bowing to express his thanks. Thank you, Mr. Pang, Mr. Huang, thank you, thank you. Meanwhile, Ling Yi had completed her review of the contract and handed it back to Huang Yu, stating, Mr. Pang, the contract is in order, we may proceed to sign. The 100 million will be transferred to your designated account shortly. Excellent. Haha. Mr. Pang was elated upon hearing Ling Ye's words. The financial issue had finally been resolved. Huang Yu affixed his signature and returned the contract to him. Once the contract was signed, the remaining matters were entrusted to Li Jun out of gratitude towards Huang Yu. He pledged to expedite the process, although one query lingered. Mr. Huang, whose name shall be inscribed on the property deed? It should be Huang Yu's, as this is his villa. Ling Yi expressed indifference. But Huang Yu had a different perspective. No, it should bear both our names. This is our villa. Most of what he possessed had been earned by Ling Yi. She might relinquish her claim, but he could not forsake his own. Chapter 87. Lamborghini, this is our villa. As he spoke these words, Huang Yu instinctively drew Ling Yi into his embrace. Though she had always preferred to avoid displays of affection in public, this declaration elicited a smile from her. Observing this scene, Mr. Pang and Li Jun understood the principle of discretion and promptly diverted their gaze. Ling Yi, not one to be trifled with, recognized the appropriate moment for intimacy. After a brief moment of warmth, she feigned annoyance and pushed Huang Yu away, addressing the 2 men. Mr. Pang, now that the contract is signed, Huang Yu and I intend to go car shopping. Simply hand us the keys. Mr. Li Jun, we will require your assistance with the subsequent arrangements. Ah, yes, the keys. Not a bother at all. It is my duty. Both Mr. Pang and Li Jun possessed a key to the villa, and now that the rightful owners were Huang Yu and Ling Yi, they naturally handed over the keys in their possession. Subsequently, the 4 individuals exchanged minimal pleasantries before dispersing. Mr. Pang had intended to cultivate a closer rapport by offering to drive Huang Yu and Ling Yi, but the 2 graciously declined. In a rideshare vehicle en route to the Lamborghini dealership in Yu City, Huang Yu appeared visibly exhilarated, his face alight with an unmistakable smile. After toiling for over 20 years with little to show for it, he found himself in possession of a villa worth over 100 million. And soon he would acquire a supercar of his own. Ling Yi, arms crossed, observed him with keen interest and could not help but comment. Huang Yu, remain composed. After all, you are the boss of the company. I am quite composed, he replied. Indeed, compared to the last time when he could barely steady a teacup, his demeanor had markedly improved. Yet still not composed enough. It seems time is required to refine your poise. By the way, which Lamborghini model do you favor? Let me see if it's available. Lamborghini, Huang Yu declared without hesitation. Isn't it supposed to be the Lamborghini? That model appears far more striking and should align better with your taste. While I do appreciate the Veneno, I feel it resonates more with my sensibilities. Indeed, the Lamborghini Veneno, of which only 13 exist globally, one housed in a museum, includes 4 coupes and 9 roadsters. All with a design that is undeniably more audacious and a price tag that rivals that of a villa in St. Moritz. However, Huang Yu preferred to follow his instincts when it came to purchases. Though he had an affinity for Lamborghinis, he found the sharp angles of the Veneno somewhat excessive. In contrast, the curves of the Huracan appealed more to his aesthetic preferences. Of course, discussing such matters seemed futile, as fewer than 40 of these cars existed worldwide, with most either in museums or owned by the wealthy elite. Acquiring one was not merely a financial concern, but also one of social connections. Nonetheless, given Ling Yi's capabilities, perhaps she could indeed procure one. With this thought, Huang Yu leaned forward, inquiring, Ling Yi, are either of these models currently for sale? Or do you have a means of facilitating a transfer? There are no sales at present, nor is anyone willing to transfer ownership. Ling Yi promptly dismissed both possibilities. Well, that settles it. What was the point of all this discussion? Such a disappointment, Huang Yu said, slumping back into his seat. Noticing his dejection, Ling Yi could not help but chuckle softly, only to be caught by Huang Yu's reflection in the window, which sent him into a mild frenzy. Look at you. Still laughing. You know it's not available. Yet you tease me. Ah, don't dwell on the details. I merely inquired. I never claimed those two models were for sale. However, there is this model at the dealership that might suit your taste, Ling Yi said earnestly, offering her phone, though her expression betrayed a struggle to suppress a smile. Huang Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation but took the phone to browse nonetheless. Lamborghini, also known as the Lamborghini Bull, is the latest supercar officially unveiled by Lamborghini in 2023. Its exterior design continues to embody the brand's iconic wedge shape, while incorporating enhanced aerodynamic considerations to improve stability during high-speed driving. The performance, needless to say, is exceptional. Moreover, it is relatively affordable, with a guide price of merely $62.95 million. One cannot deny that the design of this car is quite appealing to Huang Yu, but the color. This car is acceptable. Yet I am not fond of this hue. Could it possibly be changed to black? With sufficient funds, what is the alteration of color? Soon, the two entered the only Lamborghini dealership in Yu City. The sales manager approached them, but before he could utter a word, Ling Yi directly stated their intention. Take us to see the Lamborghinis in your store. If we are satisfied, we shall purchase one. The sales manager, hearing this, was elated. A client with such a clear objective was likely genuinely interested in buying. He enthusiastically welcomed them, leading the way while introducing the various features of the supercar. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. This Lamborghini. Before long, an orange-yellow supercar appeared before the trio. Since you will be the one driving it, why not give it a test? Ling Yi had always held a disdain for earthly vehicles and had never expressed an interest in driving. Thus, the responsibility of the test drive and future driving fell to Huang Yu, who was more than willing to embrace the task. Once in the driver's seat, he experimented with the various functionalities, genuinely appreciating the supercar, yet he remained indifferent to the color, shaking his head. The sales manager, noticing this, inquired with some confusion, "Sir, are you dissatisfied with the price? If you wish to purchase, we do offer discounts. It's not the price. I simply do not like this color. Do you have it in black? If so, we can make the payment now." "Oh, I see. Yes, we do have that option, but it will need to be brought in from another location. Please, this way." The sales manager promptly ushered them into the reception room, pouring 2 cups of fine tea. "You may take a seat while I retrieve the vehicle's information for you." As Huang Yu savored the tea, he perused the tablet in hand. Growing more enamored with the car, an all-black exterior perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Given this, no further discussion was necessary. "All right, I will take this vehicle. I can pay the deposit now. When will it arrive?" The sales manager quickly responded, "Sir, it will arrive within 10 days. You may come next Saturday to settle the balance and collect the car. We will handle all registration processes." "Very well, let us proceed with the payment." Chapter 88. The resplendent maids having placed a deposit exceeding 1 million, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Huang Yu calculated that even if he returned to the office, work hours had already elapsed. Thus, he opted to dine with Ling Yi before hailing a cab back home. Of course, this home was not the villa at St. Maurice, but rather a modest room in the northern part of the city. Although the villa was furnished with all the necessary amenities, he still needed to procure clothing and essential items, rendering it unsuitable for immediate habitation. In the familiar confines of his room, Huang Yu reclined on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, murmuring softly, "Ling Yi, I initially thought I would reside here for a year or so. Yet it seems I must move out in less than 2 months. When do you think we should relocate?" Ling Yi, lying beside him with her head resting on his shoulder, feigned sleep and casually replied, "Perhaps this weekend. By then, we needn't concern ourselves with company matters. Just pack the useful items into storage. Everything else can be discarded. We can purchase some essentials in the city later." "All right." Huang Yu turned his head to gaze upon the visage of the enchanting woman in his embrace, falling into a contemplative silence. However, Ling Yi soon felt a gentle, rhythmic warmth emanating from him, recognizing it as his breath, leading her to open her eyes in mild confusion. "What is the matter? Why do you keep staring at me?" "To behold a beauty of unparalleled grace and wisdom, a treasure that belongs solely to me." At Huang Yu's sudden declaration of affection, Ling Yi, true to her character, refrained from adopting any girlish demeanor, though she was taken aback. She understood Huang Yu well. Beneath his seemingly warm exterior lay a deeply introverted nature. While he often engaged in lively conversation, once the dialogue surpassed half an hour, he would revert to a passive listener, unsure of how to continue. Though he had showered her with compliments throughout their time together, his lack of creativity occasionally rendered his words somewhat clumsy. Yet, she recognized the significance behind his awkward expression of affection. Why the sudden sentiment? Huang Yu did not respond but continued to gaze into her eyes, gradually leaning closer. Ling Yi, sensing what was to come, closed her eyes, awaiting the fervent exchange. Huang Yu too gently shut his eyes, savoring the tender warmth of their lips without any impure thoughts, allowing himself to fully embrace the moment. It felt as though the enchanting woman in his arms was an indispensable part of his existence. Regrettably, this intimate moment was abruptly interrupted by a long-anticipated voice. Host. Maids has sent a request for dialogue. Maids? It has been ages since I last heard from that old friend. What could he want at this hour? The sudden notification jolted Huang Yu awake, causing him to part his lips in surprise. If one were to attend to serious matters, even the mightiest of beings would be indifferent. However, this time, he found himself unusually inclined to focus. Since there were indeed pressing affairs at hand, it was prudent to address them first. Huang Yu, what troubles you? Ling Yi, who had been enveloped in a tender moment devoid of carnal desires, was perplexed by her partner's sudden cessation of affection. It is Mars. The system indicates he wishes to converse with me, as he is an old friend. It is fitting to attend to this matter first. Besides, it would be good to see him. Very well. Soon enough. The two tidied themselves and sat at the head of the bed. Huang Yu initiated a video call with Mars. But the figure that appeared before him was entirely unrecognizable compared to the disheveled, ragged, and grimy Mars he once knew. Although the lighting was poor, it was evident that the individual was clad in a resplendent golden trench coat, with golden hair and skin that shimmered in the same hue. Save for his deep blue eyes, he was adorned in a dazzling gold. Where is Mars? Who might you be? Faced with this unfamiliar visage, Huang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. The system had specified Mars, after all. Surely, a change would have been noted. Hey, Huang Yu, my dear comrade. I am right here. Do not be astonished. We from the Golden Continent simply possess this appearance. After a lengthy explanation from the other party, coupled with Huang Yu's probing inquiries, he finally discerned that this glittering figure was indeed his old comrade Mars, who had merely appeared gaunt and dark due to poor living conditions. Recently, with an ample supply of rice, he had regained some health and, after a thorough cleansing, transformed into this newly polished version of himself. It has been a long time, Huang Yu. Who is this lady beside you? Oh, this is my fiancée, Ling Yi. Mars, it has been ages. Have you come to me at this late hour because you're in need of supplies? Huang Yu and Mars were roughly in sync with their respective time zones, with Mars currently stationed by a dilapidated wooden shack near the river, illuminated only by a dim oil lamp that barely lit the space within. One could faintly observe the flowing river and the decaying dock outside, while behind him lay a pile of unknown items shrouded in black cloth. If they were to discuss matters, they typically communicated via messages. However, a video call suggested that negotiations were underway. He recalled their last message exchange, wherein they had agreed to conduct their final transaction using gold, with Mars hinting at a slight increase in quantity. True to form, as old friends often are, his guess was spot on. Over the past month, the supplies you traded with us have been nearly depleted, but we have not been idle. Mars candidly acknowledged this fact while sharing his recent circumstances. In his account, the past month appeared tranquil, yet under the watchful eyes of the White Bandits, they had established contact with several nearby Red factions. Soon, representatives from these groups would convene to discuss the future of their revolution, and he had also diligently investigated the plight of the farmers. It must be acknowledged that Huang Yu is indeed correct. Although the farmers may appear numb, their power is formidable. Once they unite with the workers, we shall seize the entire world. However, I have yet to devise a method to rally them. Thus, upon hearing this, Huang Yu nodded in agreement. He felt a genuine joy in correcting his friend's perspective. Yet as he observed his friend becoming increasingly animated, he could not help but remind him, considering his circumstances. Mars, I am aware of your situation, but many matters can be communicated through messages. Your current predicament is precarious. It would be wise to expedite the transaction and avoid any unforeseen complications. Upon hearing these words, Mars responded with realization. You are right. It has been too long since we last met, and I became overly excited. We must hasten to complete the transaction. The sooner we relocate, the better. Huang Yu, how much have you prepared this time? Well, look here. Huang Yu gestured towards a narrow corridor against the wall, stacked over 3 meters high with rice and medical supplies. He was uncertain of the exact quantity, as he habitually purchased items to stockpile until the wall was filled. However, estimating roughly, 1 cubic meter of rice weighs about 800 kilograms, and he calculated that the total exceeded 2 tons. And what about your gold? Mars inquired. I may not require it later on. Chapter 89. 15 tons of gold. Mars gazed at the wall of supplies, his heart brimming with joy, a broad smile illuminating his face. Yet, when Huang Yu mentioned gold, his expression abruptly froze. What is the matter? Is there an issue with the gold? Huang Yu questioned. Slightly puzzled, but he quickly responded with generosity. Not at all. Mars, given our relationship, you may take the items first, and you can settle the gold later. he jested. Considering his substantial bank balance, which was in the 9-digit range, he certainly would not be concerned about such trivialities. It was merely a gesture to support an old friend and comrade. However, he evidently misunderstood Marn's intent. No, I have brought the gold, but, did we not say that the gold we prepared would be in excess? That's fine. Just bring it out. I will take as much as you have. If this supply is insufficient, I will replenish it later. At this moment, Huang Yu was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, while Ling Yi, standing nearby, tensed, intently staring at the pile covered by a black cloth behind Marn's. Just as she was about to speak, Huang Yu had already interjected. That is splendid. Look, Marn's, elated by his words, turned around and lifted the black cloth, instantly brightening the entire room. Beneath the fabric lay a stack of gleaming gold bars. According to Huang Yu's previous research, 1 cubic meter of pure gold weighs approximately 193 tons. Although the pile of gold bars was slightly smaller than a cubic meter, it still amounted to several tons of gold. If this were pure gold, it would be worth billions. Wow. Marx, have you robbed a bank? Huang Yu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he witnessed the mountain of gold before him. Unable to contain himself, he let out a curse, for in his lifetime, he had never encountered such an abundance of gold. Rob a bank? Not quite. Mark scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. Huh? If you didn't rob a bank, where did all this gold come from? I merely collaborated with a few comrades to hijack a train transporting gold, he replied nonchalantly. What difference does that make? You have no reason to feel embarrassed. Calm down. I must remain composed. Revolution is not a banquet, nor an essay, nor a work of art. It cannot be so refined, so unhurried, so genteel. Revolution is rebellion, a violent act of one class overthrowing another. Back in the day, Big Brother's benevolent father funded the revolution through bank heists. And let us not forget Kai Gong, the president of Peking University, who, during the revolution, was also involved in bomb-making and assassinations. Marx, too, is a revolutionary. This is trivial, indeed. Huang Yu closed his eyes, reciting Chairman Mao's profound maxims in his mind while recalling the illustrious deeds of the older generation of revolutionaries. When he opened his eyes again, he had managed to suppress the tumult within, though his face still bore a flush. Yet, this pile of gold is overwhelmingly immense. How on earth am I to liquidate it? His voice trembled as he spoke, prompting Marx to grow anxious. While gold is indeed valuable, they currently lacked any means to dispose of it. Moreover, a multitude of military and police forces were scouring the area for their band of robbers. If they did not act swiftly, trouble would ensue. Fear not, Huang Yu. Given our relationship, you may take the gold first. We can settle the rest later. Huh. That sounds oddly familiar, Huang Yu said, rubbing his temples in exasperation as he glanced helplessly at Ling Yi beside him. Liquidating this vast amount of gold would rely solely on his resourceful wife. As expected, Ling Yi did not disappoint. She leaned closer and whispered, Huang Yu, let us secure it for now. I have a plan. Agreed. If Ling Yi has a plan, it must be viable. All right, Marx, I will take this batch of gold. In the future, I will provide you with supplies equivalent to half of its purchasing power. Just let me know what you need. Half is more than sufficient. Trading with you is far more advantageous than the black market. No problem. With that, the two prepared to finalize the transaction. But Huang Yu hesitated and asked one last time. Just to confirm, this entire pile is pure gold, right? Rest assured, it is definitely pure gold, Marx assured him, thumping his chest. In an instant, the familiar azure glow flickered, and Marx's cabin was filled with an abundance of food and medicine. He said little else, striding outside and mimicking a wolf's howl, to which distant howls responded in kind. I summoned them to bring the carriage. Having previously informed them that you would arrive by ship for the transaction, which is why we chose this abandoned dock by the river. While waiting, Ma Insi casually explained to Huang Yu, and soon a carriage appeared in the distance. Its design bore a striking resemblance to those on Earth. Yet the horse pulling it was remarkably distinctive, immense in size, devoid of fur, and its skin at the joints bore wrinkles akin to that of a rhinoceros. Undoubtedly formidable in texture. They are nearing. I must assist with the loading. Farewell, Huang Yu. Until we meet again, Ma Insi. Time was of the essence for Ma Insi, leaving no room for pleasantries, and thus, after exchanging farewells, their connection was severed. Returning to Huang Yu's perspective, the pile of gold did not manifest within the room but instead appeared directly in the storage space, nearly filling a cubic meter to the brim. As a civil engineer, he harbored doubts about whether the floor could withstand such a significant weight, so prudently opted to keep it in the storage space for safety. Now that the gold was secured, the subsequent question was how to liquidate it. Ling Yi, you mentioned earlier that you have a strategy for selling this gold. What exactly is your plan? I estimated that if it is pure gold, This batch weighs approximately 15 tons, equating to around 7 billion. China's regulations are exceedingly stringent, making it nearly impossible to sell domestically, hence I propose two strategies. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu eagerly leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. Two strategies? Pray, enlighten me. The first strategy is to hold onto it for a while and, when the opportunity arises through international trade, sell it abroad to bring back a substantial amount of foreign currency. Foreign currency? At the mention of this term, Huang Yu furrowed his brow. Even the US dollar has weakened in comparison, and with the evolution of time, its dominance is increasingly precarious. Thus, he placed his faith elsewhere. With Ling Ye's presence, he would soon acquire billions, and there was no need to rush to exchange it. What if it became a burden? The second strategy is to retain it as well. And when our funds become ample, we can establish our own bank dedicated to managing finances. At that point, I will certainly have a method to launder this gold and refine it to meet Earth standards, ensuring complete legality and compliance. Establishing our own bank. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled at this prospect. This is indeed feasible. Chapter 90. Moving house on the weekend. Ling Yi, let us keep this gold for now, and we shall discuss it further once we open the bank. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu resolved to this course of action. After all, he was not in want of money, and currently, nothing holds greater value on earth than gold, which might appreciate over time. Very well. Ensure that this gold is stored safely in the storage space for future use. Just remember, we will need to hire a carriage for the upcoming move. Ling Yi was indifferent to the matter. In her eyes, the gold held little value, and the cost of exchange was merely a few ordinary supplies. Since Huang Yu had already taken care of the matter, she thought it would suffice to find a way to manage it. Such trivialities. However, she soon brought up another topic. Huang Yu, could you show me the information about maids' shop? Oh right, I mentioned this to him last time. I wonder if he has listed anything worthwhile. Upon hearing Ling Ye's words, Huang Yu recalled her earlier suggestion. Given that gold had lost its significance, trading with other commodities seemed far more advantageous. He promptly instructed the system to relay the information. Unfortunately, Ling Yi did not even roll her eyes this time. Within mere seconds, she had perused maids' shop information. Shaking her head, she frowned and remarked, the items maids has listed are rather mundane. They are mostly raw materials, all of which can be found on Earth. Judging by the few technological products, their path of technological development mirrors that of Earth quite closely. With their current technological level akin to that of the Second Industrial Revolution on Earth. The level of the Second Industrial Revolution? So, their technology is approximately 150 years behind us? Huang Yu was taken aback by Ling Ye's statement. Although he had suspected that Main's planet might lag behind Earth, he had never anticipated such a significant disparity. Yet, he cautioned himself. As each civilization in the universe possesses its own uniqueness, and every planet has its own specialties, your friend's current situation is precarious. He likely does not have access to a comprehensive array of resources. If they have developed any unique technological methods or possess any Earth-scarce products, it would not be a loss to trade for them. That may take a few years, considering they are in the midst of a revolution. Huang Yu agreed with this assessment but noted that unless Main succeeded in his revolution, the chances were slim. However, that is of little consequence. Acquiring some inexpensive raw materials is still beneficial. In any case, patience is key. No one can accurately predict the future of another civilization. Perhaps he could surprise you. Ling Yi replied. Indeed, you make a valid point. Observing Ling Yi, Huang Yu chose not to dwell further on Main's situation. The ship will naturally find its course. Even if Main's planet turns out to be unremarkable, continuing to exchange for gold from him would not be a loss. After all, Earth's entry into the cosmic age is still decades away, and until then, gold remains quite appealing. With this realization, Huang Yu's attention was once again captivated by the enchanting presence before him. Let us not linger on this topic any longer. Ling Yi, let us return to our previous discussion. What previous discussion? Ling Yi initially seemed perplexed, but as the words hung halfway in the air, she grasped his intent. Watching as Huang Yu approached her with a smile, she obediently closed her eyes. As the two indulged in tender caresses, the temperature within the room seemed to rise gradually, rendering their garments increasingly uncomfortable. Ultimately, they decided to kiss their way into the bathroom. In the following 2 days, Huang Yu's routine returned to its former state, albeit with a slight interlude. The reputation of the Jojo hair growth gel had soared within the upper echelons of society, although active promotion remained absent. The previous 5,000 users had inadvertently become the new living advertisements for Jojo pharmaceuticals. Consequently, a plethora of individuals within their social circles grappling with hair loss became aware of this miraculous elixir that had emerged. Thus, within a remarkably short span of time, All 5,000 boxes of hair growth gel allocated for November were completely reserved, resulting in a deposit of 25 million. Coupled with Ling Ye's recent stock market gains, the 100 million Huang Yu had expended on purchasing a villa had been replenished. Now, the company was inundated with calls from various clients, either inquiring about the possibility of placing additional orders or pressing the company to increase production. Nevertheless, Huang Yu issued a directive for employees to maintain the original narrative. Raw materials were scarce, and the monthly output could not exceed 5,000 boxes. They were currently devising solutions and requested that eager customers exercise patience. This was not a ploy for hunger marketing. The few hell grasses in Ling Ye's office were still being cultivated with uncertain prospects for survival, while Vivian's tribe had been in constant migration, resulting in fluctuating daily yields of the hell grass, sometimes none at all. Thus, Huang Yu had no choice but to firmly assert the scarcity of raw materials. As Saturday arrived, Huang Yu and Ling Yu rose early, summoning a moving company to assist in packing and transporting their belongings. They also requested the movers to dispose of unwanted items at the garbage heap, leaving it to anyone who deemed them useful to take what they wished. In truth, aside from a pile of clothing, there was little else, as they intended to replace everything. Primarily, they were simply too lazy to handle the task themselves. Huang Yu. Ling Yi, are you moving away? How sudden? The voice belonged to Su Xiaoli, who lived across the hall. With a later work schedule, she typically rose late. However, she had been roused from her slumber by the clattering sounds and, driven by curiosity, had hastily dressed to investigate. To her surprise, upon opening her door, she discovered the commotion was due to her neighbor's moving house, having developed a friendship of sorts over time. She was taken aback by their sudden departure after just a few days apart. Oh, Xiaoli, it's you. My apologies for waking you and disrupting your weekend rest. But rest assured, we don't have much to move. It will be done swiftly. Huang Yu, noticing Su Xiaoli's unadorned appearance, recognized that the noise had disturbed her. Though the movers had been cautious, some noise was inevitably unavoidable. Assuming it was the weekend, he naturally presumed Su Xiaoli might be enjoying a leisurely morning and thus offered his apologies. Our beauty salon operates on a rotating schedule. We don't have weekends off. Why are you moving without any notice? At that moment, Ling Yi, who had been commanding from within the house, emerged, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Did I not inform you earlier that Huang Yu and I are starting a company? Naturally, once we earn money, we shall relocate to a better residence. Hence, we purchased a flat in the southern part of the city. You are welcome to visit us when you have the time. What? You truly can earn. Wait, have you managed to make money so quickly? And even purchased a house? Ling Ye's words left Su Xiaoli momentarily bewildered. Is entrepreneurship truly that straightforward in this day and age? It seems unlikely. Even if one were to earn money, acquiring property in the southern district, where land is exceptionally precious, could not be achieved with merely a few 100,000. Is it real? Of course it is. Here's my sister's business card. If you are interested, you may verify it. She will look out for you. If you are willing to join us, I assure you that you will be assigned a manageable role with a salary that will not be lower than what you currently earn. Moreover, it is a 9-to-5 job with 2 days off per week. As she spoke, Ling Yi produced a freshly minted business card. Su Xiaoli took the card with a dazed expression and glanced at it. Jojo Pharmaceuticals? I haven't heard of it. Observing Ling Ye's demeanor, Huang Yu, understanding her desire to assist the unfortunate girl, chimed in. Indeed, Xiaoli, our company offers excellent benefits. I was once an employee myself, so I fully empathize with the staff. Besides, we are friends, so it would be no trouble to guide you a little. Thank you for your kindness. I will consider it seriously. However, Su Xiaoli remained skeptical. Although they could be considered friends, they were not family. Blindly following them could lead to her being exploited. Take your time to think it over. If you have any thoughts, just give my sister a call. She will support you. Ling Yi expressed her understanding with a generous demeanor. Yes, Sister Ling Yi, I will definitely seek you out once I have made up my mind. Wait. Oh, it's getting late. I must hurry and wash up, or I might be late. I will give you both a response soon. Just then, Su Xiaoli's alarm clock rang, and she promptly realized the time, bidding farewell before returning to her room. Regardless of whether she would join Huang Yu and Ling Yi's company, she had to focus on excelling in her current job. Ling Yi, are you truly set on bringing Su Xiaoli into the company? Once Su Xiaoli had shut her door, Huang Yu leaned closer to Ling Yi. Xiaoli is a good person, being an orphan and so beautiful. Her life must be quite challenging. We have become somewhat familiar during this time, and since the company will soon be hiring, it would be beneficial to include her. At this point, Ling Yi paused, adopting a serious tone. Why not take her under your wing? I wouldn't mind at all. In fact, I quite like her. Huang Yu, what do you mean by that? Are you not concerned about having a few children too early? The moving company worked efficiently once everything was packed. They called the property manager to return the keys. The issue of the deposit was trivial, and they could not be bothered to haggle over it. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Huang Yu and Ling Yi arrived at the villa in St. Maurice. Along with them came an array of essential household items ordered online, including a robotic vacuum cleaner, cookware, and bedding, all of which would be arranged by the accompanying staff without them needing to lift a finger. Huang Yu even arranged for the installation of a 3-meter-long fish tank in the living room, intending to keep some goldfish for enjoyment. In his previous employment, he had endured immense work pressure, and being an introverted individual who shunned socializing, he had never set foot in a bar. Thus, keeping pets became his primary means of alleviating stress. While cats and dogs demand considerable companionship, fishkeeping, once mastered, merely requires timely feeding and water changes, rendering it his greatest passion. He had previously given away 3 Thai lionfish to Lower and had not entertained the idea of raising pets again until now, as they had finally settled down, making it the perfect opportunity to indulge in a larger aquarium. As the staff completed their tasks and departed, Huang Yu sat on the sofa in the living room, surveying the villa's decor, a profound sense of satisfaction filling his heart. This was to be their home for the foreseeable future. Of course, in the distant future, they would possess more than just this property. They could choose where to reside at will. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interrupted the moment, drawing Ling Yi's attention. "Are you hungry?" Huang Yu asked, a hint of embarrassment as he touched his stomach. Though he felt content, it could not mask the emptiness within. It was already lunchtime, and they had skipped breakfast in the hustle of moving. Now past noon, he truly was starving. He intended to suggest going out to eat, but recalled the numerous cookware items Ling Yi had ordered and inquired. "It seems it's time for a meal, Ling Yi. Did you order all those pots and pans with the intention of cooking for us? Perhaps I will try my hand at it when the mood strikes. But today we are out of time. We haven't even purchased any ingredients. Let's go to Jiangqiao Club. The food there is quite delightful," she replied. Indeed. The food there was remarkable, particularly the exquisite old goose head they had enjoyed during their last visit. With that, the pair set out together. The Jiangqiao Club was not far from their villa, and after a brief walk, they arrived. They ordered a selection of hearty dishes and soon fell into a comfortable silence, awaiting their meal. However, Ling Yi soon broke the silence. "Huang Yu, don't you think the villa feels rather spacious with just the 2 of us living here?" "Indeed. I see your point. Perhaps I should invite my parents to join us?" Huang Yu mused. Upon hearing her suggestion, he too recognized the peculiarity of occupying such a large 3-story villa with only 2 inhabitants. It seemed sensible to have his parents come over to enjoy the comforts. "Perhaps that is not the best idea. Let us consider hiring a couple of housekeepers instead," he reconsidered. Yet, as he thought it over, he abandoned that notion. Would it truly be comfortable for adults to live with their parents? One must experience it to understand. "What do you think about hiring 2 lovely housekeepers?" As Ling Yi heard his words, she suddenly interjected with an unexpected remark. "Uft, cough, cough." The statement startled Huang Yu, causing him to spew half of his tea. After a moment, he regained his composure and said earnestly, "Ling Yi, please do not jest. I have promised you that regardless of whether I have other women, I will ensure our child is the legitimate firstborn. Thus, until we have children, I shall not engage with any other women. There is no need for you to test me further." Huang Yu was uncertain about his ability to control his desires once he attained wealth. Yet he at least remembered his vow. To him, Ling Yi's probing was indicative of her insecurity, and at that moment, he felt compelled to provide reassurance. "Hey, Huang Yu, I am not testing you. I genuinely believe this. You see, once you acquire wealth, I cannot prevent you from seeking other women. The more I try to stop you, the more it may push you away. So, I am serious. I do not oppose you finding women. If you fear having children, you could purchase some alien slaves through the system. I absolutely do not mind." Ling Yi's response took him utterly by surprise. "Ling Yi? You?" Huang Yu stared blankly at his wife, who wore a serious expression, feeling a sudden pang of affection. "Are you afraid that I will eventually seek other women and come to despise you? Thus, you are proactively helping me find someone else, hoping to secure my heart through this means?" Ling Yi, however, did not respond but lowered her head in silence. In truth, Ling Yi's statement was incomplete. Although she harbored feelings of jealousy, the lesson learned from Prince Huaning lingered in her mind. His steadfast adherence to monogamy led to betrayal by those he trusted. His wife, unable to tolerate his closeness to other women, also chose to betray him. Such a promising situation was shattered by these melodramatic events. While she could not comprehend such foolishness, it left a profound imprint on her heart. Do not obstruct one's husband from pursuing other women. Chapter 92. Purchasing slaves. Again observing Ling Yi remained silent with her head bowed, Huang Yu could not help but draw her into his embrace. "Ling Yi, my Ling Yi. Perhaps our acquaintance was not so beautiful, and perhaps our time together has not been extensive, but please believe me. He wished to say more, but his lips were suddenly silenced by something. It was Ling Ye's kiss. This was her first time initiating a kiss, and Huang Yu momentarily lost himself. However, once he regained his senses, he closed his eyes, savoring the tender touch of her delicate tongue as he gently reciprocated. Fortunately, they were in a private booth, undisturbed. After a long while, their lips parted, leaving behind a shimmering thread that abruptly snapped. Ling Yi I. Huang Yu intended to continue, but Ling Yi raised her right index finger to seal his lips once more. Her eyes glistened with a hint of redness, but no tears fell. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. Huang Yu, without further ado, you seem to have forgotten that I possess all the records and data pertaining to your life since your birth. I am acutely aware of your identity, and I trust you will not betray me. However, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the dishes are ready. Ling Yi appeared poised to continue her discourse but was abruptly interrupted by the service attendant's knock. Noticing this, she abandoned her previous intention. You must be quite hungry. Let us dine. Yes, please come in. Though Huang Yu recognized that Ling Yi had not finished her thoughts, he chose to disregard it since she had already conveyed her sentiments. He smiled and nodded, inviting the attendant to bring in the meal. In no time, the server exited, closing the door behind them. With only the two of them present, and having ordered merely 4 dishes and a soup, the spread was nonetheless quite lavish. However, after only a couple of bites, Ling Yi spoke again. Huang Yu, I was not merely testing you. I am sincere. This villa is excessively vast for just the two of us, and it necessitates hiring help for its upkeep. Given the multitude of secrets we harbor, I cannot trust anyone else. You should acquire a few more slaves through the system. Are you serious? While mentioning it once could be seen as a test. After laying everything bare, it seemed that Ling Yi genuinely held this view. She was no naive woman, and she did not beat around the bush regarding her intentions. Very well, if that is your desire, let us discuss it after we have finished our meal. For now, let us enjoy our food. With that, Huang Yu served Ling Yi a piece of goose head, and they began to relish the culinary delights before them. In the afternoon, the sun of Ling Nan continued to scorch the earth, yet Huang Yu felt no trace of heat. For he was seated in the cool pavilion of his villa with Ling Yi, savoring chilled watermelon juice. The expansive swimming pool nearby added a touch of moisture to the air, and as a gentle breeze passed, the atmosphere was not merely bearable, but remarkably pleasant. Having rested sufficiently, Ling Yi, what type of slaves do you think we should purchase? Taking another sip of freshly squeezed watermelon juice, Huang Yu sighed contentedly and inquired of Ling Yi beside him. Let us first check the system for options. They should resemble Earthlings. Of course. System. Please assist me in searching for service-oriented slaves with physiques and appearances akin to those of Earthlings, and share the results with Ling Yi. Upon Huang Yu's command, a plethora of slave information materialized in their minds, having set the filtering criteria to exclude any bizarre species or creatures from fantasy novels. Indeed. I am aware of what you are thinking. Yes, you, sitting in front of the screen. Whether it be mermaids born of the ocean, elegant elves with elongated ears, enchanting snake women with serpentine tails, adorable beast-eared girls with a hint of wild features, or the bewitching succubi, all of these exist. However, acquiring them would complicate matters, making it difficult to conceal them as our influence grows. Surely, we would wish to collect each one. Cough cough Ling Yi, since this proposition originated from you, I shall leave the selection in your capable hands. Returning to the topic, these merchants possess a keen understanding of customer psychology. The chosen cover models are all exceptionally attractive individuals, yet each image is captured in an exceedingly revealing manner, skirting the edges of system regulations while fervently engaging in sports. What? Are there no male models among these individuals? Preposterous. I, Huang, with my standard sexual orientation, would hardly focus my attention on the male figures. This thought left Huang Yu somewhat parched, and considering Ling Yi was nearby, he decided to let her make the selection. Well, allow me to choose, he suggested. Ling Yi showed no hesitation, rolling her eyes before swiftly perusing the options. Aha, this one will do. Before long, Ling Yi had made her selection, and Huang Yu took a keen interest in her choice. The image depicted a group of dark-haired individuals, their features reminiscent of Asians, yet each possessed striking emerald green eyes, exuding an enchanting allure. Slaves of the Rohuan tribe, products of a level 1 civilization, a pastoral people, remarkably handsome, available for direct selection, price negotiable. Level 1 civilization? Huang Yu mused, taken aback by the description. It was the first time he had encountered products from a level 1 civilization, which bore a cultural level akin to ancient Earth societies. How fortunate these ancient individuals must be. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the notion that, in the eyes of those advanced civilizations, he too might be regarded as a fortunate ancient man. Ling Yi, Where did you discover these level 1 civilization products? Why not seek out those from level 2 or 3? Huang Yu's curiosity lingered. Merchants from level 2 and 3 civilizations often harbored aspirations of venturing into the cosmos, making negotiations laborious. Why would one require such high standards for a mere caretaker? The demands of level 1 civilization merchants could always be met, and their society remained rather primitive, with purchased slaves perceiving their owners as deities, thus exceedingly obedient. Indeed, why spend extravagantly on a caretaker? All right, I shall reach out to them. System, initiate a dialogue request with the merchant. Understood. Host. The merchant, seemingly free of pressing matters, connected the video conversation within seconds. Before the two appeared a vast and resplendent tent, seemingly adorned with golden threads and a carpet of the same material. Precious gems, swords, bows, animal skulls, and even human skulls hung from every corner, while a large bonfire blazed at the center, an extraordinary fusion of savagery and opulence. Within the tent, the only sound was the crackle of the fire, and though numerous tables and chairs were present, nearly everyone was prostrated in one direction. Following their gaze, they beheld a remarkably stout man seated upon a golden throne. This man, in his 40s, bore a rugged visage, his hair unkempt, draped in a pristine white cloak, crowned with a golden diadem, and wielding a golden scepter, adorned with various golden ornaments, exuding an air of grandeur and authority. Chapter 93. The Great Khan of the Sweat of 10,000. Perhaps to cultivate an air of mystique, the individual remained silent, opting instead for a form of internal communication. Welcome, esteemed guest from a secondary technological civilization. I am the Great Khan of the Turian Empire, the Sweat of 10,000, known as Chilean City. What trade do you seek? The name Great Khan of the Sweat of 10,000 unmistakably signified a ruler from a vast grassland empire. Greetings, Great Khan. I am Huang Yu, and this is my wife, Ling Yi. We wish to procure a few slaves from the Rohuan tribe to serve as attendants. Huang Yu articulated his request, while Ling Yi supplemented, 2 female slaves would suffice, but we desire the finest. What would we need to offer in exchange? The Great Khan remained impassive, refraining from answering the question. Instead, he commanded the group of individuals prostrated before him. Bring forth all the beautiful Rohuan maidens from the Khan's court. Yes, Great Khan of the Sweat of 10,000. Upon receiving the order, a guard at the entrance of the grand tent immediately crawled out, never daring to lift his gaze, executing the task with a remarkable display of submission. The beauty of Rohuan women is renowned throughout the vast grasslands and even the world. I shall summon the finest among them to serve me, and you may select from them, the Great Khan then declared. However, upon hearing this, Huang Yu immediately expressed his disdain. Serve you? You mean to say they have been touched by you? I wish not to share your company in such matters. I have no interest in those sullied by your touch. In accordance with the guest's preferences, some may indeed favor those I have touched, just as others, like yourself, may prefer those untouched by me. Rest assured, I do not lay claim to every woman, the Great Khan replied. Remarkable. So there are indeed those who would desire what you have touched? And you truly offer such a thing? Huang Yu remarked, astounded. Indeed, the spirit of the rogue transcends the boundaries of the universe and civilization. That is well and good. Yet, Great Khan, what do you require from us in exchange? That is of utmost importance. Huang Yu redirected the conversation, focusing on the crux of the trade. As the Great Khan had yet to stipulate his terms. What if I were to express a desire for eternal life? Can you provide such a thing? The Great Khan posited a longing shared by many ancient sovereigns, yet Huang Yu, at that moment, had nothing to offer in response. Great Khan, you truly dare to ask. I, too, am in pursuit of eternal life, and even if I possessed it, I would never trade it for mere slaves. As Huang Yu spoke, the Great Khan did not display disappointment. Rather, he appeared composed, stating, Do not take offense, esteemed guest. I merely mention this at each transaction, harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps some guest might indeed hold the secret to eternal life. If such were the case, I would willingly exchange the wealth of my entire empire. At this juncture, the Great Khan let out an inward sigh. Alas, since I acquired this ring, I have ascended from an ordinary herdsman to the Khan of the Karite tribe. In the span of over 2 decades, I have conquered countless tribes and nations, ultimately unifying the entire steppe and becoming the unparalleled Khan of Khans. All known countries bow to me in tribute, and every man who dared to oppose me has been vanquished. Their skulls now adorn this grand tent, while their wives and daughters have long been sold into slavery. Power, status, wealth, women, I lack for nothing in these regards. The only thing I yearn for is immortality. As Qilai spoke quietly, Huang Yu fell into contemplation. In primitive civilizations, those fortunate enough to possess a system ring invariably ascend to the upper echelons of society. At that level, there is virtually nothing one cannot attain. Save for eternal life, there is little to fear, other than death. Am I afraid of death? Indeed. Will I die? That remains uncertain. According to Ling Yi, the technology for immortality eludes even the Tianhua civilization. Although their Tianhua core can significantly extend life, it is not without limits. Otherwise, the throne would not have passed to Hua Guang and Hua Ying's generation. At least a level 5 civilization must possess such understanding. Level 6 certainly can. As my ring's former master, Zhui Erguisi, was a practitioner of a level 6 civilization and truly attained the realm of immortality. Had he not met his own demise, he would still be alive today. While Huang Yu pondered the answer, a respectful voice from outside the tent interrupted. Great Khan of Khans, the beautiful women of Ro Huan have arrived. Let them enter, commanded Qi Lai. At his decree, a group of fair-skinned, athletic, and stunning women entered the grand tent, each one a breathtaking beauty that would outshine all on earth. There were dozens of them, varying in age from the early teens to women in their 30s, perhaps due to the sweltering heat. They wore nothing but black silk bustiers on their upper bodies and short black skirts below, revealing ample skin to the air and even baring their feet. Their striking emerald eyes captivated all who beheld them, making the tent resemble a celestial paradise. Yet, in the presence of such beauty, no one within the tent, apart from Qi Lai, dared to lift their gaze. Their eyes remained fixed firmly on the carpet. They understood that a mere glance upward, though simple, could unveil a transcendent beauty they would never encounter again, and such a fleeting glimpse could very well cost them their lives or that of their families. Once the women had arranged themselves, they began to prostrate themselves before Qi Lai in unison. We pay our respects to the great Khan of Khans. Rise, he commanded. We thank the great Khan of Khans. The purpose of summoning you today is to present the arrival of a divine being. He and his wife seek 2 servants, but only the most beautiful maidens will suffice. Therefore, those who have already served me may withdraw, and the remaining individuals should step forward for the divine being's selection. With these authoritative words uttered by Qi Lai, the group of women rose to their feet. More than half respectfully exited the grand tent, leaving only a dozen or so younger maidens behind. Observing this scene, Huang Yu could not help but marvel. My goodness, half of them have left just like that. Qi Lai, you are quite the figure, having encountered all of them. At that moment, the remaining maidens instinctively moved forward, lining up in a row. Perhaps accustomed to the presence of divine beings, they stood tall and proud, displaying their exquisite figures, yet their eyes remained cast down, focused on their noses. Too timid to meet Qi Lai's gaze, the guests were free to choose from these remaining delicate beauties, the eldest among them not exceeding 20 years of age. Each possessing remarkable grace and talent in singing and dancing, as well as proficiency in archery and horsemanship, capable of serving as protectors when necessary. Qi Lai mentally assessed the situation and proposed an unexpectedly simple exchange condition. Although I find myself lacking nothing at present in the eyes of the world, gold is deemed the most precious commodity. To uphold the dignity of the divine being, I require an exchange of gold equal to the weight of the servants, or perhaps some technological marvels I can utilize. Gold. That is easily arranged. I have over 15 tons stored away. Very well. We shall select 2 favorite servants and exchange them for an equivalent weight in gold. Subsequently, Huang Yu and Ling Yi turned their attention to the group of maidens, scrutinizing each one in detail. It must be said that these so-called delicate beauties were all extraordinarily lovely, each possessing unique characteristics, making it difficult to choose among them. However, they soon found their gaze converging on 2 particular maidens. In Huang Yu and Ling Ye's eyes, the most captivating aspect of these 2 maidens was not merely their beauty, as each girl was stunning in her own right, but rather their shared height, physique, and features. From any angle, they appeared to be molded from the same form. In other words, they were a pair of twin sisters. Huang Yu, I believe we should choose them. Ling Yi expressed their mutual thoughts. Huang Yu nodded in agreement. Yet his eyes could not resist wandering towards the other maidens of the gentle Huan clan. Each one was an exceptional beauty. And since gold equivalent to their weight could secure their exchange, and given that he was not lacking in gold, what if we took them all? Though he spoke not a word, Ling Yi, who was keenly observing him, understood his intentions perfectly. With a playful pinch at his waist, she remarked, Huang Yu, while I do not oppose your pursuit of other women, given your current physical condition, I fear that if you were to take in all these young maidens, you might expire before you even receive the gene enhancement serum from Laurel. Ahem. Well, Ling Yi, having had her thoughts laid bare, Huang Yu awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment poorly. That is not my intention. Do not speak carelessly. Acquiring these 2 will suffice. However, how shall we address the language barrier? You can just make it up. I am well aware of your capabilities. Humph. Ling Yi, unabashedly exposing his feeble excuses, let out a cold snort. Leave it to me. During this period, I shall teach them. Within a week, they should be able to meet the basic needs of daily life, and over time, they will naturally adapt to the Chinese language. That is good, since there is ample space in the room. Why not acquire a few more? No, perhaps just 2 more. As their conversation continued, Huang Yu's mischievous thoughts resurfaced, though he grew somewhat timid, his voice dwindling. Observing his demeanor, Ling Yi rolled her eyes in exasperation and delivered a knowing jab. Having spent this considerable time with you, I am well aware of your capabilities. It is already quite a challenge for you to manage the needs of one person. I estimate that you can barely handle 2. Should you take on 2 more, you might find yourself unable to rise from your bed. At this point, Ling Yi was struck by another thought, and she raised 3 fingers before his eyes, reiterating. 3 months, just 3 months. By the time the Lunar New Year arrives, Laurel's gene enhancement serum should be ready. In that case, once your health is restored, you may seek out Chilean again, alright? Alright. Given Ling Ye's insistence, Huang Yu naturally acquiesced, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to have his capabilities doubted by his wife, her reasoning was sound. Waiting was prudent. He certainly did not wish to meet his end prematurely. Of course, the entirety of this conversation was conducted discreetly, avoiding any mention of Chilean to spare him further embarrassment. Chilean, we have made our selection. We shall take the pair of twins. The decree of the heavens has been issued. Feng Ling, Feng Long, you are the twin sisters chosen by the divine couple. All other beauties may now depart. Upon hearing this, Chilean instructed the twins to remain while simultaneously introducing them in her mind. The guests have exquisite taste. These twins have practiced singing, dancing, archery, and combat since childhood. They have recently turned 16. Not only do they bear an uncanny resemblance, but they have also been well trained in serving tea, doing laundry, cooking, and even attending to the bedchamber. Originally, I intended to keep them for my own enjoyment. But seeing as the guests are fond of them, I shall grant them to you. Soon, only the pair of twins remain standing within the grand tent. In truth, Chilean could not discern who was the elder sister and who was the younger. She could only inquire, your appearances are identical. How may I distinguish between Feng Ling and Feng Long? What distinguishing features do you possess? The 2 young maidens exchanged a glance, one of them timidly shaking her head. Thus, the other stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind her sister, and respectfully addressed, Great Lord of 10,000 Sweat, I am Sister Feng Ling. My sister Feng Long and I have yet to discover any distinguishing features. Is that so? No matter, the celestial beings will know. Once you ascend to the heavenly realm, remember to serve diligently. Your parents and family will continue to enjoy their previous privileges. Yes, Feng Ling and Feng Long had mentally prepared for this, displaying no extreme emotional upheaval as they prostrated themselves once more, affirming their understanding. Guest, I am ready to trade. Have you prepared the gold? Commence from my storage space. With a flash of ethereal blue light, the sisters, still kneeling, found themselves upon the grass in the courtyard. In the place they had occupied, a pile of evenly weighted gold bricks appeared, one of which bore precise cutting marks, clearly a result of the system's handiwork. Meanwhile, the fervent Chilean, utilizing the system's ring to engage in feudal superstitions, did not sever communication immediately. Instead, he raised a chalice crafted from a skull and proclaimed loudly, My subjects, rise. The celestial beings have taken the Feng Ling and Feng Long of the Rohuan tribe, and have left behind an equal weight of gold as a gift. May the heavens bless Tilly. Let us continue our revelry. Instantly, the ministers and attendants who had been prostrating themselves below rose, cheering heartily and showering Chilean with flattery. Long live the great Lord of 10,000 Sweat. The celestial family of the Lord of 10,000 Sweat shall endure for eternity. Should the guest desire more servants, feel free to seek me again. Besides those of the Rohuan tribe, there are beauties from various realms to present. However, I hope to acquire some useful technological products next time. After all, a lack for gold. It is merely a means to amuse my subjects. If eternal life is unattainable, I wish for this empire to bequeath its legacy to generations unending. Chilean drained the fine wine from the skull chalice, seated himself,